Sword God Chapter 1854 to Chapter 1910. Fifth update. Before the army was assembled, the news that Chen Zong had killed 3 ghost kings of the upper 6 tribes with one sword had spread throughout the 35 tribes of the ghost clan. That was why 5 ghost kings joined hands to fight him. Ghost Blade, the number 1 expert of the Ghost Blade tribe, had condensed 3 flowers. One of them was a high-level flower of the extreme state, while the other 2 were mid-level flowers of the extreme state. All of them had reached the perfection level. His fighting strength was amazing, and his bladesmanship was exquisite. He was a powerful ghost king in the upper 6 tribes. However, such an expert did not even have the time to display his powerful fighting strength and exquisite bladesmanship. He was killed in a single blow. The 4 ghost kings did not understand the mystery of that sword move, but they were very afraid. Even the ghost kings of the Ghost King tribe, who had the most powerful Ghost King power, could not kill the opponent in one blow when there was no difference in their fighting strength. Strange, fearful, it was also because of this fear that they attacked with all their strength, intending to cripple and kill the opponent. The 4 ghost kings had condensed at least 2 flowers of the extreme state, which were at least mid-level or high-level. One of them had condensed 3 flowers of the perfection level. When they joined hands, their fighting strength was very strong. However, right now, Chen Zong didn't need to perform the heart sword domain. With his comprehension of the profound realm of power, as long as he struck his opponent, he would be able to make his sword cheese break through the ground like the roots of the ghost mother tree, instantly taking root in his opponent's body. Once the roots broke through the soil and took root, they would burst out an extremely sharp light, destroying everything and destroying everything. Chen Zong's sword move had become like this as it was constantly perfected. When the sword chi entered the opponent's body, it would absorb the vitality and strengthen itself as if the flesh was the soil. Then, it would burst out and completely crush the opponent. Chen Zong's figure changed, and he dodged the 4 ghost kings' powerful attacks. The 4 ghost kings also burst out their full strength. Each of them showed their different talents, and their power was amazing. Kill. Chen Zong's figure turned from real to illusory, and then from illusory to real again. He swung his sword. He was hit, another ghost was struck by a sword. Sword chi shot out like a root and instantly spread through the ghost's limbs and bones, all the way to the end of its body. The seed seemed to have sprouted in an instant. It spread out directly, covering every part of his body. It was like a real root, constantly devouring life force. The slightest mistake could lead to a great error. At this moment, it was as if he had been proven right. It was only a slight difference, but the difference between the 4 ghost kings and Chen Zong was so obvious. Kill, kill, kill. As the second ghost king was killed, the wills of the ghost hunters were swallowed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong had gained even more benefits. The swordplay of the One Heart Sutra was displayed to the extreme by Chen Zong. The 3 Hearts 2 Minds sword technique was clearly more astonishing and mysterious than the One Heart sword technique. In other words, the 3 Hearts 2 Minds sword technique contained the profundity and power of the One Heart sword technique. Up until now, even the 6 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons Imperial Divine Weapons Imperial Divine Weapons Imperial Divine Weapon might not be able to match the might of the 3 Hearts 2 Intense sword. When the 3 Hearts 2 Minds sword technique only targeted one target, it would be even more terrifying. Kill. The 3rd Ghost King was also killed by Chen Zong's sword. As the world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain swallowed more wills of the ghost hunters, Chen Zong gained an even greater boost. The more powerful he became, the more amazing the trajectory and profundity of his sword became. By now, the wills of the ghost hunters in Chen Zong's body had already swallowed and absorbed a lot of wills of the ghost hunters. In addition to feeding back the pure chi of the origin, it also increased Chen Zong's comprehension ability. In addition, it also brought invisible benefits to Chen Zong in battle. Fighting was also practicing the sword. In a high-intensity battle, one could constantly improve oneself. Compared to not too long ago, Chen Zong's battle strength had obviously improved a lot. Before long, the remaining 3 ghost kings were also killed by Chen Zong. A large amount of wills of the ghost hunters were rapidly swallowed and absorbed by Chen Zong. Streams of extremely pure origin energy flowed into Chen Zong's body and hid in the depths of his body. Seeing that 5 ghost kings had been killed by Chen Zong, the other ghost kings of the 35 divisions were all shocked. However, Chenzong did not stop at all. His figure flashed, and his sword slashed through the air. The way of the sword that he had comprehended from the growth of the Ghost Mother tree was extremely superb. When it was integrated into his sword, the sword chi instantly spread throughout his body like roots breaking through the soil. It took root in every inch of his flesh and blood, causing shocking destruction. The destruction of a single wisp of sword chi was nothing to the Ghost clan, a clan with amazing vitality. Only when multiple wisps of sword chi were combined at the same time could it cause fatal damage to the Ghost clan. The disadvantage was that the sword had to hit the opponent. In other words, it had to be close combat in order to bring out the superb ingenuity of this sword technique. But for now, it was enough. In the chaotic Ghost City, Ghost King Xianlai and Ghost King Xianmo were fighting fiercely, but were gradually being suppressed. The strength of Ghost King Xianmo was too shocking and incomparably powerful. It could be said that except for Chenzong, the other Ghost Kings were all at a disadvantage. This was because this battle was not one against one, but many against one. Siege, it was in imminent danger. After Chenzong killed the 5 Ghost Kings, he immediately went to reinforce the nearest Ghost King. Although he called it reinforcement, it was only on the surface. The real purpose was, of course, that Chenzong wanted to absorb more of the Ghost Realm's will. The Ghost Realm's will carried by the Ghost Kings was undoubtedly stronger. Kill, the 7th Ghost King died under his sword. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger emerged. Chenzong's hair stood on end. His skin seemed to have burst open, and his hair stood on end. A bone-chilling coldness surged from his bone marrow and soul like a torrent bursting a dam. Ghost King Xianmo slashed across the air while suppressing Ghost King Xianlai. A pitch-black saber light tore through the air like a crescent moon and attacked Chenzong. Ghost King Xianmo had condensed 3 supreme flowers. 2 of them were top-level supreme flowers. His combat strength was incomparably shocking and frighteningly strong. This attack immediately made Chenzong feel a strong sense of danger engulfing him. It was like a monstrous wave that was about to drown him. The surrounding void was directly sealed and suppressed. There was no way to dodge. Chenzong's expression was solemn. He slashed out with his sword. The illusions on his body suddenly appeared and dimmed. In the next moment, as if he had surpassed the limit, a third illusion appeared. The sword of 3 hearts 2 minds, kill, the sword light shot out and instantly converged into one. Its power reached its peak. Under Chenzong's sword, the vacuum was directly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The sword light and the palm blade collided in an instant and exploded. It was as if a 10,000-ton volcano had spewed out an astonishing amount of magma. The instantaneous power caused countless cracks to appear in the vacuum, spreading out in all directions. An extremely terrifying aftershock spread out, shattering everything. It felt as if that part of the void had been forcibly erased by a mighty force. It took a while for it to recover. Ghost King Xianmo was also very shocked that Chenzong had blocked his attack. Was this really a Ghost King from the Ghost Blade division? How could he have such a strong combat strength? Ghost King Xianlai was also shocked. He did not expect that there was someone with such amazing combat strength in his Ghost King alliance. Chenzong was not the 4th seat, but the 2nd seat. He was second only to Ghost King Xianlai, and could even be compared with Ghost King Xianlai. With such combat strength, Ghost King Xianlai might be able to survive this crisis. Although Chenzong had blocked Ghost King Xianmo's attack, he had no intention of fighting with him. He instantly escaped and appeared in another place to attack the other Ghost Kings. Now, Chenzong's purpose was to kill the other Ghost Kings and devour the wills of the Ghost Realm. It would be more efficient to kill those with weaker combat strength first. He wandered and killed everywhere. The 8th Ghost King also died under Chenzong's sword. His will of the Ghost Realm was devoured and absorbed by Chenzong. In an instant, silently, a black light pierced through the void, with incomparable sharpness, and fiercely stabbed at Chenzong's back. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division. The talent of the Ghost Shadow Division was that they could turn into shadows and blend into the void, making them undetectable and then attack. This kind of attack was very unexpected. Like a peerless assassin, it would hit the target with one strike. Along with the black light, a shadow appeared. It was the shadow of the Ghost King. There was a ferocious look on his face. His attack would pierce through his opponent's back and tear his opponent's body apart. Suddenly, the tip of a sword penetrated the void and appeared in an instant, as if it was assisted by God. It seemed that it had been waiting there for a long time. The sound was extremely crisp and pleasing to the ear. But when the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division heard it, it was like the sound of death. His expression changed greatly. He blocked it, his deliberate attack had actually been blocked. How could this be? Retreat, his fatal attack was blocked. He could only retreat. If he did not retreat, it would be very dangerous. In an instant, the Ghost King turned into a shadow again and blended into the void. But Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Escape, could he escape? The sword blended into the void, as if it was submerged into water, but there was no ripple. The Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division let out a miserable cry. His body turned into a shadow and then into a substance. Fine sword chi veins could be seen all over his body. His vitality was extinguished. The 9th Ghost King was dead. 35 Ghost Kings attacked, but 9 of them were killed by Chen Zong's sword. The other Ghost Kings were extremely frightened. What kind of swordsmanship and power was that? Just one stab and they were dismembered and killed. It was too terrifying. The other Ghost Kings of the chaotic Ghost City were all suppressed. Except for the Ghost King Xianxia, they were all injured. But when they saw Ghost Blade Jianxing kill 9 Ghost Kings in a row, they were shocked and excited. The wills of the 9 Ghost Kings were devoured, and the feedback was 9 streams of pure energy. Chen Zong only felt that one of his origins was constantly growing. When it grew to a certain extent, it affected the condensation of the essence flower. 70%, previously, the condensation of the essence flower was 50%. Because of his continuous fighting, it increased to 60%. Now, with the feedback, it reached 70%. His battle strength was further improved. Sure enough, fighting was the best way to improve oneself. Chen Zong stared at the 10th Ghost King, but he was attacked and locked by an extremely terrifying murderous aura. A sharp black light, with an extremely shocking murderous intent, tore through the sky in an instant. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing Division. This was the Ghost King who was second only to the Ghost King Xianmo. 6th update, as the title, in order to thank the 2 leaders of this book, Sword Tao V5 and Arvin Liu, for more monthly votes. Go, go, go. By the way, you can follow the official account of the 6 Dao, see the latest news of the 6 Dao, and interact with the 6 Dao. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe had mastered the power of Guisha. This kind of power had an unparalleled killing intent, which was terrifying and targeted at everything between heaven and earth. Everything could be killed. The power of Guisha was extremely overbearing and ferocious. Among the Ghost clan, only the Ghost King could really resist it. The Ghost Underworld tribe's Ghost Underworld tribe could only contend with it. This shocking killing intent directly locked onto Chen Zong through the void, making it impossible for Chen Zong to dodge. He couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight. Who would kill who? The black light with the extreme killing intent broke through the void. Chen Zong looked solemn and sincerely waved his sword. Rumble, this sword was not as silent and colorless as before, which merged into the void. Instead, it attracted wind and thunder. The single-hearted sword and single-hearted sword, which were comprehended by the One Heart Sutra, were Chen Zong's superb application of the heart sword essence. They were just names. The soundless sword was mysterious and fast. It was hard to guard against it, but the sword with the wind and thunder was full of power. Fast and slow, strong and weak, everything was in his mind and under his control. The extremely powerful sword swept across like wind and thunder, destroying everything in all directions. In an instant, the black light with the incomparable killing intent was hit and shattered. The sword light, which was like a violent storm, destroyed everything in its path and rushed toward the Ghost King of the Guisha tribe. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe was the strongest in the Ghost King tribe. He had condensed 1 top-level flower and 2 high-level flowers. In terms of combat strength, he was almost comparable to Ghost King Xianxia. A strong opponent, this was a strong opponent. The sword slashed through the air, and the void cracked, making a shocking sound. The Ghost King of the Guisha tribe was extremely fast. He dodged in an instant and turned into a peerless black light, approaching Chen Zong. The shocking killing intent surged like a tide and drowned Xianxia. Amidst the surging black waves, they condensed in an instant. After a slight pause, an incomparably sharp black light pierced through the air. It was extremely ferocious, and its murderous intent could annihilate everything. This was a sure kill strike, a strike that pressed forward courageously. All living beings in the world would tremble and be annihilated before this strike. However, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared, as if it had been waiting for a long time, or as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times, blocking the attack. Then, he retracted his finger and stabbed out once more. It was silent and extremely fast. He was hit by the sword, the ghost king of the Xianxia tribe was hit by the sword, and the terrible sword chi immediately spread out. Like the roots of the ghost mother tree breaking through the soil, the sword chi was about to take root in the ghost king's body and wreak havoc. However, a powerful force erupted and suppressed the sword chi that had invaded his body, preventing it from spreading out. The ghost-killing power. This was the unique ghost-killing power of the Xianxia tribe, which was extremely powerful. The sword chi was suppressed and attacked all of a sudden. It could not cause more damage and was quickly obliterated by the ghost-killing power. Xianxia could clearly feel the sword chi being obliterated. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes focused. The power of this strike was beyond doubt after killing so many ghost kings in a row. But now, it had lost its effect. The ghost king of the Xianxia tribe was indeed terrifying. The ghost-killing power was extremely powerful. The ghost king of the Xianxia tribe attacked again. Even if he was hit by the sword, he would not suffer any obvious injuries. So, he was not afraid of Xianxia's sword. In this case, he could attack without any worries. The black light spread out and turned into countless fine blades, attacking Xianxia from all directions. Every tiny blade contained an extremely terrifying might, tearing apart and slicing through everything. It was as if it wanted to slice Xianxia into pieces. This caused Xianxia's expression to turn solemn and his entire body to turn cold. He only felt that his entire body was exuding a shocking coldness. It seemed that he was going to be cut into pieces. Brandishing the sword, half-hearted, 3 illusions flashed across his body and seemed to gather in an instant. In an instant, it seemed that several Xianxia were brandishing their swords at the same time, blocking all the attacks coming from all directions. All of the tiny blade lights were blocked, and there was nothing they could do about it. Heart realm. In an instant, the heart realm spread out and then contracted into the heart sword intent. It expanded in an instant and covered 1,000 meters. Heart sword realm. The ghost king of the Xianxia tribe was very powerful and difficult to deal with. It was impossible to kill him with only one strike. So, he had to perform a more powerful sword move. Heart sword realm. 1,000 swords greeting. 1,000 sword chi were suddenly condensed in the heart sword realm. Under the sword silk technique, they became finer sword silk. Kill. In an instant, under the control of Xianxia, 1,000 sword chi broke through the air and attacked the ghost king of the Xianxia tribe. Every single strand of sword chi was extremely condensed. Every single strand of sword chi contained an extremely terrifying sharpness, piercing through and tearing apart everything. Fast, extremely fast, undodgeable fast. In an instant, the ghost king of the Xianxia tribe was covered in a black light. Endless killing intent condensed on his body like waves of blades, protecting him firmly. In an instant, some sword chi was shattered, but some sword chi penetrated the defense and penetrated into the ghost king's body. Hundreds of sword chi were blocked, but hundreds of sword chi still penetrated into the ghost king's body and destroyed it wantonly. Destruction, tearing, penetrating. The ghost king trembled because of the severe pain. Soul-hearted sword intent. The sword blended into the void and attacked at the fastest speed with the most difficult trajectory. In an instant, the ghost king's head flew up high. Soul-hearted sword intent. As the illusions flashed, Xianxia brandished his sword again. Rumble. Wherever it passed, the vacuum collapsed, darkness spread, and a terrifying aura filled the air. This sword was extremely powerful. It seemed to be condensed with an endless amount of sword chi. It went berserk in an instant, and everything would be destroyed by this sword. Wherever the heart went, the sword would go. It was invincible and nothing could not be destroyed. Invincible. The wounded ghost king of the Xianxia tribe was immediately hit by this majestic and domineering sword light. He only paused for a moment and then immediately shattered into countless pieces. Devour, in an instant, the will of the world in Chenzong's body. Immediately devoured the will of the ghost realm from the ghost king of the Guixia tribe. How could it be? The ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe was shocked. The ghost king and Xian demon were also shocked. He was killed. This was simply incredible. Pure, rich, and majestic, the will of the ghost realm was amazing. It was almost comparable to the will of the ghost realm after the ghost mother tree of the ghost forest tribe was destroyed. This was the will of the ghost realm carried by the top ghost king. Cool, the feeling was incomparably cool, as if there was an endless power flowing into his body. Chenzong felt that his body was full of extremely powerful strength. But this was just an illusion. His strength did not increase. It was just because he carried the will of the world, and the will of the world suddenly devoured many wills of the ghost realm, which made him feel that his strength was expanding. At the same time, a stream of pure power was constantly flowing into Chenzong's body, accumulating and dormant. With his eyes flashing extremely sharp, Chenzong looked at the other ghost kings. Hard sword realm, thousands of swords greeting, in an instant, thousands of sword chi broke through the air again. This time, they directly attacked the ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe. In addition to the ghost king and Xian demon of the ghost king tribe, this ghost king was the second strongest among the invading ghost kings. He also carried many wills of the ghost realm. Seeing that the ghost king of the ghost killing tribe, whose battle strength was equal to his, was killed directly, the ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe was already prepared. When he became the target, he retreated without hesitation and flew away at an amazing speed. He also blasted out a cloud of black strength, which rolled like a tide, trying to intercept the thousands of swords greeting. The ghost king and Xian demon also attacked at the same time. He could suppress the ghost king Xian Lai and help the ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe, which was really amazing. Chenzong immediately controlled the thousands of sword chi to change their direction and attack the ghost king and Xian demon. Because it was difficult to catch up with the ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe, he would attack the ghost king of the ghost king tribe. The thousands of sword chi immediately threatened the ghost king and Xian demon, who looked a little serious. The ghost king Xian Lai also seized the opportunity to gather a strong power and launch an extremely violent attack. The power of the ghost king was completely activated. Failure. The thousands of sword chi collided with the powerful attack of the ghost king and Xian demon and exploded. The ghost king and Xian demon also retreated dozens of meters in an instant and had to face the powerful attack of the ghost king Xian Lai. Since it had failed, Chenzong did not launch the thousands of swords greeting for the third time, because it consumed too much energy. While operating his cultivation method to absorb energy to recover, he held his sword and attacked the other ghost kings. Except for the ghost king and Xian demon, the dead ghost king of the ghost killing tribe and the ghost king of the ghost underworld tribe, the sword that he comprehended from the growth of the root of the ghost mother tree was a great threat to the other ghost kings. He used the least amount of energy to launch the most lethal attack. The situation was tilting in the favor of the chaotic ghost city. Logically speaking, the 35 ghost kings should be able to completely suppress the 11 ghost kings. Even if the ghost kings had amazing vitality and were difficult to kill, they should be able to suppress and destroy them. However, they did not expect a terrifying ghost king to appear. It was unbelievable. Since the beginning of the battle, 10 ghost kings had been killed, and one of them was the top expert of the ghost-killing tribe. That swordsmanship was too terrifying. One strike, one kill. The thousands of swords greeting was simply irresistible. The battle between the ghost kings was fierce, and so was the battle between the ghost generals and the ghost soldiers. Almost every second, a ghost would die. Compared to the ghost kings, the bodies of the ghost soldiers and ghost generals were not as strong, and their self-healing abilities were not as strong. They were more likely to die. After all, the ghost kings had condensed the flower of extreme state. The condensation of the flower of extreme state represented a qualitative change, an essential change, similar to the transition of life. The black aura spread in all directions. The battle between hundreds of thousands of ghost kings and millions of ghost kings was extremely terrifying. Many ghost beasts who were far away retreated, fearing that they would be killed by the battle. With every breath, there would be ghosts dying, and with every breath, there would be ghosts who would become stronger. Devour. Before reaching the Ghost King level, the Ghost Clan relied on devouring to increase their strength. After reaching the Ghost King level, devouring alone would not be effective, and they would need to constantly train themselves. The Dominator of the Six Paths will continue to write. Later, I will add another update for the new Guild Master. If the Dominator of the Six Paths rises to 17th place, I will add another update. Keep going, hot-blooded youngsters. The Dominator of the Six Paths secret technique will only last until midnight tonight. The potential of the Heart Sword was astonishing. Chen Zong continued to fight and kill. The more he developed the potential of the Heart Sword the stronger the power he could unleash. In terms of potential, the Heart Sword was unparalleled. It could cause the Heavenly Flower vision and the sound of the Great Path to be at an extremely high level. In fact, it was much more powerful than the peak flower of the Supreme Realm. The reason why it was said to be similar to the peak flower of the Supreme Realm was that its potential had not been developed enough. However, as Chen Zong continued to comprehend and fight, his potential was also developed and deepened. Every sword strike contained an astonishing amount of power. Chen Zong's expression was indifferent. His eyes were as sharp as the tip of a sword. The astonishing sharpness became more and more condensed. Extreme power, extreme power. As Chen Zong continued to fight, his strength did not continue to be depleted. Instead, it recovered bit by bit as he continued to circulate his cultivation technique. Fury, the Ghost King Xianxia fully unleashed his combat strength. Black light filled the air and condensed into a huge ghost hand. In an instant, it blasted out and sent the Ghost King Xianxia flying. The combat strength of the two was relatively obvious. After sending the Ghost King Xianxia flying, the Ghost King Xianxia turned into a ray of black light. It was as mighty as a black void torrent. With an astonishing momentum, it charged toward Chen Zong. Personally attacking, the Ghost King Xianxia was going to personally deal with Chen Zong. An extremely strong sense of danger swept over like waves. Chen Zong's glabella suddenly trembled. The Heart Sword also trembled. The attack of a strong enemy made Chen Zong's fighting spirit surge from the bottom of his heart. Chen Zong's figure flashed. Not only did he not dodge, but he also met the attack head-on. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light condensed like a line between the sea and the sky. The sword chi was vast and extremely sharp. It tore through the void and directly attacked the Ghost King Xianxia. However, the Ghost King Xianxia, who had been sent flying, charged towards the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe and started a fierce battle. He vented all of his anger that had been suppressed by the Ghost King Xianxia and attacked wildly, forcing the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe to retreat continuously. The Ghost King Xianxia reached out his hand. Black light condensed like a layer, as if it was a layer of armor. His powerful physique and the power of the Ghost King gave him astonishing defensive power, so he was not injured at all. After shattering the sword chi, the palm covered in black light pierced through the air. A rumbling sound was heard continuously, like a vast and mighty thunderbolt, its power astonishing. An extremely frightening aura fluctuation was emitted from the palm that was constantly bombarding. It suppressed the surrounding void, sealing everything and imprisoning everything. Xian 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 Mo Xian 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 Mo Xian Ghost the Ghost. Ghost Xian Xian Mo Xian. This was the strongest power of the Ghost Clan. It was a power that was much stronger than the other Ghost Clans. It was also because of the power of the Ghost King that the Ghost King tribe could be ranked at the top of the 36 tribes. Even the Ghost Killing tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe could not be compared to them. The Taichu sword essence was extremely condensed as it lashed out. The space was torn apart, and the seal was also cut open by Chen Zong's sword. His figure flashed, and a sword flew through the air, directly attacking. As soon as the battle began, Chen Zong immediately felt a great pressure. The Ghost King and Mysterious Demon's attacks were extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It made him feel as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. This kind of weight made Chen Zong feel that the strength he used to wield his sword was several times more than usual. He concentrated all of his strength and continued to fight. Pressure could also be converted into motivation. Suddenly, the Ghost King Xianxia opened his arms, and endless black light burst out from his extremely strong body. It was like a torrential flood that swept out in a mighty manner. In an instant, it covered a radius of thousands of meters and dyed the space into a dark void. Qianzong only felt that the pressure on his body had increased several times in an instant. It was like a domain. Endless pressure poured from all directions, as if to crush Qianzong. Heart Sword Realm. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately activated the Heart Sword Realm. The 1,000-meter sword realm surrounded him, and the amazing pressure was immediately offset. 1,000 swords greeting, 1,000 streaks of sword chi also condensed in an instant. Sword silk, the sword chi was condensed to the extreme. It tore the void and countless fine black cracks appeared. Kill, 1,000 streaks of sword chi broke through the air and mercilessly attacked the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. The Ghost King and Mysterious Demon roared in a low voice. He suddenly closed his arms and the black light spread, enveloping his entire body without any blind spots. 1,000 streaks of extremely sharp sword chi shot at the black light. A portion of the sword chi was immediately shattered, but the rest of the sword chi pierced through it and attacked the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. However, after breaking through the layer of black light protection, the power of the sword chi decreased significantly. Condense! Qianzong roared in a low voice. His divine sense exploded, and his eyes flickered and condensed. The shattered sword chi in the Heart Sword Realm gathered again in an instant. Although it was less than 1,000 streaks, there were still more than 300 streaks. At least, he could conserve his strength more. This was also an ability that Qianzong had slowly mastered through continuous battles. In an instant, the sword chi was replenished to 1,000 streaks. They circled around, but did not attack again. Qianzong's eyes flickered incessantly, and his mind worked at lightning speed. 1,000 streaks of sword chi in the Heart Sword Realm were obviously very powerful against the Ghost Kings. However, it was not enough to deal with the Ghost King and Mysterious Demon. To increase its power, he could increase the number of sword chi. He had named this move 1,000 Swords Greeting, but in reality, there were only 1,000 streaks of sword chi. The real 1,000 Swords Greeting should have at least 10,000 streaks of sword chi. If he could increase the number of sword chi from 1,000 to 10,000 streaks, there was no doubt that the power would increase greatly. However, Qianzong had tried before. It was very difficult to increase the number of sword chi. The appearance of the Heart Sword Realm could be said to be an experiment that he had suddenly come up with. The result was unexpected. Now, it was not so easy to increase the power of the Heart Sword Realm. At the very least, he had yet to fully understand and master the Heart Sword Realm. Since he could not increase the number of sword chi to increase the power of the Heart Sword Realm, he could only take the second path, condense. It was too scattered. Now that he had 1,000 streaks of sword chi, it was indeed very powerful. However, it was not enough because it was scattered. If he could gather all 1,000 streaks of sword chi and compress them into one streak, its power might increase greatly. However, it would be more difficult to condense them into one streak. Let's give it a try. It might work. People would often break through their own limits under desperate circumstances. This was especially true for true geniuses and geniuses. Condense. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi gathered at an astonishing speed. Qianzong immediately felt an astonishing resistance. The closer the 1,000 streaks of sword chi were to each other, the more astonishing the resistance between them was. The Ghost King Xianmo's attack also smashed through the vacuum, causing the Heart Sword Realm to tremble. Qianzong had no choice but to dodge, and the 1,000 streaks of sword chi were scattered. It's difficult to achieve success by simply condensing them. There needs to be technique. Qianzong thought to himself. However, he did not counterattack because the Ghost King Xianmo's combat power was astonishing. It would be difficult for his counterattack to kill the Ghost King Xianmo. In an instant, Qianzong thought of the Royal Divine Weapon. The way the Royal Divine Weapon was combined could be used as a reference. Inspiration surged in his mind. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi fluctuated in a unique way. They were either straight or zigzagging as they condensed towards the center. Qianzong could feel that the resistance between the sword chi had disappeared due to the unique trajectory. Condense, Qianzong went all out. His divine sense exploded, and the potential of the heart sword essence was further stimulated. 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed into one. The original 1,000 streaks of sword chi were very fine, even finer than silk. After condensing, they turned into a streak of sword chi that was as thick as a chopstick. It fluctuated endlessly and emitted a terrifying sharpness. The sword chi stopped within the heart sword domain, but the sharpness it exuded tore through the surrounding space, leaving cracks in the surrounding space. Chen Zong could feel that the power contained in the streak of sword chi was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he felt that it was difficult to completely control it. It was as if he was holding a struggling python in his hand. A silver light flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. He immediately activated the freedom state and completely controlled the streak of sword chi. Kill, with a thought, the streak of sword chi suddenly shot out at an even faster speed than before. The ghost King Xian demon had just sensed it. The moment the black light swept over, it was immediately torn apart and pierced through, along with its body. However, Chen Zong discovered that although the sword chi had pierced through the ghost King Xian demon's body and caused damage, the damage was not severe. With the ghost King Xian demon's tyrannical body and strength, he was able to withstand it and recover in a short time. He controlled the streak of sword chi and immediately shot it from behind into the ghost King Xian demon's body. This time it did not penetrate the body. Instead, it immediately dispersed after entering the body. 1,000 streaks of sword chi immediately exploded in the ghost King Xian demon's body, rushing in all directions and frantically strangling him. With this blow, the ghost King Xian demon could not help but tremble violently. Blood spurted from his mouth. In a flash, Chen Zong swung his sword. It was invisible and colorless, but it directly attacked the ghost King Xian demon. The sword chi raged in the ghost King Xian demon's body, causing severe pain and serious injuries. Faced with Chen Zong's sword, he could not completely avoid it. As his body tilted, one of his arms was suddenly cut off and flew high into the air. In an instant, Chen Zong swung his sword a second time. The ghost King Xian demon's complexion changed greatly. Without hesitation, he immediately flew back. At this moment, it was not suitable to fight again. This ghost king from the Ghost Blade division was really too strange. He completely broke common sense and the beliefs that he had lived for many years. However, the ghost King Xian demon did not suspect that the other party was not from the ghost clan. He would never have thought that the other party was actually from the human clan disguised as a ghost clan member. Otherwise, if the other party was really from the ghost clan, how could he have such amazing ability? He would have been suppressed by him long ago. He escaped. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not chase after the ghost King Xian demon because his strength was almost exhausted. In fact, he could not do anything to the ghost King Xian demon even if he chased after him. Seeing that the most powerful ghost King Xian demon had escaped, the other ghost kings were horrified. One by one, they flew back without hesitation and quickly fled. Author's note: this chapter has been updated for the new Guild Masters of League of Gods, Lian Fengshiyu and 778 Jiao. Thank you for your support. Please pay attention to the official account, 6 Dao of Depravity, and add 6 Dao's WeChat account. Take advantage of the victory. The Chaos Ghost City's army chased after them relentlessly, crushing the 35 Ghost Tribes' allied army. Chen Zong didn't stop either. With the little power he had left, he could still use it to the extreme under the self-freedom state. It was as if he was at the peak of his power. Kill. Kill, devour. Another 3 Ghost Kings died under Chen Zong's sword. The other Ghost Kings fled. During the chase, Chen Zong killed thousands of ghost generals and ghost soldiers. Seeing the ghost army fleeing, Chen Zong also used up the last bit of his power to deactivate the self-freedom state. He kept using his cultivation method to absorb the power around him. The worlds will converted it to recover his power at an amazing speed. In just 10 breaths, Chen Zong recovered 10% of his power and had amazing combat power again. Thinking of this battle, Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. The harvest was great. It was beyond imagination. In total, he killed 13 powerful ghost kings. The ghost realms that he devoured was amazing. As for the dead ghost generals and ghost soldiers, the ghost realms was nothing. Chen Zong could feel that the will of the world on his body seemed to be emitting a feeling of satisfaction after eating its fill. If he hunted the ghost kings alone, it would be very difficult to kill 13 of them. After all, most of the ghost kings would only stay in the ghost cities. They wouldn't leave easily. Once he went to the ghost cities to challenge the ghost kings. If he lost, it was very likely that he would activate the ghost realm's power and summon the ghost realm's shadow to possess him. His combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, with the ghost realm's shadow, even if he was destroyed, he would recover instantly with the help of the ghost realm's power. He was immortal. In that case, it would be more difficult for him to kill the ghost kings and devour the ghost realm's will. It was also possible to kill the ghost tribes below the ghost king and devour the ghost realm's will. However, killing 100,000 ghosts was not as effective as killing a ghost king. Sure enough, entering Chaos Ghost City and using it to create chaos in the ghost realm was the right thing to do. Otherwise, how could he devour so many ghost realm wills in such a short time? Unfortunately, most of them still managed to escape. If he could kill all 35 ghost kings, the ghost hunters' will he could devour would be many times more. Chen Zong thought with some regret. But in fact, it was a big surprise to be able to get such a reward this time. However, he reckoned that it would be very difficult for him to obtain such a great harvest in the future. Chen Zong was secretly overjoyed. While he was deep in thought, the other ghost kings breathed a sigh of relief. He had survived a disaster. Originally, they thought that this would be a fight to the death. The final result would be to be suppressed or killed, and the city would be destroyed. However, they did not expect Ghost Blade Jianxin's fighting strength to be so terrifying that even the most powerful Ghost King Xian demon had been beaten away. For a moment, the 10 Ghost Kings stared at Chen Zong with complicated expressions. Ghost King Xianlai's eyes flickered with an obscure light, seemingly suffused with a trace of killing intent. He betrayed the Ghost King tribe because he did not want to be under the Ghost King Xian demon. In Chaos Ghost City, he was the most powerful and had the strongest fighting strength. But now, a Ghost King from the Ghost Blade tribe actually had a stronger fighting strength than him. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He felt that his status in Chaos Ghost City had been affected and impacted. Most of the Ghost clan worshipped the strong and would naturally submit to the strong. If Xianlai wanted to take over Chaos Ghost City, many ghosts would be willing to follow him. These 10 Ghost Kings, including Ghost King Xianlai, were all injured. The only difference was the severity of their injuries. Those who were seriously injured had broken bodies. Those who were at death's door were like candles in the wind. However, the Ghost clan's vitality was very tenacious. As long as they were not dead, they would recover after a period of time. Chen Zong glanced at them. There was a faint flash of light in his eyes, but they did not notice it. Chaos Ghost City had won this battle. However, they had lost many ghost soldiers and ghost generals. The loss was great. They would need to recuperate from now on. After this battle, the 35 ghost tribes would not invade again in a short period of time. Chen Zong immediately returned to the Ghost Blade sect to cultivate in seclusion. The more he battled, especially when he battled against someone with strong combat strength, the more obvious the tempering effect it brought him. In addition, the will of the world was constantly devouring the will of the ghost realm to strengthen itself. It also imperceptibly improved Chen Zong's comprehension ability temporarily. Every moment, there would be a burst of inspiration. As his understanding of the One Heart Sutra deepened, the potential of the Heart Sword essence was also constantly developed. Invisibly, his fighting strength was also constantly improving. When he entered Chaos Ghost City, his fighting strength was not as good as the third seat. But now, it had slightly surpassed Ghost King Xianlai. His own foundation, the invisible enhancement of the will of the world, and the profound mystery of the One Heart Sutra. Chen Zong was completely sure that the inheritance of the One Heart Sutra was not inferior to the Heart Sword seal that he had obtained in the past. The inheritance of the One Heart True Monarch from the Will Heavenly Palace, a top force in the void of the universe, was indeed very superior. It completely surpassed the Heaven and Earth Sutra of the Eternal Battle Fort. It was much more brilliant. Compared to the God-Fiend Azure battle technique that his doppelganger Xianxia had inherited, it was not inferior at all. The purpose of cultivating in seclusion was naturally to summarize the gains from this battle. Even if he could not immediately improve his fighting strength, he could still further strengthen his accumulation and foundation, and lay a more solid foundation for the next improvement. The other ghost kings also went into seclusion. Those who were recovering from their injuries were recovering, and those who were cultivating were cultivating. The ghost mother tree was constantly growing. It's already 1,500 meters tall. Looks like it will grow to 2,000 meters in a few days. I wonder what level it will reach in the end. Chen Zong's figure flickered, silently passing by the side of the ghost mother tree. After cultivating in seclusion and tidying up, his foundation was more solid. Imperceptibly, his understanding of the One Heart Sutra deepened, and the potential of the Heart Sword essence was also more developed. Even the flower of essence and flower of God were condensed by 10%. In other words, Chen Zong's fighting strength had increased by a lot. Then, it was time to act. This time, he was going to attack the 10 ghost kings in the Chaos Ghost City one after another. If Chen Zong was a real ghost clan member, of course, he would not do this. However, Chen Zong was not a ghost clan member, but a human who temporarily transformed into a ghost clan member. He was a human who entered the ghost clan to devour the ghost clan's will. Now that it was difficult to attack the 35 divisions of the ghost clan, then, he would attack the ghost kings in the Chaos Ghost City. He would kill all of them and devour the ghost clan's will in them. However, Chen Zong's actions were secretive. He could not attract the attention of the other ghost kings. Otherwise, he might have to face the 10 ghost kings. Even if the 10 ghost kings joined forces, Chen Zong was not afraid. However, it would increase the difficulty of killing them. His first target was Ghost Flame Lai Shan of the Ghost Flame Division. He was seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Chen Zong scanned the area with his divine sense and found Ghost Flame Lai Shan's location. He sneaked in silently and was not discovered by the other ghost clan members. The Ghost Kings did not expect that Ghost Blade Jianqin would attack them. Ghost Flame Lai Shan was seriously injured. In just a few days, he had recovered a lot with the amazing vitality of the Ghost Clan. He estimated that he would be fully recovered in a few days. Appearing, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and stabbed Ghost Flame Lai Shan silently. The terrifying sword chi spread out like the roots of the Ghost Mother Tree and directly tore Ghost Flame Lai Shan into countless pieces. Chen Zong killed him, devouring the Ghost Clan's will. Then, Chen Zong left silently and went to the place where the second Ghost King was cultivating in seclusion. 1, 2, 3. This kind of killing was very easy and he could continuously devour the Ghost Clan's will. To Chen Zong, it was very satisfying. Soon, 9 of the 10 Ghost Kings were killed by Chen Zong. Only one was left, and he was also the most powerful one, Ghost King Xianxia. Ghost King Xianxia's injuries had already healed. His battle strength had completely recovered to its peak. He was very terrifying. His eyes wandered as he thought about how to deal with Ghost Blade Jianqin. With such a Ghost King, he could not sit still. He was afraid that Ghost Blade Jianqin would seize the sovereignty of Ghost City. But, how could he attack? Ghost Blade Jianqin's battle strength was very strange. Even Ghost King Xian Mo escaped with serious injuries. He was not confident that he could kill Ghost Blade Jianqin even if he joined forces with the other Ghost Kings. Ghost King Xianxia kept thinking. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. With every step, there would be a light sound of footsteps. It seemed to have some sort of rhythm, causing Ghost King Xianxia's expression to change slightly. He felt as if there was an invisible foot stepping on his heart, causing it to thump slightly. Ghost King Jianqin, what's the matter? Ghost King Xianxia hid his killing intent and asked with a smile. Kill you. Chen Zong's answer was very direct. It was so direct that Ghost King Xianxia did not expect it. He did not know how to answer. Chen Zong did not give Ghost King Xianxia much time. State of Freedom, Heart Sword Realm. Without hesitation, he immediately released the Heart Sword Realm and condensed 1,000 fine sword chi. Ghost King Xianxia's battle strength was amazing. If he wanted to kill him in the same way as before, it would be impossible. After all, the Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe were very powerful. Therefore, he could only choose to attack him directly and kill him with the Heart Sword Realm. He was now in his peak state. 1,000 Swords greeting. 10,000 swords in one. In an instant, 1,000 sword chi condensed into one. Under Chen Zong's control, it tore through the air and shot towards Ghost King Xianlai. Too fast, it was completely unexpected. Ghost King Xianlai was horrified, but he could not avoid it. He was instantly hit by the sword chi. The sword chi entered his body and exploded, crazily attacking his body. Another 1,000 sword chi appeared and condensed into one. Once again, it shot out and penetrated Ghost King Xianlai's body. The sword chi exploded. Ghost King Xianlai was severely injured by the 2 consecutive sword chi of the 1,000 swords greeting. In a flash, Chen Zong closed in and attacked with his sword. His limbs were cut off and his head was chopped off. Ghost King Xianlai did not have time to display his powerful battle strength. Under the sword chi of the 1,000 swords greeting, he lost the ability to resist. Death was the end for Ghost King Xianlai. The 1,000 swords greeting was very powerful. Once the sword chi entered the body and exploded, the Ghost King would not be able to withstand the injuries. If it were a human, they would be torn to pieces and die. Devour. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The ranking of Tongshan has reached 17. The 6th Tao of Samsara has added one more chapter. Many thanks to Lian Fengxiu. Chaos Ghost City. Unknowingly, the 10 Ghost Kings were all killed by Chen Zong. Even the most powerful Ghost King, Xianlai, was killed by Chen Zong before he could even display his strength. He felt extremely aggrieved. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how to deal with Ghost Blade Sword Heart. In the next moment, he was killed by Ghost Blade Sword Heart. It was a great irony. After devouring the wills of the Ghost Realm, Chen Zong's will of the Ghost Realm was full again. However, Chen Zong did not plan to stop there. Ghost Mother Tree, that Ghost Mother Tree was still growing. As long as he destroyed it, he could devour more wills of the Ghost Realm. In order to obtain more wills of the Ghost Hunter, Chen Zong would not show any mercy or hesitation in his actions. After recovering his strength, Chen Zong appeared beside the Ghost Mother Tree. His eyes were filled with coldness. Heart Sword Realm, 1,000 swords greeting, 10,000 swords as one, 1,000 sword chi that had been condensed to the extreme condensed into an invincible sword chi in an instant. It pierced through the flickering black light and broke through the extremely tough tree trunk. It directly shot into the tree trunk and exploded. The exploding sword chi wantonly spread out in all directions and immediately damaged the Ghost Mother Tree from the inside. 10,000 swords greeting, the second wave of 1,000 extremely condensed sword chi instantly spread out and filled the area within 1,000 meters. It was extremely sharp. This sharpness tore through the void. Kill, 1,000 extremely condensed sword chis instantly shot through the air. If it was when he had just entered the Ghost Realm, he would not be able to fight against this 1,500 meters tall Ghost Mother Tree. But now, it was totally possible. The black light spread out again and instantly covered the entire area. However, it was torn apart and penetrated by the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic tree trunk was destroyed by the countless sword chi. 10,000 swords returned to one, attacked the Ghost Mother Tree. The 10,000 swords returned to one, destroyed the Ghost Mother Tree from the outside. Screams and screams continued to reverberate in all directions, but they could not shake Chen Zong in the slightest. The top-level flower of God had condensed Chen Zong's spiritual will to the extreme. It was indestructible and unshakable. If the screams of the Ghost Mother Tree were compared to a strong gust of wind, then Chen Zong's willpower would be like a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't do anything to the mountain. It was majestic and immovable, ancient and vigorous. However, this scream alerted the other ghosts in chaotic Ghost City. Ghost generals and ghost soldiers all came to see what was going on. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Mother Tree would not scream. There was only one situation when it was under attack. If that was the case, who would dare to attack the Ghost Mother Tree? Don't you know that not only is Ghost King Xianlai overseeing this chaotic ghost city, there's also another Ghost King with even more terrifying battle prowess? When these ghost generals saw it, they were all stunned. Ghost Blade Sword Heart, it was the Ghost Blade Sword Heart who was attacking the Ghost Mother Tree. What was going on? Why did the Ghost Blade Sword Heart attack the Ghost Mother Tree, but no other Ghost Kings came to stop it? Chen Zong didn't care about this. The third wave of sword chi pierced through the air and blasted the ghost mother tree full of holes. Then, a sword slashed through the air. Half-hearted, 4 phantoms flashed in an instant. As the real body swung the sword, 5 rays of sword chi merged into one. Its power increased exponentially. Rumble, the ghost mother tree was cut in half and fell to one side, making a shocking rumbling sound. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. The entire chaotic ghost city was shaking. Wisps of black spread out from the fallen ghost mother tree. Then, they seemed to be attracted by something. They turned into a black dragon and rushed toward Chenzong. Chenzong felt his body tremble. The will of the realm in his body felt like it had eaten its fill. It was almost full. Since he became a ghost and entered the ghost region, he had absorbed more than 20 ghost kings and 2 ghost mother trees' wills. He had absorbed many ghost generals, ghost soldiers, and even ghost beasts' wills. It was a lot. What should I do next? Chenzong couldn't help but think. Then, he looked at the surrounding ghosts. Kill. Kill them all. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, there was still meat. Moreover, many little drops made an ocean. When a powerful ghost king attacked recklessly, the weaker ghost kings couldn't resist, let alone ghost generals and ghost soldiers. Kill, 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 the ghosts thought that the ghost blade sword heart had gone mad. Massacre, this was a completely one-sided slaughter. Chenzong's will was tenacious to the extreme, and it was unshakable like steel that had been tempered 100 times. Under the swaying of the peak-grade divine flower, all the negative impacts were completely resisted and dispersed. Moreover, this kind of massacre couldn't temper his will much, because the difference in level was too great. His will was unmoved, and he killed with one sword. There were 36 ghost sects in Chaos Ghost City, which corresponded to 36 tribes. Now, they were being massacred one by one. With a flash, Chenzong appeared in the sky above the Ghost Blade sect and waved his sword without hesitation. Ghost King, this is the Ghost Blade sect. A ghost general shouted in disbelief. The leader of the Ghost Blade sect was attacking the Ghost Blade sect. What was going on? Was his mind bewitched? He had never heard of it. Chenzong didn't care. He kept waving his sword. Every time he waved his sword, hundreds and thousands of ghosts were killed, as if he was cutting grass. Soon, the 36 ghost sects in Chaos Ghost City were massacred by Chenzong, turning it into a ghost city. With only one sword, Chenzong completed the feat that the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan wanted to do but couldn't. This was also because Chenzong's sword had a suppressive and destructive effect on the Ghost Clan. The sword chi technique that he had comprehended from the Ghost Mother Tree's germination had a terrifying destructive power. It was really effective against the Ghost Clan, who had strong bodies and tenacious vitality. Countless wills of the ghost realm gathered from all directions and were absorbed by the will of the world on Chenzong's body. It also fed Chenzong waves of subtle but extremely pure energy. Suddenly, his mind trembled. The will of the world on his body also fluctuated slightly, as if it was warning Chenzong. Chenzong only felt his body tremble slightly. He couldn't help but feel a cold aura spreading. A wave of malicious intent attacked him, causing his eyebrows to twitch uncontrollably and his spirit sea to surge. Danger, danger, his own reaction and the warning from the will of the world on his body made Chenzong realize that something was wrong. He was afraid that his actions had attracted the attention of the will of the ghost realm. Although he wasn't sure, the will of the ghost realm seemed to feel that something was wrong. Go! Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately turned into a black light, tore the sky apart, and rushed toward the Ghost Forest tribe at the fastest speed. That was where the Ghost Purgatory Gate was located. Leave. Although he hadn't swallowed enough wills of the ghost realm, the will of the ghost realm seemed to have noticed him. If he didn't leave now, something big would happen. Make a prompt decision, without hesitation, because if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Rumble, a fierce wind suddenly blew. Black lightning appeared in the sky, splitting the sky. The dark clouds were directly torn apart, revealing a touch of scarlet. Then, Chenzong noticed that a scarlet phantom with a single eye silently condensed in the sky and stared at him. Chenzong's entire body trembled the moment the gigantic eye stared at him. An astonishing chill seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his body, and also from the deepest part of his soul, causing him to feel extremely terrified. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Chenzong kept urging his power to maintain his speed at the highest speed. Wind and thunder surged. The bloody light spread and spread. The scarlet eye became more and more solid. Then, endless bloody light fell. Endless wind and thunder fell. Endless dark aura swept in from all directions. It was like a huge whirlpool storm, connecting the sky and the earth. It looked like a horrible dragon pillar that crossed the sky and stretched for hundreds of miles. The aura was vast and mighty, and when it spread out, it suppressed the void and the world. Cracks appeared in the surroundings. Chenzong just looked back. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and his hair standing on end. The raging bloody lightning storm condensed the terrible power that could destroy everything. Chenzong knew that if he fell into it, he would be killed in an instant. Not even his bones would be left, and his soul would scatter. In an instant, an arm broke the whirlpool storm. No matter how the storm swept, it didn't affect it at all. It was like a breeze blowing on fine steel. It didn't cause any damage. It didn't even shake a bit. What kind of arm was that? The arm was huge, and its 5 fingers were like giant pillars. The circumference of the arm alone reached an astonishing 3 meters. It was completely black, but it was covered with thick blood-red veins. The veins were undulating and coiling, like blood-red dragons circling around. Blood flowed like magma constantly. Red light flickered, and an incomparably blazing aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. A giant, it was a giant from the ghost clan with a sharp horn on its forehead. It was 100 meters tall. Its muscles were like cast iron, containing terrible power. When it was activated, it could destroy everything. The bloody veins on its body were entangled like serpents and dragons. Its blood spread like magma. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Even the whirlpool was burned. Even though he was far away, Chenzong could feel the terrible heat. It was as if it was going to burn him. His mouth was dry, his body began to heat up. The realm of freedom, Chenzong immediately entered the realm of freedom. He isolated all the negative effects. His speed also increased imperceptibly. Boom, the 100-meter-tall giant from the ghost clan stepped forward. It was hundreds of meters with each step. It didn't seem to be fast, but it was slowly increasing its speed. At first, it took 3 breaths to take a step. After a while, it took 2 breaths to take a step, as if it was adapting to its huge body. After a while, it took 2 breaths to take a step. Of course, compared with Chenzong's speed, there was a big gap. In one breath, the giant moved hundreds of meters, but Chenzong could fly as far as 10,000 meters. The distance between them was constantly increasing. I just gave little Sixtao a bath and told Lu Sa that it would end at 12 o'clock in the evening, so he would probably be ranked 17th and wouldn't be able to increase any further. I'm both regretful and happy at the same time. I'm regretful that I can't continue, but I'm also glad that little Sixtao can finally have a good rest. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face again in the blink of an eye. I'm so excited that I feel like I'm floating in the air. Boom, 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 the ground shook as if an earthquake was coming. Dust and smoke billowed as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The dust and smoke formed a straight line. It didn't go around at all. It just charged straight ahead. Chenzong kept flying forward. The 100-meter-tall giant kept chasing after him. Its speed was getting faster and faster. From 1 step per 3 breaths to 1 step per 2 breaths, then 1 step per breath. Now, it took 10 steps per breath. The faster it moved, the more shocking and terrifying its movements were. Everything in its path was completely flattened by the 100-meter-tall ghost clan giant. It rampaged through everything and completely flattened everything. The small ghost tribes along the way had only just felt the terrifying tremors, and before they could react, they immediately felt a shockingly high temperature sweep over them, as if a volcano had erupted. The temperature was shocking and terrifying. It seemed to burn everything. The ghosts whose combat strength was not yet at the level of the ghost soldiers felt like their blood was ignited under the high temperature. Screams came one after another. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts of the small tribes were covered in blood-red flames. With the high temperature as the catalyst, blood as the source. Burn, in the blink of an eye, the ghosts were burned to ashes. Trample, destroy, destroy. What's that? Monster. The ghost clansmen guarding the ghost city were all shocked. A few ghost kings also attacked. The high temperature swept over, making their mouths dry as if they were about to burn. It was extremely uncomfortable. The ghost king stared dumbfoundedly at the huge figure that kept approaching. The blood-red tendons on the figure's body were constantly surging with lava-like blood. They seemed to be boiling, burning wantonly, burning everything, burning everything. Burn! Burn, burn, the surrounding void was distorted by the burning. From afar, it looked like a flaming ghost god covered in a layer of red flames. Ghost god mighty force. Without hesitation, a ghost king immediately activated the ghost god's mighty force accumulated in the ghost city and summoned the ghost god's shadow to possess him. Kill. The ghost kings immediately joined forces and attacked. The huge flaming ghost-like figure charged straight at them without any intention of taking a detour. That terrifying aura caused them to feel even more terrified. If they did not resist it, Ghost City would probably be destroyed directly. Thus, they had to take action and take the initiative to intercept him. When several ghost kings joined forces, especially when a ghost king summoned a ghost god phantom to possess his body, his battle prowess increased by several times, which was even more astonishing. Boom, the ghost kings directly used their innate abilities and erupted with all their strength, directly attacking. Ripples appeared in the void, and even cracks appeared, quickly spreading out. However, when these tyrannical attacks hit the huge figure, they were immediately dispersed. They were unable to harm the terrifying flaming figure at all. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The ghost kings were all stunned. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Unexpectedly, their attacks were completely ineffective. They were completely blocked. How could this be? Boom, the flaming ghost-like figure also counterattacked in an instant. He blasted out a palm, sweeping across the sky and rolling up a terrifying bloody flame storm. Even if the ghost kings were possessed by the ghost god phantom and their battle prowess increased by several times, it was of no use. They were completely defeated in just one exchange and turned into ashes. Push, once the ghost kings died, Ghost City lost its top battle prowess. The remaining ghost soldiers and ghost generals fled in all directions. The city walls were directly breached, unable to stop the flaming ghost-like figure at all. Everything was smashed and melted by the high temperature. The heat became more and more intense, and the impact continued to spread. Shenzong felt the danger at all times. It was too terrifying, a ghost city was destroyed just like that. This kind of power could not be resisted at all. Even if he had the Heart Seal treasure robe on him to weaken the attack, the remaining 30% was enough to turn him into ashes in an instant. Run, he had never thought that such a crisis would occur. Could it be that he had acted too quickly? He had devoured too much of the Ghost Realm's will in an instant, so much so that it had attracted the attention of the Ghost Realm's will. It realized that something was wrong and counterattacked. That was possible, however, Shenzong was also worried that the more time passed, the more variables there would be. That was why he had sped up. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. It was too late to say anything now. Moreover, if he had to do it again, Shenzong would choose to devour the Ghost Realm's will as soon as possible to complete this mission and leave the Purgatory Ghost Realm as soon as possible to return to Tianyuan Sacred Region. No matter what, he had to leave now. He had to leave the Purgatory Ghost Realm as soon as possible and return to Tianyuan Sacred Region. Only by returning to Tianyuan Sacred Region would he be safe. Otherwise, if he was caught here, he would be turned into ashes in one strike. Everything would be for naught. Fast, the speed of the flaming ghost-like figure was getting faster and faster. In just a breath, it had crossed dozens of meters. Every step it took could cross thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, it could cross tens of thousands of meters. Wherever it passed, people were plunged into misery and suffering, leaving a thick black trail on the ground. It was as if a thick brush had been drawn on a white paper. It was very clear. Pursuit, relentless pursuit, the more it chased, the more furious it became. The more furious it was, the more intense the scarlet flames burned on its body. Burn, 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 burn everything, burn everything, complete annihilation. As the speed of the flaming ghost-like figure increased, the distance between them was constantly shortening. An astonishingly high temperature swept over. Qianzong felt as if his body was about to be set on fire. He used his cultivation method to constantly eliminate the burning invasion. Accelerate, 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 he had to fly at a faster speed. Qianzong found that although the yin-yang seamless body technique was amazing, it was more suitable for fighting than long-distance flying. Moving in a straight line is the fastest, but that's what I know in the past. The trajectory of the heartbeat chainsword is an arc, which is faster than moving in a straight line. Under the strong sense of crisis, Qianzong's mind became more and more condensed, as if it had been condensed to the extreme. With the temporary boost from the will of the world, a spiritual light emerged. Suddenly, the trajectory of Qianzong's body began to change. He was no longer moving in a straight line, but he was moving in an arc. However, his speed did not decrease because of this. Instead, it increased under the same distance. This meant that Qianzong's speed was indeed increasing. Almost one arc leap would cover a distance of about 10,000 meters. He had to fly again. At first, he was unfamiliar with it. However, with continuous comprehension and application, he improved rapidly, which was extremely amazing. One arc leap was 10,000 meters. This was the best distance. If it was too long, the arc would be enlarged. Once it was enlarged, it would affect time imperceptibly and reduce the speed in disguise. 10,000 meters was just right. This was the most suitable distance. With 10,000 meters as a segment, the connection between each segment had to be perfect. Suddenly, Qianzong turned into a curve and kept flying in the void. He was like a snake, but also like a swimming dragon. Unknowingly, Qianzong's speed increased by another 30%. Qianzong's speed was already extremely fast. After the 30% increase, it was even more amazing. Even the top ghost kings like the ghost kings and mysterious demons could not compare with Qianzong's speed. The distance was increased again. Fast, Qianzong was getting closer and closer to the ghost forest tribe. Approaching, the flaming ghost deity's speed was also increasing constantly, and it let out a furious roar. In an instant, Qianzong rushed over and directly entered the city of the ghost forest tribe. He went to the place where the purgatory ghost gate was sealed. The first thing to do was to lift the seal. This would take some time. The terrifying flaming ghost deity was chasing after him at an amazing speed. Everything along the way was turned into ashes. The crisis was getting closer and closer. Qianzong was not anxious. He was calm. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he needed to be calm. Only in this way could the seal be lifted. In fact, it was not difficult to lift the seal. It was just that the crisis was getting closer and closer, and he felt that every second was like a year. Everything was a psychological change. Extreme calmness. The seal was being lifted rapidly. It would take about 3 breaths. However, the flaming ghost deity was approaching and had already rushed into the city. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the seal was lifted. At the same time, the flaming ghost deity punched out. The terrifying fist force was filled with extreme flames that burned everything. Wherever it passed, the void was directly shattered into countless pieces. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong's figure flashed as he charged into the Purgatory's ghost realm gate. He felt a terrifying rumble behind him as an indescribable heat spread out, almost turning him into ashes. So close, it was just a little bit. A little bit of time difference was the difference between life and death. Not long after, Qianzong rushed out of the Purgatory Ghost Gate and returned to the Supreme Mystery World. As soon as he returned to the Supreme Mystery World, Qianzong immediately felt a familiar aura. The body of the Ghost Clan was also rapidly transforming, returning to the original appearance of the human clan. Sure enough, he still preferred the aura of the Supreme Mystery World. The aura of the Ghost City was also much weaker. I'm back. Xianxia, who had been guarding the Purgatory Ghost Gate, smiled. After not seeing him for a while, his aura had become more profound and unfathomable. I'm back. Qianzong nodded, a little intoxicated by the aura here. Immediately, the world will on his body also peeled off and condensed into an illusory shadow, looking much more solid than before. Now, let's work together to close the Purgatory Ghost Gate. Just as Qianzong, Xianxia, and the world were about to close the Purgatory Ghost Gate, a sudden change occurred. An extremely blazing aura suddenly turned into flames and rushed out of the Purgatory Ghost Gate, sweeping everything. The terrifying heat seemed to melt everything. Immediately after, a 3-meter-thick arm covered in magma veins emerged from the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was burning with terrifying flames and rumbled as if the world itself was about to collapse. Destruction, filled with a terrifying destructive aura, it spread out and shrouded all directions. It was the arm of the flaming ghost deity. It had chased them to this point, and one of its arms had broken into the supreme mystery world. If they didn't stop it, it was very likely that the other party would enter the supreme mystery world through the Purgatory Ghost Gate. At that time, it would be a real disaster. Attack, 3 hearts 2 minds sword technique, 10,000 swords in one. Qianzong immediately burst out without holding back. Qianxia's body also suddenly erupted with a terrifying and ferocious aura. Azure Moon Slashing. The Azure Moon Slashing sword was pitch black, and the crescent moon split the sky. Its power was unparalleled. Supreme Tao Will. Qianzong could not help but be shocked. When his original body was in the Purgatory realm, the connection between him and his doppelganger was like being separated by 2 realms. It was temporarily cut off, so he did not know about the other's situation. He did not expect that Qianxia's Tao Will had also transformed into a Supreme Tao Will. Divine Fiend Tao Will. This was a Tao Will that was formed by the Divine Fiend Tao Will absorbing the last of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl's power. It was closely related to the Divine Fiend Azura. Battle Technique. The power that the Divine Fiend Tao Will could unleash when combined with the Divine Fiend battle technique surpassed direct superposition, and there was an obvious increase in power. And this sword also broke through the original 20% power condensation, reaching 30%. It was even more terrifying, as if nothing in the world could block this sword. There are thousands of sword techniques, but I only choose one slash, the ultimate slash. The power that burst out from this extreme sword was extremely terrifying. Qianzong estimated that the power of this sword was enough to directly split a top ghost king like Ghost King Xianlai. The Divine Fiend battle technique attached to it was fierce and domineering, and it was enough to quickly obliterate Ghost King Xianlai's extremely vigorous life force. In other words, Qianxia's Azure Moon Slashing sword had a terrifying power that was not inferior to the 10,000 swords in one. The original body and doppelganger attacked with all their might, and the void instantly shattered. The strength of the space in Tianyuan sacred region was far inferior to the Purgatory realm. However, such a powerful attack hit, the flaming ghostly arm was only slightly broken. The burning flames on it only left a faint scar on the arm. That was all. Horrifying, Qianzong and Qianxia were extremely horrified. Why was it so strong? Both of them unleashed their strongest attacks, but it was still difficult to do anything to the other party. How could they fight? You guys stop it, I will close the ghost gate. The voice of the worlds will ring in Qianzong and Qianxia's ears. If that was the case, then let's attack again. Explode, explode, exploding with all his strength, Qianzong even used the Royal Spirit Strike. Of course, the current Royal Spirit Strike was not as powerful as the 10,000 swords in one, but it was still a very powerful technique. As for Qianxia, he used one slash. Azure Moon Slashing sword, ultimate slash. Although their attacks were unable to harm the arm, to a certain extent, they were able to delay it and intercept it. This would buy time for the world will to close the Purgatory's ghost realm gate. The gate of hell slowly closed under the power of the will of the world. It was irresistible and irreversible. This part of the world, this part of space-time, was closely connected to the world will. If the space-time of this world was the body, then the will of the world was the soul. They were interdependent and indispensable. Previously, when the world will fell into a deep slumber, it was as if a person had turned into a vegetable. Now that he had woken up, it meant that he had recovered, but his strength was still not enough. He was still very weak, and his control over his own body was also very weak. That was why he needed the help of Qianzong and the others. If he recovered to a certain extent, he would be able to summon a flaming demon to chase after Qianzong, just like the Purgatory Ghost Realm. If he was even stronger, he might have been able to kill him directly. The purgatory ghost realms will had been swallowed by the world will on Chenzong's body. Its power had decreased a lot. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether Chenzong could escape. Although the world will had not recovered to its peak, it had recovered a lot. Compared to when it had just woken up, it was many times stronger. It had more obvious control over the spacetime of this part of the world. Close, the flaming demon's arm continued to erupt with tyrannical power, trying to expand the gate of hell, but it could not stop it from closing. It was completely closed, the flaming demon's arm could not leave and was directly cut off. Chenzong and Xianxia also breathed a sigh of relief. They suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in their bodies, and their essence, qi, and spirit were almost depleted. The world will's phantom immediately swallowed the ghost realms will contained in the flaming demon's arm. It was very tyrannical. It was not inferior to the more than 20 ghost kings that Chenzong had killed. When it finished swallowing, Chenzong could see that the phantom of the world will had become more solid. It was obvious that it had improved again. The ghost realms will had been swallowed. The terrifying arm also lost all its power and became wrinkled. However, it still exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was ferocious and could suppress everything. This broken arm that had lost the ghost realms was useless to the world will. Xianxia kept it. The power on it could be absorbed and refined to improve the divine fin de jour battle technique. Thank you. The voice of the world will's phantom sounded. It was deep and vigorous, with unparalleled charm. We both took what we needed. Chenzong responded. It was indeed so. As for the polite words to build a good relationship with the world will and so on, to Chenzong, it did not exist. The world will had always been fair and just. Unless there was a special reason, it was almost impossible to build a good relationship with it. There was no need to waste time and effort. Of course, if his path ended here, it would be necessary to waste time and effort. But no, his path was in the void of the universe. When do you want to comprehend the world's origin? The world will's phantom asked. He also did not intend to build a good relationship with Chenzong. It did not exist either. Now. Chenzong's eyes flashed and he replied without hesitation. After experiencing countless battles, he had constantly improved and had reached a limit. Chenzong felt that if he wanted to continue to break through, unless there was a great opportunity, it would take a lot of time. Comprehending the world's origin was a great opportunity. Comprehending it now was also to strike while the iron was hot. Now, the Purgatory Ghost Gate was closed, and the Purgatory Ghost Realm was in great chaos because of Chenzong. They had suffered heavy losses. Not only did Chenzong directly kill more than 20 ghost kings, but 3 ghost cities were also destroyed because of the flaming ghost god, excluding the ghost city of the Ghost Forest tribe. The number of ghost kings that died like this increased by nearly 10. It could be said that the Purgatory Ghost Realm suffered heavy losses after this battle. In addition, the Purgatory Ghost Gate was closed, so they could not open it again and invade the Tianyuan Sacred Realm again. Moreover, the world will of the Tianyuan Sacred Realm had not only awakened, but also recovered a lot of its power. The strength of the space had also increased significantly. Although it was not as strong as the Purgatory Ghost Realm, it would not be a problem to reach half of the Purgatory Ghost Realm's strength. The higher the strength of the space, the more difficult it would be to open the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was safe, it was finally safe. The Shura sect should return to the territory of Tailuo City. But before that, they had to disperse the dark aura in the territory of Tailuo City. With the Purgatory Ghost Gate closed, this was not a difficult task. Xianxia left to relocate the Shura sect, and Chenzong disappeared in an instant. He was taken to the depths of the world by the world will. In another place, the heavenly god Gong's body was covered in golden light, as if flames were burning fiercely. In an instant, wisps of aura spread from all directions. The aura on the heavenly god Gong's body also gradually changed, becoming more mysterious. This mysterious aura continued to deepen, causing the aura on his body to become more and more powerful. The burning golden flames seemed to carry with them an indestructible will. Indestructible, the heavenly god Gong felt that the power contained in his body could shatter the vacuum and destroy the world. The depths of the world were grotesque and variegated, like a kaleidoscope. Countless colors flashed in. front of one's eyes, and countless rays of light surrounded one's body. It was dark and dim, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Chenzong continued to go deeper under the guidance of the world will. Looking around, he suddenly felt dazzled. It seemed like he was passing through a space-time tunnel, but it also didn't seem like it. All in all, the mysterious aura around him was indescribable. He had not really reached the depths of the world, but there were already such gorgeous sceneries on the way. Chenzong could feel that the countless colors contained astonishing mysteries. If he comprehended it, he would also gain a lot. However, since he could go to the depths of the world to comprehend the origin of the world, the effect would be more than 10 times better. Chenzong was looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of benefits he would gain from comprehending the origin of the world. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong also noticed that the colorful colors around him had become sparse. Gradually, they turned into clear light, rippling gently like water. This is the depths of the world. That is the origin of the world. Go ahead and comprehend it. The voice of the world will entered Chenzong's ears, and then it fell silent. There was only one chance. Chenzong immediately stared ahead. In front of him was like a lake. The lake water was clear, and it was suffused with a faint brilliance. The clear light rippled like water, like a cool breeze blowing past. It was indescribably comfortable and natural, and indescribably deep and unfathomable. This was the origin of the world. The origin of the world carried the power of the world. It was like the life force of the world. It was the power of the deepest level of life. When the world was asleep, the world still existed and continued to operate. It was just that it was relatively lifeless. However, if it lost its origin, the entire world would collapse, be destroyed, and disappear. The life force and the mystery of power of a world would be concentrated in the origin of the world. In short, when a cultivator cultivated and comprehended the mystery of heaven and earth, it was just like comprehending a trace of aura emitted by the origin of the world. That aura seemed to be separated by layers of voids and emitted from the deepest part of the world. It was emitted to the point where one could comprehend it. It was unknown how many times weaker it was. In some places, the mystery of heaven and earth was stronger because it was less weakened. But now, Chenzong directly appeared in front of the origin of the world. He stared at and comprehended the origin of the world in the most direct way. This was not weakened at all. Heart Sword Seal, Heart Sutra, comprehension of the origin of the world, these three could be placed side by side. Any one of them was enough to create a top genius and a top expert, not to mention the combination of the three. Imperceptibly, it made Chenzong's potential reach an even more amazing level, and it built an incomparably solid foundation for him to become an expert in the future. Comprehension, eliminating all distracting thoughts, Chenzong began to calm his mind, hold his breath, and concentrate. His eyes were suffused with a trace of divine light. He stared ahead and started to comprehend. As soon as he started to comprehend, Chenzong immediately felt countless mysteries rushing directly into his spirit sea and into the depths of his soul. Chenzong could not help but tremble. He felt that it was unbearable. All the yin qi in the territory of Tai Luo City had disappeared, and the sky was clear and bright. Not only that, but the concentration of the qi of heaven and earth in the entire Taishan realm continued to rise, and so did its purity. It was already twice as high as before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan, and it continued to strengthen. The denser and purer the qi of heaven and earth was, the more significant it was. For ordinary people, it could strengthen their bodies, prolong their lives, and prevent them from getting sick. Even their descendants would become more outstanding and more suitable for cultivation. In this way, the chances of geniuses being born would be higher than before. If this continued, it was hard to say whether there would be top geniuses like Sky God Gong or Chenzong, but the number of geniuses and even peerless geniuses would definitely continue to increase. Overall, they would only become stronger and stronger. This was an overall, comprehensive improvement. For cultivators, it was easier to absorb the qi of heaven and earth. Whether it was the improvement of cultivation or the practice of cultivation methods, it would be more efficient than before. Moreover, they could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly and even more deeply. All in all, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. This was brought about by the awakening of the will of the world and the gradual recovery of its power. As for the territory of Tai Luo City, which was directly invaded by the Purgatory Ghost clan, it suffered the most damage, but after recovery, the benefits were also the most obvious. It was as if it had been destroyed and rebuilt. Not long after, the broken land in the territory of Tai Luo City began to recover, and a dense forest grew. It was lush and full of vitality. Before, the chi of heaven and earth and the mysteries of heaven and earth in the territory of Tai Luo City were completely incomparable to those in the territory of Taishan City. But now, it began to catch up. Perhaps it would catch up, or perhaps even surpass. Under the leadership of Xianxia, the Shura clan, from the clan leader to the disciples, once again moved back to the territory of Tai Luo City and Shura Peak. Because Xianxia was the first to detect the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan and immediately made corresponding arrangements, the losses were minimal. Coupled with the flexible combat and hunting of the Shura Ghost hunting group, although there were some losses, relatively speaking, the gains were greater. For example, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong and the Heaven Battering King, whose combat strength was originally at the elite 6-star level, wanted to break through to the 7-star level. With the normal speed of cultivation, who knew how much time and energy it would take, and they might not succeed in the end. It was possible that he would be stuck at the peak of 6-star for the rest of his life. But now, both the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King had reached the level of elite 7-star, and their 7 battle stars were all silver-white. This fighting strength was many times stronger than in the past. All of this was because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost race. As long as the surviving cultivators were able to obtain the essence of the Purgatory Ghoul's origin, they would be able to obtain a clear increase in strength. Or, they would be able to achieve a breakthrough because of the awakening of the world will, causing the world's yuan qi and the mysteries of the world to become richer. All in all, the surviving cultivators had become stronger because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls. It feels great to be back in Azura Foam. A disciple stood on the Azura Peak, breathing in the familiar and dense aura. He couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. To the disciples, the sect was their home. Previously, they had no choice but to move and temporarily set up their sect in another place. However, that was only temporary. It was still temporary. Once it was defined as a temporary sect, everyone would also think so in their hearts. If it wasn't home, they wouldn't feel at ease. Now, they were finally back in Azura Foam, the real sect of the Azura sect. Everyone felt a sense of security. This would undoubtedly be beneficial to the cultivators' cultivation. Now that they were back in Azura Foam, the Azura Secret Realm could be opened again. With the Azura Secret Realm, the strength of the Azura sect would continue to grow. Moreover, the cultivation environment of the current Tai Luo City was comparable to that of the highest mystery realm. In the future, the Azura sect would definitely surpass the peak of the ancient Azura sect and even become one of the top forces in the highest mystery realm. After bringing all the members of the Azura sect back to Azura Foam in Tai Luo City, Xianxia's mission was completed. Sooner or later, he would have to leave and head to the depths of the universe to find the other inheritances left behind by the Nirvana Sword Master. Therefore, Xianxia would try his best not to interfere with the affairs of the Azura sect. He would let them make their own decisions. If they encountered any difficulties, they would have to solve it themselves unless there was no other way. After entering the Azura Secret Realm, Xianxia took out the severed arm of the flaming ghost god and started to use the divine fiend Azura battle technique to absorb the ferocious power contained in it. This power was very high-end. Compared to the power that the Ghost King had mastered, it was a level higher. It was most suitable for cultivating the divine fiend Azura battle technique. The divine fiend Azura battle technique was very advanced. It mainly cultivated the power of the divine fiend Azura and strengthened the body. Of course, it wasn't a cultivation technique of the body. Therefore, this strengthening didn't make the body like a cultivator of the body. Instead, it raised the level of life. In other words, it allowed Xianxia's body to continuously improve. Azura body, it could also be called the Azura spirit body, endless years, endless cultivation. While Xianxia was cultivating in the Azura secret realm, the heavenly god Gong was also cultivating. The golden flames on his body seemed to be inextinguishable, burning like an eternal divine flame. His body's potential was constantly stimulated, and his spirit body was slowly improving. Body constitution was very helpful to cultivators. Those with excellent body constitutions would have a smooth sailing cultivation, especially when they were blessed with great fortune. The heavenly god Gong felt that his body's potential was constantly being stimulated. His body was also constantly improving, and his combat power was becoming more and more powerful. Chenzong. The heavenly god Gong's eyes stared ahead. They seemed to be able to pierce through the void, burning with eternal golden flames. Chenzong. Jiandi Chenzong. This was the obsession in the deepest part of his heart. It was a thorn, a shadow. No matter what, he had to defeat Chenzong. Only then could he remove the thorn in his heart and remove the shadow in his heart. Soon, very soon, when he finished cultivating, his combat power would increase greatly. When he reached the peak, it would be time to defeat Jiandi Chenzong. In the deepest part of the world, a clear light spread out like a lake. It seemed to be rippling in the wind. The aura that spread out was extremely mysterious, and Chenzong was completely intoxicated by it. The mysteries were endless, and it was extremely direct and intense. Just by comprehending it, countless mysteries rushed into his divine sea. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if his divine sea was going to explode. There were too many mysteries. Chenzong was so scared that he immediately stopped comprehending. Although he was prepared, it was still unexpected. It was really too intense. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless, but human cultivation was not like that. There had to be a choice. If one didn't make a choice and was too greedy, wanting this and that, the end result would be nothing. After all, there were too many mysteries in heaven and earth. There were too many to count. Moreover, every mystery was worth comprehending. They were extremely profound. Even with Chenzong's astonishing comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend all the mysteries. He had to choose the ones that were most useful to him. Feel carefully and feel the mysteries that were closely related to him. First, the cultivation method. The Taichu sword origin technique was now at the 8th level, but he still hadn't condensed the flower of extremity. This meant that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Then, he had to create the 9th level. The difficulty of creating the 9th level was very high. If he didn't have any opportunities, Chenzong estimated that he would have to spend a lot of time. But the opportunity was right in front of him. He had to grab it. Maybe I can take this opportunity to further optimize the Taichu sword origin technique. Chenzong suddenly had an idea. The level of the Taichu sword origin technique was about the same as heaven and earth execution technique. But compared to the divine fiend de jour battle technique, it was much weaker. Of course, Chenzong didn't dare to hope to improve the Taichu sword origin technique to the level of the divine fiend de jour battle technique. But after fighting so many battles and obtaining such opportunities to comprehend the origin of the world, it would be of great help to the perfection of his foundation. He could take this opportunity to further optimize the Taichu sword origin technique. Maybe he could condense the top-level flower of extremity. The difference between the top level and the top level was very obvious. If the original Taichu sword origin technique was given to the 9th level, he would probably only be able to condense the top-level flower of extremity. This wasn't what Chenzong was after. Comprehend, throw away the other mysteries and just focus on the technique, and draw out the mysteries that were closely related to it. That was the mysteries of the sword. Taichu, sword, a feeling of the beginning of the world filled his heart, his spirit ocean, and his soul. Chenzong continuously came into contact with it, comprehended it, and grasped it. Suddenly, Chenzong seemed to see a flash of sword light cut through the dark void. Instantly, the clear air rose, and the turbid air sank. That flash of sword light came from nowhere, and no one knew where it ended. It flashed past, and the darkness was torn apart. Heaven and earth were opened. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to have seen the birth of this world. The clear air rose to the sky, the turbid air sank to the ground. When heaven and earth were opened, it became clear. But in the middle, there was still chaos. This was the embryonic form of heaven and earth. The Taichu sword origin technique takes endless sharpness, the sharpness that can split heaven and earth, tearing everything apart, and is unstoppable. A flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared. But it seems to be more than that. The Taichu sword origin technique is the premise of splitting heaven and earth. After that, it is the evolution of heaven and earth. Comprehend. As he continued to comprehend, endless mysteries emanated from the origin of the world, allowing Chenzong to come into contact with it more directly and comprehend it. Chenzong immediately realized that his previous Taichu sword origin technique seemed to have deviated. No, it shouldn't be said to be a deviation. The path was correct, but it was a little shallow. It didn't go deeper, and it didn't really develop the potential that it should have. Splitting heaven and earth, evolving heaven and earth, this was the correct path of the Taichu sword origin technique. Rising from chaos, opening at Taichu, the sword master of heaven and earth, this was the true Taichu sword origin technique. For updates from 17th to 13th are complete. Thank you to Arvin Liu for your support. In the depths of the world, in front of the world origin, a series of roars suddenly sounded from Chenzong's body. It was as if a storm was raging, and the momentum was shocking. The Taichu sword origin continued to circulate, and Chenzong's body also trembled slightly. The first level of the Taichu sword origin technique, circulate, it was as if he had broken the shackles and started cultivating again. The first level, the second level, the third level, level after level, he cultivated again and again. The first 3 levels were still the foundation. At the 4th level, he felt that the Taichu sword origin had undergone some strange changes. It was still sharp, and it could tear through everything. It was as if the world was being split open. His meridians and other things were all being torn apart by the constant impact. At the 5th level, the sharpness was even more tyrannical and shocking. At the 6th level, the sharpness seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Circulate, circulate, circulate. Circulate endlessly, circulate endlessly. The Taichu sword origin cultivated at the 6th level was already comparable to the previous 8th level. Its power was very shocking. This meant that the Taichu sword origin technique had a very significant improvement. The 7th level, Chenzong began to break through to the 7th level. The 7th level had new mysteries. The first level to the 3rd level of the Taichu sword origin technique was the foundation. A solid foundation would give more potential for future cultivation. The 4th level to the 6th level was the extreme sharpness that could split open the world. But what about after splitting open the world? That would be the evolution of the world. The 7th level was the beginning of the evolution of the world. As the understanding emerged, the Taichu sword origin seemed to become violent, as if it wanted to tear Chenzong's body apart. In an instant, the power hidden deep in Chenzong's body seemed to be drawn. It flowed out like a stream. This power was the pure origin power that Chenzong received after he entered the purgatory ghost realm as a purgatory ghost. It was a very high-level power that was many levels higher than the original essence of the ghost realm. This power was hidden in Chenzong's body and kept accumulating. Chenzong had been thinking about how to use these dormant powers to improve himself. Because after returning to the highest profundity realm, Chenzong also tried a little, but found that it was difficult to mobilize. The power was dormant in the deepest part of his body, and could only be felt. Who would have thought that he would actually take the initiative to appear here? Chenzong's meridians were torn apart by the 7th level of the Taichu sword essence. Even his muscles were torn apart. He felt as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords, and he was in excruciating pain. The energy that lay dormant in the depths of his body surged out in succession, transforming into a violent tide that swept out and struck every part of his body. Everywhere it passed, the places that had been torn apart by the sword energy healed. Chenzong suddenly felt that as his body was torn apart by the sword origin and then healed by the extremely high-end origin energy, his physique had also changed and improved. This kind of transformation was different from the transformation of body refinement techniques. The body refining cultivation method was to constantly improve oneself. Through bitter cultivation and various resources, one could make up for their innate deficiencies and constantly improve themselves. However, the transformation and improvement at this moment was even more brilliant. It was a leap in the level of life. It was deeper and more profound. It was also more brilliant. This kind of transformation was very mysterious and difficult to describe in words. He did not resist or struggle, but went along with the transformation. It came from the perception of the heart, and this transformation was very beneficial to him. The 7th level of the Taichu sword essence continued to operate. This kind of power had already surpassed the original 8th level. In addition to the extreme sharpness, there was also a kind of mysterious transformation in his body. It was as if his body was a piece of chaos. Wherever the sword energy passed, it tore apart everything, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth were evolving, his body was constantly being torn apart. Every time it was torn apart, origin energy would surge in and repair it, causing it to improve unknowingly. Transformation of the cultivation method, transformation of the body, this kind of feeling was as if his physique was improving. It was very similar, in the lineage of heaven and earth in the eternal battle fort, his physique of heaven and earth had undergone many body improvements. Therefore, this kind of feeling was very clear, as if it was branded. Could it be that his body was transforming into some kind of physique? Xianxia was very clear that his body did not have any special bloodline or physique. It was just an ordinary body. Although the heart sword seal had cleansed his meridians and washed his marrow, it was only an improvement and optimization. He did not have any special bloodline or physique. For a cultivator, it was very important to have a bloodline or physique talent. It was a kind of innate talent and an innate advantage. Of course, Xianxia did not care much about whether he had any special bloodline or physique talent. If he had it, he would have it. If he did not, he would not have it. Everything would be natural. Because even if he did not have any special bloodline or physique talent, Xianxia was confident that with his comprehension, talent, and hard work, he would continue to move forward and surpass many people. Just like in the past until now, there were many people who were more outstanding than him but were later overtaken by him, and even left far behind. Taking a step back, if he could have a suitable bloodline or physique talent, his cultivation path would be smoother. Right now, he felt as if a special physique talent was being born. It seemed to be a special physique talent that was closely related to the power of the Taichu sword source technique. If that was the case, then the power of the Taichu sword source would be increased correspondingly. At first, it was the meridians and muscles that were being torn. Then, it went deeper and deeper. His bones were being torn, his marrow was being torn, and his organs were being torn. Later on, Xianxia felt that the flowing blood seemed to be torn as well. Blood could be torn, it sounded unbelievable, but it was exactly so. Blood was made up of many small things. Now, what was being torn were the things that made up the blood. After being torn, the power of the origin that was fed back by the devouring of the demon ghosts will immediately surged into the blood and repaired it. After the repair, it was strengthened. This was a depth that could not be reached by a body refining technique. This was a kind of improvement from the level of the essence of life. Destruction and construction, the tearing of the Taichu sword source was destruction. The restoration of the power of the origin was construction. There was no construction without destruction, where there was destruction, there was construction, destruction and construction. While his body was changing and slowly giving birth to physical talents, it was also fed back into the technique, causing the 7th level of the Taichu sword source technique to continuously improve. Xianxia estimated that the 7th level of the new Taichu sword source technique would be comparable to the 9th level that had not been created yet. It might even have surpassed the 9th level in terms of profundity. This was because the original Taichu sword source technique only had the profundity of extreme sharpness. Now, in addition to extreme sharpness, the Taichu sword source technique also had the profundity of evolving heaven and earth. Under the endless profundity and inspiration, Xianxia even thought that the subsequent Taichu sword source technique would exceed the level of evolving heaven and earth. It would have even more profound profundity. However, that should be the level of the subsequent technique, which was still far from his current level. But it was like a seed that had already been planted. When the time was right, it would sprout and break through the soil. The 7th level of the Taichu sword source technique, high-end power of the origin, between the two, there was a cycle. In an instant, the Taichu sword source technique reached the peak of the 7th level. Under the endless flashes of inspiration, all kinds of profundities exploded in Xianxia's mind. The 8th level, the profundity of the 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique had been comprehended. In an instant, the technique broke through. Once it broke through, the circulation of the Taichu sword source technique became even more profound. At the 7th level, it only tore apart the inside and outside of the body, causing changes to occur. The 8th level was even deeper and more thorough. At the same time, Chenzong felt that as the 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique was circulating, threads of Taichu sword source technique began to combine with the shockingly high-end power of the origin and gather within his body. It was above the sea of qi. It was a ball of illusory shadow, filled with countless air currents. It looked gray and chaotic, but if one looked more closely, there seemed to be clear air and turbid air slowly separating inside. The clear air was slowly rising, while the turbid air was slowly sinking. The embryonic form of heaven and earth, this was the embryonic form of heaven and earth, and it had actually appeared within his body. This made Chenzong feel extremely incredulous. It was simply unbelievable. Vaguely, Chenzong realized that he seemed to have created an incredible technique. Perhaps it was not as strong as the divine fin de jour battle technique now, but it would definitely not be inferior in the future. It might even surpass it. Circulate, the 8th level of the Taichu sword source technique continued to circulate, further tearing apart Chenzong's body from the inside and outside. The tearing became more and more thorough, and at the moment of tearing, it was immediately replenished by the power of the origin. Rumbling sounds continuously came from Chenzong's body, as if it contained countless storms, countless thunderbolts, and countless raging flames. Chenzong could feel that his body was transforming even further. Upgrade, unparalleled upgrade, limitless improvement. However, the pure energy of the origin he got from swallowing the ghost hunter's will wasn't inexhaustible. Each time, it was just a flow of energy. Although many little drops made a mickle, it wasn't a lot. As Chenzong continued to recover, the tearing inside and outside of his body also continued to be consumed. There seemed to be a cracking sound, and countless cracks appeared on Chenzong's skin. These were cracks that spread from the inside of his body to the surface of his skin. His entire body looked like a porcelain that had been smashed. Light flashed and flowed. The power of the origin covered Chenzong from the inside out, and a layer of light spread over his body. It was like flowing water, unfathomable and mysterious. In fact, the power that he received from devouring the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm belonged to the power of the origin of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It was even more advanced than the power of the origin of the world in Tianyuan Sacred Region. It was also because it was too advanced that Chenzong could not take the initiative to use it for the time being. It just so happened that by chance, he had comprehended the origin of the world in Tianyuan Sacred Region, and had further perfected and optimized the technique. By accident, he had drawn it out and truly integrated it into his body, instead of lying dormant in the depths of his body. This was the power that truly belonged to him. The bright moon hung in the sky with 10 shadows. The moonlight was misty and white. A white-faced man in a black robe stood quietly in the moonlight. When the wind blew, his black robe fluttered. The 2 words on his back reflected the moonlight and were exceptionally eye-catching. U10, the mask was as white as the moon, reflecting the moonlight like water. It was as cold as hell. His eyes curved downwards and his mouth curved upwards like a crescent moon. Under the moonlight, the ground was broken and blood flowed like a river. The black-robed, white-faced corpses were everywhere. There were many sword-wielding men and women who were already dead but were still standing with their swords. In the middle, a young man in a tattered battle robe was standing on the ground with a broken sword and one leg bent. He was looking up at the sky with a tired face and dim eyes, but he was not afraid at all. Ha 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 ha, the sky has 9 layers and the moon has 10 shadows. A mere mortal actually wants to rush into the top 10 of the monthly votes. You don't know what you're talking about. The black-robed, white-faced Yushir's voice seemed to resound from all directions. The accents were continuous and extremely mysterious. Waves of cold air rose from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Patches of white frost invaded from all directions and quietly spread from his legs, wanting to devour his entire body. Mortals should act like mortals. U10 said the last sentence and turned around. He walked towards the bright moon step by step. His figure faded and only the 12 words seemed to become brighter until they disappeared. The frost had already spread to his neck. Who are you? The young man spoke with difficulty. His voice was dry and hoarse, but it was deep and powerful. He is one of the October Demon Kings who guard the monthly votes list, you 10 great Demon Kings. A weak voice sounded. It was one of the corpses that were everywhere. He was not completely dead and was struggling to get up. On the back of the white-faced, black-robed man, the words U13 were dim. 33 updates in 3 days, 100,000 words. With your cultivation, you can't support it at all. Even if you activated the secret technique, you barely managed to do it. Now that the secret technique has ended, you've sacrificed 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Have you ever regretted it? My heart, my sword. The young man's dim eyes suddenly shone brighter than the bright moon in the sky. His hoarse voice became more powerful. I will never regret it. If I could do it again, I would still do it. I have great determination. I have the help of my brothers. I have 10,000 swords that can break the moon. You 10 great demon kings, as long as there is a chance, I will kill you under my sword as an offering. As the last word fell, frost spread to his face, and his entire body turned into an ice sculpture. Yusher-san crawled over with difficulty and shouted, "Quick, get up! Wake up! You can't fall down. You still have to update today. No matter how bad it is, you have to update a chapter to be worthy of your brothers who fought for you until their deaths." Alright, then I'll update once today. I feel like I'm exhausted and need to rest. I'll resume updating tomorrow. The frost-faced young man spoke with difficulty. His voice was getting lower and lower. If I can kill you 10 with my sword, I will break out again after a few days of rest. Yes, that's right. 33 updates in 3 days. He had been in a tense and excited state and had stayed up all night. In the end, he stopped at the 13th place, unable to make it into the top 10 of the monthly votes list. Once he relaxed, the 6th Dao was very tired. It was as if he was about to collapse. He needed to rest. But if he could make it into the top 10, he would break out again after a few days of rest. Author's note: I'm too tired, so I'm going to rest for a bit. I'm very grateful to Lord Soaring Sword for his tip. Thank you to everyone who's been trying to get into the Ascension rankings for the past 3 days. I'm so grateful. I'm now in 11th place, just 100 more votes away from Ascension, and I'll be able to make it into the top 10. If I can make it into the top 10, the 6th Dao Society will have another wave of requests for support before the end of the month. Treasure body, a treasure body, clear as water, seemed to be resonating with the origin of the world. It seemed to be breathing. Every pore was breathing, swallowing the power of nature. It was a wonderful feeling. Spirit body, Chenzong was absolutely certain that his physique had transformed. It had completely transformed, and he had become a spirit body. His body refining realm had already reached the 9-star level. His 9th battle star had turned silver, just a hair's breadth away from golden. And now, Chenzong could feel that not only did his body have a shocking increase in strength due to the transformation into a spirit body, but his potential had also increased by many times. In terms of strength, it might not be as good as the Ghost Clan's body that condensed the high-level flower of essence. But in terms of potential, it's better. Chenzong was secretly happy and excited. His potential was better than the Ghost Clan's, which meant that he could develop his body to the extreme and condense the high-level flower of essence. If he could condense all the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit to the top level, it would be even more amazing. If he wanted to be one of the top geniuses in the universe, he had to condense all the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit to the top level. But that was only the prerequisite. The peak of the demigod realm was more complicated than the demigod realm. Although it was said that the universe void was extremely dangerous and only those in the ascending god realm were qualified to explore it, in fact, some powerful cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm would also step into the universe void to explore it. Of course, it would be very dangerous. After all, there were many dangers in the universe. Even spirit ascension realm cultivators could die. It was too early to think about that now. At least, he had to improve himself to the extreme. It would be difficult for him to make another breakthrough. Only then would he consider entering the universe. Now, of course, he had to seize the opportunity to comprehend the origin of the world. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. It was hard to say if he would encounter it again after this time. It was probably impossible. Directly comprehending the origin of the world was like exposing the origin of the world to others. If he met someone with evil intentions, the origin of the world would be plundered and devoured, causing great damage. Even if he didn't, directly comprehending the origin of the world would also consume some of the world's origin. If Chen Zong hadn't agreed to disguise himself as a ghost and sneak into the purgatory ghost race and devour a lot of ghost realm's wills, the will of the world would never have allowed Chen Zong to comprehend the world's origin directly. Originally, Chen Zong had only planned to perfect the Taichu sword source technique and improve it. He didn't expect the new Taichu sword source technique to be so profound. It even triggered the dormant origin energy in his body, allowing it to truly merge with his body and transform it into an acquired spiritual body. Chen Zong set his eyes on the Yin-Yang Dao Will. The Yin-Yang Dao Will was at the top level, the third level of the extreme realm. However, it had only reached 70% of its power. Chen Zong didn't have the time to comprehend it. Now, he would take the opportunity to comprehend it to perfection. If he had the chance, he would comprehend it to the extreme and see if it could become a Supreme Dao Will like the Sword Will. Supreme Dao Will, its power was extremely shocking. Chen Zong was very clear since he grasped the Heart Sword Will. If the Yin-Yang Dao Will could also be improved to the Supreme Dao Will, he would have more tricks up his sleeve. The Yin-Yang Dao Will was also a kind of mystery of heaven and earth. Naturally, it was also included in the origin of the world. It ignored many mysteries of heaven and earth and only took yin and yang. Comprehend, black and white were instantly drawn out from the origin of the world and revolved around Chen Zong. They were the Yin-Yang Dao Will of the world's origin. The white and black origin energy danced like dragons and snakes as they soared and revolved around Chen Zong. Gradually, they connected without beginning or end and were boundless. As he comprehended, strands of Yin-Yang Dao Will were drawn out and fused into Chen Zong's divine Si and fused into the divine wheel of the Yin-Yang Dao Will within his divine Si. This sort of comprehension allowed for the most obvious improvement. If he comprehended it in the outside world, he could only comprehend the profundities within and then slowly improve. However, when he comprehended it before the origin of the world, he would draw strands of origin energy into his divine Si and directly improve. All the profundities would naturally emerge and be grasped by him without leaving behind any side effects. If the two were to be compared, then comprehending the profundities of heaven and earth in the outside world was like walking on a difficult, dangerous, and winding path. It just so happened that it was suffused with mist, causing one to be unable to see ahead clearly and advance forward with extreme difficulty. On the other hand, comprehending the origin of the world directly was like riding a carriage on a flat and wide road. Not only that, there would be waves of wind blowing from behind. One only needed to expend a small amount of energy to be able to borrow the wind to move forward without end and achieve twice the result with half the effort. How shocking was the gap between the two! The profundities of the Yin-Yang Dao insight were ceaselessly comprehended by Chen Zong, and its might was ceaselessly improving at an extremely swift speed. 80%, 90%, it wasn't long before he broke through and attained perfection. After he consolidated it to perfection, Chen Zong let out a breath of air, and countless profundities related to yin and yang surged into appearance in his mind. Yin and yang, heaven and earth, this was the comprehension Chen Zong obtained when he was at the eternal battle for its heaven and earth bloodline, and it was even more profound now. Life and death, this was the new profundities comprehended after he comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao insight to perfection. After life and death was reincarnation. For a time, Chen Zong fell into an extremely profound state, and it was as if he had a sudden epiphany. Instantly, the clear light on the surface of a lake that was like a gentle breeze had caused ripples, and it seemed to have become a gale that was blowing. Strands of origin energy of the world suffused out from it and fluttered about like dragons and snakes as they charged towards Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong was enveloped by the multicolored origin energy of the world, and it seemed to have been weaved into a cocoon. The origin energy of the world was a hodgepodge, and it was the sum of countless profundities of the heaven and earth. There were various types of origin energy within it, like the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on and so forth, and it was all-encompassing. Amongst the different profundities of the heaven and earth, some were in opposition to each other, and some were dependent on each other and had a faint connection between them. For example, sword insight was a single profundity that existed independently. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Dao insight was different. It seemed to only contain the profundities of yin and yang, yet if one studied it deeply, one would notice that it contained even more profundities. Of course, it didn't mean that the yin-yang Dao insight could be used as other Dao insights, but the yin-yang Dao insight contained the profundities of some other Dao insights. It wasn't the complete profundities, but it contained a portion or even a portion of it. Yin and yang, heaven and earth, the profundities of the heaven and the earth were both similar and different. But yin and yang each contained a portion of the profundities of the heaven and earth, and this was something that Chenzong had comprehended earlier. Now, Chenzong had instead comprehended a portion of the profundities of life and death from the yin-yang Dao insight, and then he comprehended a portion of the profundities of samsara from the profundities of life and death. Life and death and samsara could be said to be closely related. The heaven and earth could be a type of Dao insight, and it was the heaven and earth Dao insight. The earth could be the heaven and earth Dao insight as well. Life and death could similarly be the life and death Dao insight. As for samsara, it was extremely brilliant, and it surpassed yin and yang, the heaven and earth, and life and death. Perhaps it was at the level of a supreme Dao insight. But at this moment, Chenzong didn't comprehend the samsara Dao insight, and he fell into a state of enlightenment instead. The profundities of yin and yang, the heaven and earth, life and death, and even a portion of samsara surged into his mind. Subsequently, the responding quintessence energy was drawn over, and strands of it separated from the quintessence of the world and slowly drifted towards Chenzong before fusing into Chenzong's divine sea and into the yin-yang divine wheel. The yin-yang divine wheel was undergoing some sort of transformation. In the next moment, the hurricane formed from the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insight rotated mightily as strands of the quintessence energy of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insight separated from the quintessence of the world and surged into the divine sea before fusing into the fusion of the Dao insight. Advance, 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 the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insight rapidly advanced from the second level of the supreme realm to the third level of the supreme realm, and then it swiftly attained 80% and 90% of its might. Breakthrough, 100% of its might. Each of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insights were only high-level Dao insights, but their combined might surpassed that of a top-level Dao insight. Of course, it was still inferior to a supreme Dao insight. The gap between a top-level Dao insight and a supreme Dao insight was far greater than the gap between a high-level Dao insight and a top-level Dao insight. It could even be said that it was like the gap between two major levels, and it was not something that could be made up with quantity. It was a complete transformation. However, the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insight that had reached 100% of its might contained an extremely terrifying power. The hurricane raged and roared, and as it rotated, the hurricane turned into a blazing red color. Countless black thunderbolts densely covered it, flickering and leaping endlessly as if they could destroy everything. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Among the Dao insights, there was also a type of Dao insight called destruction. It was a type of tyrannical and terrifying power that could transform into a supreme Dao insight. When the destruction Dao insight was born, it was already at the top-level Dao insight, and it was easier for it to transform into a supreme Dao insight. Rumble, within Chenzong's divine sea, the flaming thunderstorm that contained a terrifying aura of destruction swept out, as if it was going to destroy everything. It turned into nothingness as it continuously approached the yin-yang divine wheel that was covered in colorful light. In the next moment, a huge collision occurred. Boom, the momentum was terrifying, and it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The divine sea trembled endlessly as if it was going to collapse because of this. In an instant, the heart sword essence and sword radiance shone brightly, as if countless sword chi and sword radiance swept out, and all the tremors were weakened in an instant. The divine sea became more and more stable. Power, 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 wisps of the origin of the world separated, and each wisp of power was different. They constantly filled the air and poured into Chenzong's divine sea, into the exploding yin-yang divine wheel, and into the fusion of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insight. As the origin of the world continued to separate and pour into Chenzong's divine sea, the will of the world, which seemed to have disappeared but was actually observing from the side, finally felt the pain. These powers all belonged to it, and now they were constantly being absorbed. Although it did not feel like a lot, it should be known that it was not easy to accumulate such power. If it had not swallowed a lot of ghost realm wills in the purgatory ghost realm this time, and finally swallowed a huge amount of ghost realm wills on the broken arm of the flaming ghost deity, it would not have allowed Xianxia to absorb so much origin of the world. Now, it was enough. It was enough. Stop. The competition for the top 10 spots in the monthly votes list was intense. The 6 paths had only rested for a short while, and Lusa had already made it to the top 10. Not long after, she fell to the 11th place, then to the 9th place, and now to the 10th place. She was only a few votes away from the 11th place, and could be overtaken at any time. The ups and downs were just like riding a roller coaster. The ups and downs were too fast. His heart was thumping so hard that he couldn't stand it. Appeal, appeal, appeal. Our Ascension Realm cultivators are crying piteously for food. We need more monthly votes. Let us maintain our position in the top 10 and not be overtaken. This is the first time our Ascension Realm cultivators have made it to the top 10 after nearly 6 million words. If we miss this opportunity, there will not be a next time. After all, it was the right time, the right place, and the right people that made it possible for us to achieve this result. Next time, it would be hard for us to have such a good opportunity. Therefore, I implore everyone to support us. Of course, support us within your capabilities. If you were to throw out your panties, the 6 paths would feel uneasy. 6 paths saw everyone's passion and strength. Now, we have entered the top 10 and achieved the best ranking in the history of the book. Of course, 6 paths' hard work was partly due to everyone's hard work, but it was also due to everyone's hard work. 6 paths was moved to tears. He bowed 365 degrees to express his gratitude. Originally, he thought that once he entered the top 10, he would be in the bag. He did not expect the competition to be so cruel. There were ups and downs, and the ranking could fall out of the top 10 at any time. Can it cool down our burning passion and boiling blood during this period of time? Could it let the hard work of everyone and the hard work of the samsara go to waste? Can it make all the hope and excitement that we've been painstakingly waiting for this period of time vanish into thin air? Can't, no, can't, absolutely can't. By the end of this month, we must be in the top 10. Even if it is only the 10th place, at least it will prove that our achievements and hard work were all worth it. Therefore, 6 paths will adjust his state of mind and prepare for the next outbreak. I implore everyone to vote for 6 paths if you have a monthly vote to protect our achievements. Once again, thank you for your support. 6 paths was really grateful. He smiled like a 300-pound child. Now, let's talk about today's update. Some of you might have already guessed it. That's right. Today's update was about the final battle between Little Rice Dumpling and Little God. They loved each other and wanted to kill each other. 6 paths even thought about the name of the chapter. It was called Archenemy. When he thought about it, 6 paths could not help but think of Susong's song. It was the song about Archenemy. Archenemy, life and death, victory and defeat. I saw that the group was discussing how to make the dominator of the 6 realms enter the top 5. I was so excited that I almost broke my phone. Anyway, I'm going to fix my phone. The battle between East Emperor and West Sage is about to begin. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The sky was blue and boundless. Xianxia appeared under the clear sky. His face was full of shock. Just a moment ago, Yi Futian was still in the depths of the world, comprehending the origin of the world. The will of Yin and Yang seemed to have gained a deeper level of comprehension and comprehended more mysteries. It even led to the fusion of wind, fire, and thunder. His will of Wei also improved along with it. In the end, it became incomparably violent as it swept towards Yi Futian and collided directly with the Yin and Yang divine wheel that was in the midst of transformation. It was like an earth-shattering explosion. It was like a star exploding. The explosion shook Xianxia's divine sea. The heart sword will exploded and stabilized the divine sea. A large amount of the origin of the world separated strands of the corresponding origin power and merged into the divine sea. But in the next moment, he left the origin of the world and appeared under the boundless sky above the vast land. Will of the world, Xianxia called. There was no response. The will of the world was in a bad mood. If he manifested as a human, he would definitely find that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Chenzong's comprehension was not ordinary. First, he perfected the Taichu sword energy technique. That consumed some of the origin power of the world, but it was not much. It was completely within the acceptable range. Later, he comprehended the yin and yang Dao will. It was completely beyond Chenzong's expectations. Because he had an epiphany. Once he had an epiphany, there were more variables. It led to more origin power of the world being absorbed by Chenzong. The world was in pain. That power was accumulated by the world for many years. It would take many years to recover if it consumed a little. If it consumed too much, it would even hurt its foundation. Fortunately, Chenzong's comprehension and absorption did not hurt its foundation. But it could not continue to absorb. If it did not make a deal with Chenzong and let him take the risk of disguising himself as a ghost and sneaking into the purgatory, the will of the world really wanted to slap Chenzong to death. The prerequisite was that he had the ability to do so. But then again, if not for that deal, the will of the world would not have allowed Chenzong to enter the depths of the world to comprehend the origin of the world. Comprehension was comprehension, absorption was absorption, these were two different things. All in all, Chenzong had profited greatly. In the spirit sea, the longsword formed by the heart sword intent suppressed everything. In another place, there was a ball of gray light that was spinning continuously. One could vaguely see the divine wheel turning, the howling of hurricanes, the raging of thunder, and the blazing of fire. Chaos, it was filled with destruction, an extremely terrifying destruction that seemed to destroy everything. It constantly disappeared, condensed, and reappeared, as if it was an endless cycle between life and death. Chenzong found that his divine sense was completely isolated. He couldn't penetrate it at all, let alone interfere. All the changes were happening on their own. However, no one knew when the changes would be completed. Chenzong had a premonition that after all these changes were completed, the yin-yang Dao insight would absolutely give him a pleasant surprise. Perhaps at that time, it wouldn't be a top-grade Dao insight, but a supreme Dao insight. It was extremely difficult to achieve a supreme Dao insight. To be able to master the supreme heart sword intent, he had first been sharpened by the three tribulations sharpening secret technique. The three tribulations sharpening secret technique was created by a supreme expert of the sword Dao in ancient times. It was only passed down after being perfected to the extreme. Its original intent was extraordinary. Although it couldn't completely transform the heart sword Dao insight into a supreme sword intent in the end, it had already laid a solid foundation. Potential, the three tribulations sharpening secret technique gave the heart sword Dao insight the potential to evolve into a supreme Dao insight. Without this potential, the difficulty of transforming the heart sword Dao insight into a supreme Dao insight would be at least 10 times more difficult. It was also because of the three tribulations sharpening secret technique, Chenzong's continuous accumulation, and the blessings of heaven and earth that he finally used this as a foundation. When the heart sword Dao insight was on the verge of death, he had a burst of inspiration and created the fourth tribulation of the three tribulations sharpening secret technique, which was also the last tribulation. The void-breaking tribulation, the tribulation of fragmentation, was based on the principle that there would be no construction without destruction, and construction after destruction. However, it wasn't as if one could build it after destruction. Most of the time, it would be destroyed after destruction. It would be gone, and it would vanish into thin air. Only with an extremely solid foundation, perseverance and indomitable will even in the face of death, and the blessings of heaven and earth would there be some hope of rebuilding after destruction. Then, after rebuilding, it would be another question whether it would return to its original state or truly surpass the shackles and break the limit. In short, he had mastered the supreme sword intent, but the difficulties and dangers in it were difficult to explain. The current yin-yang Dao insight should also be transforming in the direction of the supreme Dao insight. This process would take longer than the supreme sword intent, but it would be safer. It could be said that each had its own advantages. World will. Chenzong called out a second time. However, the world will still didn't respond. It was full of resentment and didn't want to answer Chenzong at all. Moreover, it threw a heavenly palace god at him. That's right, it really threw a heavenly palace god. Above the vast and deep land, under the endless blue sky, a vast golden light flew over from afar. That golden light was extremely majestic, and it was at least 1,000 feet long. It streaked across the vacuum and directly left an extremely long golden trajectory that was tens of thousands of meters long. It didn't dissipate for a long time, and it was filled with an earth-shattering domineering majesty. It was as if it was suppressing heaven and earth. Rumble, after the golden light flew for tens of thousands of meters, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. It was like thunder, resounding through the world, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It shook heaven and earth. In an instant, many cultivators in the profound realm were alarmed. The aura emitted by that golden light was too strong, as if it was above all living creatures. It made people feel fear just by sensing it. Even experts with 9-star battle prowess felt the same. That golden light, that's the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun. Someone had already recognized the identity of the golden light amidst the shock. After the last battle, the heavenly palace god had single-handedly blocked tens of thousands of soldiers. With his own strength, he had defeated and killed tens of thousands of soldiers of the Ghost clan, causing the entire army to be wiped out. Furthermore, the Ghost King had fled in panic, shocking the world. The 4 words Heavenly Yuan Holy Sun resounded throughout the profound realm, and even the Heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The cultivators also learned more about the mysteries of this world. For example, the classification of the pinnacle of the demigod realm and so on. Before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan, there were no pinnacle demigod realm experts in the Heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The most powerful ones were the elite 9-star experts. Even now, after the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan, although many cultivators had died, the cultivators who survived had all benefited and become more powerful. However, there was still no pinnacle demigod realm expert. Currently, there were 3 pinnacle demigod realm experts in the Heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. The Heavenly Palace God of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Palace, Jiandi Chenzong, Sword Demon Xianxia, any one of them was an expert who could kill tens of thousands of soldiers with a single sword strike. Especially the Heavenly Palace God of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Palace and Jiandi Chenzong, who had won the title of Holy Son of the West of the Eastern Jiandi. This was because Chenzong's sword had come from the east, and the Heavenly Palace God was the profound saint of the Profound Realm. The Profound Realm was located in the west of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Territory. There were even some people who wondered if he could contend with the legendary Great Saint stage powerhouse. After all, Supreme Saint Realm experts had not appeared for many years. Even during the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan, no Supreme Saint Realm experts had appeared. As for the reason, no one knew except for the will of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Realm. Perhaps it was a kind of rule that did not allow them to truly fight, or perhaps it was for other reasons. All in all, it was a mystery. Then, below the Supreme Saint Realm, the 3 pinnacle demigod realm experts were undoubtedly the most powerful ones. Now, the Heavenly Palace God of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Palace had made such a big move. Where were they going? Maybe I know. A half-step Supreme Saint Realm expert's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said in an uncertain tone, "The Heavenly Palace God of the Heavenly Yuan Holy Palace has had many conflicts with Jiandi Chenzong. This time, he might be going against Jiandi." There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The conflicts between the Heavenly Palace God and Chenzong had been going on for a long time. When there was a lot of attention, it was inevitable that some people would find some clues. Even the previous confrontation at the city lord's residence in Taishan City had been discovered. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Sun has had many conflicts with Jiandi? Someone was very surprised. That's right. I heard this news by chance. I seem to have heard of it too. As far as I know, when the Purgatory Ghost clan invaded, the Heavenly Yuan Holy Sun also fought with Jiandi. It was said that the Purgatory Ghost King intervened in that battle, but the outcome was not decided. Instead, they worked together to defeat the Ghost King. They are opponents and comrades at the same time. Someone's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. That's right. Maybe this is a fated confrontation. When there were no external enemies invading, the 2 of them were opponents. They were destined to fight to the death. When there were external enemies invading, the 2 of them could become comrades and work together to fight against the enemy. They were opponents and comrades. The word enemies was the most appropriate way to describe them. Enemies, enemies, a battle between enemies was a battle of fate. It was a duel of fate. It was as if there was a will of heaven. Anticipation, countless people who knew about it were full of anticipation. Among the three ultimate demigods of the human clan, the heavenly palace god and Jiandi Qinzong were relatively more famous. As for sword demon Xianxia, his reputation was relatively weaker. This was a battle between the strongest. This was a battle between the strongest. Stop it? No one could stop it. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. This was because this was a battle of fate. Rumble, rumble, the void was boundless, only the golden light that seemed to be eternally indestructible continued to move forward. The void realm was very big, but it was also very small. Everything was relative. For ordinary cultivators, it would take a long time to cross the highest profundity realm, and they might even die halfway. However, for top cultivators, crossing the highest profundity realm was only a matter of time, and they would not encounter any danger. It was as if there were divine lightning raging in the void. It was as if there were astral winds raging and roaring. Following that vast and boundless golden light, there were even more figures following behind. Even though they were far behind, they still continued to follow. Everyone's heart seemed to be burning with a ball of fire. They were looking forward to it, they were looking forward to it, the golden and eternal divine light was like a flame. In the center of the flame was a majestic figure, Heavenly God Gong. Heavenly God Gong's eyes seemed to be burning with golden flames as he looked forward. At the end of his line of sight, there was a figure standing between heaven and earth with sword chi soaring into the sky. Thank you for your support. Here's the second update. The sky was clear, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The rivers and mountains were magnificent and beautiful. However, at this moment, the entire magnificent sky was trembling. At first, it was subtle, but it gradually became more intense and violent. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout heaven and earth. The void trembled, heaven and earth trembled, in an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the vital energy of heaven and earth flowed like the Milky Way. In an instant, the mountains and seas turned into raging waves. Under the clear sky, there was a vast and boundless land. It was a wilderness, and there were no living creatures. Perhaps the will of the world had already chosen a battlefield for Qinzong and Heavenly God Gong. When the two first met in the Tianyuan ruins, Qinzong was weak and Heavenly God Gong was powerful. However, Heavenly God Gong was at a disadvantage for the first time. The second time, they met again in the land of inheritance of Emperor Lingguo. It seemed that Qinzong had lost, but in reality, he had gained more benefits than Heavenly God Gong. The third time, they met in the king-naming pagoda. Although the two of them didn't fight directly, Qinzong defeated Heavenly God Gong in terms of ranking. The fourth time, they fought in the residence of the city lord of Taishan City. If not for the protection of the secret treasure of the Taishan Holy Palace, Heavenly God Gong might have died under Qinzong's sword. The fifth time, Heavenly God Gong obtained the inheritance of the Taishan Cave. His combat power increased tremendously, and he defeated the army of the Ghost Clan. The two of them fought with all their might. Qinzong was at a disadvantage, but he stopped because of the attack of the Ghost King. They even worked together to defeat the Ghost King. Now, this would be the sixth battle. Perhaps, it would also be the last battle. Qinzong stood 10,000 meters high in the sky. No matter how strong the wind blew, he didn't move at all. Only his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He gave off a strange and contradictory feeling, as if he was standing still like a mountain, but also as if he could fly away with the wind at any time. Waiting, Qinzong was waiting. As soon as the Heavenly Palace God made its move, Qinzong sensed something. Heavenly God Gong was coming. This so-called feeling was actually conveyed to Qinzong by the will of the world. Of course, the Heavenly God Gong's battle with him was not dictated by the will of the realm, so there was nothing to gain from it. The battle between him and the Heavenly God Gong was going to end sooner or later. Now, the time had come. Then, let's fight. In a split second, a shapeless sword will shot out from Qinzong's body and soared into the sky. It seemed to have penetrated the sky and reached the top of the vault of heaven. Even from afar, many people could feel a vast and extremely sharp sword will traversing the heavens and the earth, suppressing the world. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the shape of a gigantic sword. Jiandi, the supreme Jiandi. Chen Zong's eyes flickered with a bright light that was sharp to the extreme, yet incomparably smooth, without a trace of smoke or fire aura. Under the gaze of his eyes, the void seemed to be receding, allowing Chen Zong to see a vast and mighty inextinguishable golden light approaching at an astonishing speed. The heavenly god Gong, it's coming. In a split second, Chen Zong's figure was reflected in the heavenly god Gong's eyes. A brilliant golden light also appeared in Chen Zong's eyes. Their eyes instantly met through the void. Shapeless battle will and sword will burst forth and collided in the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless ear-piercing sounds. Fine black cracks actually appeared in the void within a radius of a few meters. They meandered all over the void like a spider web. Just the collision of the wills carried by the eyes was actually able to tear apart the void, which had been strengthened by the void. What kind of power was this? Of course, whether it was the battle will cultivated by the heavenly god Gong or the supreme sword will mastered by Chen Zong, both of them possessed extremely terrifying power. They were even more terrifying after being developed and condensed time and time again. Ordinary peak demigods would not be able to withstand it at all. For example, the two ghost kings of the Ghost Forest tribe of the Purgatory Ghost clan were no longer a match for Chen Zong and the heavenly god Gong. In fact, just a gaze that was condensed with sword will and battle will was enough to crush their wills. This was the difference between them. Some differences were like a natural chasm. The collision of wills was a battle of wills. They were evenly matched. The heavenly god Gong's figure did not stop at all. He pressed forward with an unstoppable force. He suddenly raised his fist. As golden light spread out, it transformed into a layer of golden fist that covered his fist. It also seemed to be burning with raging flames. This was a simple punch. It was a punch that contained the essence of the great Tao. This punch did not seem to have changed at all. This was because all the changes were contained in this punch. It directly transformed into a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. Jiandi, take my punch. The heavenly god Gong's voice contained an unparalleled power. It resounded through the void and shook the void. This punch seemed to carry the mighty power of heaven and earth. This punch had an indomitable force that could cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. This punch was filled with a terrifying power that could shake heaven and earth and shatter all illusions. This was a simple punch. This was a punch that contained the essence of heaven and earth. This was a punch that could kill no one. There was no room for mercy in the destined battle. Kill, shatter, destroy, a kind of determination permeated the punch. It was tragic. Fight, 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 in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the battle was endless. This punch was like a meteor that tore through the void and destroyed everything. Chen Zong instantly felt that his body was being attacked. All the vital energy in the void around him was rejected and turned into a void. Moreover, a powerful and domineering power was generated and crazily pressed down on him from all directions. This punch alone made Chen Zong feel as if he was in a predicament of opposing heaven and earth. It was as if he was being rejected by heaven and earth. This was no longer a simple punch of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. Instead, it was a punch that the heavenly god Gong had developed by combining the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique with himself. This punch contained the astonishing battle intent and power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. It also seemed to have the power to control the void and suppress the enemy. Those who were slightly weaker would have been directly suppressed by this punch, unable to move at all. They could only watch as the punch that was condensed with extremely terrifying power smashed towards them, and they would be blasted apart into a bloody mist. Not even their bones remained, and their souls dispersed as they completely vanished from the world. However, the heavenly god Gong's opponent was Chen Zong. Jiandi Chen Zong, the supreme Jiandi of the Tianyuan sacred realm, he was a destined enemy. If the heavenly god Gong couldn't even withstand a punch from him, then he wouldn't be a destined enemy and wouldn't have to worry about him so much. As the punch blasted past, the void was completely torn apart. It was as if a large sawtooth blade had directly torn the void apart in an extremely barbaric manner. That pitch-black crack exuded an extremely frightening aura. Countless astral winds and lightning roared in the depths of the crack, destroying everything. Chen Zong estimated that even the ghost king Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand this power. In fact, even the ghost King Xian demon wouldn't be able to withstand it completely. This was an extremely terrifying power. Compared to the last time, the heavenly god Gong's battle prowess had increased many times. If the heavenly god Gong were to enter the purgatory ghost realm, no one in the ghost realm would be a match for him, except for the flaming ghost god condensed from the ghost realm's will. Of course, if the ghost King Xian demon summoned the ghost god's shadow to possess him, his battle prowess would increase by several times. Only then would he have a chance to withstand this attack. Although he's very strong, I'm not weak either. Chenzong let out a long sigh. A sharp light flashed in his eyes like the edge of a sword. Unknowingly, he had unsheathed his sword. He slashed out with his sword. It was just a casual slash. It was just a simple slash. The constant pressure of the vacuum was instantly sliced open by this slash, as if it were a thin piece of paper being torn apart. After the slash tore through the pressure of the vacuum, it seemed to have pierced through the void. In an instant, it charged toward the heavenly god Gong's fist. The moment the sword touched the fist, it silently transformed into a mighty storm of wind and thunder. Its momentum was earth-shattering, as if it was earth-shattering. The soundless sword had the advantage of speed. It was extremely fast and struck as soon as it was unleashed. However, the sword with the mighty storm of wind and thunder had the advantage of strength. Its power was unparalleled and it could destroy everything in its path. In the face of the heavenly god Gong's fist, he could only block it. Who was stronger? There was a pause. The moment the sword collided with the fist, heaven and earth, time and space all paused for a moment, as if they were frozen. It was as if they had become a painting that was branded in the void and would exist for eternity. Some people who had rushed over from afar saw it and would never forget it. In the future, there would be people who would use their imprinted memories and superb skills to turn this scene into a painting that would be passed down for eternity. It would become a supreme treasure that would be passed down in the Tianyuan sacred realm. However, that was a story for another day. The void froze for just a breath of time, and then it immediately shattered. Shattered, everything seemed to shatter into nothingness. An extremely powerful force immediately counterattacked, causing Chenzong and the heavenly god Gong to tremble slightly and retreat several hundred meters. In the middle, a pitch-black hole with a radius of several hundred meters exuded an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy and devour everything. It was a crack in the void caused by the collision between the sword and the fist. However, this crack was a little too large. It had to be said that at this moment, the strength of the space in the extreme profound world was several times stronger than before. Even the two ghost kings of the ghastly forest tribe could only hope to tear a small crack in space if they went all out. However, the collision between the two of them could tear the void within a radius of several hundred meters. It was as if a black hole had been formed. It was extremely terrifying. If the spatial strength of the ultimate mystery realm had been the same as before, the crack in the void would have expanded by at least 10 or even 20 times. The larger the crack in the void, the harder it would be to heal and the greater the impact on the surroundings. An astonishing devouring power continued to devour everything in the surroundings as if it wanted to devour everything into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at it from afar, one would feel as if one's soul was being devoured. Even one's mind, will, flesh, and everything else was being devoured. The result of being devoured was death and complete dissipation. Is this the strength of the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun and the Jiandi? In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. It was simply unimaginable and indescribable. Chenzong could feel the extremely powerful battle strength of the heavenly god Gong from that blow. Similarly, the heavenly god Gong could also clearly feel the extreme sharpness and power contained in Chenzong's sword. Strong enemy, fighting spirit, an extremely shocking fighting spirit, shot out from the heavenly god Gong's eyes and turned into golden flames that burned the void. An extremely shocking golden light also rose from his body, surging more than 1,000 feet. Our monthly votes have increased again. Happy Cola, we are closer to the 8th place, closer. Charge, sob, boom, 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 earth-shattering noises could be heard again and again. This field was the battlefield that the will of the world had chosen for Chenzong and the heavenly god Gong. It was a boundless field with no living creatures, so Qianzong and the heavenly god Gong could fight as they pleased. To the will of the world, the heavenly god Gong was the son of providence, so he was very important. However, Qianzong was also very important, so it would not be biased in this battle. It was a fair and just battle. Everything depended on battle prowess and techniques. Whether it was the heavenly god Gong or Qianzong, their battle prowess was monstrous, and their speed was extremely shocking. Apart from the supreme beings of the great sage stage and Qianzong, no one in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm could catch a glimpse of their figures. They could not even catch a glimpse of their blurry figures. All they could see was the repeated collisions in the sky above the field. Every time they collided, countless shockwaves would explode and spread out in all directions. The shockwaves swept out in all directions, covering a radius of a few hundred meters or even a few thousand meters. It was as if stars had exploded, and terrifying rings of stars spread out. Every time they collided, the rings of stars would explode with unparalleled power, tearing the void apart layer by layer, revealing endless darkness, astral winds, and raging thunder. In one breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the left, and in the next breath, rings of stars would explode in the sky above the field to the right. "Can you see them?" a 9-star powerful being asked in a low voice with a frown. His expression was extremely serious. "I can't see them. I can't even catch a glimpse of their shadows." The person who answered him was a 9-star powerful being. He had cultivated an eye technique that had reached a very high level. He could even catch a glimpse of someone who was more powerful than him. He was confident that he could even catch a glimpse of the ghost kings who had invaded before with his powerful eye technique. However, when he activated his eye technique to the extreme, he was unable to catch a glimpse of Qianzong or the heavenly god Gong. He could not catch a glimpse of them at all. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them were too fast, giving off a feeling of surpassing the limits of this world. With the recovery of the world will, the transformation of the Tianyuan sacred realm, especially the highest profundity realm, was very obvious. Therefore, many people who had good talent but lacked opportunities were able to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, there were at least 10 more 9-star experts in the profound universe than before. As time passed, this number would continue to increase, making the Tianyuan sacred region stronger and stronger. This would be of great help in fending off the invasion of the void demons. They could also better defend the Tianyuan sacred region and prevent enemies from invading. Too fast, not only was it fast, but it also contained an extremely tyrannical power that could shatter everything. Cracks and black holes constantly appeared in the space above the vast wilderness. The smallest ones were tens of meters wide, while the largest ones were hundreds of meters wide. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black holes appeared in the void above the vast plains. Each black hole emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could devour and destroy everything. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Rip, as the two of them collided again and again, the vast plains were also constantly torn apart. Ravines were left behind, as if giant dragons had turned over. Countless of them were broken, and it was a scene of devastation. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than half of the vast plains had been destroyed. It was like a ruin, as if it was caused by a crazy battle between tens of thousands of soldiers. How frightening! In the distance, the hearts of the people who were thousands of miles away from the vast plains were trembling crazily. Fear, awe, all kinds of emotions constantly attacked them. The mighty sound surged, making their heads roar. They had no choice but to retreat further. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it. They felt that the aura emitted from the collision was going to suppress and destroy them. The battle intent was boiling, burning, and becoming more and more powerful. The golden flames on the heavenly god Gong's body became more and more vigorous and blazing. He was extremely excited. He only felt that his 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique seemed to be breaking through its current level and shackles. It was going to reach a higher level and master more powerful power. Qianzong was also extremely excited. The sword intent on his body became more and more condensed. The application of the heart sword intent also became more and more condensed. Its power was also increasing step by step. There seemed to be no end. Chen Zong could clearly feel the heavenly god Gong's battle strength. As the battle continued, the heavenly god Gong's battle intent continued to rise. It was a terrifying inheritance. An inheritance that was only born for battle. An opponent, a strong opponent, a battle to one's heart's content. Chen Zong, I'm going to defeat you. A loud roar suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The sound waves rolled in all directions and actually tore countless fine cracks in the void. A loud rumble shook the sky. In an instant, the golden light was vast and endless. It was as if it had turned into a golden sun hanging in the sky and illuminating the wilderness. Every ray of light released a vast and incomparably terrifying power. It was as if heaven and earth were so big that there was no place to hide. This was an ultimate move. It was a new ultimate move that the heavenly god Gong had comprehended from the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. 9 heavens 10 earths true sun space shattering strike. This was an ultimate move that was even more powerful than the 9 heavens 10 earths space shattering ring. Earlier, the heavenly god Gong had actually already used the 9 heavens 10 earths space shattering ring, but it couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Now, naturally, he had to use an even more powerful ultimate move. Under the true sun, it enveloped everything, covered everything, and suppressed everything. There was nowhere to hide. Chen Zong only felt that under the illumination of the true sun, everything was covered, forming a unique area that was a bit like a domain. And he was in that domain. Strike down, the heavenly god Gong raised the golden true sun that was at least 100 meters in size and suddenly threw it down. Everywhere it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Danger, an extremely strong sense of danger constantly attacked Chen Zong's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. Focusing his eyes, Chen Zong found that the golden true sun that was 100 meters in size was actually a single entity. There seemed to be no flaw at all. No, there was a flaw. He could see it, but there was only one flaw. Moreover, that flaw was constantly changing its position and was covered by layers of airflow power. Having a flaw was equivalent to having no flaw at all. As the strike landed, the light was extremely bright and unparalleled. The sky seemed to have fallen into darkness in an instant. It was as if one couldn't see one's fingers. It was as if a black hole was swallowing everything, making the golden true sun even more dazzling and resplendent. Between heaven and earth, darkness enveloped the world. Only the golden light of the true sun existed forever, as if it had existed since ancient times. Everything would be shattered, melted, and completely turned into nothingness under the golden light of the true sun. Danger, a strong sense of danger. Chen Zong was extremely certain that the most powerful ghost king in the purgatory realm, the ghost king Xian demon, would be directly turned into ashes under this attack. Although he was stronger than the ghost king Xian demon, he wasn't absolutely confident that he could block this attack. The heavenly god Gong had used all his strength in this attack. This attack would determine victory and defeat, life and death. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's body trembled. In an instant, the power hidden in his body was also stimulated in an instant. A blood-colored flower that was larger than a washbasin condensed above his head. Flower of Essence, a top-grade flower of Supreme Realm. Originally, his physique had become very strong because of his body refinement. Chen Zong estimated that when he reached the peak, he should be able to condense a mid-grade flower of Supreme Realm. This was considered very impressive among the human race. The comprehension of the origin and the depths of the world, due to the perfection and optimization of the Taichu sword source technique, had drawn in the power of the origin of the world of ghosts, causing the body to undergo a deep transformation. It was a transition of life. Spirit body, moreover, he had reached the mid-grade spirit body level in an instant. Chen Zong hadn't carefully experienced the mysteries of his solid foundation and the mid-grade spirit body. However, the fierce battle with the heavenly god Gong had stimulated the potential and power of his body. Now, under the pressure of the heavenly god Gong's most powerful attack, he had naturally reached the pinnacle realm and condensed a top-grade flower of Supreme Realm. He had already condensed 2 of the 3 flowers. There was still the last flower of qi that hadn't been condensed. This was because Chen Zong felt that as his body transformed, the upper limit of the qi cultivation that could be accommodated had increased once again. Chen Zong's combat strength had also increased significantly in an instant. His blood and qi surged like a dragon soaring into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into an extreme blood and chi and instantly surged into the longsword of the heart sword intent. The power was highly condensed. In an instant, Chenzong's body seemed to sway, and 4 illusions appeared around him. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds, 5 swords were swung out, and the 5 sword lights instantly condensed into one. Its power increased explosively, and the void was directly sliced open. It was even easier than a thin piece of paper. One sword, compared to the falling sun, the momentum of this sword wasn't vast at all. Instead, it was very subtle. However, the power condensed in it was unparalleled. The sword struck, the void was split open, and it hit. The extremely powerful sword strike immediately hit the falling and tumbling golden sun. In an instant, the sword light shattered. The golden sun also paused for a moment. With a point as the center, it quickly disintegrated and exploded. The golden light mixed with the endless terrifying sword chi and tore in all directions. The darkness retreated. However, an even deeper darkness appeared in an instant. That was a void fissure, 1,000 meters. In an instant, the void fissure had reached 1,000 meters in size and was still expanding. The previous void fissure was only a few hundred meters in size. Now, it had more than doubled in size and was still expanding. It didn't look like it was going to stop. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,400 meters, 1,500 meters. When the void fissure expanded to 1,500 meters in size, it finally stopped expanding. However, the aura emanating from the void fissure at 1,500 meters in size was more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous void fissure. It was extremely terrifying. The astral winds inside seemed to be able to tear apart heaven and earth. The raging lightning inside seemed to be able to pulverize all matter and turn it into nothingness. Chenzong and Heavenly God Gong were extremely fearful of such a huge void fissure. They hurriedly retreated. Otherwise, if they were affected by it, not only would they not be able to gain any benefits, but they would also be instantly devoured and turned into nothingness. They would die immediately. My teeth are swollen and painful. It's really uncomfortable. Devour, devour everything, devour everything. Layers of sand, stone, soil, and air were constantly devoured by the black hole-like spatial crack. They were torn apart and destroyed by the violent astral winds and thunder, turning into nothingness. As it devoured everything, the spatial crack kept shrinking until it finally disappeared. However, there seemed to be a faint but indelible mark left behind in the void. It had existed since time immemorial and was 1,500 meters long. It looked even more penetrating than the other places. It was as if it had been drawn with a strange color brush. It was very magical, like a scar in the sky. In fact, after this battle, this 1,500-meter-long scar was also named the Heavenly Scar of the Void. The Heavenly Scar of the Void not only symbolized the intense battle between the Heavenly Yuan Saint and the Jiandi's sword, but also the extraordinary mysterious aura that spread out. It had become a public sacred ground for comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, this was a story for later. As for now, the battle was still ongoing. The vast wilderness had been destroyed. The sky had become even more fragile and could not bear the burden. Chenzong and the Heavenly Yuan Saint shot up into the sky at the same time. In just an instant, the two figures disappeared. In the sky above, the spectators raised their heads and tried their best to look. They could still see the exploding rings of stars. Every time they exploded, countless spatial ripples would appear in the void, and countless spatial cracks would appear. It was a ghastly sight. Up, they kept going up. In the end, even if the spectators stretched their necks, they could not see any spatial cracks. However, they could still hear extremely violent sounds coming from the sky. They were like rolling thunder that resounded throughout heaven and earth. That was the collision between the Jiandi and the Heavenly Yuan Saint. The astral wind layer, Chenzong and the Heavenly Yuan Saint exchanged blows. They were constantly torn apart. Countless astral winds were turned into nothingness by the terrifying impact. In an instant, the two figures were like two intersecting dragons. They broke through the astral wind layer and rushed into the heavenly fire layer. The heavenly fire layer was undoubtedly more powerful than the astral wind layer. However, it was still turned into nothingness by the collision between Xianxia and the heavenly Yuan Saint. The heavenly thunder layer, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Endless attacks came crashing down, but they were all destroyed in an instant and turned into nothingness. In the next moment, Xianxia and the Tianyuan Saint rushed out of the Tianyuan sacred realm and arrived at the edge of the void. It seemed to be a silent world. The collision between the two was extremely powerful and shocking. If it were in the Tianyuan sacred region, it would be earth-shattering. However, in the void of the universe, even the edge of the void was not affected. Even the shocking momentum could not spread far and soon disappeared into nothingness. It was extremely strange, however, neither Xianxia nor the heavenly god Gong paid any attention to this. Instead, they continued to battle. Fight, fight, fight. The more he fought, the more astonishing his battle intent became. The more they fought, the more concentrated Xianxia's sword intent became. Where are they? Where did he go? They should have reached the void of the universe. The 9-star expert who had cultivated a high-level ocular technique condensed his eyes and activated his ocular technique with all his might. It was as if he could see through layers of obstacles. However, his tone was not very sure. Let's go and take a look. The 9-star and 8-star experts were all tempted. Perhaps it would be dangerous, but they would be willing to die in the evening. To be able to witness the decisive battle between two of the most powerful people in the world, even if he were to die, he would be willing to do so. Moreover, it was only a little dangerous. As long as they were careful, they would not die. They might even gain something. In an instant, many figures rushed into the sky and broke through the astral wind layer, the heavenly fire layer, and the heavenly thunder layer. They also reached the edge of the void of the universe. From afar, they saw the two figures fighting fiercely. A golden ring that was a few meters in size slashed through the air. However, the void of the universe was many times stronger than the Tianyuan sacred realm. Such a powerful attack could not even cause ripples in the void. However, no one dared to ignore it. Sky-slashing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths, Xianxia, on the other hand, brandished his sword. That strike gave off a casual and unrestrained feeling. It was like a child brandishing a tree branch without any pattern. It was very rough, but there was an extreme profoundness to it. Everyone's eyes were attracted by that sword. Their minds were also drawn in and immersed in it. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They felt as if their minds had been ruthlessly stabbed by a sword. They could not help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. Their hearts ached faintly. Sword of one mind, not only did heavenly god Gong's techniques become purer and more powerful, but Xianxia's sword also became sharper as it was honed. They were not targeted. They were attracted to it just by looking at it. Then, their minds were hurt. Even the 9-star experts were no exception. Don't look. Don't look at Jiandi's sword. The 9-star experts all closed their eyes. Their voices were trembling from fear. Instantly, the eyes of these 8-star and 9-star powerhouses started to wander. This was because they realized that if they focused on Jiandi's sword, their minds would be hurt. They would feel as if their minds were being torn apart. If they focused on heavenly god Gong's fist, they would feel as if they were being crushed. However, they did not want to miss such an unprecedented battle. What should they do? They could only let their eyes wander. Instead of focusing on their attacks, they could only vaguely capture the scene of the battle. In this way, they would not miss this battle. They wanted to know the final result. Who would win? Seeing it with their own eyes was always more exciting than hearing it from others. This was not only an unprecedented battle, but also a battle that would last for generations. The fierce battle was like an oven. It removed the impurities and left the essence behind. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds. Suddenly, there seemed to be 5 phantoms on Xianxia's body. They all swung their swords at the same time. 6 swords, the sword of 3 hearts 2 minds had reached perfection. When the 6 swords combined into one, they were even more powerful. Heavenly god Gong was caught off guard and was struck by the sword. His body was penetrated and he flew backward as if he was about to be torn apart. The terrifying sword chi exploded inside his body. The outcome of this battle was going to determine his life and death. As such, Xianxia had no intention of holding back. If he killed him, he killed him. No matter how outstanding he was, it was still the same. If he was an enemy, he would be killed. Up until now, both of them had been constantly improving. It was as if their potential was limitless. They were getting stronger, they were becoming more and more powerful, it was horrifying. They were like two monsters, improving endlessly. Jiandi seemed to be improving faster and had the upper hand. After injuring Heavenly God Gong, Chenzong continued to attack without hesitation. Slash, 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 Heavenly God Gong was struck again and again. His body trembled as endless sword intent invaded his body and ravaged his body. The pain caused Heavenly God Gong's face to twist as he held in pain. However, in the next moment, the golden flames that were about to be extinguished suddenly expanded. They soared into the sky and exceeded the original 100 meters. It was as if they had broken the limit. Immediately afterward, the golden flames began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, they shrank continuously with 10 meters as the base. It was as if they were about to become substantial. Shrink, shrink continuously, finally, they shrank to 10 meters in size. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size didn't seem as large as the golden flames that were 100 meters in size. However, the aura they contained was several times more powerful. Their battle intent became more and more astonishing, more and more powerful, and more terrifying. With a tremor, streaks of shattered sword intent shot out from Heavenly God Gong's body. Jiandi, Chenzong, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique to the phenomenal success stage. Heavenly God Gong was enshrouded in golden flames. His eyes were burning with golden divine flames, and his voice was as aloof as that of a heavenly god. However, there was an extremely intense battle intent that surged out and shrouded the void. Chenzong's heart couldn't help but tremble under this pressure. Even his heart sword intent seemed to be vibrating. Battle intent, what a powerful battle intent. It was a battle intent that made one tremble uncontrollably. Trembling, but also excited. Heavenly God Gong had become even more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong's heart sword intent stabilized. An even sharper sword light shot out from his eyes. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could tear apart the void of the universe. The more determined, tenacious, and resilient one's heart became, and the stronger one's sword desire became. An extremely astonishing sword intent gushed out and became stronger bit by bit. Fight, Heavenly God Gong punched out. The battle intent fist pierced through the void. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, but he only had time to block with his sword. He was immediately struck and flew back several thousand meters. He felt his muscles and bones go numb. His blood was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sky-severing ring of 9 heavens and 10 earths. After injuring Chenzong with a punch, Heavenly God Gong immediately waved his hands. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring condensed. As Heavenly God Gong closed his arms, it condensed and compressed into a 1-meter-long sky-severing ring. It was as if it was solid and made of golden divine metal. It tore through the void and attacked. This attack was even more terrifying than the 100-meter-long sky-severing ring of 9 heavens. It was extremely condensed and flawless. Power, the power of the Taichu sword essence technique, the power of the mid-level spirit body, the power of the divine flower, and all the other powers were mobilized by Chenzong and poured into his heart sword intent. Sword of 3 hearts 2 minds, 6 sword lights converged into one. At first, it was silent. Then, it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In an instant, the sword lights were shattered by the sky-severing ring. The sky-severing ring paused for a moment, then split into 2. Heavenly God Gong waved his hands. It seemed as if he was controlling the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring to attack Chenzong from the left and right. Attack! In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords bloomed in the void and left countless sword scars. The thousands of swords split into 2 and attacked the 2 halves of the sky-severing ring. However, Heavenly God Gong suddenly stopped paying attention to the sky-severing ring. He raised his hands high and another golden sun condensed. This sun instantly expanded to a 100-meter-long sky-severing ring and exuded boundless light and heat. However, in the next instant, the sun continued to compress. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, in the blink of an eye, it was compressed to a 10-meter-long sky-severing ring. A 10-meter-long sky-severing ring appeared above Heavenly God Gong's head. The light and heat radiating from it became even more intense. In the distance, the half-step great sage cultivators felt as if their bodies were about to be melted into nothingness. They had no choice but to retreat even further. This kind of heat wasn't just the heat of their bodies. It was also the heat of their minds. First update, rumble. Even though it was difficult for sound to travel through the void of the universe, the sound was still very shocking. It reverberated in all directions and spread far and wide. That was an explosion. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the void of the universe. From afar, it looked like a small star had exploded. Its power was extremely terrifying. Endless golden flames spewed out from the explosion and covered all directions within 100 meters of the void of the universe. 100 meters seemed very small, but this was the void of the universe. If it landed in the Tianyuan sacred realm, it would be at least 5,000 meters long. A crack of at least 5,000 meters long would be created from the explosion. Palpitations, palpitations, palpitations that originated from the depths of one's soul. Extremely powerful golden flames spewed out and swept across the universe like raging waves. Wave after wave of explosions created a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything. The astonishing momentum surged endlessly, and the astonishing aura also continued to spread to an even more distant place. In a distant place, a figure that was traveling through the void of the universe seemed to have sensed something. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he stared at the figure. The heavenly god Gong stood in the void. The golden flames that were 10 meters in size burned endlessly. Golden divine flames burned in his eyes as he stared ahead. He stared at the golden energy that was still exploding but was gradually shrinking. That was the power of the true Yang space-shattering strike of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The attack seemed to have suppressed the void and struck Jiandi Qinzong with absolute combat power. The heavenly god Gong knew that even he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. It's finally over. The heavenly god Gong thought to himself. This was because he could feel that Jiandi's aura was weakening and declining as the true Yang space-shattering strike slowly shrank. It was as if it had completely disappeared. A sense of relief filled the heavenly god Gong's heart. The shadow in his heart had been swept away, and the thorn in his heart had also been pulled out. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, now, this was the 6th time. This would also be the last time. After this, there will no longer be a Jiandi in this world. There will only be me, the Skyuan Holy Sun. Boundless lofty sentiments grew from the depths of his heart and turned into raging waves that gushed out. From now on, he would soar into the heavens and glimpse the great saint realm. Then, he would enter the void of the universe and embark on the path of becoming stronger. Jiandi. Qinzong. The heavenly god Gong stared at the shrinking golden flames, and he could sense that Jiandi's aura had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but murmur, "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risked my life to enter the great mystery cave, and I wouldn't have obtained the inheritance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle techniques. I wouldn't have been able to advance step by step, and I wouldn't have been able to break through my limits and surpass myself time and time again." The heavenly god Gong fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he fell into deep thought and memories. The first time, in the Tianyuan ruins, he had relied on his extraordinary strength to stop everything. However, because of his pride, he had not been willing to make a move. He had only suppressed the enemy with his force field. To his surprise, Qinzong had actually broken through the suppression of his force field and defeated him. That was the first time they had clashed. He had not lost, but he had suffered a loss. However, the heavenly god Gong had not taken Qinzong seriously at that time. After all, he was the holy son of the great mystery holy palace. His status was lofty, and his talent was unparalleled. He could be said to be the #1 person in the Tianyuan holy realm. He had suffered a loss only because he had not made a move and had not shown his true strength. Qinzong had been lucky enough to win some face, but that was all. If they met again, he would just take care of Qinzong as easily as flicking an ant to death. The heavenly god Gong remembered very clearly that the second time they had met was when they had entered the land of inheritance of the Emperor Linggu to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Linggu. At that time, the heavenly god Gong had planned to kill Chenzong. However, he had been limited by the environment at that time. Of course, it was also because Chenzong's battle prowess had become much stronger than before. He had even vaguely sensed that Chenzong was already able to contend with him. However, the heavenly god Gong had been confident that he could kill Chenzong as long as he used his full strength. However, because he had to fight for the inheritance, he could not afford any delay. In the end, he had left Chenzong on the first level. The inheritance on the first level should be the worst. He had won that battle. What the heavenly god Gong did not know was that although he seemed to have won that battle, Chenzong had gained much more than him. The third time was in the king-naming pagoda. In the king-naming pagoda, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower and become a peerless genius. He had stunned the entire Tianyuan sacred territory. He had thought that he was the most powerful person of his generation. However, he had not expected Chenzong to break his record and reach the top. He had surpassed the Linggu emperor, who had originally been the first, and obtained the title of Jiandi. This time, he had directly suppressed the heavenly god Gong, which also meant that he had defeated the king-naming clone that he had left behind. He had lost in a battle of the same cultivation level. To a certain extent, that was his failure. Only then did the heavenly god Gong take Chenzong seriously. He regarded him as a lifelong rival and a formidable opponent. After that, he worked even harder. With the resources of the Taishan sacred palace and his own talent, he continued to cultivate and improve. In just a few years, he had improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he had become a cultivator who was half a step away from the great saint level. He had reached the elite 6-star level. He had surpassed his peers and surpassed the previous generation. What came with great strength was even greater self-confidence. The heavenly god Gong was certain that he would definitely be able to defeat the Jiandi Chenzong. This was because he was not inferior to Chenzong in terms of talent, birth, or background. He had worked so hard and worked so hard. However, he had not expected that although the battle in the city lord's office of Taishan City had been fierce, Chenzong had gained the upper hand in the end. If it had not been for the life-saving secret treasure that the Taishan sacred palace had given him, which was enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9-star level, he would have been killed by Chenzong's sword. He would not be where he was now. In the past, he had only felt indignant. However, after the fourth battle, he had felt humiliated. This was because the two of them had really fought head-on. They had fought with their full strength. His guards had even helped him. He had also had the protective secret treasure of the Taishan sacred palace with him. In the end, he had still been at a disadvantage. He had been suppressed and had almost died. How could a proud person like the heavenly god Gong endure such humiliation? It was also because of this that the heavenly god Gong had taken the unconventional path and taken the initiative to ask to enter the Taishan cave. The Taishan cave was known to be a place of death. Since the establishment of the Taishan sacred palace, dozens of peerless geniuses had entered it. Some of them were strong, some of them were weak. However, no one had come out alive. It was also because of this that the Taishan cave was very secretive. However, in the end, the heavenly god Gong had still entered the Taishan cave. He had almost died in the Taishan cave. If the will of this world had not suddenly awakened, he would have died under the protection of Providence. However, he had not died in the end. Not only had he survived, but he had also obtained the inheritance of the Taishan cave, the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. This was an inheritance that was only born for battle. The protection of Providence, the inheritance of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique, an even more powerful constitution, all these things had made him even more powerful. This kind of combat strength was extremely powerful. It also gave the heavenly god Gong an even more astonishing confidence. Fight, defeat, kill, it was imperative to remove the thorn in his heart and erase the shadow in his heart. The 5th battle began. In the sky, the heavenly god Gong's battle-intent sword. He wantonly unleashed his power, forcing Chenzong to retreat and suppress him time and time again. Although Chenzong was very tenacious, the heavenly god Gong was confident that as long as the battle continued, he would definitely be able to defeat and even kill his opponent. However, that battle was not over. This was because a purgatory ghost king suddenly attacked. Left with no choice, the two of them could only join forces to fight the Purgatory Ghost King. However, they were also greatly exhausted and had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Realizing that he was still not strong enough, the heavenly god Gong began to cultivate in seclusion again, continuously increasing his combat strength. He only needed to wait for the next time he came out of seclusion to truly defeat Jiandi Chenzong. After experiencing the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Race army, he had killed tens of thousands of soldiers with his own strength. He had even defeated a ghost king. His battle intent had been further tempered. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique had been further refined, and his combat strength had been further enhanced. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. He felt that he could improve, and so could Jiandi. This was not an opponent that he could underestimate. He had to master even more power in order to defeat, and kill Jiandi in a direct confrontation. Now, his improvement had already reached an extreme. The 6th battle, this was also the last battle. Sure enough, Jiandi lived up to his reputation as a Jiandi. His sword intent was astonishing to the extreme, and his sword techniques were peerlessly sharp and terrifying. The battle intent condensed by his 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique would become more and more powerful as he continued to battle. However, Jiandi's potential seemed to be limitless. It was also constantly increasing and strengthening. At one point, he was suppressed and repeatedly struck by Jiandi's sword. He was severely injured. However, at the most critical moment, he ushered in a breakthrough and mastered the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. His battle intent was compressed and condensed, and his combat strength increased by several times. Only then was he able to suppress Chenzong and use his most powerful 9 heavens 10 earths true yang space-shattering strike to strike Chenzong. Memories flowed like flowing water. They were as clear as a picture scroll, flashing through his mind. Looking at the compressed golden flames, the heavenly god Gong suddenly let out a long sigh. With this sigh, he sighed out the darkness in his heart and also sighed out the joy of defeating and killing the Sword Emperor. Perhaps he would never be able to find an opponent like Jiandi in the future. Even if more powerful opponents appeared in the future, none of them could compare to Jiandi. His enmity and killing intent were all reduced to nothingness at this moment. All of the conflicts in the past seemed to be nothing more than illusions and bubbles, disappearing into nothingness. Thank you, Jiandi Chenzong. From now on, it will be difficult to find someone like you, an opponent like you, who can leave such an unforgettable impression on me. The heavenly god Gong clasped his hands behind his back and heaved a long sigh. Goodbye, Jiandi. I'll build a sword tomb for you and plant sword bamboos all over it. When green blossoms fill the sky next year, I'll drink with you for 3 days. May your soul return to heaven and earth with no regrets. The void of the universe was dark, deep, profound, and boundless. Everyone stared at the golden flame that was gradually dying down, shrinking, and on the verge of extinguishing. Their expressions were solemn, regretful, and sorrowful, dimming and dimming under the light of the flame. The Jiandi of a generation had fallen and become extinct. From now on, there would only be legends about him in the world. That was all, and it made people sigh. However, at the same time, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sun's name would truly resound throughout the ages and reign supreme over his generation. No matter how peerless a person was, if he died, everything would be for naught. All that was left was his reputation. The golden flame had shrunk to the extreme and would be completely extinguished in the next breath. Heavenly God Gong, what kind of flowers do you like? When you die, I'll build a grave for you, plant flowers, and send you off with fine wine. Suddenly, a fleeting voice sounded in the void of the universe. It was ethereal, but also extremely forceful and sharp. It seemed to have emerged directly from the deepest part of everyone's hearts, appearing directly in their minds and souls. What? Heavenly God Gong couldn't help but tremble. The trace of disappointment on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by shock. The spectators in the distance were also extremely shocked. They all looked around to find the person who had spoken. In the end, everyone's gazes focused on the extinguished golden flame. A figure stood there. His robes were tattered and there seemed to be many places on his body that were charred black. He seemed to be in a sorry state. However, his aura was peerless and his extremely sharp sword intent soared into the sky. Not only did it wash away his sorry state, but it also gave him an indescribable and peerless aura. Anyone who saw him would automatically ignore his tattered robes and his seemingly sorry state. They would exclaim from the depths of their hearts, "What a peerless swordsman!" A swordsman. At this moment, Chenzong had removed all aura, leaving only his extremely pure sword intent, which became even sharper and sharper. It was as if he had washed away all his glory. The heavenly god Gong's final attack, the 9 heavens 10 earths true Yang space-shattering strike, was indeed extremely powerful. Chenzong was unable to dodge the attack and was struck directly. He had thought that he would definitely die, but due to the intensity of the battle, Chenzong had forgotten that he was wearing the Heart Seal treasure robe. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which weakened 70% of the power. Although the remaining 30% was still extremely terrifying and unbearable for Chenzong, Chenzong performed the freedom state and the unbreakable golden body at the critical moment, which further increased the defense of his body. He controlled and mobilized all of his power to resist the attack, which stimulated his body's potential. In the end, in the face of death, he had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword intent. Only then was he able to withstand the destructive might of that attack and survive. The heart sword intent was even purer. It was controlled by the heart and displayed by the sword. Chenzong was able to further comprehend the mysteries within. The more tenacious his mind was, the more powerful his sword intent was. In the end, he unified all of his power and covered his entire body with sword intent. Finally, he blocked that extremely terrifying explosion. Although he looked a little disheveled, in reality, he had not suffered any injuries. In fact, he had even benefited greatly from this and had made a breakthrough. Just now, he had not said anything and allowed the heavenly god Gong to talk to himself because he had been on the verge of death and did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Now that he had finished his epiphany, he could not let the heavenly god Gong continue his one-man show. It was time for this battle to come to a conclusion. Victory or defeat, life or death. Since the heavenly god Gong thought that he was dead, he wanted to build a sword tomb for him, plant sword bamboos, and drink to his heart's content for 3 days so that his name could be passed down. Then, after killing the heavenly god Gong, he would also do his best to build a tomb for him. He would bury him in it, plant some things, and send him off with fine wine. That was how it should be. Jiandi, since you're not dead, let's fight again. Disappointment, astonishment, and shock all flashed past before finally disappearing like smoke. Only his battle intent remained. The golden flames that were originally burning 10 meters tall on his body had already become gentle, as if they were about to be extinguished. However, now, they were burning fiercely again, as if they were going to burn the void. That was battle intent. When battle intent became stronger, the golden flames would also become astonishingly powerful. If battle intent was restrained, the golden flames would also be restrained, and they would not be so dazzling and intense. Fight, the heavenly god Gong's power did not seem to have weakened after continuously using his most powerful techniques. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. The more he fought, the more his battle intent would be condensed. It was as if his power would never be exhausted. Of course, this did not mean that his battle intent would never be exhausted. It could only be maintained at its peak. To a certain extent, it was similar to the realm of freedom, but it was also different. That was only brought about by the cultivation method. However, the realm of freedom was a superior realm and was more comprehensive. In an instant, the heavenly god Gong attacked again. Both of his fists transformed into a storm and blasted out continuously. The golden fists covered the void and blasted toward Chenzong. From all directions. In an instant, they condensed into a fist, an ultimate fist. That huge fist was burning with golden flames, and its battle intent was unparalleled. The fist was unparalleled and could destroy everything. It was as if everything in its path would be shattered. This was only the prelude to the attack. His hand swept out, and a golden ring that was 10 meters long was condensed. It was instantly compressed to 1 meter, and its edges were as sharp as blades. As it spun, it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness that could tear through everything, as if it was tearing the void of the universe apart. 9 heavens 10 earth space slashing ring, the third attack. 9 heavens 10 earths true sun space-shattering strike, a golden sun that was 100 meters long condensed, burning and rolling continuously. It was quickly compressed to 10 meters, as if it had become solid. It was incomparably heavy, and its light illuminated everything, burning everything into nothingness. Boom, the most powerful attack was unleashed. After 3 consecutive attacks, the heavenly god Gong did not stop. Therefore, such an attack was unable to truly kill Chenzong. This time, it was unlikely that it would be able to do so as well. Then, it was time for the 4th attack. It could also be said that the previous 3 consecutive attacks were a preparation for the 4th attack. The 4th attack was also when he thought that after killing Chenzong, he had removed a thorn in his heart and erased the shadow in his heart. His mind was suddenly clear, and in an instant, he had also comprehended a trace of his own path from the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. After all, the inheritance of the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was created by someone else. Only by thoroughly comprehending it and turning it into his own could it become his own. Defeating Chenzong was the beginning of his own path. In an instant, the golden flames became even more blazing and extremely violent. Endless golden light gushed out and shot into the sky, majestic in the void of the universe. The heavenly god Gong stretched out his hands. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched, as if he was holding an invisible saber hilt. The 5 fingers of his left hand clasped gently, as if they were holding an invisible saber hilt. Golden light surged, flowing and colliding between his left and right hands, transforming into the shape of a saber. He unsheathed the saber. In an instant, the extremely shocking sound of a saber rang out in the void of the universe, shocking all directions. This saber was unparalleled, the golden saber was unsheathed, and golden light gushed out. The saber hilt disappeared as the saber aura pulsed. The heavenly god Gong held the saber hilt with both hands, and with extreme battle intent and sharpness, he gathered all his strength and poured it into the saber. The saber slashed out diagonally. In an instant, endless saber aura tore through the void, as if it was going to tear the void of the universe apart. However, the golden saber aura was uneven and seemed unstable. It was undeniable that it contained an extremely terrifying power. This saber attack was the most suitable martial Dao for the heavenly god Gong. Perhaps its power was not as tyrannical and violent as the 9 heavens 10 earths true Yang space-shattering strike, but it was more complete. This was a saber that belonged to him. The moment this saber attack was unleashed, the heavenly god Gong felt an indescribable sense of enlightenment. From now on, he would use the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique to perfect a more suitable battle technique for himself. That would be the battle technique that belonged to him. The heavenly god Gong had a premonition that when he perfected his own battle technique and martial Dao, he would step into the great sage stage. Everything would start with this saber attack. This was the starting point of his battle technique and martial Dao, and it was also the end point of Jiandi Chenzong. Chenzong swung his sword and executed the 3 hearts sword technique to the extreme. He shattered the fist and the space-shattering ring. He also collided with the true Yang space-shattering strike, which instantly dissipated. In order to thank you, I will send you off with my most powerful sword attack. Chenzong stared at the exploding golden flames in front of him. Through the golden flames, he stared at the peerless saber aura that was slashing toward him. He flicked his sword, and the sword chime was melodious and peerless. In an instant, he entered the realm of freedom. His heart domain expanded and merged with his heart sword intent. Then, it instantly transformed into the heart sword domain. 10,000 swords greeting the ancestor, 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed in the void, refining the swords into threads. Every streak of sword chi was condensed to the extreme and exuded an extremely shocking sharpness. In an instant, 1,000 streaks of sword chi condensed toward the center. 10,000 swords returned to one. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 streaks of sword chi that were condensed to the extreme turned into a thicker streak of sword chi. It wriggled in the void like a dragon snake, and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Even 9-star cultivators felt a piercing pain in their eyes when they looked at it from afar. It was as if the sword chi had pierced through their eyes and caused them to scream in pain. Some of them even closed their eyes and trembled nonstop. A trickle of blood flowed down from the corners of their eyes. In the next instant, that streak of sword chi instantly merged with the long sword formed by the heart sword intent. The long sword suddenly trembled, as if it was unable to withstand such power. This sword attack is called the Sword of Heart Refinement. Take this. Chen Zong's voice was tinged with a hint of indifference due to his realm of freedom. It was chilling. He swung his sword. He seemed to be able to clearly see the trajectory of that sword attack, but it also seemed to be an illusion. There was no sword light. That sword light seemed to have merged directly with the void. Heavenly God Gong felt a sense of horror in his heart. It was as if that sword attack had directly struck his heart and destroyed his mind and will. All of a sudden, the heavenly God Gong's mind shuddered as an indescribable pain swept through his body. He felt as if his mind and body were being torn apart. In the next instant, the golden flames on heavenly God Gong's body paused and gradually extinguished. The divine flames in his eyes were also extinguished. A sword mark appeared between his eyebrows and continued downward. It was as if his body had been split into two. He fell. Fall. What fell was not only a figure, but also a symbol, as if a pillar of heaven had collapsed. In many people's hearts, the Tianyuan saint was a symbol, and so was the Jiandi. No matter who died, it was a loss to the Tianyuan sacred region, and it was worth mourning for the people of the Tianyuan sacred region. The center of heavenly God Gong's eyebrow split open, and blood flowed down. His eyes dimmed, and the golden flames on his body were completely extinguished. He kept falling down. Meanwhile, Chen Zong was being forced back by the Heavenly Palace God's final saber strike. The Sword of Heart Refinement was a move that Chen Zong had unleashed his potential in the face of death. He had further unearthed the potential of his heart sword will. He was not familiar with it at first, so he could only do it step by step. Once he mastered it, he would be able to do it in one go. This sword move was different from other ultimate moves. The heart refinement returned to one sword slashed both the body and the heart. In other words, it first slashed the heart, causing one to feel as if they were being slashed apart. It affected the body, causing cracks to appear on the body as if it was being slashed apart. Even Heavenly God Gong could not block this move, which showed how terrifying it was. This was also a move that was difficult to block. At the very least, ordinary means would not be able to block it at all. This was because this move was like the power of the heart. It was unfathomable. Slashing out with this sword, Chen Zong had used up all of his strength, his essence, qi, spirit, and even the power of his will. He felt as if he had been sucked dry. Weakness surged out from the depths of his heart, wave after wave. Although Heavenly God Gong's move was not perfect, and its destructive power was not as strong as the vacuum space shattering strike, it was superior in that it was continuous. Unable to dodge, Chen Zong was immediately hit. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, which blocked the blade light and prevented his body from being torn apart. It also weakened the power of the attack by 70%, leaving only 30%. The defensive power of the Heart Seal treasure robe was evident. Not only did it weaken the power of the attack by 70%, but as long as the Heart Seal treasure robe could not break Chen Zong's body, it would be difficult for sharp weapons like swords and sabers to destroy his body. On the contrary, heavy weapons such as axes and hammers might be more effective. The remaining 30% of the attack's power was still very shocking. Chen Zong could only keep retreating to reduce the force. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. In just a moment, he had retreated thousands of meters. Even under that stunning golden saber light, he was still retreating. Retreat. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had retreated tens of thousands of meters. The power of the golden saber light was finally exhausted. Chen Zong's body trembled, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Feeling waves of weakness and helplessness, he hurriedly took out a pill and consumed it. He quickly circulated the 8th layer of the primordial sword origin technique to refine it. Unfortunately, at his current cultivation level, it was difficult to find a better medicinal pill. The recovery effect was very ordinary. After all, the current Tianyuan sacred region had not fully recovered. Even if it recovered and became stronger, it would have more natural treasures. Cultivators would need to research and create better pills. However, it was better than nothing. Chen Zong planned to recover some of his strength first before returning to the Tianyuan sacred region. Otherwise, the waves of weakness that were surging from his body and heart would be very uncomfortable. He circulated the primordial sword origin technique and the spirit control technique. His essence, qi, and spirit were constantly recovering, and the feeling of weakness was gradually disappearing. The spectators looked at Chenzong and flew down. They planned to catch the heavenly god Gong's corpse. No matter what, the heavenly god of the Tianyuan sacred palace was a powerful cultivator. He was a peerless genius who had made great contributions to the Tianyuan sacred region. He could not simply die like this. He should be given a grand burial so that the Tianyuan sacred region would remember him forever. Chenzong also planned to return to the Tianyuan sacred region after he had recovered some of his essence, qi, and spirit. He would personally build a great tomb for the heavenly god Gong. After a while, he had refined all of the pills. His essence, qi, and spirit had recovered a little, and the feeling of weakness had disappeared. Chenzong stared into the endless void. There was only darkness in the distance. It seemed to contain extremely deep mysteries, and it also seemed to contain extreme danger. The mysteries continued to attract Chenzong. The desire to explore them grew from the depths of his heart, and he wanted to take action. However, his rationality stopped him from doing so. It was still not possible. Although he was already very powerful, he was still somewhat lacking if he wanted to truly explore the void of the universe. At the very least, he had to break through to the illuminating God state. Only then would he be truly qualified. Now, he should return to the Tianyuan sacred region and cultivate properly. Now that the situation in the Tianyuan sacred region had stabilized, he could once again head to the eternal battle fort to further understand the mysteries of the universe. He would strive to improve himself to the peak in a shorter period of time, and then break through to the illuminating God state. The illuminating God state was the standard to truly explore the void of the universe, but it was not that easy to achieve. According to Chenzong's knowledge, there had not been a supreme saint in the Tianyuan sacred region for more than 100,000 years. It was as if there was a gap. He exhaled a long breath, but the breath turned into nothingness in the void. There was no qi of the universe or air in the void. Fortunately, cultivators at Chenzong's level could survive even without air. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death. Withdrawing his gaze, Chenzong turned around, intending to return to the Tianyuan sacred region. The battle with heavenly god Gong was very fierce. As they fought, they could not help but fly more than 100,000 meters away from the Tianyuan sacred region. Chenzong also realized that his flying speed in the void of the universe was far slower than in the Tianyuan sacred region. He felt that there was no restriction in the void of the universe, but there was some kind of suppression. It was very strange, and it was not something he could understand at the moment. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure flashed in front of Chenzong like a stream of light. Chenzong couldn't help but focus his gaze over, and he was faintly able to capture a wisp of a figure that was swiftly approaching. At the same time, an extreme feeling of danger assaulted his face, and it shot straight into the depths of his heart while alarm rang out. The heart sword intent gave Chenzong a stronger will, and at the same time, it made Chenzong more sensitive to danger. It seemed to be a void beast, a terrifying beast that lived in the void of the universe. It was born with a huge body and extremely powerful strength. It was very terrifying, and it was one of the sources of danger everywhere in the void of the universe. The extreme sense of danger made Chenzong realize that things were not good. His calm mind also made Chenzong realize that he had to leave as soon as possible. He had to return to the Tianyuan sacred region as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. The void beast would only live in the void of the universe, and would not enter the world of life. That would suppress them, and their combat power would be greatly reduced. If he was not careful, he could be besieged and killed. That was a memory that originated from the void beast's bloodline that had been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, as long as he entered the Tianyuan sacred region, the void beast would not chase after him. Fast, 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 even faster. However, the distance of tens of thousands of meters seemed to be extremely far. Especially when he had yet to fully recover his strength. However, he still had the freedom state. Under the freedom state, as long as he still had strength, he could exert it to the extreme. However, he could not maintain it for long. He hoped that he could hurry back to the Tianyuan sacred region. Chen Zong's idea was beautiful, but the reality was difficult to understand. The void beast's speed was obviously faster because it had reached the spirit realm. In an instant, a black light flashed in front of Chen Zong's eyes. The void beast blocked his way 10,000 meters away. Chen Zong hurriedly stopped and stared at it. He almost could not maintain the freedom state. It was a pitch-black gigantic snake with a triangular head. It had a pair of pitch-black eyes, but in the center of its pupils, there was an extreme shade of scarlet, emitting a terrifying light that was extremely cold. Being stared at, Chen Zong felt his entire body turn cold. The coldness gushed out from the depths of his body, almost freezing his body and soul. The giant snake was 10,000 meters long and more than 100 meters thick. Its black body was covered with scarlet lines that crisscrossed with each other. It was very complicated. Chen Zong felt dizzy just by looking at it. An astonishing aura was constantly emitting from the giant snake's body. It poured out overwhelmingly. Even though the void of the universe was so vast, Chen Zong could still feel it clearly. It was as heavy as an ancient black mountain, crushing him and making it difficult for him to move. It was also as if he was frozen by endless black ice. His body was stiff, and his qi and blood were stagnant. This kind of aura was too horrible. Although Chen Zong had met some spirit realm experts in the Eternal Battle Fort, they had deliberately restrained their auras. But now, the void beast did not restrain its aura. Instead, it emitted it wantonly, suppressing all directions. Chen Zong saw a trace of mockery in the giant eyes of the void beast. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The void beast not only had an extremely strong power and a huge body, but also a superior intelligence that was not inferior to that of the human clan. It was totally incomparable to the demonic beasts. It could be said that the void beast itself was a powerful and high-end race. What should I do? Chen Zong's mind was spinning crazily. He wanted to surpass the limit, but he could not think of a way. In the next moment, the void beast opened its bloody mouth. An astonishing suction force suddenly filled the air. It was like a whirlpool flowing backward, covering everything in front of it. Chen Zong could not resist at all. He was directly sucked into the void beast's mouth by the astonishing suction force. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's body disappeared into the void beast's mouth. The void beast closed its mouth and swept its cold gaze across. Then, with a shake of its body and a flick of its tail, it turned into a streak of black light and flew away. In the Tianyuan sacred region, a figure kept falling. It penetrated through the heavenly lightning, heavenly fire, and astral winds. It was as if its entire body was burning. It fell head first with boundless power. In the sky above, numerous figures quickly descended and rushed towards that figure, wanting to catch him. In an instant, a golden light seemed to sweep out from the void. It wrapped around Heavenly God Gong's body and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The void of the universe was dark, deep, vast, and boundless. A giant black snake that was 10,000 meters long and covered in complicated blood-red patterns was flying through the void at lightning speed. The speed of the giant snake was extremely fast, but compared to the vast and mighty void, it was nothing. Its huge body was nothing compared to the void of the universe. Tiny, even if the giant snake was 10 times bigger, it would still be like a speck of dust compared to the void of the universe. The void was like an ocean, and the giant snake was like a fish, wandering freely. Its huge and cold eyes stared ahead as if they could see through everything. The battle between Chen Zong and Heavenly God Gong had caused quite a commotion, and the giant snake was not far away. It had sensed the commotion and seemed to have been attracted by it out of curiosity or something else. Unfortunately, Chen Zong had become its food. However, Chen Zong was as tiny as a speck of dust compared to the giant snake. He was not even qualified to fill the gaps between its teeth. However, void beasts were cold and indifferent by nature. They did not fear life. If they ate it, they ate it. If they killed it, they killed it. Before long, the giant snake had left the Tianyuan sacred domain far behind. It kept moving forward, and moving forward. Finally, the giant snake rested on a huge meteorite that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size. Its extremely powerful aura was gradually withdrawn, and only wisps of it spread out and covered the surroundings. time passed slowly. In the void, time seemed to be unknowingly passing. The black airflow inside the giant snake's body was chaotic, and it kept attacking. It seemed to come from the front, the back, the left, and the right. It was completely unpredictable, but it was very terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. A spot of light was flickering. The light was like a wave of clear water, and it firmly blocked the black airflow's attack. Layers of fine ripples spread out, and a figure was inside the clear light. It was Chenzong. Chenzong, who had been swallowed into the giant snake's stomach, was immediately attacked by an extremely powerful force. It was the power of the soul conduit realm. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. Once hit, even with the heart seal treasure robe weakening the power by 70%, the remaining 30% was enough to shatter his body in an instant. Not even his bones would be left, and his soul would be destroyed. However, there was nothing Chenzong could do. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, dodge, or resist. It was that he couldn't do it. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. The gap between them was just too big. It was like the gap between a drop of water and a lake. It was like the gap between a firefly and the bright moon. Death was the only outcome. However, just as the violent power was about to hit him, Chenzong was unable to withstand the impact and fainted instantly. A token suddenly appeared and emitted a clear light that enveloped Chenzong. Eternal Heaven and Earth Token. The power contained in the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token could resist the full power attack of an ordinary Spirit Realm warrior. It was a protection that the Eternal Battle Fort gave to the King Realm geniuses. Of course, it was only once. After all, the Eternal Battle Fort couldn't afford to waste so much energy. Once was already good enough. If he encountered a Spirit Realm expert more than once, he would either be unlucky or be courting death. There was nothing he could do about it. Thank goodness. Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token, he would have been doomed this time. He had just defeated and killed Heavenly God Gong. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the Void Beast. If it weren't for the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token, he would have died. If Heavenly God Gong was still alive and knew about this, what kind of expression would he have? Chenzong couldn't help but shake his head. At this time, he still had the mood to think about this. He really didn't know how to describe himself. Now, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, the power of the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token wasn't endless. It couldn't be maintained for too long. Once it was used up, the result would be death. Death was inevitable. He didn't have any other trump cards. Even if the power of the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token was endless and would never be used up, he didn't want to stay here forever. It was impossible to cultivate here, let alone improve himself. Leave, he had to leave, then, his only hope was the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token. The power contained in the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token could be activated automatically to resist the attack of the Spirit Ascension stage. It could also be used by himself to temporarily give him the power of the Spirit Ascension stage. Now, he had to use this power to break open the body of the Void Beast and quickly get away. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong's eyes shone with incomparably sharp light. He stretched out his left hand and clasped his 5 fingers. Immediately, he grabbed the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token. At that moment, Chenzong immediately felt an incomparably strong power flowing from the Eternal Heaven and Earth Token through the 5 fingers of his left hand. It directly rushed to his arm and ran through his whole body. As if he had been electrocuted, Chenzong's body suddenly trembled. The incomparably tyrannical power was like the flow of the sea, like the eruption of a volcano. In an instant, it rushed into Chenzong's body and spread through his limbs and bones. This power was as vast as the abyss and as powerful as the gods. Chenzong could clearly feel that compared to this power, his own power was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. If the power he possessed was like a small pond, then this power was like a huge lake. Extremely powerful energy surged wantonly within his body, surging and surging endlessly. It attacked everything and continued to spread out from his body, causing the layer of clear light to appear like the surface of a lake that had been blown by a strong wind. Waves were swept up as they rippled endlessly. This was because the power was so strong that it exceeded Chenzong's realm, causing him to be unable to control it perfectly. Zong felt that his body was about to explode. If he tried to force this power into his body, the result would be that he would really explode. Using his mind consciousness to the extreme, Zong tried his best to mobilize this power. The Supreme Heart Sword Essence gave Zong an even more amazing grip power. There was no extra time and no extra opportunity. Only one time, only one strike. As such, he naturally had to unleash his most powerful attack. At present, among the sword techniques that he had mastered, the weakest should be the single-minded sword intent, followed by the three hearts sword intent, followed by the myriad swords greeting, then the myriad swords unification, and finally the heart refining. The power of the heart refining was equivalent to combining the single-minded sword intent, the three hearts sword intent, the myriad swords greeting, and the myriad swords unification. It was the strongest sword. It needed to be integrated with his essence, energy, and spirit, and it needed to explode with extremely strong heart force. With a solemn expression, Zong slowly raised the heart sword essence longsword. The sword could not help but tremble. Because the power was too strong, the heart sword essence seemed to be unable to bear it. If it were not for its amazing characteristics, it would have collapsed long ago. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were pitch black. They emitted an extremely sharp light, as if they could pierce through everything. The clear light around him became even more violent, surging like a raging tide. Zong shouted in a low voice, "Heart refining." His voice was like rolling thunder, reverberating in the black turbulence. In an instant, the power became even stronger. Unification. Zong shouted again. His voice was so loud that it seemed to tear the sky apart. That power was restrained in an instant, but because he could not control it completely, there were still waves. Sword. When the last word came out, the sharpness that pierced the ninth heaven was earth-shattering. The heart sword essence slashed forward in an instant. This slash was the ultimate of everything. An extremely violent sword light, like a majestic torrent or a destructive meteorite, tore apart the layers of black turbulence in an instant, and blasted out with irresistible force. The darkness here was like a void, vast and boundless. This was the body of the void beast. Of course, it wasn't truly boundless, but it just looked like it. The strongest attack, Zong could feel the violence and sharpness of the power pouring out of this attack with the power of the spirit realm. Originally, this sword attack should have been subtle, and the power should have been extremely condensed. Unfortunately, the power of the spirit realm was too strong and ferocious, completely out of his control. Therefore, it leaked out and caused a mighty momentum, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The power of heart refining burst out completely in an instant, shattering the turbulence and the darkness. It tore open a crack, and a beam of light shone through. Without hesitation, Zong immediately activated the remaining power of the spirit realm, bursting out with an unparalleled speed. It was too fast, beyond his expectation and control. Fortunately, Zong's soul consciousness was strong, and he could barely adjust his direction, rushing towards that beam of light. In an instant, Zong rushed out of the light, and in front of him was darkness again. Zong smiled. Because this was the darkness of the void of the universe, not the darkness inside the body of the void beast. An extremely loud roar of anger mixed with pain arose. It was vigorous and ancient, overbearing and ferocious. It was the furious giant snake. Its body was broken. Although the wound was nothing to the giant snake's 10,000-meter-long body, it was still very painful. After all, it was an attack of the spirit realm. In addition, it was broken from the inside. That tiny ant had escaped, which made it even more furious. In the furious roar, the giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a beam of dark light, which was like a 10,000-jang-long waterfall with a terrifying power, smashing toward Zong. In front of that torrent of dark light, Zong looked very small. However, the power of the eternal heaven and earth token hadn't disappeared completely. Under Zong's control, the giant snake burst out with an unparalleled speed. In just a moment, he escaped from the torrent of dark light and flew away. The giant snake didn't want to give up, but it didn't chase after him, because the attack just now had indeed caused it a serious injury, and it needed to recover. The body of the void beast was extremely strong, and its self-healing ability was also amazing. The wound healed quickly and disappeared, but that tiny ant also disappeared in front of its eyes. However, the giant snake wouldn't give up just like that, because it could sense and capture the aura fluctuation left by Chenzong. Following this aura fluctuation, it chased after him. What should I do if the little dumpling accidentally enters the void? Will it become a vacuum-packed dumpling? If it goes to the void, will it increase its value by 100 times? The void of the universe was quiet and boundless. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to hear anything. What people could see was mostly darkness. Countless stars twinkled deep in the darkness, as if they were the eyes of the gods, which seemed to contain endless mysteries. At first glance, people would feel that it was endlessly mysterious, as if it had an indescribable magnificence that was fascinating. However, after looking at it for a long time, people would inevitably feel bored. It was like eating something delicious every day without changing its taste several times or even more than 10 times a day. After eating it too much, people would feel bored. Finally, when they saw it or even thought about it, they would want to throw up. A clear light rippled like water, flying across the boundless dark void at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. He didn't know how far he had flown. Suddenly, the clear light rippled like a candle flame blown by a strong wind. After 3 breaths, it suddenly extinguished. His body that was constantly rushing forward also gradually slowed down. Has the energy been used up? Chenzong held the eternal heaven and earth token in his hand, but he couldn't feel any energy being transmitted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The feeling of the spirit realm energy filling his body was extremely strong and violent, as if he could explode at any time. However, he enjoyed it very much. Satisfied, enriched, if he could, he would like to have this kind of energy forever. However, it was a pity that he couldn't. After all, this energy didn't belong to him. It was the energy brought by an external object. It wasn't under his control and would be consumed completely. Although he had known it for a long time, when this energy disappeared, the feeling of the powerful energy filling his body also disappeared. He couldn't help but feel disappointed from his heart to his body. It was as if he had been emptied all of a sudden. It was empty and boundless. However, Chenzong's adaptability was strong, and he had almost perfect control of his body. Thus, he recovered in a flash. A faintly discernible sense of danger lingered in his heart, unable to be dispelled. Chenzong couldn't help but wear a solemn face. With a quick thought, Chenzong quickly realized the source of the sense of danger. It was the void beast, the black serpent. Other than the void behemoth black serpent, there shouldn't be any other source of danger that was so clear and locked onto him. In other words, the black snake had not given up. In fact, it was already on its way to chase after him. Run, although this word was not very elegant, it was the truth. Right now, he was no match for the black void beast, so he could only run away. In fact, even if he had the eternal heaven and earth token, he would not be a match for the black void beast. That was because it was not a power that he had cultivated and could not be fully controlled by him. Sometimes, uncontrollable power would become a burden. The void behemoth itself was extremely powerful. If he chose to fight it, the result would be his death. Run, he didn't know east, west, north, south, up, down, left, right. The void of the universe was dark and deep. This place was so far away from the Tianyuan sacred region that it was impossible to tell where they were. Chenzong had never thought that the final battle against the heavenly god Gong would turn out like this. Everything had gone beyond his original plan. Originally, he had planned to return to the Tianyuan sacred region and send his consciousness to the eternal battle fort to cultivate. After returning to his original body, he would do his best to improve himself and strive to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Although it was not so easy to break through to the spirit realm. However, only after reaching the spirit realm could one truly be qualified to explore the void of the universe. This was because only then would one have enough power to deal with the dangers in the void of the universe. For example, the void behemoth alone would suffice. For example, the black serpent's strength was extremely terrifying. An ordinary spirit realm cultivator might not be able to do anything to it. Now that he didn't know the direction or anything else, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. However, Chenzong didn't feel uneasy. Instead, he exploded with all his speed and kept moving forward. His strength had long since recovered to its original state. However, compared to the strength of the spirit realm before, his current full speed was like comparing a turtle to a rabbit. The gap was too big. However, there was no other way. If he wanted to master that kind of strength, he had to break through to the spirit realm. The sense of crisis lingering in his heart didn't disappear at all. Chenzong could only keep moving forward. He didn't know what was in front of him. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong felt a little tired because the surrounding scenery was still the same. It was pitch black and deep, with stars twinkling in the distance. He felt as if he had always been in the same place and hadn't moved at all. If one's mind wasn't strong enough, he would soon feel annoyed because of this. However, Chenzong wouldn't, because Chenzong knew clearly that he had been flying forward. However, the void of the universe was so vast that it seemed to be the same. If he was in the profound world, with his speed, he would have already crossed the profound world. However, such a distance was just a small distance in the void of the universe. It was like a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, Chenzong's eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. A huge figure was approaching at an astonishing speed, emitting an astonishing pressure. His eyes narrowed to the extreme, like pinholes, and he was extremely vigilant. After experiencing the crisis of the void behemoth, Chenzong was now more vigilant. If another void behemoth came, he would be in great danger. However, it was not a void behemoth, but an incomparably huge ship. The ship was originally sailing in the water and on the sea, but now it was sailing in the void of the universe. At first glance, Chenzong thought it was a void behemoth. This ship was 3,000 meters long, hundreds of meters wide, and hundreds of meters high. It had a black base and was engraved with many extremely complicated patterns. When it approached, the pressure it brought to Chenzong was no less than that of the black snake void behemoth. In the face of this huge ship, Chenzong was also extremely vigilant. He had already avoided it and kept a distance. The huge black ship seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, exuding an incomparably astonishing aura as it flew past in an instant. It looked huge, but its speed was not slow at all, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Staring at the huge black ship that was rapidly moving away, Chenzong's eyes flickered a few times, and he immediately burst out at full speed, flying along the path of the huge ship. Although he was very vigilant, Chenzong also understood that this huge ship must be heading to a certain place, and he didn't know anything in the void of the universe. He couldn't tell the direction, and it was full of danger. He couldn't stay for long. In addition, the aura emitted by the void behemoth was very tyrannical, and it would have a certain deterrent effect on void behemoths. In that case, following the giant ship was the only viable option now. On the huge black ship, in a cabin with simple decorations, a young girl with a hot figure and a tender face in a light yellow dress was lying on a soft and wide bed. She supported herself with both hands, looking up at her upper body that would make the opposite sex burn with anger and the same sex jealous. She was bored to death, flipping through a sword principal notebook, but her big eyes were wandering, and she couldn't read it at all. "Stupid sister, you always force me to remember these things." The young woman tossed aside the sword-down notebook that was extremely precious in the eyes of many. She rolled her seemingly soft and boneless body and grumbled. After that, she recalled her older sister's dignified appearance, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly picked up the sword-down notebook, but she was still unable to read it. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" the child-faced girl asked crisply. "Second miss, it's me." A low voice came from outside the door. "There's a person following behind the heavy front ship. His cultivation hasn't reached the spirit realm." "Let me see." The young girl's eyes instantly lit up as if she'd found something interesting. She hurriedly rolled down from the soft and wide bed and casually tossed the precious sword-down notebook to the side. "Uncle Rome, bring him up." The child-faced girl left the cabin and looked back from the top of the ship. She saw a small figure and said to the middle-aged man in a gray robe standing next to her. "Second miss, I don't know where this person is from." The middle-aged man in a gray robe didn't move, but said slowly. "Uncle Rome, didn't you say he hasn't reached the spirit realm? Since he hasn't reached the spirit realm, can he do something bad under the eyes of a spirit realm expert like you?" The child-faced girl pretended to be an old man and waved her hand. Bring him up and ask him why he's following the heavy front ship. The middle-aged man in a gray robe thought, it was indeed so. He was in the spirit realm. Although he was in the lowest level of the spirit realm, he was invincible to those who hadn't reached the spirit realm. They couldn't resist him at all. As long as he was here, he didn't need to worry about a warrior who hadn't reached the spirit realm. Moreover, he wasn't the only spirit realm expert on the heavy front ship. Then, he would do as the second miss said. After all, the second miss was in charge of the heavy front ship. It was the first miss idea to train the second Mississippi. The middle-aged man in a gray robe flashed and then appeared outside the heavy front ship. His speed was amazing. Chen Zong only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then he was locked by an extremely formidable aura. That aura was extremely powerful, like an ancient mountain in the void suppressing him, which made him unable to move. Right after that, an ancient hand fell on his shoulder and gently clenched. His power seemed to have lost its dependence, and he couldn't use it. It seemed to travel through space and time at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong realized that he couldn't see the black ship anymore. Then, he realized that he was on the black ship. His heart sank a little bit, but Chen Zong didn't panic. His mind moved quickly, thinking of different things. Today is the birthday of junior brother Yun Mo, the benevolent and righteous sword boy. Happy birthday to him. 6 paths, continue to write and try to add one more update tonight. Xianxia came out of seclusion in the supreme mystery world. His aura was getting stronger, and he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the divine fiend azure battle technique. However, it was very difficult to break through to the 6th level. The higher the level of the battle technique, the more obvious the difference between each level. I didn't expect my original body to go to the void of the universe. Standing on the top of Azure Peak, Xianxia had an inexplicable smile on his face, as if he was gloating. Although their souls came from the same source, their personalities were independent. Looks like I have to speed up, or I might be left behind by my original body. Xianxia changed the topic and said to himself. Unfortunately, it was not easy for him to reach the 6th level of the divine fiend azure battle technique in a short period of time. Based on his understanding and deduction, the 6th level was the peak of the demigod realm, and the 7th level was the beginning of the imminent god realm. However, based on the current situation, it was very difficult to cultivate to the 7th level in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Even the 6th level would take a long time. Xianxia thought of the void battleground. There was an army of void demons in the void battleground. If he killed the void demons, he could absorb the evil aura. Even without killing the void demons, the void battleground had a stronger evil aura than other places. Of course, if he absorbed all the evil aura in the Azure secret realm, he might have a chance to reach the 6th level, but it was only a chance. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, Xianxia could not do that. After all, this was a place for the Azure sect to train. Without the Azure secret realm, the Azure sect's development would drop by a level, which was not in line with their original intention. Then, let's go to the void battleground in the supreme mystery world to absorb the evil aura there and cultivate the divine fiend azure battle technique. He could also go deep into the battlefield and kill the void demons. On one hand, he could absorb the evil aura, and on the other hand, he could let the Nirvana evil sword devour the life force of the void demons to recover his strength. The void of the universe was dark and boundless. Somewhere far away from Tianyuan sacred territory, a huge black ship was flying at an astonishing speed. At this speed, it would only take a few breaths of time to cross the entire profound realm. The ship looked like a heavy black sword, which was why it was named the Heavy Vanguard. There were quite a few people on the heavy edge, all of whom were cultivators. Even the weakest of them were half-step great sages, or demigods. There were even some who were at the peak of the demigod level. That gray-robed middle-aged man was an expert who had surpassed the peak of the demigod realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so helpless. Now, Chen Zong stayed on the heavy front for the time being. This was the order of the hot and baby-faced second Mississippi. Chen Zong was very happy to stay here. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to wander in the boundless void and what dangers he might encounter. Now, he could hitch a ride. No matter where he went, at least it was better than wandering aimlessly in the boundless void. Of course, Chen Zong couldn't avoid being interrogated. The person being interrogated was the second Mississippi. She had a baby-faced face, but she had to put on a dignified look. Even the tone of her voice was deliberately dignified, as if this would make her look more intimidating. She didn't know that it made her look even more adorable. Chenzong could tell that she was imitating someone. As for who it was, he didn't know, but it should be someone close to the second Mississippi facing the interrogation. They were actually asking about his origin and why he was on the heavy edge. Chenzong gave a half-true half-false answer. His origin naturally referred to the Lingwu star. Lingwu sacred world was the name of a world. According to some records he had read in the Eternal Battle Fort, worlds and stars were different. To some extent, they were even rarer. Rarer sometimes meant more valuable. Although the Lingwu sacred world wasn't much now, it was better to be careful. Therefore, to call it the Lingwu star, it gave people an innate feeling that they came from a star, not a world. He had traveled the void around the Lingwu planet with the seniors of his sect. In the end, he was attacked by a void beast. After a great battle, he was separated from his seniors and drifted to this place. He did not know where this place was. Half of it was true and half false. Only in this way would there be no flaws and people would believe him. The girl believed him directly, but the gray-robed middle-aged man's expression didn't change at all. It was hard to tell whether he believed him or not. But that wasn't important. He just needed to hitch a ride. He didn't want to do anything to the heavy edge. Under the second Mrs. decision, Chenzong was assigned a cabin. Although it was ordinary, it was enough for Chenzong. He was very grateful. This was a favor that he would repay one day. The heavy edge was very powerful. There was no doubt about that. It was safer with a soul conduit cultivator guarding it. Sitting down in the cabin, Chenzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being lost in the dark and boundless void disappeared. The pressure in the depths of his heart also disappeared. He felt relieved. This time, it was really very dangerous. Just a little bit more and he would have been finished. Now, he was finally safe. Heavenly God Gong, it seems that I can't build a big tomb for you now. When I return to the Tianyuan sacred realm in the future, I will find your corpse and fulfill my promise, Chenzong said to himself. Heavenly God Gong, that was a real opponent. Although it was a pity, victory and defeat had to be decided. This had been decided from the moment they met. It was unavoidable, it was like a fated meeting. Now, it had come to an end. Chenzong didn't know that Heavenly God Gong was swept away by a beam of golden light after he fell. There was still a suspense about whether he was dead or not. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Chenzong began to calm down. From comprehending the origin of the world and the depths of the world to being expelled by the will of the world, to immediately fighting a life-and-death battle with Heavenly God Gong, to being swallowed by the void beast after the battle, to using the power of the eternal heaven and earth to escape. He hadn't properly comprehended himself and observed the changes in his body. Now, he finally had time. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, he began to observe himself. What Chenzong was interested in was the change in his physique. Based on his feeling, he should have reached the level of a middle-level spirit body. However, it was hard to say what kind of middle-level spirit body it was. Perhaps it had never appeared before. However, one thing was for sure. This middle-level spirit body was closely related to his Taichu sword origin technique. Chenzong's divine sense sank into his body. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible will that circled around him, observing him. It was none other than the will of the middle-aged man in the gray robe. He didn't want to pry into any secrets. Instead, he wanted to know if this person would act recklessly. Although he was only an ant-like existence in front of him, no matter what, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Now, it seemed that the other party really didn't have any ideas. He was very honest. It was good that he was honest. He just needed to stay here peacefully. Using his inner vision, Chenzong could see that the interior of his body seemed to have changed greatly compared to before. Above his sea of vital energy, there was a gray ball that was slowly rotating. Countless streams of air rolled on the surface of the ball like waves, circulating endlessly without beginning or end. Inside, clear air slowly rose while turbid air slowly sank. It was as if the world was changing. This was the secret of the 8th stage of the Taichu sword origin technique. Looking into his internal organs, he saw that they were filled with astonishing vitality. They looked extremely bright and colorful, as if they were bursting with layers of light from the inside. They turned into halos that covered the surface. Not only were they magnificent, but they also had layers of protection that could withstand the bombardment of tremendous force. His heart beat steadily and powerfully, swallowing and spitting out blood that shone with light. Every time it swallowed and spat out blood, it was as if the waters of a great river surged endlessly, containing astonishing power. This was a body that had condensed a top-grade flower of supreme realm. Its potential was astonishing. Looking at his bones, they seemed to be made of white jade. They were filled with a layer of crystalline luster that contained extremely terrifying power. It seemed to be a kind of sharpness. It was as sharp as a sword, a sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through and pierce through everything. His tendons had become even thicker and tougher. As he moved, the power that he could unleash was even more frightening and frightening. Bits of light faintly condensed into aura that slowly flowed within his tendons, bones, and muscles. This was a very unique power that didn't belong to the category of spiritual force. It was very unique and very powerful. This was the power of the physique. It was a power that belonged to a special physique. Spiritual physique, this was a symbol of the spiritual physique's power. His physique was indeed a spiritual physique. Judging from the experience of cultivating in the Eternal Battle Fort, it had reached the level of a middle-grade spiritual physique. It was a spiritual physique that was related to the way of the sword. The 8th level of the Taichu sword energy technique was activated. Xianxia activated the power of his spiritual physique at the same time. This was something that he could control. Whether he activated it or not depended entirely on his will. Therefore, it could be used as a trump card. As soon as he activated the power of his spiritual physique, Xianxia immediately felt the power of his Taichu sword energy increase greatly. It directly increased by about 60%. He couldn't help but be shocked. A low-grade spiritual physique could increase one's power by 30%. A middle-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 50%. A high-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 70%. A top-grade spiritual physique could increase it by 100%. But now, his middle-grade spiritual physique could increase his power by 60%. There was only a difference of 10% between 60% and 50%. However, for an expert, a 10% increase was very obvious. The increase in power was also very significant. Many times, it was enough to turn the tides of life and death. Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a touch of joy. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't his territory, he would have already used his power to test it out. Without a doubt, this spiritual physique is closely related to the Taichu sword energy technique. They are of the same origin. Xianxia thought to himself. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The power of the spiritual physique can not only increase the power of cultivation techniques, but also be of the same origin as cultivation techniques. In this case, can I increase the level of the spiritual physique through cultivation techniques? If his guess was true, it would be very shocking. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible to become a high-grade spiritual physique or even a top-grade spiritual physique. The increase in power would be very obvious. I'll add one more update today, take the girl you want. The power of the Taichu sword origin body, a middle-grade spirit body, was beyond Xianxia's imagination. It was an unexpected surprise. Once the hidden power was stimulated, it could increase the power of the Taichu sword origin by 60%, greatly increasing his strength. Cultivation techniques were the foundation, and also a very important part of one's strength. Without the power of the cultivation technique, it would be hard to exert the mysteries of many martial arts, not to mention their power. Quantity and mastery were constantly excavating the potential of the Taichu sword origin body, turning it into power. On the other side, Xianxia was also cultivating the Taichu sword origin technique. The Taichu sword origin body was transformed from the Taichu sword origin technique, and was closely related to the cultivation technique. While improving the cultivation technique, it was also improving the physique, killing two birds with one stone. While cultivating the cultivation technique and comprehending the physique, Xianxia also paid attention to the transformation after the yin and yang Dao will and the wind, fire, and Thunder Dao will collided in his spirit sea. However, that transformation was not under his control, and seemed to happen spontaneously. He didn't know when the transformation would end. He was looking forward to it. Perhaps it would give him a surprise when the time came. The heavy vanguard was fast, but the void was vast and boundless. Therefore, as he kept flying, he could still see the same scenery. Chenzong meditated in the cabin for a while, then walked out and went to the deck. The heavy vanguard was huge, and so was the deck. It was very spacious, surrounded by a 1-meter-tall fence, and then a layer of almost transparent film. It was the protective cover of the heavy vanguard, which had an extremely strong defensive power. It was said that it could resist the attack of the spirit realm without breaking. Standing at the edge of the deck and looking around, Chenzong withdrew his gaze and pulled out his sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and slowly raised it up, like an incense stick facing the sky. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes focused as if he was gazing at the sword. As his mind focused, a sharp light bloomed in the depth of his pupils. His body straightened, his back like a sword. In a flash, his aura and the aura of the sword in his hand merged into one. It was as if what stood on the deck was not a person, but a sword, a peerlessly sharp sword. Just then, the child-faced second miss hopped out of the cabin and onto the deck. When she saw Chenzong, her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Just as she was about to cry out in surprise, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. She didn't want to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Chenzong. She looks very powerful. She doesn't seem to be inferior to Big Sister. Second Miss exclaimed in her heart. She then shook her head. No, Elder Sister is the most powerful. He definitely can't compare to Elder Sister, but he's not bad either. Although she didn't put much effort into her cultivation, her family's knowledge and talent had given her extraordinary insight. She could more or less see some mysteries. This aura, could it be that he's comparable to the first miss? In another place, the expression of the gray-robed middle-aged man, who was secretly observing the situation, changed slightly. He found it hard to believe. The first miss was the #1 genius in the family and a famous peerless talent in this star. She ranked in the top 3 or even higher. Her swordsmanship was superb, and her foundation in swordsmanship was extremely solid. But now, a person who came from an unknown remote star was actually comparable to the first Mississippi illusion. It must be an illusion. Maybe his aura was condensed, but it was not enough to compare with the first Mississippi. Chenzong didn't seem to notice or didn't care that someone was watching. It didn't matter at all. He was sincere and upright, he waved his sword, The trajectory was simple and clear. The speed of the sword was not fast at all. It could be seen clearly. A very simple swordsmanship was displayed. It seemed to be a basic swordsmanship, but it was more comprehensive than the ordinary basic swordsmanship. Chenzong displayed it over and over again. There were dozens of styles in this swordsmanship, including all the skills of swordsmanship. It was many times more complicated than the ordinary basic swordsmanship. This was Chenzong's accumulation of swordsmanship. The second miss felt bored as she watched. She had never been interested in cultivation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a low-level demigod now. It's a very comprehensive basic swordsmanship, but it's too comprehensive. The middle-aged man in gray couldn't help shaking his head. Being all-round sounded good, but to the strong, being all-round often meant being mediocre. This was because every cultivator's time and energy were limited. Therefore, they would usually choose one or a few aspects to improve and become stronger. It was especially so in the spirit realm. They chose 1 or 2 aspects of each aspect to reach the spirit realm. If one wanted to be comprehensive, not only would it be many times more difficult, but it would also be impossible to make a breakthrough. You're on the wrong path. The middle-aged man in gray shook his head again. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe he should give some advice to Chenzong. Then he shook his head. No need. After all, Chenzong had nothing to do with him. Not everyone was qualified to receive advice from a spirit realm expert. Even if he was in the lowest level of the spirit realm, there was a huge gap between him and a demigod. The spirit realm, it was a higher transformation of life. It was an infinite improvement of the realm. It was a leap from the stars to the void. No matter how low the spirit realm was, it was still unattainable for practitioners in the demigod realm. This gap was insurmountable. Zong didn't know the thoughts of a spirit realm expert, and he didn't care. His sword principle was firm. Since he had stepped on the path of cultivation, he had been constantly moving forward. Perhaps he had made mistakes, but he had corrected them step by step with his own ability and improved step by step. Until now, the more outstanding a genius was, the more determined he was, and the less likely he was to be influenced by the outside world. This basic sword technique had been taught to Zong by his elder sister, Xianxia. It had been perfected by Zong's own cultivation, and it had become his own basic sword technique. It included all sword techniques, and it might not be suitable for others, but it was most suitable for himself. It was best if it was suitable for himself. After all, this was someone else's place. Therefore, Zong only practiced the basic swordsmanship and didn't use any other means. It was inconvenient. After practicing the basic swordsmanship for a few times, Zong returned to his cabin and continued his cultivation. Days went by like this. On this day, the second young lady named Lin Weihan carried a very exquisite-looking long sword and wanted to compete with Zong in swordsmanship. Zong had just finished practicing the basic swordsmanship. He was moved and agreed. "Take this," Lin Weihan shouted. Her sword left its scabbard and turned into a cold light that pierced through the air. Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword that was thrusting towards Yi Shiwen seemed simple and direct. It was a straight line that pierced through the air. In the eyes of those who were not strong enough, they would have this kind of feeling. However, there was an incomparably shocking chill condensed within it. But in Zong's eyes, this sword was very exquisite. The martial arts in it were very profound. It was obviously a move of a very profound swordsmanship. Of course, the swordsmanship was a good one, but when used by Lin Weihan, it was nothing. It was sloppy and ordinary. It could only be said that Lin Weihan didn't put much effort into the swordsmanship. She couldn't display the mysteries in it. Zong didn't fight back. Instead, he moved his feet and easily avoided it. Lin Weihan immediately changed her stance. Her body followed the movement of her sword, and with a light leap, her petite body shot out with her sword. An extreme chill permeated the air, and vaguely, one could see the illusory image of snowflakes condensing around her body, sprinkling down. This time, Zong didn't dodge. Instead, he attacked with his sword. It looked like one sword, but in fact, there were many swords. They shattered the shadows of snowflakes and defeated the sword momentum. The sword momentum was defeated. The cold aura that Lin Weihan gathered also dissipated in an instant. That sword couldn't be wielded. "Have you seen our Lin family's cold flying snow sword?" Lin Weihan held the long sword and tilted her head. Her big eyes stared at Zong. They were full of curiosity and inquiry. It was as if she wanted to see through Zong. "No." Zong silently recited the name of the swordsmanship. Then, he shook his head. Indeed, he had never seen or heard of it. However, it seemed to be a very good swordsmanship. The concept was very profound. What a pity. If only he could see the true face of the swordsmanship, how good would that be? Lin Weihan's swordsmanship wasn't enough to display the subtlety of this swordsmanship. "Then how did you break my sword momentum?" Lin Weihan blinked her eyes to show her dissatisfaction. Zong smiled but didn't say anything. If he told the truth, it would probably hurt her. It was better not to say it. Lin Weihan pouted. She seemed to know what Zong meant. Then, she put on a fierce look and said, "I am very powerful. Don't underestimate me." It's just that. As she spoke, she was embarrassed to continue. After all, she neglected her cultivation. Everyone in the family knew about it. "Humph, if my sister used the cold flying snow sword, you would definitely be no match for her," Lin Weihan said fiercely. Then, she turned around and left with her sword. She didn't want to talk to Zong anymore. Zong didn't respond. He was thinking about the sister she mentioned. She seemed to be very powerful. He could see for himself. Coming to the void, Zong was full of curiosity about all the geniuses. As time passed, Chenzong cultivated, and cultivated. According to Lin Weihan, Chenzong was a cultivation maniac, just like her sister. Although it was boring, Lin Weihan would sometimes look for Chenzong to chat. This was because the people on the heavy front were all from the Lin family. They were either too familiar with each other, or there was a difference in status. It was rare to find someone who wasn't from the Lin family. He was also younger and could talk to him. Little did she know that when the young disciples of the Lin family saw this scene, their eyes were spitting fire. The second miss was much more approachable than the eldest miss. In their hearts, she was a goddess. If they could get close to her, they would be willing to die. If they could win the heart of the second miss, it would be equivalent to saving hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. They would become important figures in the Lin family, or at least hold some power. Now, a country bumpkin from some unknown remote planet could win the favor of the second miss. Just thinking about it made them angry. Anger made people lose their minds. They would do things that went against common sense, or do things that they wouldn't normally do. Do you like her sister? On the wide deck of the heavy vanguard, hundreds of people stood around. Half of them were from the Lin family, and the other half were members of other forces who had paid a fee to use the heavy vanguard. In the middle of the deck, there were two people standing dozens of meters apart. One was Chenzong, and the other was from the Lin family. It was hard to tell his exact age. He was dressed in black and had a slender figure. He could be considered handsome. Lin Jingming put his left hand behind his back and pointed his sword at the deck with his right hand. He stood out like a crane among chickens. He was very handsome, extraordinary, and aloof. The sword shone with a cold light, reflecting the surroundings. It was a long sword at the level of a semi-divine weapon. "Brother Chen, show me your sword." Lin Jingming's lips curled into a smile. His elegant appearance made the hearts of the women of the Lin family ripple. "Young Master Jingming is really handsome. Zhua Er is extraordinary. Young Master Jingming's sword skills are superb. He can definitely teach this country bumpkin a lesson." Although the surrounding voices were very soft, under the cultivation of a demigod, he could still hear them clearly. Lin Jingming's expression did not change, as if he did not care at all. However, the corners of his eyebrows were slightly raised. It was obvious that he enjoyed it very much, and his heart was already blooming with joy. "I won't suppress you with my cultivation. I'll just compete with my sword skills." Lin Jingming's emotions rippled, and he spoke again. He subconsciously thought that no matter how high the cultivation of a country bumpkin from an unknown remote star was, this country bumpkin would definitely not be able to compare with him. Maybe the second miss would be happy to teach him a lesson with his sword skills. If the second miss was happy, she might favor him. At that time, he would have a chance to marry her, and his status in the Lin family would also rise. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Jingming felt that life was wonderful. At that time, he would be able to surpass his elder brother. It was a pity that the first miss was out of his league, but the second miss was not bad. Thinking about it, Lin Jingming almost started drooling. Chenzong smiled and pulled out his heart sword and tent sword. In terms of grade, it was not inferior to the semi-divine weapon long sword. It was easier to use. Without any pretense, Chenzong thrust his sword forward. The speed of the sword was neither fast nor slow. Of course, to Chenzong, this was just a very ordinary sword move. His purpose was naturally to make his opponent attack and display his swordsmanship. This was because Chenzong was excited to see other superb sword techniques in the void. Previously, although the second Miss Lin Weihan's sword technique was sloppy and ordinary, it was because she had not really put in any real effort. It was undoubtedly a good sword technique. Even though the young man before him was a little vain and boastful, judging from his posture and aura, his swordsmanship should be rather decent. He hoped that he wouldn't disappoint him. "I'll show you my Lin family's Black Frost sword technique." As Lin Jingming's voice fell, he swung his sword. First, it was a diagonal slash, then a straight stab. A wisp of black light condensed in an instant and pierced through the air. Immediately, wisps of black aura filled the air. The aura exuded an astonishing chill, as if the surrounding void had been frozen. This chill was not only aimed at the body, but also at the mind. It made Chen Zong feel an indescribable chill that penetrated his soul. It was a very advanced and terrifying sword technique. However, compared to Lin Weihan's sword technique, it was still somewhat inferior. As for how much of a difference there was, Chen Zong could not make an accurate judgment. After all, he was only watching others display their swordsmanship. Even so, Chen Zong could tell that this was a very advanced sword technique. The black aura exuded an astonishing chill like frost. It contained an unfathomable power and mystery. It was vaguely closer to the aura of the void, and seemed to have surpassed the level of aura and power in the Tianyuan sacred region. Divine power. Chen Zong immediately confirmed that the sword technique displayed by his opponent must have reached the level of a divine power. Any divine power, even if it was just a minor divine power, was very impressive and precious in the Tianyuan sacred region. Not to mention minor divine powers, even minor divine powers were very precious. Only the top forces could master one or two such divine powers. Now, the sword technique displayed by this person was very likely to be a divine power. This surprised Chen Zong. This feeling was like in the world where people bought things in units of 100. Only occasionally would there be a rich person who would spend more than 10,000 yuan. But in the void, it was the first time he saw someone who would spend more than 10,000 yuan. It gave him a sense of déjà vu. This made Chen Zong even more excited. Perhaps this time, he had accidentally entered the void. Although there were many dangers, there were also benefits. At the very least, he could meet more geniuses and see more unfathomable martial arts. With a change of mind, Chen Zong's sword was not slow at all. He gently shifted the trajectory of his sword and immediately blocked Lin Jingming's sword. Lin Jingming's sword technique was superb and he had rich combat experience. He immediately changed his move. His sword paused for a moment and then turned into a horizontal slash. A whistling sound swept up and resounded in all directions. As the sword radiance rolled, countless black cold air spread out like a black frost. It turned into a wave and swept out with the sword radiance. The shocking black cold air seemed to be able to freeze everything around it. It was as if it could freeze one's mind and soul. Such might was truly shocking to the extreme. The surrounding spectators could not help but retreat as their expressions changed greatly. A layer of fine black frost condensed on the tip of their brows and hair. A layer of black frost also quietly spread out on the deck. Amazing. Young Master Jingming has cultivated the second level of the black frost sword technique to a higher level. The exclamations came one after another. Chen Zong could understand the content of the exclamations, but he was not clear about it. The second level, that was to say, there was a first level and even a third level. The martial arts in the void made him look forward to it more and more. He really wanted to see the secret as soon as possible. Then, let's give him more pressure. Chen Zong thought to himself. Indeed, Lin Jingming's swordsmanship was very good and profound. The black frost sword technique was also very brilliant and powerful. If he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, few of his peers would be a match for him. However, in terms of swordsmanship, not to mention cultivation, there was a big gap between him and Chen Zong. There were two reasons. First, Lin Jingming had not cultivated the black frost sword technique to a very profound level. Second, although Lin Jingming's combat experience was good, it was still limited. It seemed that he had not experienced many life and death battles. Another sword move directly broke Lin Jingming's sword momentum. Chen Zong was looking forward to Lin Jingming displaying a more profound swordsmanship, but unfortunately, he did not. The sword move just now was the strongest swordsmanship that Lin Jingming could display without using his cultivation. Of course, in the Tianyuan sacred region, there were very few people who could compare with him in terms of swordsmanship. It was not that Lin Jingming was not strong enough, but that Chen Zong was too strong. The tip of the sword stopped in front of Lin Jingming's forehead. The sharpness of the sword made Lin Jingming's head numb and almost explode. He felt cold all over. His sword stopped in midair, as if he could not advance or retreat. You let me win. Chen Zong put away his sword and said calmly. This was the heavy edge of the Lin family. Lin Jingming was now living under someone else's roof, so he had to be more modest, lest he embarrassed Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming's expression changed, as if he wanted to maintain his poise, but he felt very aggrieved. In the end, he was not so shrewd. He snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and left angrily. Chenzong did not care at all. Not long after, the onlookers also left. Chenzong also returned to his cabin and continued to cultivate and sort out what he had learned. Very high attainments in swordsmanship, but I don't know what his cultivation is like. The middle-aged man in gray saw the whole scene and could not help but nod secretly. Lin Jingming was the second son of the first elder of the Lin family. He was very talented and could be called a genius. His attainments in swordsmanship were quite high, and his cultivation was not bad either. However, he was defeated by his opponent. Although he did not use his cultivation, he could see that Chenzong's attainments in swordsmanship were superb. In the whole younger generation of the Lin family, there were only 2 people who could easily defeat Lin Jingming with swordsmanship. One was Lin Jingming's eldest brother, and the other was the first miss. Could this person's attainments in swordsmanship be comparable to that of the first miss? The middle-aged man in gray shook his head again and rejected the idea. The first miss was so talented that this person could not compare to her. After that, Chenzong did not encounter any more trouble. The heavy vanguard continued to fly at an amazing speed. Chenzong stood on the deck and saw a huge shadow in front of him, like an ancient black mountain standing in the void. It was very shocking. That's the second city of Suppressing World. We're almost there. Lin Weihan, who was standing on the side, smiled happily, as if it was very boring to stay on the heavy vanguard. The second city of Suppressing World. Chenzong whispered again. It was another place he did not know. You're from a small place, so you may not have heard of it. Lin Weihan smiled. After many times of contact, she became more familiar with Chenzong and spoke more casually. But when Chenzong told them about his origin, Lingwu star, and so on, no one had heard of it. Combined with some other information, it was natural to infer that Chenzong should be from a relatively backward star. The void was boundless, and the level of cultivation of some stars was relatively low. They had not really stepped out of the stars and entered the void. Naturally, they did not know all kinds of information in the void. Please enlighten me. Chenzong smiled slightly. He was not arrogant just because his swordsmanship was better and he was older than Lin Weihan. Instead, he was not ashamed to ask. Well, since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. Lin Weihan said sweetly. Her voice was as clear as a wind chime, which made Chenzong feel comfortable. It was a kind of enjoyment. Lin Weihan used her voice that was as clear and melodious as a wind chime to explain the history and uses of the second city of world suppression as if she was very familiar with her family's treasures. Chenzong listened and asked some questions. Although Lin Weihan was not very focused on her cultivation, she was very familiar with some of the things she had seen and heard from others. She was very familiar with some of the things she had heard before. The more he learned, the more surprised Chenzong was. Tomorrow, the Dominator of the Six Realms will release a picture of the second city of world suppression on the public account. You can follow the public account, Dominator of the Six Realms. The boundless expanse of space was covered in darkness, and an enormous city stood towering in midair without moving. When looked at from afar, it was like an ancient divine mountain. It was lofty, powerful, ancient, and simple, and it even emanated a boundlessly powerful aura that terrified the surroundings, causing the space in that area to seem as if it had been confined, and it wasn't rippled in the slightest. Chenzong looked at it from afar. He felt like an ant, as small as a speck of dust. The second city of world suppression had a long history. Moreover, it was closely related to the demon of the void that Chenzong was familiar with. In other words, the city of world suppression existed to suppress the demon of the void. Lin Weihan did not know much about how to suppress the demon of the void. To a certain extent, this was considered a secret. Lin Weihan was not particularly interested in it, so of course she did not know about it. Even so, everything that Lin Weihan had said had piqued Chenzong's curiosity. The heavy front trumpet rapidly approached the huge ancient city in the void as it rapidly reduced its speed. The closer they got, the clearer Chenzong saw it, and the more shocked he was. A huge city, it was really a huge city. At first glance, one could not see its width or height. According to Lin Weihan, the second city of world suppression was more than 10,000 miles long and wide. Although its height was not as shocking, it was still more than 10 miles long. It was truly a huge city. Compared to the huge cities in the Tianyuan sacred domain, it was like comparing a small grass to a towering tree. The difference was too great. This was the first time he had seen such a huge city. It was simply unimaginable. After all, the largest city in the Tianyuan sacred domain was at most a few hundred miles long and wide. There was a huge difference between a few hundred miles and 10,000 miles. The bottom of the second city of world suppression was like a floating piece of land. The huge city was built on the land, and below it were jagged inverted cones. It was like a wide inverted mountain. In addition to the huge, ancient black city that stood in the void, there were 13 circular platforms around the city. Each platform had a diameter of 100 miles. It was quite large. The top of the circular platforms was flat, and the bottom gradually shrank to the end. The whole thing looked like a cone. Between the conical platforms and the huge city was a huge black chain that was 1,000 meters thick. It was straight, like an extremely long spear or sharp sword. Its aura was cold and gloomy, with a trace of iron blood. A huge city, 13 conical platforms, and 13 huge chains formed a scene in the void that shocked Chenzong and left a deep impression on him. It was a shock that directly struck his heart. The heavy blade could not fly directly to the second city of world suppression. This was a rule. It could only be docked at the dock of the void. This shipyard belongs to our Lin family, Lin Weihan said to Chenzong with a hint of flaunting. She seemed to be acting like a spoiled child, which made Lin Jingming and the others' eyes spit fire. The second miss had never been so close to them before. Now, she was so close to a country bumpkin who came from God knows where. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Lin Jingming regretted that he had proposed to compete in swordsmanship, instead of using all of his strength. Otherwise, he would not have lost. No, he would have won. The heavy blade landed at the dock, and most of the people on it also came down. There were hundreds of them, and each of them was at least half a step into the great saint realm. A small number of them even had very strong auras. Chenzong guessed that they had reached the peak of the demigod realm. Compared to the Tianyuan sacred region, this kind of foundation was much stronger. Whether or not one had truly stepped into the void of the universe was a sign, a dividing line between the strong and the weak. If the Lingwu sacred world had not experienced the ancient war and suffered great losses, perhaps they would have been able to explore the void by now. They would definitely be many times stronger than they were now. A small black flying boat that looked like a shuttle stopped on the chain at the edge of the dock. The hundreds of people who came down from the heavy blade boarded the small black shuttle and sat down. Lin Weihan sat next to Chenzong. Immediately, many eyes swept over, as sharp as swords, as if to pierce through Chenzong and cut him into pieces. Again, they were envious and jealous. Lin Weihan did not notice it at all. Perhaps it was because her mind was too pure. She did not care about it, and would not think so much. Chenzong noticed it, but did not care. To him, these people were just passers-by. According to Lin Weihan's information, Chenzong knew that there were a total of 13 forces in the Second World Suppression City. They were the branches of the 13 forces in the area guarded by the Second World Suppression City. In addition, there were dozens of forces that were less powerful than the 13 forces, and they had also set up branches in the World Suppression City. Forces that were qualified to set up branches in the World Suppression City were at least forces with Ascendant State experts. In this way, the number of Ascendant State experts in the Second World Suppression City was probably more than 100. When Chenzong knew this, the shock in his heart was indescribable. Looking at the Lingwu sacred world, there were many Ascendant State experts only in ancient times. However, Chenzong did not know how many there were. Today, in the Lingwu sacred world, only the Tianyuan sacred realm had Ascendant State experts equivalent to Ascendant State experts. According to Chenzong's understanding, there were a total of 4 Ascendant State experts in the Xianyuan world, and they had all existed for many years. In the other 8 realms, there should be no less than 4 Ascendant State experts. In total, there should be more than 30 or even more than 40 Ascendant State experts. However, not all Ascendant State experts would stay in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Some had already entered the void of the universe to explore. As for why there were no Ascendant State experts in the Purgatory Ghost Clan's invasion, Chenzong guessed that it might have something to do with the will of the world. However, he did not know what the reason was, and Chenzong did not intend to explore it. Recalling what Hua Ji had said, the Ascendant State experts in the Tianyuan sacred realm were at most equivalent to the lowest level of the Ascendant State. They could not even be considered as a complete Ascendant State expert. Not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality, they could not be compared with here. It was really a place that people yearned for. In fact, Chenzong knew very little about the Ascendant State. He was not even clear about the division of the Ascendant State. This was because the Ascendant State was related to a deeper level of power. Even if it was just a cultivation realm, it also had extraordinary power. Those who did not enter the Ascendant State had no way to know. If they knew it in advance, they would be shocked. At best, they would be injured. At worst, they would never be able to reach the Ascendant State. Only those who had truly entered the Ascendant State could know everything. Now, he only knew the general name of the Ascendant State. That was all. Only knowing the name, but not the cultivation realm, made Chenzong more curious about the Ascendant State. He yearned for it. The flying shuttle was extremely fast, moving forward on the straight black chain as fast as lightning, quickly approaching the city. Chenzong felt very depressed. Because it was the first time he felt this way, he was not used to it. He only felt that all his power seemed to be suppressed in his body. The speed of his operation was several times slower than usual. Even, Chenzong tried a little. As expected, he could not get his power out of his body directly. The suppression was too strong. Of course, if he tried his best, he might be able to do it. However, it was hard to say to what extent he could do. This was an all-round suppression. Not only Chenzong was suppressed, but the others were also suppressed. The degree of suppression was closely related to the individual. The higher one's realm was, the lower the suppression would be. Chenzong did not know how much time he had spent. In this place, without suitable means, it was difficult to feel the passage of time. Finally, the shuttle glided over the chain and came to the end. It was one of the 13 entrances to the City of Suppressing World No. 2. More than 100 people got off the shuttle one after another. Chenzong looked around carefully. The City of Suppressing World No. 2 was mainly black. Every brick was extremely heavy. The aura they emitted was extremely vigorous and domineering. The feeling under his feet told Chenzong that these bricks were made of an unknown material. They were extremely hard. He did not know if his heart-refining sword could break them. Every building in the city was very tall, huge, and impactful. They were solemn and cold. At first glance, one's mind and willpower would be greatly impacted. At a glance, it felt as if there was no end to this huge city. Chenzong's line of sight was heavily obstructed. Within his field of vision, the tallest building that Chenzong saw was more than 1,000 meters tall. It was like a towering mountain. According to Lin Weihan, 1,000 meters high was not the tallest building in the city. The tallest one was 3,000 meters high. It was beyond imagination. The security in the giant city was very good. Because no one was allowed to fight here. Once a fight broke out, no matter who was right or wrong, they would be punished. In serious cases, they might even be killed on the spot by the city guards. If one had to fight or settle a grudge, of course, there was a place to go. Hundreds of people entering the giant city were like a handful of sand thrown into a lake. They could not make much of a splash. Not long after, the hundreds of people began to disperse. They were divided into 4 teams. Among them, the Lin family had the most people, more than 200. The other 3 teams had dozens of people each. They went in different directions to their respective forces. Chenzong naturally followed the Lin family team. He had just entered the void and was a rookie. He did not know enough. Plus, his cultivation was not high enough. He was not strong enough. It was not suitable for him to act alone. Otherwise, the risk of death would be too great. What he needed now was a temporary starting point. It would be a springboard for him to stand on in the void. It just so happened that Lin Weihan invited him to the branch of the Lin family. She also said that his swordsmanship was good. She wanted to recommend him to her sister. Maybe her sister could teach him swordsmanship. Chen Zong did not refuse. He did not think that he was great. The void was vast and there were countless worlds and stars. It was not strange that there were people who were better than him. Take your first Mississippi. She will explode tomorrow. There were close to 100 forces in the city of suppressing world. Each of them had their own territory and resources. The Lin family was one of the most powerful forces among the close to 100 forces. The territory and resources that the Lin family's branch occupied were also relatively large. The Lin family's branch in the city of suppressing world was called the Flying Snow Pavilion. The current pavilion master is my sister. Lin Weihan smiled contentedly. She was so happy that she even skipped as she walked. Her happiness seemed to be able to infect the people around her. It made the solemn darkness of the city of suppressing world a little brighter. The city of suppressing world was huge. It took a lot of time for the group to walk from the entrance to the Flying Snow Pavilion. Of course, it was also because there was no emergency. Plus, it was the first time for many of the group to come to the city of suppressing world. Therefore, they walked to get used to the unique environment of the city of suppressing world. If there was an emergency, the small flying boat would contact the Flying Snow Pavilion as soon as they got off, and the Flying Snow Pavilion would send a flying car to pick them up. The suppressive force of the city of suppressing world was very strong. Chen Zong got used to it bit by bit. By the time he arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, he was almost used to it. He was much faster than the others who came to the city of suppressing world for the first time. The Flying Snow Pavilion was also black in color, but its architecture was very unique. It looked like a huge snowflake that was floating in the air, but in fact, it was in contact with the ground. It was a very sophisticated architectural technique that gave people a sense of dislocation, and it was emitting a heavy and cold aura. When the group arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, they immediately showed their identification to prevent others from sneaking in. As for Chen Zong, he belonged to the category of others. However, with the second Miss Lin Weihan and the middle-aged man in gray robes, there was no problem. The Flying Snow Pavilion was 10 miles long and 6 to 7 miles wide. Its height was more than 1,000 meters. Its shape was like a snowflake that had been magnified countless times. It was like a fortress. Chen Zong had never seen such a huge building before. There was no building of such scale in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was so shocking. Inside the Flying Snow Pavilion, there was a tall and slender figure standing on top of a man-made snow mountain that was several hundred meters tall and several thousand meters wide. She wore a tight-fitting white sword robe, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. She stood tall and firm even when the wind and snow blew. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind became more than 10 times more violent in an instant, sweeping up the endless snowflakes in the world and turning them into a violent wave of snowflakes. It was as if it wanted to engulf the almost perfect and vigorous body. The wave of snowflakes was astonishing, as if it carried the might of the heavens and the earth. It was abnormally terrifying. Under such might, that vigorous body would not be able to resist at all and would be destroyed in an instant. In an instant, the instant danger descended, a wisp of snow-white sword light suddenly erupted and flickered through the heavens and the earth. Rumble, accompanied by the dazzling snow-white sword light, there were bursts of violent and astonishing sounds. Not only did they burst forth with astonishing momentum, but they also burst forth with astonishing power. The entire snowy mountain seemed to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. Sword out, mega avalanche, the power was astonishing, and the scene was magnificent. In just an instant, where the sword light passed, the snowflakes that were blown by the strong wind paused for a moment, and then, they were scattered. The sword light rushed forward, as if it wanted to cut through this small part of the world, and drew out a vacuum passage. It was incomparably shocking. When can I be as powerful as sister? Lin Weihan stood at the edge of the snowy mountain and stared, exclaiming, as if she was yearning for it. As long as you are willing to cultivate, you will be able to achieve it. The middle-aged man in the gray robe smiled. Forget it. Thinking about how hard it would be to cultivate, Lin Weihan's little face drooped, but then she smiled, having sister is enough. The middle-aged man in the gray robe could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This second miss, she was talented, but she could not bear the pain of cultivation. For any cultivator, no matter how talented they were, if they wanted to achieve a certain level of success, they could not do it without hard work. Even if your cultivation speed was as fast as lightning, from a low cultivation level to a high cultivation level in a short period of time, cultivation was cultivation, and battle strength was battle strength. Without enough battle experience, it was difficult to transform cultivation into battle strength. Since ancient times, there had been many examples of people who had cultivation talent, but did not transform it into battle strength. In the end, they were defeated and killed by people of a lower cultivation level, and built up the reputation of others. Although they hoped that the second miss could be like the first miss, and cultivate hard, but the family did not force it. After all, the Lin family was a great power, sitting on the stars, with countless masters and geniuses. To a certain extent, there was not much difference between having one more second miss and one less second Mississippi. Moreover, there was the stunning first Mississippi. Let the second miss enjoy her own happiness. Uncle Rong, Weihan, you are here. The tall and strong woman who had broken the snowstorm on the snowy mountain with a sword jumped down and appeared in front of the two. Her almost perfect face was calm, and her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, faintly glowing. Elder sister. Lin Weihan rushed over and hugged the tall woman. The middle-aged man in the gray robe nodded slightly. Sister, let me tell you, this time we. Lin Weihan could not hold back her words, and could not wait to tell her what had happened on the heavy vanguard. Of course, it was related to Chenzong. Lin Wei's eyes flashed, and then she looked at the middle-aged man in the gray robe. First miss, according to my secret observation, this person is most likely from a remote star, and it is his first time leaving the star to enter the void. The middle-aged man in the gray robe immediately understood the meaning in Lin Wei's eyes, and said unhurriedly, as for what he said about being separated from the sect due to encountering a giant void beast, it is 70% true. According to my overall judgment, he has no ill intentions towards us, and is not a threat. Lin Wei nodded slightly. Uncle Rong was a mighty prowess master in the family, and a reserved, low-key, but meticulous person with sharp eyes. If he said so, it meant so. Since the Lin family did not have any ill intentions or threat towards the flying snow pavilion, it did not matter how reliable his statement was. Is his swordsmanship very good? Lin Wei asked again, and the light in her eyes seemed to be brighter. Sister, his swordsmanship is very good, and I am no match for him at all, Lin Weihan answered immediately. Lin Wei smiled, and that smile disappeared in a flash, like snow melting in an instant. It was extremely stunning, but it was a pity that no one else saw it. His swordsmanship is indeed very good, and Lin Jingming is no match for him at all. The middle-aged man in the gray robe also smiled, and said unhurriedly, in my opinion, in terms of swordsmanship, he can definitely defeat Lin Jingming with a single stroke, and among the younger generation of the Lin family, he is definitely one of the best. As for his cultivation, because Chenzong did not fully reveal it, it could only be confirmed that he was at the demigod pinnacle level, but the difference in strength between the same demigod pinnacle level was very obvious. Lin Wei's eyes seemed to become brighter. Lin Jingming was considered a little famous in the Lin family, and his swordsmanship attainments were not bad. To be able to defeat Lin Jingming with a single stroke, this meant that his swordsmanship attainments were indeed very good. Bring him to me, Lin Wei was very direct. Okay. Uncle Rong nodded, and could not help but think that Miss was still the same after not seeing her for a while. She was rational, calm, and never sloppy in her actions. Soon, Chenzong came in front of Lin Wei. Both of them sized each other up. Lin Wei's eyes were very beautiful, but also cold, like ice floating in a deep pool, as if it could freeze everything. For a moment, Chenzong actually felt a chill in his heart. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, Lin Wei was one of the best among all the women he had ever seen. Her temperament was cold and unique, like a flawless snow lotus on the peak of a snowy mountain that was about to blossom in the wind. Lin Wei was also sizing up Chenzong. At first glance, she felt that he was very ordinary, but at second glance, she could not help but take a closer look, and the more she looked, the more incredulous she felt. That pair of calm eyes, as deep as the void, seemed to be able to absorb and accommodate everything. His handsome face had a scholarly air, but also seemed to contain a trace of the sharpness of a swordsman. Vaguely, there was calmness, coldness, and fierceness coexisting. All kinds of different temperaments seemed to appear on the same person at the same time. When mixed together, not only did they not conflict with each other, but they also further enhanced his personal charm, and there was a kind of impact that came directly from the heart and soul. Looking at him, Lin Weiyin found that she seemed to be attracted to him, and had a desire to explore. "Sister, why do you keep staring at Qinzong?" Lin Weihan opened her eyes wide, with a look of shock. Miss has lost her composure. Uncle Roan was also secretly surprised. It was very rare to see Miss staring at someone so attentively, especially a young man. Immediately, Lin Weiyin also realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. She quickly reacted, but a blush flashed across her cheeks in an instant, and disappeared in a flash. Lin Weihan did not see it, but Uncle Roan, as an expert in the imminent god realm, was more sensitive. He noticed it, and suddenly showed a look of surprise. Was he seeing things? Was he really seeing things? Could it be that he was getting old, and his eyesight was starting to get blurry? How could Miss show the shyness of a little girl, even if it was only for a moment? Since she was young, Miss had always been cold. Although she had many suitors, they had never moved her in the slightest. How could she blush like this? Illusion, it must be his own illusion. What they did not know was that Qinzong's temperament was very restrained, as if it was hidden in the bottom of his heart, like a divine weapon concealing itself, as if it had returned to its original state. Without some special ability, it was impossible to detect. In other words, when most people saw Qinzong, who did not make a move, they would think that he was as mediocre as they were. Only a few really outstanding people, or people with special abilities, could feel that Qinzong was not ordinary. In the snowy mountain, two figures were crisscrossing, and two streaks of sword light swept out. One of the streaks of sword light was like white snow, exuding a shocking icy aura. It overlapped with the chill of the snowy mountain and became even more shocking, as if it could freeze everything. With a swing of the sword light was bone-chilling and shattered in an instant, turning into countless snowflakes. It overlapped with the snowflakes falling from the sky and became indistinguishable from each other. Freezing heaven and earth, in an instant the chill came, overlapping and becoming more and more shocking and intense. Qinzong could tell at a glance that this sword was the one that Lin Weihan had used before. It was the heavenly frost flying snow sword. However, when it was used by Lin Weiyin, the power of the sword was at least 100 times stronger. Sure enough, this was an astonishing sword technique. It was definitely at the level of a divine power. However, it was difficult to determine whether it was at the level of a minor divine power or a major divine power. The coldness was astonishing. Snowflakes drifted in the air, transforming into waves of snowflakes that swept towards Qinzong. Amidst the lightness of the snowflakes, there was a shocking sharpness to them, capable of tearing everything apart. Qinzong could feel countless sharpness slicing towards him as the coldness assaulted him. Qinzong's expression was solemn. The pressure that Lin Weiyin exerted on him was not inferior to that of heavenly god Gong. Even though Lin Weiyin did not unleash all of her cultivation, she displayed her true sword technique. The pressure was astonishing. Just this sword alone seemed to draw on some kind of mystery between heaven and earth. Sword of one heart and one mind, in an instant, Qinzong struck out with his sword. It seemed like one sword was like 100 swords. In this place, the restrictions on his body were very obvious. His power could not directly pass through his body, but it could still pass through the long sword in his hand. In particular, the hard sword intent was condensed from his own body. It had an unparalleled ability to conduct his power. This was not something that those semi-divine tools could compare to. However, because he was in the city of suppressing world, he was suppressed. Even if he used his cultivation, he could not condense the flower of extreme state. Therefore, it was difficult to directly see the cultivation level of his opponent. One sword, 100 swords, Qinzong could feel a kind of suppression and restriction from all around him. However, he would be restricted, and so would Lin Weiyin. Under the single-minded sword intent, Lin Weiyin's sword light, which had turned into snowflakes, was instantly destroyed. The remaining part of it swept through the surroundings, unable to do anything to Chenzong. Take another blow from my flying snow. Lin Weiyin's voice traveled through the air and into Chenzong's ears. In an instant, the wind and snow swept over, as if there were endless snowflakes dancing in the air, sweeping over from all directions. It seemed to be similar to the drifting snow sword from before, but the sharpness contained within it was even more shocking. Moreover, it was not just from the front, but from all directions, as if there was no fixed pattern, and the speed was astonishing. The power of this sword was even more shocking. It was almost flawless. However, there were still flaws. 3 hearts 2 intense sword, in a split second, several phantoms flashed across Chenzong's body. The sword light instantly converged into one and shot forward. It broke a node. That was the fleeting flaw that Chenzong had caught. There was more than one flaw, but they were all very subtle. What he could catch was only 1 point, and what he could attack was only 1 point. Because the flaws were all covered by layers of snowflakes, if the power was dispersed, it would be difficult to break through. The sword technique's intention is very high, and very mysterious. Unfortunately, its level is not high enough. Uncle Rong's eyes flashed. As an illuminating god elite, he could clearly see the confrontation between the two. It's not even at the level of lesser supernatural powers. It can only be considered as one of the best among lesser supernatural powers. He was very surprised that Chenzong could be evenly matched with Miss Lin with a sword technique that was not as good as the freezing sky flying snow sword. What kind of high attainments in sword technique did this require? Of course, supernatural powers, and supernatural powers were the exclusive rights of illuminating god elites. Only illuminating god elites could truly exert the power of supernatural powers to the extreme. Therefore, for lesser supernatural powers and greater supernatural powers, although there were differences in power between those below the illuminating god realm, it was not an insurmountable gap. Of course, the freezing sky flying snow sword of the Lin family was only a lesser supernatural power. Even if it was a top lesser supernatural power, it would still be very difficult to fight against a lesser supernatural power. It could only be said that Chenzong's accumulation of sword technique, attainments, and battle experience were extremely rich. If Chenzong did not hide anything, then his family background was indeed not high. Compared to the Lin family, it was very low. Because he had not even mastered a lesser supernatural sword technique. However, with a top lesser supernatural sword technique, he was able to fight against the second level of the freezing sky flying snow sword. It was indeed very shocking. Compared to Uncle Rong, Lin Weiyin was even more shocked. She could also feel that the level of the opponent's sword technique was incomparable to her freezing sky flying snow sword. However, it could actually break the second level of her freezing sky flying snow sword. It was very shocking. I still have one last sword technique. Please have a taste. After Chenzong's sword broke the flying snow, his voice was steady, with traces of coldness and sharpness. It passed through the wind and snow into Lin Weiyin's ears. In an instant, all of his power was gathered. However, Chenzong did not activate the power of the Taichu sword origin form, because this was not a battle of life and death. Sincerity, he raised his sword, and his eyes focused. His mind, will, and all of his power were released in this sword technique. The sword of heart refinement, the moment this sword was slashed out, Chenzong instantly felt as if he was going to break free from the shackles. Good sword technique. Uncle Rong's eyes flashed. The power of this sword technique has already reached the lesser supernatural power level. However, its potential is not yet exhausted. If it continues to be improved, there is a chance that it can reach the greater supernatural power level. Lin Weiyin's scalp suddenly went numb. Her mind suddenly trembled. She had a frightening feeling as if it was being compressed to the extreme and then torn apart. Avalanche. A delicate shout suddenly sounded, like a thunderbolt tearing apart heavy snow waves, instantly exploding. The third stage of the freezing sky flying snow sword technique, this was also the level that Lin Weiyin had mastered. The sword technique was like the collapse of a snowy mountain. Rumble, the endless snowflakes shattered in an instant. Under the guidance of the sword light, they instantly condensed into torrents. It was like a snowy avalanche, rolling and shaking as it fell from the sky. Violent and domineering, unstoppable, destroying everything, this was the power of nature, the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, it made Chen Zong feel how small he was, as if he was fighting against the power of heaven and earth. However, the sword of heart refinement used one's mind as the foundation to condense all of one's power and 10,000 swords into one. At the moment of contact, Chen Zong only felt that the sword he slashed out was instantly shattered, but it also split the avalanche apart. Retreat, 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 the impact was too strong. Chen Zong retreated several hundred meters before coming to a stop. The sword returned to its sheath. This battle was over. This battle had truly shown Chen Zong the power of the heavens' prides in the void. The snow dispersed and drifted down. When the dust settled, Lin Weiyin also returned her sword to its sheath. There was no clear winner in this battle. At most, it was a confrontation of sword techniques. As for cultivation, not much was used. Of course, only they knew how much cultivation they had used. It was impossible to tell. However, both Lin Weiyin and Chen Zong knew one thing. In this battle, Lin Weiyin won in terms of the grade of her sword technique, while Chen Zong won in terms of the attainment of his sword technique. I need a sword technique sparring partner for a year. The price is an incomplete lesser divine power sword technique. I wonder if you're willing? Lin Weiyin asked directly. This was her usual way of speaking and doing things. Okay. Chen Zong did not hesitate. He thought about it and agreed. Putting aside the fact that he would have to pay the price of learning a lesser Abhijna sword technique, just sparring with Lin Weiyin's sword technique would be beneficial to him. She needed him to be her sparring partner, so how could he not be her sparring partner? Of course, the lesser divine power sword technique was also very attractive to Chen Zong. Chen Zong knew very well that although the sword technique that he had comprehended from the Heart Sutra was very mysterious, it was not at the level of a divine power. The resources of the Tianyuan sacred region were too scarce. There were very few martial arts that were at the level of a divine power. Even if it was only a lesser divine power or an incomplete lesser divine power sword technique. Lin Weiyin was a person of her words and acted quickly. She immediately took out a golden jade that was about half the size of a palm and handed it to Chen Zong. This is a lesser divine power sword technique that I've obtained before. It doesn't belong to the Lin family. Now, I'll give it to you as the price. Lin Weiyin handed the golden jade to Chen Zong without hesitation. Chen Zong took the golden jade and immediately felt an astonishing sharpness emanating from the jade. It was as if it could tear through everything. There was an astonishing sharpness that pressed forward courageously. He looked forward to this lesser divine power sword technique even more. I'll arrange a place for you to stay and a sword training ground, Lin Weiyin said again. As the leader of the Flying Snow Pavilion, she did not like to speak superfluous words. She was simply direct, as if she was unsheathing a sword. Chen Zong also liked this way of speaking. There was no need to beat around the bush. Just say what was needed. He nodded and turned to leave. Uncle Rong would take care of the accommodations. It was a good treatment. After all, Uncle Rong was an eminent god expert. After Chen Zong left, Lin Weiyin appeared at the top of the snow mountain again and continued to comprehend. The battle with Chen Zong just now made her more aware of the shortcomings of her wintry flying snow sword. She could make up for it and improve it further. She believed that it would be very valuable for her to pay the price of a lesser divine power sword technique for him to be her sword training partner. Chen Zong's residence was a courtyard in the Flying Snow Pavilion. It occupied an area of several thousand square meters. There was a bamboo forest planted there. The bamboo forest seemed to be made of green metal and emitted a metallic smell. The bamboo leaves were half a meter long and emitted a sharpness like a sword. The Lin family was a family of swordsmen. They liked to decorate things related to swords. The aura here was very dense. It was different from the chi of heaven and earth and seemed to be more advanced. Chen Zong pushed open the door and entered. His eyes lit up when he saw some ancient books. What did he lack the most now? It was his understanding of the void. It was too unfamiliar. Even though he had read a lot of ancient books in the Eternal Battle Fort, he did not have a comprehensive understanding because of time constraints. After all, most of his time was spent on cultivation. Moreover, he was not ready to enter the void at that time. There was still a lot of time before he could break through to the imminent God realm. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to understand it. Over the past month, everyone had worked together with the 6 Tao of Samsara. After going through a lot of hardships, we finally managed to get into the top 10. These are the most crucial 2 days. No matter what, we can't let our efforts go to waste. We have to secure our spot in the top 10 and strive to get higher. We have to secure our spot in the top 10 of the monthly votes list and strive to get higher. We have to rely on the 6 Tao of Samsara. Today, we'll start with 5 and strive for 6. Tomorrow, there will be no less than 10. Let's fight one more time, burn one more time, and strive to get higher. Begging for monthly votes to stay in the top 10. I'll give you the first update. Go, go, go. There were not many books, and the content recorded was the basic information of the void. It might not be of much use to others, but it was very useful to Chenzong. At the very least, it would allow Chenzong to have a more comprehensive understanding of the void. The vital qi in the world or stars was called the vital qi of heaven and earth. It was suitable for cultivators below the immanent God realm to absorb. It was useless to immanent God realm cultivators. It could even be said that the vital qi of heaven and earth was less useful to cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm. There was also power in the void. It was called the void vital qi. It was essentially the same as the vital qi of heaven and earth, but at a much higher level. It was like the difference between those below the immanent God realm and those in the immanent God realm. Those below the immanent God realm couldn't directly absorb the void vital qi. The town of suppressing world was filled with dense void vital qi, which would make cultivators below the immanent God realm feel restricted. Of course, there was also the rule of the void. The rule of the void was a power higher than the will of the way. There were mysteries of the world in the world, and there were mysteries of the void in the void. There were differences in levels. Some of the void vital qi in the flying snow pavilion had been transformed by the formation. It was diluted layer by layer into a kind of secondary void vital qi that was higher than the vital qi of heaven and earth but lower than the void vital qi. It was suitable for cultivators at the peak of the demigod realm to absorb. Chenzong tried using the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. At first, it was a little rough and uncomfortable, but he was soon able to absorb the spiritual qi of the void into his body. Once it was converted, the efficiency was at least 3 times higher than in the Tianyuan sacred domain. His cultivation speed was several times faster than in the Tianyuan sacred realm. In a place like this, he could complete the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin technique in a much shorter time. By then, he could create the 9th level. Once he created the 9th level, he might be able to reach the extreme and condense the flower of qi. It would be at least the advanced level, or even the top level. Of course, it would be best if he could condense the top level flower of qi. It would be best if all 3 flowers could reach the top level. But sometimes, he couldn't achieve it just because he wanted to. He could only try his best to pursue it. Now that he had just arrived, he needed some time to stabilize himself before sending his consciousness into the eternal battle fort. Once his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort, his body would lose the control of his consciousness. He would be like a piece of wood. If someone discovered him, he was afraid of an accident. If he wanted his consciousness to descend on the eternal battle fort again, he needed a relatively safe place. For example, the bewildering light island in the Tianyuan sacred realm was under his control. No one else could enter it, so it was absolutely safe in a sense. Now, it was better to cultivate first. Chenzong took out the golden jade given by Lin Weiyin. With the jade in his hand, traces of sharpness spread out. It was extremely shocking, as if it could cut through his palm. Chenzong's divine sense moved and instantly sank into the golden jade. First, there was darkness, then a golden light lit up. It was a beam of sword light. The golden sword light condensed into a beam, which was about the thickness of a finger. In an instant, it carried extreme sharpness, piercing through the dark void and disappearing into the distance. It seemed to leave a faint trace, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, another beam of golden sword light lit up. Chenzong saw it. The golden sword light came from the sword in the hand of a person who emitted a golden halo. It seemed like a slash, but also like a stab. It seemed to be a casual attack, but in an instant, it condensed a powerful beam of golden sword light that pierced through the void and tore through the void. What was important was not the technique, but the power condensed in it. The golden sword light pierced through the void and shot out. In an instant, it pierced through Chenzong's divine sense. Chenzong only felt that his divine sense had been penetrated in an instant, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, there was an explosion of information. Golden brilliant star penetrating sword. Grade, lesser theurgy. Type, sword technique. There were 3 levels in total. Level 1, golden radiance. The information was quite detailed. It allowed Chenzong to directly understand all kinds of information about this lesser theurgy. There are 3 levels in total. I'm only at the first level now. Is it incomplete? Chenzong's eyes flashed. Or do I have to master the first level before I can inherit the second level? It should be the latter. Chenzong thought to himself when he thought of Lin Wei's cold and flawless face. Immediately, Chenzong began to comprehend the first level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword technique. As soon as he comprehended it, he was immediately surprised. The mysteries were really unfathomable. If it weren't for his superb comprehension and deep foundation of sword principle, he would probably be in a mess. But now, Chenzong could feel that he was comprehending new mysteries at every moment. This feeling of continuous gains was very wonderful and intoxicating. After some time, Chenzong suddenly woke up. He had completely comprehended the mysteries of the first level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword technique, golden radiance. What was left was to cultivate and master it. But Chenzong didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he pondered. After sparring with Lin Wei and comprehending this lesser theurgy, Chenzong discovered something different. There was a difference between the void martial arts and the martial arts of the Tianyuan sacred region. The martial arts of the Tianyuan sacred region first focused on moves. There were moves first, and then the momentum and Tao meaning extended from the moves. But no matter what, it couldn't be separated from the category of moves. But the void martial arts were different. It didn't focus on moves, but on the concept. As long as one mastered the concept, one could make any move and do as one pleased. Comparing the two, which was better, it was very straightforward. There was no doubt that the void martial arts was more brilliant. It didn't stick to moves, but only focused on the concept. It condensed a unique momentum and further drew on the mysterious power of heaven and earth, and even the void, to unleash more terrifying power. But after careful consideration, Chenzong also understood something. If one cultivated the void martial arts from the beginning, one would definitely not be able to achieve much, because one lacked a sufficient foundation. For example, if one wanted to build 10 or 20 stories in one go, but did not build a good foundation, it would either be impossible to build, or even if it was built, it would only be an empty frame that couldn't withstand the wind and rain, and would collapse in an instant. If that's the case, the martial arts of heaven and earth are the foundation, while the martial arts of the void are the extension. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. Of course, this was his own speculation. But Chenzong's guess was not far from the truth. Because thinking back on his cultivation path, at the beginning, he cultivated the basic sword techniques. Those were moves, and didn't contain any momentum or concept. But as he cultivated, he came into contact with more advanced sword techniques and martial arts, and he continued to improve. Gradually, he comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, and comprehended Tao meaning and so on. This was a kind of improvement. Previously, when he inherited the One Heart Sutra and comprehended the One Heart and Sword intent and so on, they had already gradually broken away from the category of moves and evolved towards the level of concept. However, they were not perfect and still needed further optimization. The One Heart Sword technique was even more optimized and had already reached the level of a minor magical power. But Chenzong estimated that it was only equivalent to the first level of a minor magical power sword technique, and there was still potential for improvement. How to improve? It was nothing more than continuing to comprehend, but to do so, he needed to increase his foundation. In terms of the accumulation of the basic martial arts, he was already enough, and even better than many cultivators. But in terms of the accumulation of the void martial arts, he was far from enough, and was only at the beginning. The One Heart Sutra had great potential. It came from the inheritance of the Heavenly Will Palace, a top force in the void of the universe. It was very advanced, and he had only scratched the surface. Therefore, the sword techniques comprehended by the One Heart Sutra also had great room for improvement. Then, he had to further enhance his own accumulation of the void martial arts, and gradually perfect, optimize, and improve. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was still weak, when he was constantly trying his best to comprehend, cultivate, and accumulate. That was the truth. The void was much bigger than the world. It had endless mysteries, and there were many times more experts. Here, he was just like when he had just made his debut. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. For a moment, Chenzong could not help but feel a sense of excitement, as if his blood was boiling. This feeling of trembling was not fear, but excitement, and excitement. In the Tianyuan sacred domain, other than the supreme experts of the Great Saint Realm, he was the strongest existence, and it was lonely at the top. But in the void, he was like a child who had just started out. Struggle. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It was wonderful to be hot-blooded, to constantly strive, to constantly improve himself, to climb to the peak, and it was a lifelong pursuit. To seek the Tao, one must not die, and one must devote all one's energy to constantly pursue and explore, as long as one's life is eternal, and one's struggle is endless. Chenzong could not help but think of the teachings of his father, Chen Jingtang, again, constantly strive for self-improvement. These 4 words had accompanied him since he was a child, and would accompany him forever. Suddenly, Chenzong somewhat missed his father, somewhat missed his elder sister Chen Chuyun, somewhat missed his younger sister Chen Lan. He did not know when he would be able to return to the eastern continent of the Blue Waves world. He allowed his thoughts to spread without restraint. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong let out a long sigh, and threw away all his thoughts, and his expression became incomparably determined. Then, my path as an expert of the void will begin from here, and the more profound way of the sword will also begin from this small magical sword technique. Brilliant gold star penetrating sword, a skyscraper rises from the ground. Without taking a few steps, it is impossible to travel 1,000 miles. Now, let's start cultivating. Focus on the idea, not the form. The idea was the artistic conception, and the form was the move. Focusing on the form, not the idea, was the foundation. Focusing on the idea, not the form, was the expansion. One low and one high, they were indispensable, and that was the way of the strong. Then, Chenzong's foundation was incomparably solid, and even a genius like Lin Weiying could not compare to it. What he needed to improve was the expansion. The first stage of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, Golden Ray, within the green gold sword bamboo, Chenzong pulled out the long sword condensed from the heart sword intent, and closed his eyes with a solemn expression. In the next breath, Chenzong opened his eyes, and a wisp of golden light, like a sharp sword, instantly shot out, as if it could penetrate everything, and the astonishing sharpness also spread in all directions in an instant. The sword was out. Second update, the green gold sword bamboo was a plant that grew in a special star. It absorbed the chi of the earth to strengthen itself. Its body was very tough, even tougher than a 9th grade sacred weapon. It was very close to the lowest level of a semi-divine weapon. Even with the power of a semi-divine weapon, it was not that easy to destroy it. That was because the body of the green gold sword bamboo was not only tough enough, but also shockingly tough. Its surface was extremely smooth and could naturally dissipate force. Previously, Chenzong had tried to use the mind sword will to attack directly with his long sword. Without using any of his own strength, he could only pierce through one sword bamboo. He could clearly feel the resistance. It was a little difficult, and he could not continue to pierce through the second bamboo. However, as soon as he used the first layer of golden light of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, he immediately pierced through a bamboo. It was very smooth, as if there was no resistance at all. At that moment, Chenzong even had a feeling that when he used the sword, the restriction from this side of the void had been weakened imperceptibly. It was the same feeling he had when he used the sword of heart refinement. Based on this, Chenzong made a speculation. Supernatural powers corresponded to imminent god warriors. That was a patent, and it also corresponded to the void. Because the conception of supernatural powers involved exceeded the original level. Practicing supernatural powers, even if it was only a minor one, was equivalent to unlocking part of the seal and restriction of the void to a certain extent. It was like a kind of authority. The first level is also divided into the entry level, the completion level, and the completion level. Now, it should be the entry level, Chenzong thought to himself. The entry level was definitely not his end point. He had to continue practicing. Emphasizing the idea and not the form did not mean that as long as he mastered the conception, he could completely abandon the moves. In fact, the moves had to be mastered. The more profound and solid, the better. With this as the starting point, he could transform into the state of no moves. The so-called no moves did not mean that there were no moves, but there were no fixed moves. It was a living move, not a dead move. Moves were the foundation. Only when the foundation was extremely solid could it be sublimated. Thousands of moves were all in the heart, and all of them turned into the instincts of the body and hands. In an instant, one could rely on instinct to make the most accurate judgment of everything around him, so as to make the most accurate response and perform the most suitable move. He was able to do whatever he wanted with ease. Only by using an incomparably solid move as a foundation and fusing it with a powerful concept would one be able to unleash its might to the extreme. One would not become a brainless brute who only had strength but lacked the corresponding method to unleash it. In a battle, opportunities were often fleeting. There wasn't much time to think calmly. Most of the time, what one relied on was one's own subconscious, a kind of instinct. Turning thousands of moves into instincts was the true path of the foundation. Chenzong didn't lack a foundation at all. He had trained hard since he was a child and had gone through countless life and death battles to hone his skills. Of course, Chenzong would not be complacent because of this. There was no end to Tao, and there were still many things he needed to improve. Chenzong closed the bamboo sword garden and focused on practicing the gold brilliant star-piercing sword. At the very least, he had to cultivate the first level to perfection. This was not a difficult task for Chenzong. In the void, 3 days was equivalent to 30 days in the Tianyuan sacred region. In the green gold bamboo forest, the wind blew, and the bamboo leaves swayed like sharp blades and rustled. There seemed to be traces of a murderous aura between heaven and earth. Traces of sharpness silently surrounded and condensed around Chenzong's body. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Like a sword tearing through the air, his sword was unsheathed in that instant. The golden light soared through the sky and instantly condensed into the thickness of a chopstick, and it was carefree like a sharp blade piercing through tofu. It pierced through a thigh-thick azure gold sword bamboo, then pierced through a second, a third, and only dispersed when the fourth was almost completely pierced through. This was the destruction caused by the first level of the gold brilliant star-piercing sword without using the power of his own cultivation. The first level of perfection, Chenzong took out the golden jade and probed it with his consciousness again. In an instant, a figure flashing with golden light condensed, and a sword pierced through the air, turning into a thin ray of golden light. Chenzong's consciousness moved, and he also pierced with his sword. The golden light pierced through the air, and both sides dissipated. Then, his opponent raised his sword, and the golden light shone brightly, piercing out in an instant. One sword turned into 2 swords, then 4, 8, and 16. In an instant, 16 rays of golden light pierced through the void like 16 shooting stars. As the light flickered, it became extremely dazzling and difficult to look at directly. Each ray of golden light had the power of the first level of perfection. It was extremely powerful. Chenzong was hit, and a wave of information flowed into his mind. The gold brilliant star-piercing sword. The second level, radiance, just as he had guessed, there was a second level after the first level. However, there should not be a third level. After all, Lin Weiyin had said that it was incomplete. He continued to meditate. The second level, radiance, was an extension of the first level of gold brilliant sword. Gold brilliant sword was a direct attack with one sword, while radiance was multiple swords. At the beginning, it was 2 swords, at the beginning, 4 swords, at the end, 8 swords, and at the end, 16 swords. With the first level as a foundation, coupled with his superb comprehension and sword principle foundation, the second level was not difficult for Chenzong. Meditate, master, cultivate, master, he struck out. In an instant, the golden light flickered, and turned into 16 dazzling rays of golden light pierced through the void. It was as if 16 long swords had struck out together, and the power was astonishing. With that, he had mastered the second level, Radiance, and reached the end. As expected, he lacked the third level. This was something that could not be helped. Chenzong unsealed the bamboo sword garden. Immediately, Lin Weiyin asked someone to invite Chenzong over. The battle a few days ago allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the wintry flying snow sword. I wonder how your swordsmanship cultivation is going? Lin Weiyin asked directly, staring at Chenzong with a burning gaze, and a trace of battle intent filled the air. Why don't you give it a try? Chenzong smiled. Lin Weiyin's purpose of calling him over was obvious, and that was to spar. It just so happened that he had mastered the second level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword and reached the end. He needed a suitable opponent to spar with. Lin Weiyin did not think too much about it. She unsheathed her semi-divine weapon, freezing snow sword, and a dazzling ray of sword light pierced through the air. Snowflakes condensed and filled the surroundings, and a shocking chill invaded the surroundings, freezing everything. This was the first level of the wintry flying snow sword, drifting snow, snowflakes drifted down, and a chill descended from the sky, freezing the world. Chenzong struck out with his sword as well, and a golden light flashed, piercing through the void and shattering the drifting snow. Lin Weiyin's eyes lit up. She was the one who gave the brilliant gold star penetrating sword to Chenzong. Although he did not cultivate it, he had comprehended it, and recognized it at a glance. In an instant, Chenzong struck out with his sword again, and 16 rays of dazzling golden sword light went straight for Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin was shocked. The second level, it had only been a few days, and he had already mastered the second level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, and reached the end. It was unbelievable, and even she could not do it. Could it be that this person's talent in swordsmanship was above hers? The power of the first level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword was similar to that of the heart refinement, but the power of the second level, glitter, was superior to that of the heart refinement. Moreover, unlike the heart refinement, it would not exhaust one's essence, spirit, and all of one's strength. Therefore, in terms of exquisiteness, the heart refinement was still very crude, and could not be compared to a true lesser divine sword technique. Chenzong was not discouraged. His foundation wasn't strong enough to allow him to create his own lesser divine sword art. He still needed to accumulate more and more. Glitter, this time, the 16 rays of sword light did not strike at once, but continuously. One sword after another, like a surging wave, it was endless, and the power of each sword was astonishing, and there were no flaws in the connection between them. Lin Weiyin suddenly had a feeling that it was difficult to deal with, at least with the second level of the freezing sky flying snow sword. The third level, Avalanche, with a swing of the sword, a violent roar shook all directions, raging between heaven and earth, and it was extremely terrifying. The sword light seemed to have turned into a snow mountain, and snow collapsed from the top of the snow mountain in an instant, rolling down with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Glitter, Chenzong once again displayed the second level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword. The 16 rays of sword light instantly shot out, but this time they were not scattered, but under the control of Chenzong, the 16 rays of sword light turned into arcs, and broke through at a speed faster than a straight line. This was Chenzong incorporating the power exertion technique of the heartbeat serial sword technique into it. The 16 rays of sword light and arcs all hit the same point, and the destructive power that exploded in an instant was unparalleled and terrifying. The violent and shocking avalanche was suddenly broken, and there was a feeling that it was all bark and no bite, and disappeared like smoke and clouds. This made Lin Weiyin even more surprised. The last time they fought, she had a slight advantage, but this time, she was at a disadvantage. Of course, this was under the condition that she did not use all of her cultivation, but the cultivation that she used this time would not be weaker than the previous time. However, Lin Weiyin was confident that as long as she used all of her cultivation, she would definitely be able to defeat her opponent. This was a kind of confidence. But since she wanted to hone her swordsmanship, it was enough to maintain her cultivation at this level. However, with such a cultivation, she was defeated. She was defeated by her opponent's superb swordsmanship. Lin Weiyin had also comprehended the second level of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, and she knew its mysteries, but there was a big gap between the mysteries that she knew and the mysteries that Chenzong displayed. The swordsmanship seemed to have come alive under her opponent's sword, and it became more delicate and profound. She did not know that this was a kind of control under the heart sword essence. The heart sword essence could control all swordsmanship, and grasp all the mysteries of swordsmanship. Do you have any suggestions for my swordsmanship? Lin Weiyin did not feel depressed because of the momentary failure, but instead asked calmly. The foundation of your swordsmanship is not solid enough, Chen Zong said after pondering for a while. Hearing this, Lin Weiyin immediately pondered, and then looked at Chen Zong. Do you have any way to help me improve the foundation of my swordsmanship? Third update, monthly votes. Hurry up, there's another update at 5 p.m. Flying Snow Pavilion, in the man-made snow mountain. A ray of sword light was clear and cold. Every time the sword struck, there was a shocking power that could tear and freeze everything. On the other hand, the sword light was unpredictable and unpredictable. If the previous sword was thrusted out like this, the next sword would be executed in a completely unpredictable manner, and the trajectory of the next sword would be completely unpredictable. The clear and cold sword light was unleashed by Lin Weiyin, while the sword light that was unpredictable and seemingly all-encompassing came from Chen Zong. Suppression. After just 100 moves, Lin Weiyin was gradually at a disadvantage and was gradually suppressed. Now, if Chen Zong wanted to, he could even end the battle in 10 moves. This was the first time Lin Weiyin had experienced such a feeling. The feeling of being completely suppressed was very sullen, but also very strange. Chen Zong looked indifferent and his eyes were deep. Every strike was aimed at the weakness of Lin Weiyin's swordsmanship, forcing Lin Weiyin to constantly change her moves. In the process, he was perfecting the foundation of her swordsmanship bit by bit. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the garden, casually striking with his sword and pointing at the world. But in fact, Chen Zong did not even move his feet. With a sword in hand, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a sword domain. In this domain, everything was under his control. Understated, unhurried, everything was in his palm. Flaw. The foundation of Lin Weiyin's swordsmanship was full of flaws, which were easily found by Chen Zong, and then attacked and perfected. This feeling was like an ordinary person walking on a single plank bridge, with a mountain of swords below. One had to focus all of his mind, or else he would be consigned to eternal damnation if he was not careful. High-intensity concentration consumed a lot of energy. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong suddenly withdrew his sword. Just as Lin Weiyin was about to strike with her sword, she realized that her mind and vision were shaken. Chen Zong's figure seemed to have split into several. She had overexerted her mind and needed to rest. Lin Weiyin stabilized her body and shook her head gently. She recovered slightly and looked at Chen Zong with eyes full of horror. In a duel of the basics of swordsmanship, he was actually completely suppressed by his opponent. Furthermore, he had almost exhausted all of his concentration. If someone had told him this in the past, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. However, the truth was the truth, and he had to admit it. In terms of the basics of swordsmanship, he was no match for the other party. Chen Zong's expression was indifferent, but he was actually pleasantly surprised. That was because the exchange of swordsmanship with Lin Weiyin had unknowingly improved his foundation of swordsmanship, reaching a higher level and realm. With the sword in hand, he felt as if everything within a radius of a few meters around him was under his control, turning it into his sword's domain. Undoubtedly, this feeling was still very subtle and vague. It was at the critical point of faintly discernible. However, Chen Zong truly felt that this was a higher level of swordsmanship. It was a higher level after clear sword heart and palm sword will. All along, Chen Zong had thought that palm sword will was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After that, he would have to continuously improve his sword will until it reached the pinnacle and pursue an extremely powerful path. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. Palm sword will was a level of swordsmanship. After mastering the sword will, the improvement of the sword will was not directly related to the level of swordsmanship. In Tianyuan sacred region, Chen Zong didn't find any records related to the level of swordsmanship beyond palm sword will. It was the same in Eternal Battle Fort. Chen Zong had once thought that it didn't exist. Until now, in the exchange of swordsmanship with Lin Weiyin, he had found a trace of opportunity. Although he hadn't really grasped it yet and only had a little bit of it and wasn't stable yet, Chen Zong had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. that was a higher level of swordsmanship. This was a great opportunity that he had obtained from Lin Weiyin. Of course, with his accumulation, there would be a time when he would have a breakthrough. The difference was only a matter of time. Now, the opportunity should be with Lin Weiyin. Sure enough, she had made him her swordsmanship sparring partner. She had also unknowingly become his swordsmanship sparring partner. It could be said that his gains were definitely greater than Lin Weiyin's. It was just that Lin Weiyin didn't know it herself. This was also one of the benefits that he had obtained after entering the void. Indeed, after surviving a great disaster, Chenzong couldn't help but secretly tease himself. Why is there such a big gap between our swordsmanship foundations? After Lin Weiyin recovered slightly, this was the first sentence that she asked. Her tone was a little anxious. You pay more attention to the magical level swordsmanship, Chenzong answered matter-of-factly. This was the truth. Of course, it wasn't the entire truth. The entire truth should be added to the fact that his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of palm sword will and taken a significant step forward. Although this step had just been taken and hadn't really landed, it was still a solid step forward. It was a small step, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This kind of gap was even greater than what he knew in the past. It was a kind of leap, a huge and shocking leap. Although it was only a small difference, it brought about a great change. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Chenzong to defeat Lin Weiyin with just the foundation of swordsmanship. Chenzong's words made Lin Weiyin fall into deep thought. Thinking back on her cultivation, it was true that after grasping a certain level of swordsmanship foundation, she began to cultivate the secondary magical level swordsmanship. After that, she cultivated the lesser magical level swordsmanship. The strong power made her neglect the foundation of swordsmanship. This was not only her shortcoming, but also the shortcoming of many geniuses. Thinking about it, Lin Weiyin suddenly felt that the price she paid for an incomplete lesser magical level swordsmanship was really worth it. Even in a place like the second city of world suppression, the value of a lesser magical level martial art was shocking. Valuable, it was indeed valuable, and it was beyond imagination. Unknowingly, staring at the back of Chenzong, Lin Weiyin gently stroked the hair by her ear and smiled. It was like a snow lotus blooming on the peak of a mountain, blooming with incomparable coldness and beauty. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Suddenly, Chenzong paused and turned around. Lin Weiyin returned to her original cold appearance. With a flash, Chenzong appeared in front of Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin was secretly shocked. This body movement technique was really mysterious. Miss Lin, Chenzong stared at Lin Weiyin with a calm gaze, his tone was as light and gentle as the wind. Call me by my name. Lin Weiyin seemed to smile slightly, and her voice was not as cold as usual. This made Chenzong slightly stunned, but he still did not call her by her name. Do you know where I can get the lesser magical level martial art? Chenzong asked again. Lin Weiyin's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, as if she did not hear the name that she longed for. But it was only a trace. Any divine ability martial art is in the hands of various forces. Therefore, if you want to obtain a divine ability martial art, the first way is to join a force. Lin Weiyin's cold eyes lit up slightly as she stared at Chenzong. For example, my Lin family is a mid-tier star-level force, and a family of swordsmen. It is most suitable for sword cultivators to join. My Lin family has 1 greater magical sword technique, 3 lesser magical sword techniques, 1 lesser magical cultivation technique, 1 lesser magical body movement technique, and 1 lesser magical secret skill. If you are willing to become a member of my Lin family, with your talent, you can directly obtain 1 lesser magical martial art. If you make a great contribution to the family, you can also cultivate other lesser magical martial arts. When you break through to the imminent god realm in the future, you can cultivate the greater magical sword technique. Lin Weiyin's words were not without the intention of recruiting. A great divine ability was naturally a divine ability that was more profound than a small divine ability. However, cultivators below the imminent god realm could not cultivate greater magical powers at all. Lesser magical powers were the limit. The Lin family was a mid-tier star-level force. Chenzong was slightly taken aback. He had already read about the hierarchy of forces in the void from the ancient records, and it was not a secret. Star level, star level, star level, there were a total of 3 levels, and each level was divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. They were called level 3-9. Of course, Chenzong did not know how it was divided. The only thing he knew was that star-level forces controlled at least one star. Star-level forces controlled at least one galaxy. Star-level forces controlled at least one galaxy. Stars, galaxies, and galaxies were the composition of the void. Countless stars formed a galaxy, and many galaxies formed a star field. A mid-tier star-level force was actually very low in the overall ranking of forces. However, no force in the Tianyuan sacred region, even the Taishan Holy Palace, was far inferior to a low-tier star-level force. The Lin family controlled at least 2 stars. So, should he join the Lin family? Chenzong's answer was no, at least not now. There are other ways, right? Chenzong did not reject directly because Lin Weiyin did not directly solicit him. It was just a hypothetical solicitation. Lin Weiyin could not help but feel even more disappointed. This feeling was very foreign to her, and she was not used to it. There are indeed a few other ways. Shaking off the strange sense of loss in her heart, Lin Weiyin spoke again. The second way is through auctions. Sometimes, some abhijna or martial arts will be lost to others, or appear in auctions for various reasons. However, the probability is not high. The third way is through fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters did not need to be explained. Chenzong immediately understood. It was to obtain the inheritance of some powerful seniors. There is a fourth way. Perhaps Mr. Chen can give it a try. Lin Weiyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Her full and red lips softly spat out 4 words with a strange rhythm. 9 Heavens Imperial Court. 9 Heavens Imperial Court? Chenzong could not help but mutter. He did not understand. 9 Heavens Imperial Court is a tower. It is the tallest building in the second world suppressing city. Lin Weiyin's tone changed. Instantly. There seemed to be a kind of solemnity. Chenzong could hear a trace of seriousness in her voice. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court is divided into 9 levels. It is said that a powerful force built it in the second world suppressing city. Not only the second world suppressing city has one, the first and third world suppressing cities also have one. Fourth update, monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. Joining the Lin family was indeed a good choice, especially for Chenzong, who came from a backward planet and had no background. He could only rely on his own insignificant abilities to fight. However, Chenzong was very ambitious. According to Hua Ji, both the Eternal Battle Fort and the Heavenly Will Palace were the top forces in the void. In this way, the Eternal Battle Fort and the Heavenly Will Palace were star sector level forces, or even upper star sector level forces. Compared to the Lin family, which was a mid-level star level force, they were many times stronger. In the void, joining a force was not just a matter of words. One had to show loyalty, at least on the surface. Only then would others be assured of you and give you resources. Otherwise, why would they give you resources? If Chenzong chose to join the Lin family, he would be branded as a member of the Lin family. He would have this identity for the rest of his life. In the beginning, it would be beneficial for him, but in the future, it would be hard to say. Of course, if there was really no other way, this would be the only choice. However, since there were other ways, Chenzong would certainly try them. He had to consider the current development as well as the future. Show loyalty on the surface, but secretly disapproved of it? No, that was not something he did. His heart would not allow it. The person leading the way to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was Lin Weiyin. When some people in the Flying Snow Pavilion found out that the pavilion master, Lin Weiyin, was going to personally bring a young man on a tour of the second world suppressing city, they all widened their eyes in shock. One had to know that the pavilion master usually kept strangers away, including young men. In the second world suppression city, there were many talented young men who admired her, but they were all rejected at the door. Now, the pavilion master was actually personally bringing a young man from a remote planet to tour the second world suppressing city. The group of people felt that their brains were not enough. Suddenly, they felt that something might be about to happen. Lin Weiyin did not pay attention to these, and neither did Chenzong. A man and a woman walked on an astonishingly wide street. Compared to the wide street and the tall buildings on both sides, they seemed very small. Both of them were dressed in white sword robes. They looked graceful and elegant. Their expressions were calm, as if they were a pair of golden boy and jade girl. However, when someone saw the woman, he was shocked. "Young master, I saw the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Weiyin. Beside her, there is an unfamiliar young man." In a shop, someone immediately transmitted a message through divine sense. "Follow them and inform me at all times." Soon, a voice rang out in the person's head. The sound ring was a kind of treasure in the void. Its only function was to transmit messages through divine consciousness. Of course, not everyone was qualified to obtain a sound hoop. Its value was not low. At least, Chenzong did not have it. If Chenzong chose to join the Lin family, he would be able to obtain it. Secondly, the main color of the town of Suppressing World was black. Occasionally, there were other colors, but they were mostly dark. For example, dark gray, brown, dark blue, dark red, and so on. Dark colors were used as embellishments, and black was the main theme, creating a solemn and iron-blooded second world suppressing city. Along the way, Lin Weiyin explained things to Chenzong from time to time. As the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, she was very familiar with the second world suppressing city. Chenzong went straight to the Flying Snow Pavilion after entering the city. It was his first time going out, and he was very curious. There were tall buildings everywhere. Buildings that were 1,000 meters tall were everywhere. Those were the normal ones, while some were 2,000 meters or even 3,000 meters tall. After a while, Chenzong saw a huge building that stood in the middle of the world-suppressing city. It looked like a tall building, but also like a tower. That was the Nine Heaven Palace, the tallest building in the second world-suppressing city. It was 9,000 meters tall, even taller than the mayor's mansion. Not only in the second world-suppressing city, but also in the first and third world-suppressing city. The origin of the Nine Heaven Palace was very mysterious. At least, Lin Weiyin did not know its origin. "I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace's Orange Firmament Heaven. I can recommend you to skip the initial assessment." Standing in front of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace, Lin Weiyin told Chenzong the reason she had brought him here. The Nine Heaven Palace was a mysterious force. It was also very strange. It did not care about loyalty, and was more like an idol organization. Becoming a member of the Nine Heaven Palace had a different meaning from joining other forces. For example, if he joined the Lin family, then he would be a member of the Lin family. He could not join other forces casually. Of course, if the gap between forces was too big, such as the star level, galaxy level, or even star sector level, there were not many restrictions. However, the brand still existed. This was also the reason why Chenzong was unwilling to join the Lin family. Although he was still very weak and had just started out in the void, he had great ambitions and was not willing to stay here. In fact, many people in the Second World Suppression City were members of the Nine Heaven Palace. They usually came from various forces, especially the 13 major forces. However, the Nine Heaven Palace was not a place where one could join just because they wanted to. The normal process was to sign up and wait for the initial assessment. After passing, there would be other assessments. Only after passing all of them would one be qualified to become a member. Therefore, from another perspective, the Nine Heaven Palace was also a gathering place for geniuses. If one was recommended by a disciple of the Nine Heaven Palace, they could skip the initial assessment directly and enter the real assessment directly. Generally speaking, the initial assessment was just a selection mechanism. Those who were recommended by the disciples were all geniuses. Therefore, they were qualified to skip the initial assessment directly. Of course, if one was not a real genius, the disciples would not dare to recommend them. Otherwise, their evaluation in the Nine Heaven Palace would be lowered, and even their level would be lowered. It was not easy to level up in the Nine Heaven Palace. After leveling up, one's authority would also increase, and the intangible benefits would be greater. No one would be willing to lower their evaluation. On the other hand, if one could recommend a real genius, the more outstanding his performance, the higher his evaluation in the Nine Heaven Palace, and the easier it would be for him to level up. Lin Weiyin thought that Chen Zong could pass the Nine Heaven Palace's assessment and become a disciple, so she recommended him personally. This was beneficial to her, and also to Chen Zong. Am I looking at a fake Lin Weiyin? Suddenly, a flirtatious yet exaggerated voice sounded. Two people were walking towards them. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in black. His eyes were cold and sharp like blades. His lips were thin and tightly pursed. His cheeks were thin, his shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his legs were long and slender. When he walked, it was as if a long saber was dragging the ground. There was an indescribable sharpness that kept moving forward, as if he was splitting the wind and cutting the waves. He did not carry a saber, but one could feel that he was an expert in the use of sabers. His saber skills were extremely exquisite. The one who spoke was the woman. The close-fitting and cool fire-patterned breastplate and skirt plate, as well as the arm and leg plates, were dark red in color. The snow-white slender waist that was exposed outside the plate armor swayed gently as she walked, like a water snake. Under the skirt plate was a pair of snow-white, full and round legs. Coupled with a charming face, her eyes seemed to ripple like spring water. Her entire person was like a deadly blooming flower, full of charm. When Chen Zong's gaze fell on her, she seemed to smile at Chen Zong. That smile had an indescribable charm. As her eyes moved slightly, ripples like spring water spread out, and she seemed to be whispering in his ear. Chen Zong was not charmed. His mind was incomparably tough, and under the heart-sword will, he was invulnerable to external evils. Therefore, Chen Zong could see that when the woman's watery eyes fell on Chen Zong, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the young man in black, as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. Lin Weiyin, you actually brought someone out. If Chu Shanhe knew, what do you think he would do? The seductive woman spoke again. Chen Zong noticed that Lin Weiyin's expression changed slightly. Little brother, what's your name? The seductive woman looked at Chen Zong again. Her smile had an indescribable charm. My name is Lan Yuanmeng. Let me give you a warning. Stay away from Lin Weiyin and keep a suitable distance. Otherwise, Chu Shanhe will not let you go. This is a warning. If you don't know where to go, you can come to me. I heard someone talking about me. A slightly deep voice suddenly sounded. It was clear and bright, and vaguely sounded like seagulls flying over the sea and fighting against the huge waves, but also like the tranquility of a mountain spring. The moment the unique voice sounded, Chen Zong sharply caught the flash of impatience on Lin Weiyin's cold face, and a tinge of fear in Lan Yuanming's watery eyes. A tall figure in a luxurious purple robe was walking quickly from afar. The way he walked was like a dragon or a tiger moving through the clouds. There was an astonishing power that could trample mountains and rivers and suppress the universe. This was not a cultivation, but a kind of temperament, as if he was born with it. This person looked rather young, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. There seemed to be a hidden light in his eyes, as if there was an astonishing power hidden within. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to support the mountains and stabilize the rivers and mountains. Weiyin, I went to the Flying Snow Pavilion to look for you many times, but I was told that you were in seclusion. Why didn't you inform me that you were coming out of seclusion today? I could have prepared a banquet to thank you. The purple-robed young man swept his gaze across. When he saw Lan Yuanmeng and the black-robed young man, he directly swept his gaze past them. When he saw Chen Zong, although he also swept his gaze past him, Chen Zong sharply caught the tinge of sternness that flashed across his eyes. Immediately, the purple-robed young man's eyes fell on Lin Weiyin's face. A blazing light was emitted from his eyes, as if the sun was burning, wanting to melt Lin Weiyin. This kind of gaze made Lin Weiyin frown slightly. She turned slightly to face Chen Zong. This was a kind of instinctive avoidance that originated from the subconscious mind, and also a kind of behavior that originated from the subconscious mind moving in a reliable direction. Fifth update, there should be a sixth update tonight. Come and give the sixth Dao a boost. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was 9,000 meters tall. It was the tallest building in the Second World Suppression City. It was majestic and imposing. At this moment, there was a strange scene outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was as if there were 3 pillars, but no one dared to get close. Instead, they watched from afar with indescribable surprise and excitement. They were excited to watch a show. spirit realm warriors rarely appeared in public. At least in a place like the Second World Suppressing City, they were always high up in the sky. They were elusive and mysterious. Below the Ascendant Realm, there were many influential people. 3 of the people outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were the influential people in the Second World Suppression City. Chu Shanhe from the Chu clan, Lin Weiyin from the Lin clan, Lan Yuanmeng from the Star Blue sect. Any one of them had a prominent reputation in the Second World Suppression City, especially among the younger generation. In the Second World Suppression City, Chu Shanhe was the lord of the Shanhe Hall of the Chu clan. Lin Weiyin was the master of the Flying Snow Pavilion. As for Lan Yuanmeng, she was the president of the Star Blue Society. Whether it was talent, status, or strength, the 3 of them were superior to many of their peers and even seniors. Especially Chu Shanhe, he was the disciple of an upper-tier star-level force. His background was even more noble. Lord Chu, please call me by my full name or Master Lin. Lin Weiyin subconsciously avoided Chu Shanhe's gaze. She leaned slightly towards Chenzong and said. Her voice was cold and carried a firm will. Weiyin, are you throwing a tantrum with me? Chu Shanhe frowned slightly. Everyone in the Second World Suppression City knows how I feel about you. Lin Weiyin's expression became colder, but she felt helpless. Chu Shanhe was such a person. He was very self-centered. He would do whatever he thought was right and there was no changing it. Lan Yuanming's watery eyes moved slightly. A half-smile appeared on her face, as if she was watching a show. She was not going to interfere. Someone like Chu Shanhe was not to be trifled with. Mr. Chen, let's go in. Lin Weiyin ignored Chu Shanhe. If she continued, it would only make things worse. Chen Zong nodded. A purple light flashed in front of him, and Chu Shanhe appeared in front of him. He was even taller than Chen Zong, and he looked down at him from above. When he opened his mouth, his voice was filled with condescension. I don't care who you are or where you came from. Leave Weiyin now, and go as far away as you can. Chu Shanhe's words and expression were filled with pressure and threat. Chu Shanhe, don't force me to draw my sword. Lin Weiyin's expression changed abruptly. Her right hand gripped the hilt of her sword, and a shocking chill instantly burst out from her tall and slender body. Yet, a shadow of frost and snow condensed around her, falling down and covering a radius of several meters. Lan Yuanming's eyes instantly widened and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with one hand. That appearance was even more alluring. Chu Shanhe was slightly startled, and then his expression changed greatly. His eyes emitted a shocking light, as if he wanted to shatter everything. A powerful and overbearing aura condensed on his body, and one could faintly see the illusory image of mountains and rivers appear, suppressing the surroundings. Weiyin, are you serious? Chu Shanhe's voice became deep and cold, exuding an indescribable heaviness. His eyes also became more and more sinister and oppressive. In an instant, his voice became louder and filled with anger. You want to draw your sword against me just because of a little country bumpkin from some unknown remote planet? He had already investigated Chen Zong's background in the shortest time possible. A little country bumpkin who had accidentally entered the void and was at a loss. He was coincidentally taken into the heavy vanguard by Lin Weihan, the second daughter of the Lin family, out of kindness, and followed him to the second city of world suppression. He seemed to have some accumulation and talent in swordsmanship, which was why Lin Weiyin took a fancy to him and temporarily asked him to be her swordsmanship sparring partner. That was all. Such a person was nothing in Chu Shanhe's eyes. However, Chu Shanhe would not allow any young man of the opposite sex to get close to Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin was not surprised that Chu Shanhe knew some information about Chen Zong. In the Flying Snow Pavilion, there were still some people who were willing to leak information to Chu Shanhe. Especially information about herself, which was not a secret. In the past, even if Lin Weiyin knew about it, she would not care about it because she did not want to make a big fuss over it. However, this time, Lin Weiyin's heart flashed with a hint of displeasure. After returning this time, it was time to reorganize the Flying Snow Pavilion. Lin Weiyin did not answer Chu Shanhe, but her eyes became more and more fierce. She slightly unsheathed her sword, which was shockingly sharp, and filled the surroundings. The coldness became more and more intense. Lan Yuanmeng was more and more surprised, and so were the people who were watching from afar. At the same time, waves of tyrannical aura rapidly approached from afar, emitting a cold and eerie feeling. Ironclad guards. The ironclad guards from the mayor's mansion are here. Exclamations sounded in an instant, and the crowd in the distance immediately dispersed. In the city of world suppression, the ironclad guards were well known for their ferocity. Once you were targeted by the ironclad guards, it was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, the ironclad guards did not care what force you were from. Once you violated the rules of the city of world suppression, they would take you down immediately. If you dared to resist, you would be killed without mercy. If you were killed because of this, you would be wronged. Even an upper-level star-rank force like the Chu clan would not dare to provoke the mayor's mansion. Although the mayor's mansion was not listed as one of the major forces in the city of world suppression, that was because the mayor's mansion had never interfered in the disputes between the various forces. However, the mayor's mansion had a shocking origin. Even if the 13 major forces were to join forces, they would still not be able to match the force behind the mayor's mansion. If you wanted to die quickly, provoking the mayor's mansion was a good way to do it. However, Lin Weiyin did not seem to notice. Her sword was still half unsheathed, and she was still surrounded by a terrifying coldness. Her eyes were filled with a terrifying aura as she stared at Xianxia. Firstly, the woman he liked was provoking him. That's right, from Xianxia's point of view, Lin Weiyin was provoking him. He had to suppress her, otherwise, it would be terrible in the future. Secondly, the ironclad guards of the mayor's mansion were ferocious and powerful. To be honest, he was not willing to provoke them. But now, Lin Weiyin had no intention of backing down. For a country bumpkin, the fire of jealousy almost ignited Xianxia. His originally handsome face became extremely ferocious, like an evil spirit. The ironclad guard's unique cold and bloody aura was getting stronger and stronger. They were getting closer and closer, and locked onto Xianxia from afar. Xianxia's murderous gaze went past Lin Weiyin and landed on Chen Zong's face. It was as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into 1,000 pieces. Then, an extremely tyrannical aura that could suppress mountains and rivers was withdrawn. It returned to calmness, as if it had dissipated into thin air. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a person was even more terrifying. Now, the other party was undoubtedly targeting him. He had to be careful. Xianxia withdrew his aura, and Lin Weiyin did the same in an instant. The ironclad guards appeared. There were a total of 5 ironclad guards. They were clad in black armor, with black scabbards hanging from their waists. Their aura was extremely cold and condensed, as if they had come out from a bloody battlefield. It was abnormally terrifying. The 5 ironclad guards were middle-aged men, and all of them were at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. What happened? The leader of the 5 ironclad guards, a man with a mustache, had a cold and sharp look in his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept past Xianxia, Lin Weiyin, and the others. His tone was cold and uncourteous. He naturally recognized the identity of these people. But so what? They were nothing compared to the mayor's mansion. It's nothing. I was just joking. Xianxia smiled and said indifferently. His words caused some people to feel a chill in their hearts. His demon-like appearance from before was obvious to all. But now, not only did he contain the anger in his heart, he even had a calm expression as if nothing had happened. This caused the crowd's understanding of Xianxia to deepen even further, and they became even more fearful. After taking a deep look at Chen Zong, Xianxia did not say anything and walked away. But Chen Zong knew very well that he would be in some trouble from now on. Let's go in. Lin Weiyin turned to Chen Zong and said. The two of them walked toward the gate of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. At the same time, Lan Yuanmeng also strode toward the gate of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court with the young man in black. This time, Lan Yuanmeng did not say anything. Chen Zong even realized that there was a look of disdain and contempt in her eyes when she looked at him. Lan Yuanmeng was looking down on Chen Zong. He actually allowed Lin Weiyin to confront Xianxia without daring to step in. Such a person should be despised the most. But Chen Zong did not care at all. Lan Yuanmeng was just an irrelevant person. How she viewed him was her business. What did it have to do with him? Stepping into the gate of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong's vision changed. It was as if he was under a starry sky. Lan Yuanmeng and Chu Shanhe, who had entered with him, seemed to have disappeared. I, Xianxia Heavenly Disciple Lin Weiyin, exercise my right to recommend Shenzong to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Lin Weiyin raised her left hand and a ring appeared on her wrist. The ring had 9 colors. 2 of them were clearer, while the other 7 were very blurry. As Lin Weiyin's voice sounded, the red and orange light on the ring suddenly shone brightly. In another part of the starry sky, Lan Yuanmeng also raised her left hand. The red and orange light on the ring also shone brightly. She was also a disciple of the Xianxia Heavenly Disciple and was also exercising her right to recommend the young man in black who had come with her. Xianxia Heavenly Disciple Lin Weiyin is permitted to exercise her right to recommend. A low voice suddenly sounded under the starry sky. Xianxia Heavenly Disciple Lin Weiyin is exercising her right to recommend. Are you willing to accept? A second voice sounded. It was asking Shenzong. I accept. Shenzong did not hesitate. Since you have accepted the recommendation of a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, you have passed the preliminary assessment and entered the final assessment. The moment the low voice that was full of mystery and majesty sounded, specks of starlight shone around Shenzong. These specks of starlight were of different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold, the 9 colors were very bright and magnificent. I'm tired. I'm going to take a rest. We still have a big fight tomorrow. Hurry up and prepare the monthly tickets. We're not far from the 9th place. The starry sky was quiet, 9 different colors of starlight flickered in the sky, rendering this part of the starry sky extraordinarily magnificent. It was so beautiful that people could not help but be immersed in it. The twinkling starlight seemed to contain an indescribable mystery, making people unable to help but have the desire to explore it. The hard sword essence trembled, but Shenzong came to his senses in an instant. He could not help but be secretly shocked. Exploring mysteries was the instinct of any cultivator. But here, it evolved into a kind of illusion to confuse people. The effect was more direct, more shocking, and impossible to guard against. If he had not condensed the supreme heartsword essence, he would have fallen into the trap. It sounded simple, but the danger was difficult to describe. It was as if the danger was contained in a very ordinary action, such as choking to death while drinking water, or something similar. The more ordinary it was, the more difficult it was to guard against it. Just as Shenzong was secretly rejoicing, a sword light silently pierced through the dark void under the 9-colored starlight. It stabbed toward Shenzong's back, where his heart was. It was like a fatal blow from a peerless assassin. It was silent and unexpected. But at the moment when the sword was about to stab Shenzong, a sword light seemed to shoot down from the sky and accurately hit the sword. At the moment of contact, an extremely powerful force burst forth, passing through the body of the sword that was coming at him, and surging out. Spin, he swung his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon across the sky. In an instant, it turned into a straight stab. The crescent moon was compressed into a point. It was extremely sharp and tore through the darkness. Shenzong's reaction was extremely fast from the moment he attacked with his sword to the moment he counterattacked. But the sword missed, as if the target did not exist. Shenzong looked solemn. His eyes flickered with a trace of light as he stared in all directions. Sincerity, sword in the middle, his breathing became slow and long in an instant, and his entire body seemed to emit an indescribable aura. It felt as if the sword in his hand was endowed with life and spirituality as he breathed. Vaguely, with himself as the center, there was a feeling of being able to control everything within a radius of a few meters. Although this feeling was still very vague and unstable, compared to before, there was a significant improvement. This was a higher realm of the way of the sword that surpassed the palm sword will. But now, he had only just touched upon this realm. He hadn't even reached the entry level. Even so, Shenzong's swordsmanship had improved significantly. His breathing became longer and longer. In the end, it was almost undetectable, as if he had stopped. Shenzong held his sword and placed it between his eyebrows, pointing at the starry sky. He seemed to have turned into a statue. His aura was completely restrained, like a dead tree. In an instant, the gloomy sword light appeared again silently, as if it had been condensed from nothingness. Only the sword light could be seen, but the figure of the sword could not be seen. In an instant, Chenzong's figure swayed slightly, and he avoided the assassination of the sword light at the most critical moment. The sword in his hand also struck out in an indescribably mysterious trajectory. The first level of the gold brilliant star-penetrating sword, Golden Ray, the incomparably mysterious sword strike broke through the air in an instant, shattering the gloomy sword light and hitting the figure behind the sword light that seemed to be hidden in nothingness. A feeling of clarity arose spontaneously, and everything suddenly became clear. First, it was a test of the mind and willpower. Then, it was a test of actual combat ability. Congratulations, Chenzong. You've passed the test and are qualified to become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Level, Crimson Light God. A mysterious voice sounded from above the starry sky, and instantly transmitted to his ears. Immediately, 9 rays of starlight of different colors fell from the sky and hit his wrist. Chenzong felt his left wrist itch. He hurriedly looked at it and saw a ring condensing on his left wrist. In the blink of an eye, it condensed and took shape. As the 9 rays of lights of different colors flashed, 8 of them fell silent and became dim. Only the crimson ray was left emitting a dazzling light. This represented Chenzong's current level as a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Crimson Light God. At the same time, waves of information rushed into Chenzong's mind like the gurgling of water. This information was limited information about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and the ring on his left wrist. Chenzong still didn't know the origin of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He only knew one thing: it was very, very mysterious. It existed not only in the 3 world suppression cities of the Yuan Galaxy, but also in other galaxies and even star regions. The Yuan Galaxy was the name of the galaxy he was in now. Anyone who passed the test would be qualified to become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Disciple, this was also what a disciple meant. However, Chenzong didn't understand what a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court actually meant. If it was a disciple, then whose disciple would it be? Or could it be that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was actually a super powerful force? Did becoming a disciple mean becoming their disciple? There was too little information to make a judgment. He only knew one thing. Strictly speaking, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't belong to a clan or sect. It was an organization, a relatively idle organization. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, one could issue missions and accept missions. After completing a mission, one could obtain the corresponding rewards and earn 9 Heavens points. With enough 9 Heavens points, one could upgrade one's disciple level in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and exchange them from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's treasure vault. Of course, if one wanted to issue a mission, the reward for the mission must be provided by oneself. The 9 Heavens points were an additional reward given by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court after evaluating the difficulty of the mission. For example, his disciple level was Crimson Light God, which was also the lowest level. If he wanted to upgrade to Mystic Heaven, he would need to obtain an achievement and have 190 Heavens points before he could apply for an upgrade. If he wanted to upgrade from Mystic Heaven to Jade Clear Heaven, he would need to obtain 2 achievements and have 1009 Heavens points. As for the ring on his left wrist, it was called the Nine Heavens Ring. It was a unique symbol of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and a treasure that only disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court could have. It could be used to issue missions, accept missions, be used as a storage space, and even be used as a sound ring. It had many functions. With his divine senses, Chenzong could see his information imprinted in the Nine Heavens Ring. Nine Heavens Ring number, 96728345111, name, Chenzong, race, human, Nine Heavens Imperial Court code, none, Nine Heavens Imperial Court achievement, none, cultivation, demigod level, 9 Heavens points, 0. Demigod level. Chenzong was slightly stunned. His cultivation was at the peak of the demigod level, but here, he was called demigod level. This was different from what he knew. Was there some secret behind this? Disciple, demigod level. This made Chenzong's impression of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court even more mysterious. And he wanted to find out more. Unfortunately, he was only at the level of Qi Ming, and his authority was very limited. He didn't know much. Only by continuing to increase his level and authority could he find out more, and even the true origin of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Looking through them one by one, Qianzong more or less understood. Achievements were bestowed by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As for how he obtained them, he didn't know yet. He needed to find out more. Code names were given by himself. Sometimes, it was better to use code names to do things and reduce trouble. After thinking for a while, Qianzong gave himself a code name, and the code name of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court changed immediately. Sword Disciple. Qianzong felt that he was still at the level of a disciple on the path of the sword. This was also a kind of self-motivation. The path of the sword was endless, and he would spend his whole life searching for it. On the path of Tao, he was a disciple of the sword path, a sword disciple. This was a kind of self-modesty, and also a kind of yearning and determination. With a thought, Qianzong left this part of the starry sky. Congratulations. Lin Weiyin looked at Qianzong and smiled. She already knew that Qianzong had succeeded. This was because she had received a reward when Qianzong successfully became a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. She had exercised her referral privilege and successfully passed the assessment to become a disciple. When she was at Crimson Light, Lin Weiyin had received 10 Nine Heavenly Points as a reward and a new referral privilege. Since she had become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, she could obtain all information through the Nine Heavens Ring. There was no need to continue staying here. Qianzong and Lin Weiyin walked out of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At the same time, Lan Yuanmeng and the young man in black also walked out of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The young man in black looked at Qianzong coldly like a knife, as if he wanted to cut Qianzong into pieces. Lin Weiyin, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to keep a distance from a man like this. Lan Yuanmeng glanced at Qianzong, her eyes full of disdain. Then, she looked at Lin Weiyin and advised her. Don't worry about it. Lin Weiyin replied indifferently and left with Qianzong without looking back. Humph, ungrateful. Lan Yuanmeng snorted. Li Jin, let's go. In the future, Mr. Chen will be able to use the Nine Heavens Ring to look for suitable missions and accept them. After completing the missions, you will receive rewards and 9 heavenly points. As long as you accumulate enough 9 heavenly points, you will be able to exchange for minor or even major divine powers from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Although Lin Weiyin knew that Qianzong had already received some information from the Nine Heavens Ring, she still couldn't help but say this. It seemed that they should find something to talk about on the way back to the Flying Snow Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be a little awkward. How many 9 heavenly points do I need to exchange for minor divine powers? Qianzong asked. At least 109 heavenly points, and you can only exchange for the first tier of minor divine powers in Crimson Light. Lin Weiyin added, you can exchange for the second tier of minor divine powers in Xianxia Heaven, and you can exchange for the third tier of minor divine powers in Yuqing Heaven. Hearing this, Qianzong silently calculated and realized that it really wasn't easy to exchange for a complete minor divine power. Of course, Qianzong didn't think that minor divine powers were easy to obtain. Just think about the Tianyuan Sanctuary. There were very, very few forces that had minor divine powers, and only a handful of them. Even the Lin family, a mid-tier star-rank force, only had 6 minor divine powers. From this, one could see how difficult it was. Of course, the so-called 6 minor divine powers referred to those that were owned by the family. Individuals might also have minor divine powers, but they didn't contribute them to the family. For example, Lin Weiyin's dazzling gold star penetrating sword wasn't contributed to the family. Qianzong and Lin Weiyin left the Flying Snow Pavilion through hand seals, and now they returned to the Flying Snow Pavilion through hand seals. The two of them chatted as they walked, and one could vaguely see that Lin Weiyin would occasionally smile. Right now, we are in 9th place, very close to 8th place. We only need 50 votes to surpass 8th place. We are also not far from 7th place, only 156 votes away. We have a chance to make it to 7th place. Today is the last day. Let us expand our victory. Today, we will guarantee a minimum of 10 chapters. We will add one more chapter for the new Guildmaster God of War Sven, which is 11 chapters. Once we reach 8th place, we will add one more chapter. Once we reach 7th place, we will add 2 more chapters. As for those who want to ask how to add more chapters, the Dominator of 6 Paths will tell you that once you reach 6th place, we will add 10 more chapters. As long as you dare to cast a monthly vote, the Dominator of 6 Paths will dare to fight for another day. First update, our monthly votes are closer to the 8th place. There were many manors and courtyards in the Flying Snow Pavilion, which was like a huge snowflake. Lin Jingming hurriedly welcomed his brother into his manor and said impatiently, "Big brother, Lin Weiyin is too much." "What's wrong?" Lin Jinglong frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. During this period of time, she found a so-called swordsmanship sparring partner and often hung out with him. A few days ago, she even used the recommendation privilege of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to recommend that country bumpkin as a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After she came back, she even cleaned up more than 10 people, Lin Jingming said in a slightly exaggerated manner. Lin Jinglong was tall and strong, even taller than Lin Jingming by a head. However, his appearance was somewhat similar to Lin Jingming's, except that he looked more determined. His eyes were deep and cold, extremely oppressive. He had just flown from the Lin family star to the second world-suppressing city on the heavy blade and did not expect to hear such terrible news. The Lin family was a large family with the surname Lin. Some of them were related by blood, while some were not. Lin Jinglong and Lin Jingming belonged to the Great Elder's lineage and were the Great Elder's legitimate grandsons. However, they were not related to the family head's lineage. Therefore, Lin Jinglong had always thought that Lin Weiyin belonged to him and would marry him one day. By then, he would be able to take charge of the Lin family. Not only would he be able to become the family head, he would also be able to marry a beauty. With power and beauty in his hands, he would be at the peak of his life. As for Lin Weiyin being admired by many young talents, Lin Jinglong was also aware of this but did not care. Even if Chu Shanhe was wary of her, he would still fight for her. After all, Lin Weiyin's attitude towards anyone who admired her was very cold and indifferent. But now, what did he hear? Lin Weiyin actually recruited a country bumpkin who had accidentally wandered into the void from some remote star as her swordsmanship sparring partner. She even personally brought him to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and used her recommendation privilege to recommend him. Because of this, she even cleaned up the Flying Snow Pavilion and cleaned up more than 10 people. This made Lin Jinglong extremely unhappy. Why, back then, when he had asked Lin Weiyin to recommend him to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Lin Weiyin had rejected him without hesitation. But now, she had taken the initiative to recommend someone else. A referral would only allow him to skip the preliminary assessment. At most, it would only save him some time. To Lin Jinglong, it was actually nothing much, because he had long become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court based on his own abilities. The problem was one's attitude. Lin Weiyin's actions made him very unhappy. "Big brother, you're the pavilion supervisor of the Flying Snow Pavilion. You can't allow Lin Weiyin to continue messing around like this." Lin Jingming made it sound very serious. He was well aware of his elder brother's feelings and attitude towards Lin Weiyin. It was precisely because he was not qualified to compete with his elder brother that he set his sights on the second miss, Lin Weihan. At that time, Big Brother would take Lin Weiyin as his wife, and he would take Lin Weihan as his wife. Wouldn't that be a good story? The Flying Snow Pavilion was not dominated by the pavilion master alone, just like how the Lin clan was not dominated by the clan head alone. To a certain extent, the pavilion supervisor was an important position that could check and balance the pavilion master, just like the great elder in the family. Lin Jinglong did not respond to Lin Jingming. His eyes flickered as he suddenly got up and strode outside. He wanted to find Lin Weiyin. The first step was to confirm the accuracy of this matter, because he knew his younger brother well. Snow Mountain of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin were fighting fiercely using the basics of swordsmanship. The sword in Chen Zong's hand was like the scepter in the hands of an emperor. When the sword was unsheathed, it ruled the world. When the sword fell, it divided the world. Lin Weiyin was still unable to counterattack. She could only constantly change her moves. While changing her moves, she perfected and improved her swordsmanship foundation, making it more solid. This was not without effect. In fact, Lin Weiyin could feel the improvement of her swordsmanship after the improvement of her swordsmanship foundation. Originally, the third level of the wintry flying snow sword, Avalanche, was only at the beginner level. Now, it had completely stabilized at the beginner level. She had even taken a step forward and could break through to the beginner level. And all of this was brought to her by this man who came from a remote planet. Lin Weiying could not explain why her attitude towards this man was different from her attitude towards other young men. It seemed that when she was with him, she did not feel disgusted. Brother Chen's swordsmanship is so powerful. Lin Weihan blinked her eyes in surprise. She actually saw her sister being suppressed by Brother Chen. It seemed that Brother Chen's swordsmanship was like a walk in the park. It seemed casual and understated, but it contained a unique rhythm. It was so beautiful that people could not help but indulge in it and explore it. On the other hand, her sister's swordsmanship was somewhat rushed. She was always interrupted and had to change her moves midway. It was as if she was exhausted from running for her life. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. There was a shocking roar that sounded like rolling thunder. The shocking black aura turned into a dark thunderbolt, carrying a terrifying violent power and shocking coldness. It froze the surroundings in an instant and blasted mercilessly towards Chen Zong. Heavy, violent, cold, Lin Weiying's move was interrupted by Chen Zong's sword and she had to change her move midway. For a moment, it was difficult for her to change her move for the third time. A sword pierced through the air. The snowflakes exploded under the pitch-black sword light that resembled frost and thunder, turning into dust that drifted in the air. In an instant, a golden light flashed and shone in all directions. Chen Zong swung his sword and turned into a golden light that pierced through the air. The first stage of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, Golden Ray, the golden ray condensed and crossed the sky in an instant, striking directly at the black frost and lightning. The golden ray shattered and the lightning dissipated. Chen Zong's body swayed slightly. His long sword pointed diagonally towards the ground. A wisp of black frost penetrated the sword and landed on the snowy ground, penetrating it with a sizzling sound. "You have some skills." A cold and harsh voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, an even more magnificent and violent pitch-black sword light blasted out like a mountain cutting through waves. The pitch-black billowed like a stormy sea, layer upon layer. The roar was incessant, shaking the heavens and the earth. The snowflakes were shattered and turned into black frost, freezing the surroundings. The third level of the black frost sword technique. Lin Weiying's pupils constricted and she was secretly surprised. In an instant, a tyrannical force burst out, as if it was resonating with the snowy mountain, freezing the world. She drew her sword, the rumbling sound was terrifying. It was as if all the snowflakes in the world were trembling along with Lin Weiying's sword. Even the entire snowy mountain seemed to be affected, vaguely about to erupt with an astonishing force. The third level of the freezing sky flying snow sword technique, Avalanche, the sword light disappeared and merged into the avalanche. It was fierce and violent, cold and eerie, attacking, destroying, freezing, and destroying all life. The black frost was like a rolling wave, and the white snow turned into a violent avalanche. In an instant, black and white collided. It was a collision of swords, a collision of forces, a collision of wills, and a collision of the might of the heavens and the earth. In front of this kind of power, Chen Zong gave birth to a feeling of insignificance. He turned his body and retreated leisurely. In front of him, heavy black and white waves swept over at an astonishing speed, but they could not catch up with Chen Zong. Chen Zong's body paused, and the black and white waves that collided with each other also seemed to have a tacit understanding. Everything was under control. Lin Weiying, as the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, you are going against me for an outsider. The cold voice was filled with displeasure and anger. What do you think of the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin clan's reputation? This is my personal matter. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Lin Weiying's voice was getting colder. In the collision between the black and white waves, Lin Weiying's sword carried an extreme chill and the terrifying power of an avalanche. She attacked again and again. Unknowingly, Lin Weiying had integrated all the basic sword techniques that Chen Zong had taught her into her sword. The person was immediately speechless. It was not only because of Lin Weiying's rebuttal, but also because there was an extremely strong power in Lin Weiying's sword. That power was restrained and overbearing, ready to be unleashed at any moment. It was extremely terrifying. Originally, his strength was not as good as Lin Wei's. However, after the Black Frost Sword technique had broken through to the 3rd level, he was confident that he could compete with Lin Wei. In Lin Jinglong's opinion, a woman like Lin Wei must be suppressed in terms of strength and sword techniques in order to subdue her. Based on this point, Lin Jinglong had rushed over from the Lin clan star. His purpose was to display his strength and subdue Lin Wei. But now, unexpectedly, Lin Wei's sword techniques had improved faster than he had expected. Even if his Black Frost Sword technique had broken through to the 3rd level, he could not suppress her. He could not even achieve a draw. Instead, he was gradually at a disadvantage. Retreat, since he was no match for her in terms of sword techniques. Lin Jinglong did not continue and quickly retreated. Stop. As he retreated, Lin Jinglong shouted, Lin Wei, I will now exercise my authority as a supervisor. Lin Wei's sword light paused and her body floated down. Her cold eyes stared at Lin Jinglong. The coldness in her eyes could not be dispelled, as if she wanted to freeze Lin Jinglong. Lin Jinglong avoided Lin Wei's gaze and stared at Chen Zong, you, of unknown origin, sneaked into the flying snow pavilion. What are your intentions? Surrender now and await your punishment. Chen Zong could not help but be speechless. Ever since he came to the flying snow pavilion and came into contact with Lin Wei, he seemed to have caused quite a lot of trouble. Lin Jinglong, I was the one who brought Brother Chen here. I was the one who invited him to the flying snow pavilion. Lin Weihan had long disliked Lin Jinglong. Now that she heard what he said, she was like an enraged little female cat. If that's the case, Second Miss has the intention to take in an unknown person. A cold light flashed in Lin Jinglong's eyes. Weihan, don't speak. Lin Jingming quickly pulled Lin Weihan away, seemingly out of kindness. Lin Weihan glanced at him coldly and pulled away. Lin Jinglong, Mr. Chen is the swordsmanship sparring partner that I hired. Lin Wei's eyes grew colder, as if she wanted to freeze his soul. This made Lin Jinglong even more uncomfortable. Then, Lin Wei spoke as if she was exhaling cold air, this is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the flying snow pavilion. Since it has nothing to do with the flying snow pavilion, why is he still in the flying snow pavilion? Could it be that he's coveting the flying snow pavilion? Lin Jinglong took the opportunity to accuse her. His goal was very straightforward, which was to target Chen Zong. Because he was the pavilion's supervisor, he had great power. It was perfectly justifiable for him to act in the name of worrying about the safety of the flying snow pavilion. Pavilion Master Lin, I've troubled you for many days. I should take my leave. Chen Zong wanted to stop Lin Wei, who was about to explode in anger, and cupped his hands, I'll let you know when I find a place to stay. After all, this was someone else's place. Living under someone else's roof was not a long-term solution. Second update, after rejecting Lin Weihan's invitation to stay, Chen Zong walked out of the flying snow pavilion. From now on, he would no longer stay in the flying snow pavilion to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the Lin sisters. It was obvious that Lin Jinglong was targeting him, using him as an opening to attack Lin Wei. It was probably some twists and turns between the younger generation or a power struggle within the family. Chen Zong was glad that he did not join the Lin family. Otherwise, he would have been affected. However, Chen Zong was very grateful to the Lin sisters. If it were not for them, he would not have been able to come to the second city of world suppression and have a new beginning. Then, Chen Zong found himself in a tragic situation. He needed a place to stay. Then, where should he go? Join other forces? Impossible, he could only find a hotel to rent a guest room, but that would require money. The best would be to buy a house with a courtyard, but that would require even more money. Obviously, the Tianyuan Sacred Region's Tianyuan elixir would not work here. Different places in the void seemed to have different currencies, but there was one currency that was common, and that was the void currency. He did not have any. The Lin sisters obviously did not think of this. Chen Zong did not think of this before either. Would he have to sleep on the streets? A hero would be stumped by a penny. When did he encounter such a dilemma again? I wonder how much the things from the Tianyuan Sacred Region can be sold for. Chen Zong turned the storage ring and thought to himself. As he walked and thought, Chen Zong paused and stared ahead. The street was wide and the street was long. A figure dressed in a black hooded robe seemed to step out from the darkness. Every step he took seemed to affect the aura in the surroundings, faintly emitting a series of rumbling sounds. A feeling welled up in Chenzong's heart. He knew that this person was here for him. Chenzong? A low and hoarse voice sounded from the face under the shadow of the hat. I heard that you are the sword-sparring partner of the Flying Snow Pavilion's pavilion master. Your sword technique must be pretty good. Come and fight with me. The last sentence suddenly became high-pitched. The eyes of the shadowy face under the black robe and hat suddenly emitted a terrifying light, like a heavy sword being unsheathed and shooting through the air. In an instant, the astonishingly heavy and vigorous sharp sword intent, like an invisible sword mountain rampaging, mercilessly passed through 100 meters and headed straight for Chenzong. Pressure, it was an astonishing pressure, to think that such an attack was comparable to that of the heavenly god Gong. Sure enough, the void was a place where geniuses came forth in large numbers. There were many geniuses at the level of heavenly god Gong. Lin Weiyin was one, and so was Lan Yuanmeng and Chu Shanhe. Chu Shanhe might even win. Now, this mysterious person who was shrouded in a black robe and whose appearance and age could not be determined was also one of them. Chenzong didn't know who the person was, but a voice came from the side of the street, so Chenzong knew who the person was. Heavy Sword Maniac. The Heavy Sword Maniac, ranked 680th on the subdivine list. The Heavy Sword Maniac of the Mountain River Palace is going to attack again. This person is really unlucky. Heavy Sword Maniac, Chenzong muttered to himself, staring at the sword hilt protruding from the person's back, and his pupils contracted slightly. The sword hilt directly exceeded the person's head by a large margin. Judging from this, the total length of the sword was estimated to be about 2 meters. And the person's height was close to 2 meters. His aura was extremely astonishing. Did Chu Shanhe send you here? Chenzong asked in reply. Chenzong had never participated in inexplicable battles. He didn't know who the Heavy Sword Maniac was, so presumably, the other party didn't know him. There was no conflict of interest between them. There was only one explanation. Someone ordered him. So, who was it? Chu Shanhe. After all, someone had just spoken. The Heavy Sword Maniac of the Mountain River Palace. And Chu Shanhe was the current lord of the Mountain River Palace. Was this one of the methods Chu Shanhe used to deal with him? Come and have a fight with me. The Heavy Sword Maniac didn't answer Chenzong's question. Instead, he spoke again. His voice was lower and fiercer, full of astonishing battle intent, and an extremely terrifying aura directly oppressed him. How many void coins can you afford? Chenzong thought for a moment and asked. However, this question stunned the Heavy Sword Maniac, and he didn't know how to answer Chenzong. This was because he had thought that the other party would agree, and he also thought that the other party would refuse. He also thought about how he would force the other party to agree after the other party refused, but he didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. Void coins, the Heavy Sword Maniac certainly knew what that was. But to ask such a question in such a situation, it was really hard to accept. As long as you can defeat me, I'll give you 10,000 void coins. The Heavy Sword Maniac also reacted quickly after being stunned. 10,000 void coins. Upon hearing this, Chenzong's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Thinking back to the rooms in the restaurant that he had inquired about, even the most ordinary room would cost 10 void coins a day. As for the better rooms, Chenzong didn't ask because he was embarrassed, but they would at least cost dozens of void coins. If he could get 10,000 void coins, at least in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about a place to stay. He could even try and see if he could buy a small courtyard. Then, should he fight with the other party? Sigh, when did he fall to the point of competing with others to earn money? A single coin stumped a hero. Then, let's fight. Chenzong's eyes also emitted a sharp sword essence, which directly penetrated the Heavy Sword Maniac's heart. For a moment, the Heavy Sword Maniac felt as if his mind was penetrated, and he couldn't help but tremble. An expert swordsman. The Heavy Sword Maniac was indeed ordered by Chu Shanhe to challenge Chenzong and wait for an opportunity to cripple him. Now, the Heavy Sword Maniac was even more eager to fight. Of course, the battle couldn't be carried out here, or he would be directly taken away by the ironclad guards. In the Second World Suppression City, there was a corresponding battle arena called the Battle Arena. There were two types of battle arenas, one was the Battle Arena of Life and the other was the ordinary battle arena. The Battle Arena of Life and Death, as the name implied, was to determine life and death, and no one was allowed to interfere. The ordinary battle arena was to determine the winner and loser. The opponent could be seriously injured or even crippled, but could not be killed. Chu Shanhe's order to the heavy sword maniac was to cripple Chen Zong, so naturally, it was the ordinary battle arena. Crippling him first and then slowly torturing him was more satisfying than killing him all at once. Let's go, and watch the battle. The heavy sword maniac of the Mountain River Palace, there will be a good show to watch. Last time, the heavy sword maniac's opponent's legs were cut off. I wonder what will happen this time. The battle on the battle arena was allowed to be watched, but one had to pay a fee. It was not high, only 10 void coins, which was equivalent to staying in the most ordinary hotel room for a night. It was a price that almost anyone could afford. In the Second World Suppression City, the heavy sword maniac of the Mountain River Palace was obviously very influential. Thousands of people appeared around the battle arena, each of them a cultivator, and each of them was at least a half-step supreme saint. The battle arena was circular, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters was actually not very big, but in the Second World Suppression City, because of the suppression and restrictions, even a demigod at the pinnacle would need a few breaths to cross 1,000 meters. Without speaking, an extremely heavy aura, like that of a mountain, constantly emerged from the heavy sword maniac. Layer by layer, the aura turned into dark and cold waves, constantly spreading out with the sharpness of a sword. That was the sword will of the heavy sword. It had the sharpness of a sword, but also the majesty and weight of a mountain. Attack, suppress, if one's mind was not strong enough, facing such an attack from the heavy sword maniac, he would definitely not be able to withstand it, and would collapse in an instant. Even the strongest ghost king of the Purgatory Ghost territory was no match for this heavy sword maniac. Sure enough, what he encountered in the void by accident was not only danger, but also a greater challenge. Facing the heavy sword maniac's powerful sword will, Chen Zong became more and more excited, and his blood boiled. Fight, 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 in an instant, the sword will condensed and soared into the sky, as if piercing through the vault of heaven. Chen Zong's sword will had a kind of drifting and unpredictable feeling, like the wind and clouds changing, but moving according to his heart. It became sharper and sharper, tearing through everything, piercing through everything. This was probably the first time he had truly made a move after entering the void. The previous fight with Lin Weiyin was just a sparring of swordsmanship, and the assessment in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not a real fight. Only now, the opponent was a very strong person. Every day, Chen Zong could feel that he was improving. Compared to when he had just entered the void, his strength was much stronger. It had been a while since he used his full strength, and his whole body was in a peaceful and quiet state. After a long time, he felt a little uncomfortable. Now, when he released Cultivation method, activate, under the activation of the 8th level of the primordial sword energy, the powerful primordial sword energy surged in his body like a raging river, and the center was the mass of chaos above his GC. With a swoosh, it was like a gust of wind, and turned into a violent gust of wind in an instant. Chen Zong's vision darkened, and then he saw a black shadow flying toward him at an astonishing speed, like a giant bat spreading its wings in the night sky. It was a black robe, the heavy sword maniac's black robe. The black robe carried an incomparably strong force, and directly broke through the impact, bursting forth with an astonishing momentum, like a mountain. It was just a long robe, but in an instant, it burst forth with the astonishing power of a mountain. This was the prelude to the heavy sword maniac's attack. Behind the black robe, the heavy sword maniac's legs bent slightly, and the muscles on his legs bulged, full of amazing power, as if volcanoes were stuffed into them. An astonishing amount of qi and blood surged violently within his body. It was as if the sea was overflowing, and it vaguely emitted a rumbling sound that sounded like rolling thunder. With a boom, the arena seemed to shake in an instant, and an extremely shocking airflow rushed backward. The incomparably violent muscles instantly burst forth with unparalleled power, pushing the heavy sword maniac's body forward at a low altitude at lightning speed. Third update, it was as strong as the wind, as hard as steel, and as heavy as a mountain. The powerful qi filled the black robe, turning it from a piece of clothing into a lethal weapon. Its power was amazing, enough to suppress and shatter a half-step great saint with the combat strength of a 9-star warrior in an instant. The mighty sound of the wind kept ringing, filling all directions and piercing the eardrums. For those who were not strong enough, this was a killing move. For those who were strong enough, this was a feint, or a prelude. The black robe spread out, covering the sky like a dark cloud, completely blocking Chenzong's sight. It even had a slight effect of interfering with divine senses. The symbol of the strong. The change of timing was fleeting. Victory and defeat, life and death, would be decided in an instant. A trace of opportunity was enough to determine victory and defeat, life and death. Behind the black robe, which was like a dark cloud covering the sky and as heavy as a mountain, was the greatsword mad demon, who burst out with all his strength. In an instant, the power went straight through his legs like a volcanic eruption, increasing his speed to the extreme. He rushed out as if he was shattering the vacuum, and endless airflow rolled back. Slash, the 2-meter-long, door-like huge black sword on his back was also unsheathed in an instant. With unparalleled violence, it violently slashed down from the sky. It had to be said that the greatsword mad demon's move was very pure, and his grasp of timing had reached the extreme. First, he rushed out with the robe, which was infused with powerful qi, to give the enemy the illusion that he was attacking by force. Even if he was seen through and knew that it was not a real person, but just a robe, he had to be on guard. He could dodge or resist. After all, the power condensed on the robe was very terrifying. But no matter whether he resisted or dodged, he would have to bear the full force of his sword in the next moment. This was a sure kill sword. Although this was not the gladiator arena, and he could not kill, this sword would at least cut off the opponent's arms or legs and cripple him. This was also Chu Shanha's request. As a member of the Shanha palace, of course, he had to obey the orders of the palace master, especially since Chu Shanha's strength was much stronger than him. Chenzong did not dodge. He unsheathed his sword slowly, but the speed of the sword was extremely fast. With a flash of sword light, the black robe that carried astonishing power was directly torn apart. A pitch-black sword light covered the sky and earth. It was as if it was striking down heavily. Its power was extremely violent, and it swept up an extremely shocking airflow. That airflow was like a roaring hurricane that tore everything apart. Within the hurricane, there was a black heavy mountain that fell heavily from the sky. It was extremely powerful, great mountain sword. This was a minor divine ability sword art. Through this sword, Chenzong could feel the terrifying power of the greatsword mad demon. Body refining cultivator. The heavy sword maniac was a body refining cultivator. Moreover, he was a pure body refining cultivator. Chenzong himself also practiced body refining, and his physique was strong. However, Chenzong knew very well that he was not a pure practitioner of body refining. What he majored in was actually still qi refinement and sword dao. As for body refinement, it was just a form of support. However, Chenzong knew very well how terrifying a pure body refining cultivator's strength was. The sword that fell was at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Well, according to the calculation method of the Tianyuan sacred territory, there was another way to calculate the weight in the void. The giant sword that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, coupled with the greatsword mad demon's terrifying brute force and the minor divine ability sword art, the power that erupted in an instant was really terrifying to the extreme. If it was in the Tianyuan sacred territory, this sword could destroy a city. It could really split a city in half. However, here, this sword seemed to be powerful, but it could not cause real damage to the surroundings. This was also because the second world suppressing city was extremely hard. Only the power of a true immanent god could cause damage to the second world suppressing city. This sword was extremely powerful and suppressed everything. It made Chenzong feel restrained. His entire body seemed to be suppressed. Astonishing pressure poured from all directions, as if it was going to crush him. Facing such a sword, he could only choose to fight head-on. However, if such a powerful sword fell, its power was extremely terrifying. If he fought head-on, he would be injured, or even crushed into meat paste. Would Chenzong do that? No, even though he wasn't a pure body-refining cultivator, his body-refining cultivation wasn't low either. He had even condensed a top-grade essence flower to 40%, which was a lot stronger than before. With such a great power, coupled with other forces, the sword struck out in an instant. It was a beam of golden light. The golden sword light seemed to tear through the void in an instant and directly shot out. Under the realm of swordsmanship that was more advanced than the palm sword essence, even if he had only scratched the surface and had not even started, it still brought significant improvement to Chenzong's swordsmanship attainments. It further enhanced Chenzong's control of all swordsmanship. The golden sword light was extremely condensed. It was even more condensed than the first level of the brilliant gold sword technique, and its penetrating power was even more astonishing. This sword seemed to stab out casually, but it struck the weakest point of the heavy sword fiend's sword. It was like the weak spot of a snake. The heavy sword fiend's expression changed drastically. A flaw. There were very few flaws in his sword and it was unpredictable. It was unbelievable that he would be hit directly. Little did he know that it was a suppression of a realm. Change of move, rumble. When Chenzong's sword struck a flaw in the sword that was descending from the sky, it instantly changed. The sword light exploded and turned into a raging tide that directly condensed into a mountain. It was a pitch-black mountain that was incomparably heavy and suppressed the earth. The third level of the Great Mountain Sword Technique. Generally speaking, the lesser divine ability sword technique was divided into 3 levels. The third level was the strongest level. Lin Weiyin was now at this level, and so was Lin Jinglong. The heavy sword fiend had also grasped this level. Of course, they were all at the entry level. However, some had already stabilized and were moving towards the initial success stage, while others were still stabilizing. This sword had turned into a pitch-black mountain and descended. This was the artistic conception, and also a kind of power of heaven and earth. This was the true power of a divine ability. It was impossible to achieve this kind of effect by using a divine ability in Tianyuan sacred territory. In an instant, Chenzong suddenly understood why the supreme powerhouses of the Great Sage stage did not make a move when the Purgatory Ghost race invaded. It was very likely that a supreme saint would destroy the Ghost clan, but it would also cause more damage to the Tianyuan sacred region, causing the Tianyuan sacred region to fall further. Of course, this was only his guess. It was already in the past, and there was no need to worry about it. Needless to say, the power of this sword was a lot stronger than the previous one. The pressure it brought to Chenzong was more than twice as strong. If Chenzong was not strong enough, this pressure alone would be enough to crush him. The second level of the brilliant gold sword technique, Radiance. In an instant, the 16 golden sword lights were extremely bright, shining in all directions. Through the darkness, the heavy sword maniac could not help but narrow his eyes, unable to look straight at it. In the next moment, under Chenzong's extreme control, the 16 sword lights drew different trajectories, forming arcs. They attacked at an even faster speed, landing on 15 spots on the Black Mountain sword light. The 15 direct attacks caused the Black Mountain sword light to pause slightly, and the flaws that had been concealed were instantly revealed. The 16th beam of golden sword light shot out, aiming straight for that flaw. The third level of the Great Mountain sword technique was immediately broken by Chenzong. The heavy sword maniac was stunned. He had thought that the other party would use all kinds of methods to deal with his heavy sword, but he had never thought that his heavy sword would be broken so directly. Why was this? Chenzong would not tell him that this was a suppression of the realm. The heavy sword maniac's sword Dao realm was also the peak of the palm sword intent. However, he did not take that step, while Chenzong had already taken that step. It was just a small difference, but it brought about a difference in realm. When this difference was used, it would form a suppression. The heavy sword maniac's minor mystical ability sword technique, the Great Mountain sword technique, was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, Chenzong could control everything. Either the heavy sword maniac's strength increased further and suppressed others with strength, or his realm increased and was on par with Chenzong. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Chenzong. After breaking the third level of the Great Mountain sword technique, Chenzong did not stop. He swung his sword. This was a casual sword strike, and it was also a casual sword strike. One could not see the sword blade, nor could they see the sword light. One could not capture the sword shadow. However, the moment Chenzong swung his sword, the heavy sword maniac was hit. Sword of Heart and Mind. This sword technique that Chen Zong had comprehended from the Heart Sutra was still at the level of a minor mystical ability. However, it had already reached the peak of a minor mystical ability and had just touched the level of a minor mystical ability. The sword strike was silent and shockingly fast. It was impossible to guard against. This was Chen Zong's own sword technique. He could control it as he pleased. After breaking the other party's sword intent, he executed such a sword technique and immediately caused the other party to be hit. However, the moment he was hit, Chen Zong could also feel the strength of the other party's physique, which created a huge resistance. Being hit by the sword did not affect the heavy sword maniac much. In an instant, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and his body spun violently in midair, turning into a violent dark hurricane that swept over and destroyed everything. The entire arena was enveloped by the black and violent sword hurricane. It was indestructible. A bright light flashed across Chen Zong's eyes, as if he had seen through everything in an instant. He swung his sword. This time a few illusions flashed around Chen Zong's body, all of them slashing out with their swords. The several sword lights converged into one in an instant, producing a metamorphosis. Transcendence, minor mystical ability. After arriving at the Second World Suppression City, he had comprehended an even more profound sword Dao realm. Coupled with his own accumulation, the Heart Sutra sword technique had continuously improved. The Sword of Heart and Mind had reached the peak of a minor mystical ability, while the Sword of Heart and Mind had truly broken through and reached the level of a minor mystical ability. Although it was only equivalent to the first level of a minor mystical ability was still a minor mystical ability. Its power was completely different from a minor mystical ability. Even the Sword of Heart and Mind, which was only equivalent to the first level of a minor mystical ability sword technique, could fully display its power under Chen Zong's sword. Fourth update, Penetrate, silent and extremely delicate sword light, like a needle and thread, directly penetrated the sword blade hurricane. This sword move incorporated the technique of sword into silk, which was especially effective against body refiners. The body of the heavy sword Mad Demon was penetrated in an instant, but it did not penetrate because Chen Zong did not intend to penetrate it. The moment the silk-like sword chi entered the body, it suddenly exploded and turned into dozens of finer sword chi that spread like lightning inside the body of the heavy sword Mad Demon, penetrating the delicate and tough flesh like the roots of a tree, constantly strangling the vitality. The heavy sword Mad Demon trembled all over and his face suddenly changed. He quickly mobilized his tyrannical strength to reconnect with the sword chi from all directions, constantly squeezing, attacking, and surging. Chen Zong did not kill him, and the power of the 3 hearts and 2 intense sword was not at its peak yet. His opponent's body refining cultivation was indeed very terrifying. Under the combination of various factors, the heavy sword Mad Demon finally shattered the sword chi that invaded his body and expelled it, but it also left a serious injury. Fear. The heavy sword Mad Demon looked at Chen Zong with some fear in his eyes. He clearly felt that he could cut his opponent into pieces with one sword move, but his sword would be broken before it could hit his opponent, and he himself would be injured. Admit defeat, Chen Zong said calmly. In terms of swordsmanship, Chen Zong was not inferior to his opponent at all. In addition, there was a gap in the foundation of swordsmanship and the realm of swordsmanship. After seeing through the mystery of his opponent's swordsmanship, he was even more suppressed. You? The heavy sword Mad Demon was furious. He did not admit defeat and continued to fight. The huge sword weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms suddenly slashed out. The pressure caused by the huge sword's weight alone was enough to suppress many people. Once hit, the bones and tendons would be broken, and the serious ones would be cut into pieces. The huge sword rolled up a black strong wind, which turned into a destructive storm and swept over. Chen Zong looked indifferent and waved his sword casually. The sword of 1 heart and 2 intense, it directly penetrated the storm of swords and hit his opponent's body again. He was hit. After being hit, the heavy sword Mad Demon's offensive also stopped, and he was powerless to attack again. Because Chen Zong's swordsmanship seemed simple, but it was so mysterious that it completely hit his weakness. Suppression, complete suppression. Chen Zong just stood there. The heavy sword Mad Demon kept waving his sword, but could not really hit Chen Zong. He was hit again and again. What the hell is going on? The heavy sword Mad Demon. The thousands of people who were watching the battle also widened their eyes. Originally, they thought that Chenzong would be crippled by the great sword maniac's giant sword. The only difference was the time and process. Unexpectedly, the heavy sword berserk demon was unable to hit his opponent despite bursting forth with astonishing power. Instead, he was constantly injured by the sword. His opponent's sword could not be seen clearly at all. What the hell happened? The spectators all had the same question in their minds. Is this the suppression of the realm? The referee's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He was not at the spirit realm, but he was at the peak of the demigod realm. He was the kind of peak of the demigod realm who had failed to reach the spirit realm. In addition, he had lived for a long time and had seen a lot. If it is the suppression of the realm, has his sword principle reached that level? The referee with long gray hair was lost in thought, and then he shook his head. It's impossible. Even some spirit realm experts can't necessarily master that level. What secret treasure did he rely on? He could not feel the fluctuation of any secret treasure. Maybe this man had touched that level of sword principle, but he had not really stepped into it. It was not impossible. It was said that there were such geniuses in the big sects in the star area. However, a monster of that caliber shouldn't have appeared in this place. The city of suppressing world was very powerful, but that was only relative. The heavy sword mad demon roared furiously. His strong body seemed to be filled with an extremely powerful force, and it seemed to emerge from the deepest part of his body. Expansion, the heavy sword mad demon's body swelled up in an instant. His height swelled from 2 meters to 2.5 meters. His body also became thicker. His whole body exuded a mountain-like pressure and astonishing violence. He was like a ferocious beast that had been enraged to the extreme, and his eyes emitted crimson light. Secret method, the heavy sword mad demon had already used the secret method. He attacked. Under the secret method, the heavy sword mad demon's aura became more and more terrifying, which made Chenzong look serious. He looked like a demon. Slash, the giant sword broke through the air, and the speed of the sword was even faster than before. The pressure on the sword was also much stronger than before. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be cut into pieces by this sword. In front of this sword, Chenzong was so small. Thousands of spectators' hearts almost jumped to their throats. They opened their mouths wide, but no sound came out. They could only open their eyes wide, and their faces were full of shock. The heavy sword mad demon in a frenzy was really terrifying. This sword, without any special skills, seemed to be able to suppress and crush everything. The sword was slowly raised, like a peacock spreading its tail. Countless sword shadows overlapped and finally stopped in front of him. The sword was facing up, pointing to the sky, right in front of his eyebrows. It was a sincere sword. Refining the heart, Chenzong's mind and will were all condensed. His eyes also fell on the sword, vast and deep. Return to one, in an instant, all the power was condensed into the sword. Layers of subtle ripples spread over the sword. In an instant, the long sword merged into the void. The heavy sword mad demon only felt his heart tremble in an instant, as if it was tightly held by an invisible but amazing hand. The strong contraction made his heart palpitate and he felt suffocated. The falling sword also paused for a moment. The incomparably condensed momentum was somewhat affected and became less powerful. A sharp pain came from his chest, and blood spurted out uncontrollably in an instant. The heavy sword mad demon was hit again, leaving a half-meter-long sword mark on his chest. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. The deepest part was just a little bit away from his heart. He quickly contracted his muscles to stop the bleeding, but the sword chi attached to the wound was so terrible that it was not so easy to contract it successfully. The heavy sword mad demon even had a feeling that if his opponent wanted to, that sword was enough to kill him. The terrible sword was not only powerful, but also seemed to ignore his strong physical defense. When the sword was drawn, there was no sign, no sound, and it was difficult to guard against. Seeing Chenzong raise his sword again, the heavy sword mad demon hurriedly said, "I admit defeat." Although he liked to fight, he was also very clear about the gap. His opponent's strength was obviously stronger than his. As for how much stronger, he could not judge, but he was sure that his opponent was stronger than him. the long sword returned to the sheath. Chenzong did not attack again. In fact, refining the heart had consumed most of his strength. If he continued to fight, it was hard to say who would win. After all, this was an ordinary combat ring, not a combat ring of life and death. He did not have the power to change the rules now, so he had to follow the rules. This battle also allowed Chenzong to have a more accurate understanding of his own strength. Carrying the giant sword on his back, the heavy sword mad demon left. When he came, he was aggressive, but when he left, he was embarrassed because he was defeated. The thousands of people who watched the fight were all stunned. Then they became excited because they saw the rise of a man who was more powerful than the heavy sword mad demon. At present, in the Second World Suppression City, there were only a few outstanding people among the young generation. There were 1 or 2 of them in each of the 13 forces, and there were some other forces as well. Basically, all of them were on the subdivine list. The so-called subdivine list was the list published by the Second World Suppression City. It was a list below the spirit realm, including all the demigod realm practitioners in the Second World Suppression City according to their strength. There were a total of 1,080 people. Maybe it was not absolute, but it was authoritative. Except for some practitioners with special reasons, almost all of them were on the list. It should be known that the subdivine list was not limited by age, only the level of cultivation. Some people who had cultivated for many years were still at the demigod realm, the so-called subdivine realm. However, because of the many years of cultivation, they had accumulated a lot of experience, and their strength was amazing. Even if they were not that talented, they could make up for it with time. The Second World Suppression City was vast, and there were at least thousands of stars. The number of practitioners born in this city was simply incalculable. After countless years, there were many subdivine realm practitioners. Among the huge number of subdivine realm practitioners, only 1,080 were chosen to be on the list. It showed how valuable the list was. The heavy sword mad demon was ranked 680 on the subdivine list. It did not seem high because there were 679 people before him. However, he could not be underestimated. It could be said that anyone who was on the subdivine list was very powerful. Now, Chenzong defeated the heavy sword mad demon and replaced him on the subdivine list. However, it would take some time to update the list. However, the thousands of spectators would soon spread the news to the Second World Suppression City. In the flying snow pavilion, Lin Weiyin was in a trance when she heard the news. Chenzong, so you are so powerful. Lin Weiyin said to herself. Although they had fought many times, it was only a battle of swordsmanship and not a battle of strength. Therefore, Lin Weiyin was not clear about Chenzong's strength. Now, it was clear. On the subdivine list, Lin Weiyin's ranking was slightly higher than the sword mad demon. The Xianxia Hall was a hall surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was guarded by mountains and rivers. It was majestic. Chu Xianxia stared at the reflection wall with his hands behind his back. On it was the battle between Chenzong and the heavy sword mad demon. The heavy sword mad demon's injuries were almost healed. He frowned slightly as he stared at the battle on the reflection wall. The battle on the battle stage would be recorded by the reflection stone. As long as one paid a price, such as void coins, one could get the reflection stone and display the battle on the reflection wall. 3 times, Chu Xianxia stared at the battle on the reflection wall. From the beginning to the end, it went back and forth 3 times before he closed the reflection wall. Then, he turned around and stared at the heavy sword berserk demon with an indescribable might in his eyes, his gaze filled with light. You did not lose unjustly. This was Chu Xianxia's first sentence. However, you should not have admitted defeat so quickly because he did not have any more strength to use that sword. This was Chu Xianxia's second sentence. 5th update, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was the tallest building in the Second World Suppression City, but it was the City Lord's mansion that occupied the largest area. The City Lord was also the most mysterious person in the entire Second World Suppression City. He was elusive and elusive. Because the City Lord's mansion didn't participate in any competition between other forces except for sending the ironclad guards to maintain law and order. Most of the time, people would even forget about the existence of the City Lord's mansion if they didn't see the ironclad guards. There weren't many people in the huge City Lord's mansion, and it was quiet everywhere. In the most central hall, a figure in a black gilt robe was standing in front of a huge reflection wall with his hands behind his back, watching a battle. Zhenzong versus the heavy sword maniac. Behind the figure in the black gilt robe stood a respectful old man, who looked like a servant. "Old Xiao, what do you think of this boy?" A magnetic voice sounded. It sounded very young, but also seemed to have a sense of vicissitudes. "This boy's sword principal realm has already touched that level." The submissive old man bowed slightly and said unhurriedly, "With this boy's background, he can reach such a realm. He deserves to be called a monster. He will be useful to you, young master. This boy does have an amazing talent." The young but slightly vicissitudes voice sounded again, as if he was chuckling. "But whether he can be used by me is still unknown." Although he didn't say it explicitly, the old man immediately understood the meaning of his young master's words. There was no doubt that the person who fought with the heavy sword maniac was an amazing talent, a monster. And such people were often harder to subdue because they were arrogant and unyielding. "I have the talent and time to grow and touch that level of sword principal realm, which is equivalent to getting the pass to the imminent god state. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, that kind of realm is very high. Not all imminent god state can comprehend and master that kind of realm." In other words, this boy's martial arts realm had already surpassed some imminent god state experts. Would such a monster be willing to submit to others? Obviously, he wouldn't. It was human nature. "Young master, he's not in the imminent god state yet," the old man said unhurriedly, but there was a trace of coldness in his tone. It was very simple. They would threaten and bribe them. In fact, they would even use some methods to subdue them. "Old Xiao, you've been with me for so many years, you should know what kind of person I am." The black-robed man's voice was gentle and calm, but it made the old man's expression change slightly. There seemed to be some regret on his face. "Young master, actually, you don't have to do this." The old man's tone was slightly agitated as he said, "If you're willing, all right, old Xiao, let's not talk about the past anymore." The black-robed man interrupted the old man's increasingly agitated words. His voice was still as calm as ever, like a deep pool that would remain undisturbed even if the wind blew. "Young master, I was too agitated." The old man said apologetically. "It doesn't matter. What belongs to us will not be far away." The black-robed man's voice carried a hint of a smile again. "This boy's swordsmanship is as unpredictable as heaven's will. On the subdivine list, he is known as the Heaven Heart Sword. As for the rest, it will be described according to the information obtained." "Yes, young master." The old man nodded, bowed and retreated. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his footsteps paused slightly. "By the way, young master, the demons in the devil prison are getting restless again. Is it time to clean up again? Arrange it." Following the last words, the image on the reflection wall disappeared. The surrounding light also dimmed, and finally, it turned into darkness. The seemingly young yet seemingly weathered figure also disappeared in the darkness. Wind's Beach Restaurant was a rather famous restaurant in the second suppressing world city. Because of its sweet and fragrant wine, and because of its rich and delicious dishes. The second world suppressing city stood tall in the void as if it was guarding something. For countless years, there would be people leaving and coming to the second world suppressing city every once in a while. The city was well connected, making it a bustling place. Wind's Beach Restaurant was also a very well-informed place in the second suppressing world city. At this moment, there were many people enjoying good food and wine in the Wind's Beach Restaurant while talking about all kinds of news. These people were at least half-step great saints, and some of them were at the subdivine level. In the void, half-step great saints were nothing. As long as one had a certain level of talent and cultivated a little, one could reach it very quickly. Of course, it was also because such cultivation and such power were easy to obtain. They lacked a tempering process. Therefore, most of the half-step great saints here were no match for the half-step great saints of the Tianyuan sacred region at the same level. However, it was different for half-step great saints. In order to reach the half-step great saints, one had to dig out one or all of one's essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme and condense the supreme flower. This required continuous tempering. The latest half-step great saint list is out. The heavy sword maniac was defeated and dropped one place. He is now at the 681st place. The person who replaced him is Sword of Heaven. Look at the comments and stories. His sword is as unpredictable as the heavens, so he is known as the Heavenly Heart Sword. He came from a remote planet and accidentally wandered through the void to the second city of world suppression. He was once the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Wayne's swordsmanship sparring partner, Heavenly Heart Sword. This name is really profound. I've seen his battle with the heavy sword maniac. His sword moves are indeed unpredictable. The words unfathomable can be used to describe him. He lives up to his name as the Heavenly Heart Sword. The entire inn was filled with discussions about the half-step Great Saint list. Lord Mountain Zhang lost, he lost to the White Llama. Suddenly, someone shouted in astonishment. That voice was filled with astonishment. What? Lord Mountain Zhang has been defeated. Has the White Llama's strength reached such a level? Exclamations continued. Everyone's attention shifted from the Sword of Heaven to Lord Mountain Zhang and the White Llama. In addition to being a restaurant, behind the Windspeech restaurant, there was an independent courtyard that was specially used for renting. These independent courtyards had enough space. Not only were there places to rest, but there were also places to practice martial arts. It was well equipped. Of course, compared to the ordinary rooms in the inn that cost 10 void coins per day, these independent courtyards were many times more expensive. 200 void coins. The daily rent for such an independent courtyard was as high as 200 void coins. Fortunately, Chenzong had defeated the heavy sword maniac and obtained most of his wealth, 10,000 void coins. He did not have to worry about money for the time being. After all, he did not need to eat or drink. Other than a place to stay, he did not need to spend anything else. Of course, this did not mean that he did not need money. This was because Chenzong discovered that the void coins contained traces of pure and high-end energy. In a sense, the void coins were a type of treasure. It was similar to the heavenly primary elixir in the Tianyuan sanctuary. It could be used to absorb the energy to aid one's cultivation. A book called the Half-Step Great Saint List was sent over by the waiter of the Wind Whisper Inn. As Chenzong was the Sword of Heaven, he was qualified to receive a book for free. Sword of Heaven. Chenzong could not help but smile. Thinking about it, ever since his debut, he had had many nicknames. Sword of Unhindered, Tianyuan Sword King, Jiandi, etc. Now, there was one more title, Sword of Heaven. This title was not bad. Chenzong gladly accepted it. Of course, even if it was bad, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Half-Step Great Saint list was published by the mayor's mansion. In the second city of world suppression, no one could go against the mysterious mayor's mansion. It was rumored that the mayor of the mansion was a powerful eminent god. The Half-Step Great Saint list was updated irregularly. Every time it was updated, the changes would be written at the very front so that people could see it more directly. This time, there were only 2 changes in the Half-Step Great Saint list. The first was that Chenzong defeated the heavy sword maniac and was ranked number 680 on the Half-Step Great Saint list. He also received the title of Sword of Heaven. The second was that Yama, who was originally ranked number 20 on the Half-Step Great Saint list, defeated Lord Xianxia, who was ranked number 8 on the Half-Step Great Saint list. Without a doubt, the second event was more shocking than the first. Chenzong also flipped to the page about White Llama. It was about White Llama's origin and achievements. White Llama was born in a mediocre faction. His performance had been mediocre since he was born. However, 5 years ago, he suddenly rose to prominence. He defeated the 100th ranker on the Half-Step Great Saint list and successfully became the 100th ranker. He then called himself White Llama. In the second year, White Llama defeated the 80th ranker and replaced him. In the third year, White Llama defeated the 50th ranker and replaced him. In the fourth year, White Llama defeated the 20th ranker and replaced him. Every year, he would definitely win. Many people guessed who White Llama would challenge for the 5th time. They even discussed it. Now, the answer was revealed. Lord Mountain Zhang, ranked number 8 on the Half-Step Great Saint list. Lord Mountain Zhang was not from the younger generation. He belonged to the older generation. Only a few of his peers had reached the imminent god realm. Some of them were still in the half-step great saint realm. Most of them had already turned into a pile of bones. It was undeniable that Lord Mountain Zhong was very powerful as a veteran demigod realm expert. The top 10 demigod realm experts were unshakable. Until now, it had not changed for many years. Now, White Yama had broken it. White Yama, Chen Zong said in a low voice. White Yama was really a terrifying guy. Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. However, this was nothing. There were many cultivators who had fortuitous encounters. Chen Zong was one of them. What really interested Chen Zong was the speed of White Yama's improvement. White Yama's improvement was obvious every year. It was very shocking. Half-step great saint list. Chen Zong smiled and put the demigod list aside. Everyone on the list had tyrannical strength. The higher the ranking, the more shocking their strength was. It made Chen Zong's blood boil. However, strength was the most important thing. Chen Zong was not strong enough. He still needed to improve. Immediately, Chen Zong took out a void coin and held it tightly in his hand. He used all his strength to activate the 8th level of the Origin Sword technique, pouring energy into the void coin. The void coin was about the size of an egg. It was round and 1/3 the thickness of a finger. There was a nebula engraving on it. If one looked closely, the nebula seemed to be moving. It was very lifelike. Inside the void coin, there was a trace of energy. This energy was also the symbol of the void coin's authenticity. 6th update, new alliance leader God of War Sven, behind the Wind Speech building, in an independent courtyard. This was Chen Zong's third attempt to use the Taichu sword energy to attack the void coin. He was trying to shake the pure energy within the void coin and see if he could guide it out and absorb it. Chen Zong had failed the previous 2 attempts, but he had found some techniques. Now, he was trying again. Instinctively, Chen Zong felt that the pure energy within the void coin was useful to him. Chen Zong's feeling wasn't wrong. The pure energy inside the void coin was very high-end. It was the essence of the void aura. To the spirit realm warriors, it was easy to absorb. However, if the warriors under the spirit realm didn't have a suitable method, they wouldn't be able to absorb it. Moreover, even if they absorbed it, they might not be able to refine it into their own. Chen Zong did not know this, but he was trying with his superior comprehension. Attack, shake, the void coin in his hand shook slightly. The material of the void coin was very hard. Demigod-level strength could not break it at all. He kept changing the rhythm and frequency of the attacks and shakes, trying to find the most suitable frequency. Once, twice, thrice, Chen Zong kept trying. Finally, on the 100th attempt, the energy within the void coin was shaken successfully, but it still could not be guided out. It was as if there was a shackle, a restriction. With Chen Zong's ability, he could not break through that restriction. It's amazing to be able to achieve this with such a simple method. There seemed to be a voice of admiration in the void, but it was sealed in a small area and did not spread out at all. Chen Zong did not hear it either. Immediately, the person hidden in the void pointed his finger and an invisible force hit the void coin in Chen Zong's hand. Chen Zong felt the void coin in his hand tremble slightly. Then, the unbreakable restriction seemed to be broken in an instant. The pure energy was immediately drawn out. It was extremely pure and brilliant. Even though it was only a sliver, it was extremely condensed. Chen Zong unleashed all of his power in an instant. His Taichu sword origin wrapped around the strand of extremely pure power and brought it into his body. It followed the path of the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method and rapidly circulated within his body. Chen Zong was shocked to find that the strand of power, which was as thin as a strand of hair, showed no signs of being refined. From that sliver of power, Chen Zong could clearly feel that it was far more condensed than his primordial sword essence. Fortunately, that strand of energy was ownerless and did not possess any attributes. It was very peaceful. If it possessed any offensive capabilities, he would probably be finished. Chen Zong could not help but think hard. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Chen Zong moved the sword origin, bringing along a trace of extremely pure power, into the chaos above the Qi Sea. Rumble, suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the chaos where the clear chi was rising and the turbid chi was sinking. What happened next was no longer something Chenzong could interfere with. It was as if he had become a bystander and could only watch. That strand of extremely pure and condensed power was like a bolt of lightning that split the heavens and earth. It caused the clear chi to rise and the turbid chi to sink more than 10 times faster. Evolution, intense evolution. Following the drastic change in the clear chi and the turbid chi, the speed of the 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method also exceeded its limits. Everything was out of Chenzong's control. Chenzong could only watch from the sidelines. The 8th level of the Taichu sword origin method opened up a new path and became even more complex and mysterious. The 9th level, under the influence of that extremely pure and condensed yuan qi of the void, the path of the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method was affected and evolved on its own. This was the result without Chenzong's interference. Chenzong watched from the sidelines and discovered that the path was extremely mysterious. Even he could not do it any better. He even needed to constantly optimize it to reach such a level of perfection. As the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method was perfected and stabilized, his Taichu sword origin method became even more majestic and pure. Its power increased greatly. Chenzong discovered that the world around him had become even clearer. The clear chi was the sky and the turbid chi was the earth. The clear and turbid chi of the void was distinct and the world was clear and bright. The strand of yuan chi of the void had also been completely consumed. Even though it was only a strand, the power it contained was unimaginable. Suddenly, Chenzong discovered that he could control his body again. He operated the 9th level of the Taichu sword origin method with all his might. The potential of his sword origin method was also operating and constantly being stimulated until it reached the limit. A dark brown flower bud was forming in his spirit sea. The flower of Qi, also known as the flower of earth, represented the limit of Qi cultivation and the limit of power within the body. The sky blue flower bud was slowly blooming in his spirit sea. Even though it was only an illusion, it emanated an astonishingly mighty aura. There were a total of 3 flowers in Chenzong's spirit sea. The dark brown flower of Qi, the blood red flower of essence, the sky blue flower of God, essence, Qi, spirit, heaven, earth, and man. The 3 flowers were condensing. Waves of rumbling suddenly sounded in Chenzong's spirit sea. The resonance of the 3 flowers, this was spontaneous. It was a kind of resonance after the 3 flowers were condensed. This was because the condensation of the 3 flowers represented a kind of perfect harmony. Essence, Qi, spirit, heaven, earth, and man, this was a kind of perfect resonance. The 3 flowers of different colors trembled slightly, as if they were swaying in the wind. Layers of ripples spread out from the 3 flowers, colliding and vibrating with each other. Chenzong discovered that the newly condensed flower of Qi, which was still very blurry and less than 10% condensed, was gradually becoming more solid. The 3 flowers, the flower of God was the most condensed, reaching 70%. The flower of essence was the next most condensed, reaching 50%. As for the flower of Qi, because it had just been condensed, it was less than 10%. To condense it, Chenzong had to comprehend it by himself, constantly cultivate, and continuously condense it. Now, under the condensation and resonance of the 3 flowers, they could condense each other. Of course, because the flower of Qi was the least condensed, the effect was the most obvious. In other words, even if Chenzong did not cultivate, the flower of Qi would at least condense to 50% with the resonance. Then it would advance side by side with the flower of essence, and finally reach 70% of the flower of God. Then it would slowly improve during the resonance until it reached 100%. My strength should have improved a lot now, Chenzong could not help but think. Unexpectedly, you can refine that wisp of essence of the void on your own. The person who seemed to be hidden in the void was secretly surprised. It was not in vain for me to do it personally. This time, the voice directly reached Chenzong's ears. Who is it? Chenzong was horrified. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light that seemed to pierce through the void. The long sword condensed by the heart sword essence was also unsheathed in an instant, spreading a terrible sharpness. In the spirit sea, the 3 flowers swayed, releasing wisps of clear light, which condensed into one and infused into the long sword. It was an extremely condensed power that originated from the essence, qi, and spirit. It was the bearing and manifestation of Qianzong's strength. Compared to before, it was more than twice as strong, and there was a sense of harmony. The power was in harmony, the qi movement was perfect, the consumption was reduced to the minimum, but the power was not weakened at all. Instead, it became stronger. The essence, qi, and spirit were a complete cycle. Without any one of them, it would be incomplete. Once consumed, it would be difficult to recover quickly. Little guy, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to see you. The voice sounded again, with a hint of laughter. In that case, show yourself, Qianzong said unhurriedly. He was extremely calm and carefully sensed the surroundings. When the flower of qi was condensed and the three flowers resonated, although his divine sense was not strengthened, it became more detailed, as if it could penetrate deeper into the void. However, Qianzong did not sense the existence of the other person. Perhaps it won't be long before you can see me. The chuckle was erratic. Take this and perform well. In an instant, a black light shot out from the void and stopped in front of Qianzong in an instant, emitting a fluctuation that was intertwined with coldness and heat. The light dissipated, and a token in the shape of a blade fell. Qianzong caught it, cold to the touch. The void is vast and there are countless geniuses. It's right to hide your strength and bide your time, but sometimes you have to show your edge. The chuckle sounded for the last time, as if it had drifted away with the wind. Qianzong knew that the other person had left. He did not know when he came, and when he left, he did not make a sound. This level was completely beyond his own. The spirit realm. Qianzong's eyes flashed. Only someone in the spirit realm could do this. However, why would a strong man in the spirit realm come here? His purpose was to come for him, but he did not seem to have any ill intentions. Thinking about it, Qianzong seemed to have thought of something. He took out another void coin and tried to shock it with the same method as before. However, after many attempts, he still could not guide the pure energy out. It should be noted that the power of the 9th level of the primordial sword energy technique was much stronger than that of the 8th level, and it was under the condition that he had condensed the flower of qi. However, it could not do anything to the primordial qi in the void coin. Then, how did he succeed before? Was it luck? No. It was the help of the mysterious person. However, how did he help? The other person's means were not something that he could understand. No matter what, at least he did not feel the slightest bit of malice. Instead, he benefited from it. It was because of the other person's help that he succeeded in absorbing the extremely pure energy. Moreover, his primordial sword energy technique had reached the 9th level, and he had condensed the flower of qi. His overall strength had greatly increased. When the three flowers gathered, it was flawless. It was a kind of potential. In particular, the flower of qi was also at the top level, which caused resonance. The resonance of the three flowers only appeared when the three flowers were at the same level. Putting away the void coin, Qianzong carefully looked at the token that was entirely black and shaped like a blade. There were two big words on it, two simple and mysterious words. It was a kind of mysterious character. Qianzong could not understand it, but he could understand its meaning: slay demons. However, what was the use of it, he was not sure. However, since it was given by a strong man in the spirit realm, it must be useful. He would put it away first. Qianzong was surprised to find that the token could not be put into the spatial ring. With a thought, he put it into the 9 heavenly rings. 8th place. Will the 7th place be far away? According to the agreement, the Dominator of 6 paths will add one more chapter if he reaches the 8th place. Today's update will be 12 chapters. If he reaches the 7th place, he will add 2 more chapters to make it 14 chapters. Now, the 7th chapter is here. The flying snow pavilion was like a huge snowflake floating in the air, 30 feet above the ground. It looked like it would be blown away by a strong wind. Lin Weiyin was practicing her sword in the snow mountain of the flying snow pavilion. She was obsessed with her sword. Whenever she had time, she would practice her sword. Even if she didn't have time, she would squeeze some time out. Young mistress, the governor's mansion sent the demon-slaying token, Uncle Rong appeared in the snow mountain and reported after Lin Weiying finished her practice. How many? Lin Weiying sheathed her sword. 5, Uncle Rong said. What about the other forces? The Xianxia Palace has the most, 7. The Flame Sect and Sword Alliance have 6 each. Uncle Rong reported the demon-slaying tokens that the other 12 forces had. The lowest was 4 pieces, and the highest was 6 pieces. The number of demon-slaying tokens was determined by the governor's mansion. It was closely related to the ranking of the previous trial. Each demon-slaying token could only be owned by one person. In other words, the Flying Snow Pavilion's 5 demon-slaying tokens could only be owned by 5 people. Moreover, they were limited to the first stage of the demigod level. The Xianxia Palace had 7 demon-slaying tokens, which meant that 7 people would participate. With more people, they would have an advantage. As for the other dozens of forces under the 13 forces, they had at most 3 demon-slaying tokens, and at least 1 demon-slaying token. Uncle Rong, how many lone wolves have obtained demon-slaying tokens? Lin Weiying asked calmly. According to my investigation, there are a total of 22 lone wolves with demon-slaying tokens, Uncle Rong said. That Chenzong doesn't seem to have one. Oh. Lin Weiying seemed to be disappointed. Uncle Rong, we'll recruit as many of these 22 people as we can. Okay. Uncle Rong nodded. Of course, he wouldn't recruit them personally. After all, he was an eminent god elite. He had the status and dignity of an elite. The so-called temporary recruitment didn't mean that they would become members of the Flying Snow Pavilion, but temporarily become members of the Flying Snow Pavilion in the demon-slaying trial. The Flying Snow Pavilion was on the move, and so were the other forces. To be given a demon-slaughtering token by the City Lord Manor was a sign of strength. Every one of them was a target that all forces wanted to recruit. Of course, among the many forces, only the 13 major forces had the ability to do so. Even if the other forces wanted to, they were powerless. Inside the Wind Speech restaurant, gold-burning hand Li Tsang was wearing a dark red robe with a burning flame pattern embroidered on it. His expression was cold and solemn as he slowly sipped his wine. However, his eyes were drifting, as if he was absent-minded, as if he was waiting for something. He was not a nobody, but an expert on the demigod list. He was ranked 913th. Not long after, a person in a white robe walked briskly into the restaurant and stopped in front of Li Tsang. Mr. Li, I am the deacon of the Flying Snow Pavilion. I am here on behalf of the Flying Snow Pavilion to cooperate with you, the deacon said respectfully. Flying Snow Pavilion? What can you give me? Li Tsang put down his wine cup and asked unhurriedly. Benefits. As a rogue and an experienced expert on the demigod list, he valued benefits, especially benefits that could help him improve. What the Flying Snow Pavilion can give you is not important. What is important is that the Xianxia Hall can give you will definitely surpass the Flying Snow Pavilion. A deep voice, like the ringing of a large bell, entered the Wind Speech Pavilion and interrupted the Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon's words. Instantly, anger flashed across the deacon's face. On the other hand, Li Tsang's face revealed a tinge of joy. Thank you for your kind offer, but I choose the Xianxia Hall, Li Tsang stood up and said casually to the deacon. Looking at Li Tsang's back and the Xianxia Hall's deacon's provocative and smug expression, the deacon almost ground his teeth to pieces. Although the rest of the people in the Wind Speech restaurant did not say anything, one could tell that they were watching a good show. Embarrassing, it must be very embarrassing. If the Xianxia Hall was better than the Flying Snow Pavilion, it would be understandable for Li Tsang to choose the Xianxia Hall. However, the problem was that Li Tsang had chosen the Xianxia Hall before both parties had even stated their conditions. It was as if he had been waiting for the Xianxia Hall to invite him. Alright, this was normal. After all, the Xianxia Hall was stronger. Since that was the case, he should have rejected the Flying Snow Pavilion right from the start. Why did he ask what the Flying Snow Pavilion could give him? He was undoubtedly toying with the Flying Snow Pavilion. Perhaps Li Tsang did not do it on purpose, but to others, the Flying Snow Pavilion had embarrassed themselves. Taking a deep breath, the Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon did not get angry. That would not help the situation. Instead, it would be even more embarrassing. Since the invitation had failed, they had to look for the next target. They had to act quickly. There were only 22 rogue cultivators who had received the Demon Slayer token, but there were as many as 13 forces. The Flying Snow Pavilion had been the first to fail. If they did not act quickly, the rest of the forces might be invited by other forces. Perhaps there was only one chance left. This time, they had to show their utmost sincerity. Pavilion Master, we failed to invite the Gold Burning Hand, Li Tsong. He has entered the Xianxia Hall, the Flying Snow Pavilion's deacon reported to Lin Weiyin respectfully. However, we managed to invite the Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyun. We used the first plan. Since they had invited someone to join their team, they naturally had to give him benefits. The Flying Snow Pavilion had prepared 2 plans, which meant that there were 2 levels of benefits. Previously, when they wanted to invite Li Tsong, they wanted to use the second plan. However, before they could say anything, the invitation had failed. They could only look for the next person immediately. The Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyun, was ranked 999th on the demigod list. Furthermore, they had successfully invited him with the first level of benefits after many rounds of competition. Without a doubt, the Flying Snow Pavilion had to pay more benefits. However, if they could not get more external help, it would be even more difficult for the Flying Snow Pavilion to compete with other forces in the Demon Slayer trial with just the 5 of them. If their final ranking was not high, it would affect the redistribution of rewards and resources. It would also affect the number of Demon Slayer tokens they would receive next time. Only one? Lin Weiyin frowned slightly. Only one was not enough. What about the others? Lin Weiyin asked again. The Xianxia Hall has invited a total of 4 people. The Flame Sect and the Sword Alliance have invited 3 people each. The Star Blue Association and the 100 Refinement Sect have invited 2 people each. The rest have invited 1 person each. The deacon reported everything in detail, including the names of the 4 people who had been recruited by the Xianxia Hall. Everything was reported in detail. Lin Weiyin frowned. Out of the 13 forces, 5 of them had invited at least 2 people. The remaining 8 had only invited 1 person each. The Flying Snow Pavilion was one of them. It seemed that this was not a big deal. However, Lin Weiyin was not satisfied. As the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, even if she was a woman, she had the ambition to develop the Flying Snow Pavilion further. However, Lin Weiyin knew very well that it would be difficult for her to develop the Flying Snow Pavilion further by herself. She needed sufficient external support. However, external support was not so easy to find. The Demon Slayer trial might be a chance for the Flying Snow Pavilion to rise and surpass the previous pavilion master's limit. However, it seemed that it would be very difficult now. Inform Lin Jinglong, Lin Jingming, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Xiong to come to the meeting hall. Lin Weiyin's frown relaxed. Since it had come to this, there was no point in thinking too much. She could only find a solution. It was a pity that Chen Zong did not get the Demon Slayer order. Otherwise, she might be able to invite him as her external support. Perhaps it was because Chen Zong had only been in the second city of world suppression for a short period of time. The Demon Slayer order was issued by the city lord's office. She could not ask for it. With complicated emotions, Lin Weiyin also went to the meeting hall to prepare for a discussion. How could they achieve a better result in the Demon Slayer trial that was about to begin? How could the Flying Snow Pavilion achieve a higher ranking? In an independent courtyard behind the Wind Speech Tower, Chen Zong sheathed his sword and stood. The deep sword wound on the dummy that he used to test the power of his sword moves was slowly healing. After sheathing his sword, Chen Zong nodded to himself. His consciousness sank into the 9 Heavens ring to see if there were any missions suitable for him. Ever since he got the 9 Heavens ring, Chen Zong would check it frequently to see if there were any missions suitable for him. If there were, he would accept and complete them to obtain rewards and 9 Heavens points. However, it was a pity that since he got the 9 Heavens ring, although he had seen some missions, none of them were suitable for him. After all, his 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple level was Crimson Cloud Kingdom. It was the lowest level and was very limited. He could only check and accept missions of Crimson Cloud Kingdom level. Now, it was just a routine check. Just as Chenzong opened the ninth heavenly ring to look at the mission, the demon slaughter token within the ninth heavenly ring trembled, as if it was emitting a ripple. Then, a new mission appeared. Demon Slayer Trial. The demons in the demon abyss are restless again. They are attempting to break the seal of the demon abyss and invade the void again. The cleanup operation must be carried out. Time, 3 days later. Location, City Lord's Office. Mission reward, 10 to 1,900 heavens points. Chenzong was instantly stunned. This was a mission that purely rewarded 9 heavens points. The minimum reward was 10 points, and the maximum reward was 1,000 points. It was very shocking. One had to know that among the Crimson Cloud Kingdom missions that Chenzong had seen before, the highest reward was only 10 9 heavens points. Then, whether it was 10 points or 1,000 points, this might be related to the demons killed. Without hesitation, Chenzong accepted this mission. Once he accepted the mission, Chenzong took out the Demon Slayer order and looked at it carefully. However, he still could not see anything. However, Chenzong was sure that this Demon Slayer order was directly related to the Demon Slayer trial. Demon Slayer order, Demon Slayer trial, perhaps, this was something like a key or a pass. Only with the Demon Slayer order could one participate in the Demon Slayer trial. In just an instant, Chenzong made a very accurate deduction. Putting away the Demon Slayer order, Chenzong removed all distracting thoughts and continued to cultivate. 3 days was not a long time. In fact, it was very short. However, he could not stop cultivating. Use these 3 days to further improve his strength. Chenzong felt that the Demon Slayer trial was very unusual. If one was not strong enough, it would be very difficult to obtain enough benefits. The most direct way was that one would not be able to obtain more 9 heavens points. Then, let's strengthen. 8th update, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious gate of the City Lord's mansion opened. However, not everyone was qualified to enter. Only a small number of people had the demon slaying order. There were 11 people from the Xianxia Hall, 9 from the Flame Sect and Sword Alliance, 6 people from the Flying Snow Pavilion came. 5 of them were members of the Flying Snow Pavilion, and 1 of them was the Wind Cloud Warrior, Zhao Fengyun. There were more than 100 people from the 13 forces in total. All of them were at the demigod level, which was the peak of the demigod level. For example, there were more ghost kings from the Purgatory Ghoul tribe and they were more powerful. There were also dozens of weaker forces with at least 1 demigod level, and at most 3. There were more than 100 of them. In total, there were close to 300 demigod-level experts gathered here. This was an empty hall in the City Lord's mansion. It was very spacious, and the various forces were waiting in different positions. Xianxia moved his feet and attracted everyone's attention. He walked towards the Flying Snow Pavilion and stood in front of Lin Weiyin with a smile. "Weiyin, why don't you come to the Xianxia Hall? The Xianxia Hall still lacks a deputy hall master." Xianxia had a confident smile on his face. His voice was gentle and clear, with a hint of magnetism, as if it could penetrate one's heart. Some of the ladies from the forces couldn't help but look at him with admiration and adoration. There was no doubt that Xianxia was very outstanding. Men would like beautiful and outstanding women. Similarly, women would like outstanding and extraordinary men. This was a deep-rooted instinct of life. It was innate, beautiful things would always be appreciated, desired, and even wanted to take them for themselves. Therefore, Lin Weiyin was the subject of jealousy. Lin Weiyin was the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Xianxia's intention was obvious. Recruiting a deputy hall master was fake, and his real intention was to take Lin Weiyin in. "I'm the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion." Lin Weiyin's every word was filled with coldness, as if it had frozen the surroundings. Everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Her words carried an unquestionable determination. Rejected, Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. She actually rejected him in front of so many people. He was very unhappy. "Whoever makes me unhappy, I won't let them off easily, no matter who they are." Soon after, a cold glint spread from the bottom of his eyes. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze swept past Lin Weiyin's face and landed on the seemingly frivolous young man. This young man had a blade of grass in his mouth, and his hair was casually tied behind his head with a blade of grass. Because he hadn't combed his hair, it looked a little messy. He had a faint smile on his face, and he was wearing a dark green warrior's uniform, but his slender legs were standing in a lazy manner. Zhao Fengyun, I think you're an understanding person. The corner of Chu Shanha's mouth held a hint of a smile, but the bottom of his eyes was ice cold. That voice sounded very light, but Zhao Fengyun's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. His originally lazy appearance disappeared, and his body slightly straightened. The muscles of his legs under the warrior clothes slightly swelled, filled with astonishing strength. Chu Shanha, what are you doing? Lin Weiyin had a bad premonition. Zhao Fengyun's eyes flickered. Soon after, he looked at Lin Weiyin and said, Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. After that, Zhao Fengyun walked to the side, keeping a certain distance from the Flying Snow Pavilion's team. He even walked to Chu Shanha's side and cupped his fists, bowing to Chu Shanha and said, Please advise me, Hall Master Chu. Zhao Fengyun, what is the meaning of this? Lin Jinglong was furious. His black hair fluttered like a gust of wind, and traces of coldness spread out from his body. The other members of the Flying Snow Pavilion were also furious. Was he going back on his words? Not only was he going back on his words, but he was even planning to join the mountain river. Pavilion's camp. Lin Weiyin's face turned even uglier. Her eyes became even colder, as if she wanted to freeze Chu Shanha and Zhao Fengyun. However, Chu Shanha wasn't afraid of Lin Weiyin's gaze. Instead, Zhao Fengyun's expression changed, and he revealed a nonchalant smile. Water flows downwards, but people aren't water. They only walk upwards. In other words, the Mountain River Pavilion was at the top, while the Flying Snow Pavilion was at the bottom. There was nothing wrong with people walking upwards. The problem was that Zhao Fengyun had already agreed to join the Flying Snow Pavilion, and he only changed his mind now. This was a huge blow to the Flying Snow Pavilion, greatly affecting their morale and fighting spirit. This was a conflict between the Mountain River Pavilion and the Flying Snow Pavilion. It could even be said that it was a conflict between Chu Shanha and Lin Weiyin. The other forces couldn't and wouldn't interfere. Zhao Fengyun, don't regret this. Lin Xiong said in a deep voice. In the eyes of Zhao Fengyun and the rest, this was just a bluff. Among the 22 independent practitioners who had obtained the Demon Slayer token, less than half of them were experts on the demigod list. Most of them weren't on the demigod list. Of course, it wasn't because they were weak. In fact, those who could obtain the Demon Slayer token were all acknowledged. They were very strong, second only to the experts on the demigod list. Therefore, among the 22 independent practitioners, Zhao Fengyun was undoubtedly one of the more powerful ones. Facing Lin Xiong's angry rebuke, Zhao Fengyun only smiled and didn't reply. His attitude was clearly expressing his disdain. He couldn't be bothered to reply. This was a form of disdain. Lin Weiyin's breathing was intense, her chest was heaving up and down. She could only feel a ball of anger burning in her chest, burning fiercely, as if it was about to explode. A terrifying aura spread out. It was incomparably cold and extremely violent. There was a faint rumbling sound, as if a great snow mountain was about to collapse. Many people were secretly shocked. Lin Weiyin has become even stronger. Lan Yuanming's pupils contracted to the size of needles. Oh. Chu Shanha was slightly surprised, but immediately revealed a smile. She was indeed the woman that he liked, she had become even more powerful. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, in the spacious palace, the temperature dropped sharply. The terrifying aura was surging, as if it was about to completely erupt. It gave people the feeling that Lin Weiyin had become a snow mountain. 4 breaths, that terrifying aura was restrained. 5 breaths, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. Lin Weiyin's anger seemed to have disappeared, and she regained her calmness. However, her eyes were even colder, so cold that there was not a trace of warmth, which made Zhao Fengyun's scalp tingle. Chu Shanha frowned slightly. It seemed that his method was wrong. No, he was not wrong. It was just that Lin Weiyin was too stubborn and fierce. However, taming her like this would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Weiyin, you are a woman. Why do you have to endure so much? Chu Shanha said in a tone that he thought was gentle, as if he wanted to warm Lin Weiyin. Scram. Lin Weiyan's cold eyes stared at Xianxia. Her red lips slightly opened, but a thunderous word came out. Scram. The shocking momentum reverberated endlessly in the hall, sweeping past the astonished and shocked faces one after another. Who was Xianxia? He was the young master of the Chu clan, the strongest force in the second suppressing world city's airspace. He was talented and powerful, and he was the next clan master of the second suppressing world city's Xianxia Hall. Regardless of identity, status, talent, or strength, Xianxia was better than many people. Among those of the same generation, who in the second suppressing world city's airspace dared to speak to Xianxia like this, Xianxia's face was also filled with shock. Xianxia, you filthy stinking bug. Don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist drawing my sword and cutting you down. Lin Weiyin spoke again. Her voice was even colder, with hints of killing intent. Crack, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, making an ear-piercing sound as if he was crushing something. The veins on the back of his hands bulged out one by one, and the veins on his forehead also bulged out. His eyes shone with an incomparably ferocious light. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His face was dark like an evil spirit, choosing to devour people. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from Xianxia's body, sweeping in all directions. An illusion of mountains and rivers descended, as if it was suppressing the earth, causing everyone's body to become heavy and oppressive. Stinking bug, filthy, since when did someone dare to judge him like this? The group of people from the Xianxia Hall appeared around Xianxia. They unleashed a terrifying aura, which turned into layers of violent waves, surging towards the flying snow pavilion. The Xianxia Hall had a total of 12 people, while the flying snow pavilion only had 5. Not only was the difference in numbers obvious, but the difference in strength was also obvious. The 5 people from the flying snow pavilion, including Lin Weiyin, were shocked by the powerful aura. They could not help but take a few steps back, feeling extremely uncomfortable. They felt like they were about to be suppressed. Lin Weiyin, in particular, felt the strongest pressure. Her words were tantamount to falling out with Xianxia. Lin Weiyin began to have difficulty breathing. Sweat could not help but seep out from her forehead, sliding down her jade-like cheeks. The aura was getting stronger and more shocking, making it harder for Lin Weiyin to bear it. She felt like she was falling into a violent wave, falling into a mountain range, constantly being slammed. She could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, an extremely shocking sharpness erupted, as if it was tearing the heavens and earth apart. In just an instant, that extremely terrifying sharpness, the shocking aura that tore apart the people from the Xianxia Hall, appeared in front of Lin Weiyin. At the same time, a figure condensed. Tyrannical, vast, and extremely sharp radiance constantly emanated from that figure, turning into an illusory sword shadow that shot straight into the sky. Any aura that approached would be torn apart and split into 2 at the moment of contact. However, this figure was protecting Lin Weiyin behind him. The figure that did not look very strong seemed to have become infinitely tall at this moment, like a giant sword holding up the sky, with a peerless sharpness. Lin Weiyin only felt that the shocking aura that was about to crush her had weakened significantly. She could not help but look up and saw a familiar figure. In just an instant, she recognized the figure. Chen was also here. It turned out that Chen Zong had obtained the Demon Slayer token. Because without the token, one could not enter this place. Since he was here, it meant that Chen Zong had a Demon Slayer token. Lan Yuanmeng was also slightly stunned. A trace of astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. She thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Wasn't that the person who was recommended to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Lin Weiyin? The 9th update, the remaining 3 updates will be updated at night, it's you. Seeing Chen Zong, Xianxia's eyes turned red. His murderous intent and anger exploded in an instant. His roar reverberated in all directions, reverberating in the main hall like endless waves. If Lin Weiyin's words had a huge impact on Xianxia, causing him to feel humiliated and enraged to the extreme, but he still had a trace of reason to remain calm. However, Chen Zong's appearance had directly crushed that trace of reason. Ever since this person appeared, Lin Weiyin's attitude towards him had changed greatly. It was all because of him. It was all because of him that he was humiliated like this. Moreover, he was humiliated by the woman he fancied. What could be more humiliating than this? Anger. He was extremely angry. His murderous intent surged, and his murderous intent raged. The illusory image of mountains and rivers solidified, suppressing all directions, as if wanting to crush Chenzong. Chenzong's expression was solemn. His eyes were condensed to the extreme, and a little bit of sharpness was like a star that was about to explode. The pressure that Chu Shanhe brought was very strong, very strong. The surrounding people retreated. At this moment, Chu Shanhe was extremely furious. In the next breath, he would attack in anger. In order to avoid being affected, it was better to back off a little. Lin Weiyin straightened her back and walked out from behind Chenzong. She stood beside Chenzong, facing Chu Shanhe together. This action provoked Chu Shanhe once again. His murderous intent surged, becoming more and more intense, destroying everything. Chu Shanhe's eyes were red. The entire main hall was incomparably oppressive and murderous. It was suffocating. He slowly raised his right hand, as if he was dragging a heavy mountain, pulling everything around him. When the people from Shanhe Hall saw this, they immediately retreated. This was a starting move. Chu Shanhe was about to attack, and once he attacked, it would be an earth-shattering blow. Chenzong's 5 fingers that were holding the scabbard tightened. His 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly, as if he was about to unsheath the sword at any time and unleash a powerful strike. It was as if the scene of stars colliding was about to happen. Everyone held their breaths. "Little fellows, save your strength to kill even more demons." An aged voice suddenly sounded. That voice was as calm as water, yet it also seemed to contain an extremely shocking might like the calm waters of a deep river. This voice contained supreme might. As soon as it appeared, it dealt with the murderous silence in the hall, and it was like a trickling stream flowing by or a cool breeze brushing past a willow tree. Chu Shanhe's anger and murderous intent and Chenzong's sharpness dissipated like smoke blown by the wind in an instant. At some point in time, a figure had appeared at the center of the hall. It was silent, as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was an ordinary-looking old man. He stood there without any powerful aura, just like an ordinary old man. However, whoever really treated him as an ordinary old man would be the biggest idiot. Spirit realm, he was a spirit realm warrior. Facing a spirit realm warrior, he had to show enough respect, no matter what the other's identity was. It was a rule to show respect to the strong. Especially when the other party was at the spirit realm of the city master mansion, his significance was extraordinary. "You are all elites of the second world suppressing city." The turbid eyes of the old man slowly swept over, causing everyone who met his gaze to feel as though they were being valued. The Triple Devil Prison isn't a safe place. The spatial demons are extremely powerful and ferocious. Hence, all of you have to be extremely cautious in the Devil Prison. Demons of the Void, Chenzong felt his soul shake. He had heard this name again. Tianyuan Sacred Region, Eternal Battle Fort, the Second World Suppressing City, Demons of the Void, it felt like they were haunting him, which made Chenzong realize how powerful and mysterious the demons of the Void were. The Devil Slaughter Trial is divided into team and individual rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. However, you have to remember that the demons of the Void are not weak. They are powerful and ferocious. If you are in danger of death, you can activate the power of the Devil Slaughter Order, which will protect you and take you out of the Devil Prison and back to the Second World Suppressing City. However, activating the power of the Devil Slaughter Order requires 1 breath of time. You have to make sure you can hold on for 1 breath. The old man's tone was serious. Of course, activating the power of the Devil Slaughter Order means that you have given up this trial. All your results will not count, and you will not be able to compete for the rewards. Also, you can only move in the first of the 3 levels of the Devil Prison. Even if you have the chance, don't enter the 2nd or the 3rd level. As soon as the old man finished speaking, lines of vein-like patterns appeared. They spread out rapidly on the ground of the hall, forming a huge array. Then, a black crack opened and turned into a 10-meter tall door. "Go." The old man stood beside the black door and said in a hoarse voice, "When the time is up, the Devil Slaughter Order will bring you back." Chu Shanhe led the people from the Mountain River Hall and a few reinforcements towards the pitch-black door. The moment he stepped through the door, Xianxia turned his head and swept his gaze over Zong. His eyes were filled with a crimson killing intent as he stared at Zong, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Zong looked back at Xianxia without fear. The first meeting outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court meant that the two of them could not be friends. It was impossible that they would not cross paths. Lin Weiyin was a fuse, but not the only one. Without Lin Weiyin, as long as Zong was in the Second World suppressing city, he would definitely have a conflict with Xianxia for other reasons. The only difference was when. Many people looked at Zong with pity, and then looked at the people of the Flying Snow Pavilion. It was not a good thing to offend Xianxia and the Mountain River Hall. Take care of yourselves. Lan Yuanming seemed to be talking to Zong or the people of the Flying Snow Pavilion as she walked past. During this period of time, Zong had already communicated with Lin Weiyin using his divine sense to find out what had happened. Then, let me join the Flying Snow Pavilion for now, Zong said to Lin Weiyin. At first, Zong decided to act alone. But Lin Weiyin and Lin Weihan had done him a favor, and he should repay them as long as it was within his power. Since the Flying Snow Pavilion had been betrayed and attacked, he would do his best to help. Lin Xiaofu looked at Zong in surprise and did not say anything. Lin Xiong did not say anything either. Lin Jinglong and Lin Jingming were not willing. They did not like Zong. Okay. Lin Weiyin was very happy. She was hesitating whether to invite Zong. But since Zong took the initiative to ask, she agreed. Since Lin Weiyin had agreed, Lin Jinglong could only close his mouth. He was thinking more. There were only 5 people from the Flying Snow Pavilion. It would be very difficult to fight for a higher ranking. If there was one more person, there might be more hope. After all, this person was not weak. With Lin Weiyin in the lead, the 6 people stepped into the dark door together. The Demon Slayer tokens in their hands shone with light. It was as if they were falling. They kept falling into a bottomless abyss. It was dark all around. They could not see anything. The aura was getting colder and colder. It was as if it wanted to freeze everything. Body and soul. This aura was familiar to Zong. It was the aura of the Demon of the Void. But compared to the aura he felt in the Void battleground in Tianyuan Sacred Region, it was even more intense. It was extremely cold and evil. It seemed to be even purer. After some time, Zong felt something hard on his feet. He landed. He could see his surroundings clearly. With his eyes. The sky was dark. It was as if ink was constantly spreading out in water. It turned into streaks of darkness that danced and twisted. It looked very strange. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. The ground was black. It was so dark that it was deep. It gave off an endless cold aura. It was as if they had fallen into hell. In the distance, there seemed to be overlapping shadows of black mountains. No matter how he looked at the world, it felt unreal. But it was real. Demon prison, triple demon prison, what is this place? With a thought, Zong asked his own question. Lin Jinglong sneered but did not answer. There was some disdain in his eyes. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. As far as I know, the demon prison did not exist in the beginning. Lin Weiyin pondered for a moment. She organized her words and said, the demon of the void is an evil life form born in the depths of the void. They are chaotic, cruel, and evil. They were born to destroy all living things in the void. Zong listened quietly. He had a better understanding of the origin of the demon of the void. Of course, most people did not know what Lin Weiyin said. It was only because of her identity and talent that she was qualified to know some of it. But it was not very detailed. It was just a general idea. The demon of the void that was born in the depths of the void seemed to be born to destroy all living things in the void. Naturally, it would rush out of the depths of the void and enter the void to launch a destructive attack. However, the living things in the void would not wait to be killed. They would naturally resist. It was just like when the demon of the void invaded the Lingwu sacred world. A great battle was inevitable. In that battle, the void also suffered great turbulence. In the end, the demon of the void was repelled and sealed in the depths of the void. The triple demon prison was used to seal the place where the demon of the void appeared. Then, the world suppression city was built to further strengthen the suppression. From then on, the demon of the void could only move about in the triple demon prison. It was difficult for it to break through the seal of the triple demon prison and the suppression of the world suppression city. However, if the demon of the void continued to be born and accumulated to a certain extent, it would attack the seal in an attempt to break through the suppression of the seal. This would allow the stronger demon of the void to move freely in the first demon prison. It would gather all its strength to break through the suppression. If it was broken through, it would be another great disaster for the void. Therefore, every once in a while, the world suppression city would organize a cleanup operation to kill the demon of the void and reduce the number of demon of the void. It would slow down their attack on the seal of the first demon prison so that the seal and suppression would continue to exist. The stronger demon of the void could only leave the first demon prison and enter the second demon prison to avoid being injured by the suppression. They would be suppressed there for generations and generations, unable to rise again. At the same time, it was also a kind of training for the talented juniors. It was called the demon-slaying trial. This was the origin of the triple demon prison. It was also the origin of the demon-slaying trial. As for why more people were not allowed to enter, it was also because of some restrictions. Chenzong could not help but sigh. Cultivators were a group of terrifying existences. Everything could be turned into food. Everything could be turned into a trial for the juniors. In the process, they would constantly strengthen themselves. The demon of the void was suppressed in the depths of the void. However, there were still some demon of the void left in the void, causing trouble everywhere. 7th place. Awesome. You guys are too awesome. However, you have to hold on. Don't fall. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Don't let us waste our efforts. Every batch of people who entered the devil prison might not appear in the same place. They would appear randomly and uncontrollably. But the same batch would appear in similar places and not far from each other. The devil prison had 3 levels. The strongest void demons born in the first level of the devil prison were at the demigod level. Once they surpassed that level, they would be constantly suppressed and could only enter the second level or even the third level. In short, the stronger the void demon was, the stronger the suppression in the first level would be. It would make them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, there were no demigod-level void demons in the first level of the devil prison. In other words, there were only imminent god-level void demons. There were very few demigod-level void demons in the second level, but there were many in the third level. This was also why the elder from the City Lord Mansion had warned everyone not to enter the second level of the devil prison. If they encountered a demigod-level void demon, it would be too dangerous. They might not even be able to activate the demon-slaying token in time. Last time, the Flying Snow Pavilion was ranked 7th. Therefore, we can only get 5 demon-slaying tokens this time. Lin Wayne's expression was cold, and her voice was as cold as ice. The resource star we are assigned is also a second tier 1. This time, we must at least maintain our ranking. If possible, we must aim for the top 3 and be assigned a first tier resource star. Next time, we will be able to get more tokens. The more tokens there were, the less tokens there would be, the greater the impact. However, Chenzong didn't know much about this. But he could tell that the team ranking of the devil-slaying trial was very important to the Flying Snow Pavilion, or rather, to any participating force. Then, he would do his best. Let's go this way. Lin Jinglong looked around and chose a direction. Brother Chen, what do you think? Lin Wayne asked Chenzong. This time, she didn't call Chenzong Mr. Chen, but Brother Chen. It seemed to be more intimate. Lin Jinglong's expression changed. What did she mean? Not only did she not listen to his opinion, she even asked for the opinion of a country bumpkin. Did she mean that he was inferior to a country bumpkin? Annoyed, Lin Jinglong was furious. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong did not say anything. In the Lin family, their status was not as high as Lin Wayne and Lin Jinglong. Thus, they would usually keep their mouths shut when making decisions. After all, one was the pavilion master, while the other was the pavilion supervisor. There was not much difference in their statuses. This way. Since Lin Weiyin had asked him, Chen Zong pointed in a direction based on his intuition. He looked very casual. "Let's go," Lin Weiyin said without hesitation. She seemed to trust Chen Zong a lot. Chen Zong followed behind. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong looked at each other and followed behind. "Brother, what about us?" Lin Jingming walked to Lin Jinglong's side and whispered. "Keep up." Lin Jinglong growled angrily. If they didn't follow him, were they supposed to split up and act alone? In Devil Prison, acting alone was several times or even 10 times more dangerous than acting in a group. If his teammates were weak, it would be better to act alone. However, if his teammates were strong, it would be better to act as a team. Demons of the Void never acted alone. The members of Flying Snow Pavilion weren't weak. It was undeniable that annoying country bumpkin wasn't weak either. Perhaps, he wasn't much weaker than himself. He could only follow. Lin Jinglong was annoyed, but he made up his mind. No matter what, he had to show his strength and suppress that country bumpkin. He had to let him know that he was stronger so that Lin Weiyin would look at him in a different light. When a person's aura entered this place, it was like blood dripping into the sea. It would be smelled by sharks with an amazing sense of smell, and they would quickly surround it from all directions. In Devil Prison, the Void Demons were like sharks. Devil Prison was huge, and there were many Void Demons. This place was more suitable for the growth of Void Demons. Hence, there were many powerful Void Demons. Demigod rank, they could be found everywhere. Not long after, the 6 members of Flying Snow Pavilion faced a group of Void Demons. There were at least a few hundred of them, and the aura they emitted was very strong. They were at least at the demigod rank. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many demigods there were, it would only increase the number of casualties for a demigod rank. However, due to the nature of the power of the evil Void Demons, they were extremely vicious and evil. That kind of power was shockingly destructive to all living beings in the void. When the demigod rank Void Demons attacked a demigod rank cultivator, it would also cause a certain amount of damage. When there were too many of them, there would be a qualitative change, and it could even kill a demigod rank cultivator. From the fluctuations of their aura, Chen Zong felt that the Void Demons in Devil Prison were more evil and purer than the Void Demons he had killed in the Void Battlefield in Tianyuan Sanctuary. Their power should be the same as well. It seemed that the Void Demons here were the real Void Demons. The remaining Void Demons in the Void were affected by the Void and became less pure and extreme. It seemed that this wasn't the first time the 5 members of Flying Snow Pavilion had encountered Void Demons. This could be seen from their breathing and expressions. However, it also seemed that they didn't have many chances to encounter Void Demons. Kill, with a low roar, Lin Jingming was the first to attack. With a slash of his sword, black frost filled the air. A shocking chill quickly spread out and froze the surroundings. Once Lin Jingming attacked, the others followed suit. The Lin clan was a family of swordsmen. Almost all of them practiced the sword. Lin Weiyin and Lin Weihan practiced the Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword, which was the best of the 3 lesser mystiques of the Lin clan. Lin Jinglong and Lin Jingming practiced the Black Frost Sword technique, which was slightly inferior to the Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword technique. However, there wasn't a significant difference. As for Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu, they practiced the Lesser Frost Sword technique, which was the 3rd lesser mystique of the Lin clan. When the sword struck out, it was as if a cold current swept across the sky. Freezing Sky Flying Snow Sword technique, Black Frost Sword technique, Lesser Frost Sword technique, the 3 lesser mystiques all released a shocking chill that collided and merged with each other, spreading out in all directions as if everything was frozen. Golden radiance, Chen Zong's sword pierced through the sky and struck out. At the same time, hundreds of Void Demons also attacked. Extremely evil energy turned into a pitch-black torrent that surged forward violently, destroying everything in its path. Among the hundreds of Void Demons, there were a few demigod-level ones. The energy released in an instant was even more tyrannical and shocking, causing everyone to feel threatened. The collision of energy paused for a moment. Then, an extremely terrifying impact exploded, as if it could tear everything apart. However, Chen Zong realized that the space here was shockingly strong. It wasn't inferior to the second city of world suppression at all. Such a force, if placed in the Tianyuan sacred region, would be enough to destroy a mountain. However, the damage caused here was very small. Although it was small, the momentum was very frightening. Under the impact of the collision, a portion of the demigod-level void demons were killed. However, the rest of the void demons instantly closed in and engaged in close combat. The 6 people from the flying snow pavilion were surrounded in an instant. Chenzong struck out with his sword. He used the sword of heart and mind. It looked like a single strike, but in reality, he had struck out dozens of times in an instant. Of course, this couldn't be compared to the hundreds and thousands of strikes in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was because of the restrictions of the space here. Striking out dozens of times in a single breath was already considered very fast. Dozens of sword strikes, each of which was fatal. The demigod rank void demon was instantly killed. Chenzong sensed that as the evil void demon was killed by his sword, there seemed to be wisps of aura spreading out, merging into the demon slayer token that had turned into a mark on the back of his left hand. This was a record. The number and strength of the void demons killed would be recorded in the demon slayer token. It was the symbol of the final ranking. Under the joint attack of the 6 demigod-level experts, the demigod-level void demons were quickly killed. Only the 7 demigod-level void demons were left. The void demons were very strong. This was because the demigod-level void demons were very frightening. This was especially true for the void demons here. They were purer, more evil, and more tyrannical than the void demons in the outside world. Therefore, it wasn't easy to kill the 7 demigod-level void demons in a short period of time. Their strong life essence made them even more difficult to kill. Intense battle, Lin Xiong, Lin Xiaofu, Lin Jingming, and Lin Jinglong were each blocking a demigod-level void demon. It could be seen that Lin Xiong, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Jingming could only resist, while Lin Jinglong could suppress the demigod-level void demons. As for Lin Weiyin, she was fighting against 2 demigod-level void demons by herself. She was in a disadvantageous position. Chenzong was dealing with a void demon. The golden light pierced through the void and pierced through the void demon's body. However, the wound quickly healed. The demonic prison was filled with a dark and evil aura. The void demons were like fish in water. However, it wasn't good for cultivators. If they wanted to recover their strength, they could only rely on medicinal pellets. In these 3 days, other than cultivating, Chenzong also bought some medicinal pellets to recover his cultivation. The demigod-level void demons could be killed easily because of the suppression. However, if they were at the same level, they couldn't be suppressed. It was very difficult to kill them. They could only be slowly tortured to death. This was actually very disadvantageous for cultivators. This was also the reason why it was better to move in a group. The first and second layers of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword were powerful. However, they could only injure the enemy and not kill them. However, Chenzong realized that he could slowly exhaust the enemy and kill them after they were exhausted. That was too inefficient. Lin Weiyin was also in a disadvantageous position and was in a dangerous situation. In that case, he would have to use other techniques. Heart Sutra, Sword of Heart and Mind. With a slash of his sword, he directly pierced the demigod-level void demon. Sword chi instantly spread out from the demigod-level void demon's body, like roots drilling into the soil. This was a technique that Chenzong comprehended when he merged his consciousness with the ghost mother tree when he transformed into a purgatory ghost. It was very effective against the purgatory ghost, especially the purgatory ghost king. To a certain extent, the void demons were similar to the purgatory ghost race. Then, would such a method have a significant effect on the void demons as? Well, he wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. 11th update, 10 times, Chenzong keenly sensed that the damage this sword dealt to the evil void devil was 10 times greater than before, causing it to consume even more energy. So it was effective. Let's continue. Of course, the effect wasn't as obvious as the ghost races. After all, that sword was created to better kill the ghost race. The ghost race was the ghost race, and the void demon was the void demon. However, Chenzong didn't know why, but he felt that the purgatory ghost race was similar to the void demon to a certain extent. However, it could be improved. He could modify the ghost slaughtering sword technique into a sword technique that could deal more damage to the void demon. This required constant experimentation, and the demigod void demon in front of him was a good target for experimentation. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, Chen Zong continued to experiment and adjust. Relying on his superb perception, astonishing divine sense, and extreme control of the heart sword intent. Every sword strike dealt more and more damage to the void demon. This was a targeted attack. With the ghost slaughtering sword technique as the foundation, it would be impossible to achieve this without the ghost slaughtering sword technique. The ghost slaughtering sword technique wasn't a sword technique. It was just a profound technique that used sword chi. It required superb control of one's own strength and sword to be able to achieve this. Surpassing the palm sword intent and reaching a higher realm of the way of the sword, Chen Zong had an easier time. After continuous modification, this sword technique had become a sword technique that specifically targeted the void demon. Of course, it could only target the demigod void demon. After all, the stronger the void demon, the more tyrannical and terrifying its strength. It was just like the ghost king of the purgatory ghost race. Ordinary ghost kings could be killed by his ghost slaughtering sword technique in one strike. However, peak ghost kings like the Ghost King and Xian demons could block his ghost slaughtering sword technique. Of course, that was also because he wasn't strong enough. The sword struck the demigod void demon. The astonishing sword chi tore through the void demon with unparalleled sharpness. This time, the demigod void demon let out a mournful shriek. On its tyrannical body, veins protruded like veins, covering every part of its body, starting from where the sword strike struck. Shattered, in the next breath, the void fiend shattered into pieces. I can only perfect it to this level. Chen Zong thought to himself. If he didn't have the ghost slaughtering sword technique as a foundation, and if he didn't supplement it with his own excellent comprehension and a high level of sword doctrine that surpassed the palm sword will, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So fast. Lin Jinglong's eyes widened in shock. He had the upper hand, but all he could do was injure the void demon time and time again, wearing it down and finally killing it. This was something that the fiendish devils of the outside world could not compare to. But now, a country bumpkin from some unknown remote star had easily killed the void demon. They were all elites of their families and had received all kinds of training since they were young. Of course, they were also prepared for the devil slaughtering trial. They all had a deep understanding of the void demons. Because of this, they knew that demigod rank void devils were not easy to kill. It was just like how there was a huge transformation when a cultivator went from demigod rank to demigod rank. That was the transformation of the 3 flowers, which represented the pinnacle of power. A demigod rank void devil was easy to kill, but a demigod rank void devil's recovery ability was heaven-defying. The void evil force in its body was also condensed to the extreme, making it even more terrifying and its resistance even more shocking. Therefore, a demigod rank void devil could only be slowly worn down until it died. There might be people who could kill it directly, but it was extremely rare. After killing the demigod rank void devil, Chen Zong immediately brandished his sword and attacked another demigod rank void devil that was surrounding Lin Weiyin. In the blink of an eye, 6 swords had struck the demigod rank void devil. The sword chi of each sword pierced into the body of the void devil. In an instant, it was as if a seed had taken root and sprouted, spreading rapidly within the body of the demigod rank void devil. The 6 sword chi seeds took root and sprouted simultaneously. In an instant, they covered the entire body of the void devil and appeared on its tough skin. Strand after strand, it was a ghastly sight, extremely terrifying. The void devil roared and struggled, mobilizing all its strength to break the sword chi in its body. Chen Zong swung his sword once again and chopped off the head of the void devil. Under normal circumstances, a demigod rank void devil wouldn't die even if its head was chopped off. It would only consume more of its energy. However, the demigod rank void devil's body was filled with sword chi. With its head chopped off, the demigod rank void devil was heavily injured. The sword chi within its body was also being guided by Chen Zong as it madly attacked and sliced at the demigod rank void devil's energy. Rip, in less than 3 breaths of time, the void devil was dead. A strand of aura seeped out from the void devil's body and entered the demon-slaying token on Chen Zong's back. Killing 2 demigod rank void devils in a row. If the first one could be said to be a fluke, then the second one left everyone in shock. Strike, 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 with the cooperation of the others, all 7 demigod-rank void devils were killed by Qianzong's sword. It seemed like Qianzong didn't consume much of his energy after killing 7 demigod-rank void devils in a row. Everyone felt that all the information they had learned about demigod-rank void devils couldn't be false, right? Of course, it was just a random thought. After fighting with demigod-rank void devils, they all knew one thing. Demigod-rank void devils were extremely frightening. Not only did they have extremely frightening void energy, but they were also extremely vicious. Once they were attacked, they would cause obvious injuries. On the other hand, when they attacked, the injuries they caused wouldn't be too serious. They would only consume more of their energy. Only when their energy was depleted would they be able to kill them. All in all, if a demigod-rank cultivator fought a demigod-rank void devil with the same level of strength, the chances of winning would be very low. This was also the reason why the demon-slaying trial only allowed true geniuses to participate. Only then would they have enough strength to fight and even kill a demigod-rank void devil. But Qianzong was able to do it so easily. This was unheard of. How did you do it? Lin Jinglong asked bluntly. It seems like you have a special method to deal with a demigod-rank void devil. You should hand it over. Lin Jingming was even more direct. The 2 brothers didn't hold back at all. They directly asked for it. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong's hearts trembled. Their eyes lit up with hope. If there was a better method to deal with a demigod-rank void devil, they would definitely want it. It would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival in the devil prison. Lin Jinglong, don't go overboard. Lin Wei's tone was cold. Of course, she also wanted to obtain a method to deal with a demigod-rank void devil, but it depended on how she obtained it. She didn't like this kind of coercion, especially when the target was Qianzong. Lin Wei, you have to be clear. This time, the Flying Snow Pavilion doesn't have the advantage in terms of numbers. Only by killing more void devils will we be able to maintain our ranking and even improve. Lin Jinglong enunciated each word clearly and righteously. As a member of our Flying Snow Pavilion, Qianzong should contribute his strength so that our Flying Snow Pavilion can slay the void demons better and obtain a higher ranking. That's right. Lin Jingming immediately agreed, supporting his elder brother. His righteous words were completely from the perspective of the Flying Snow Pavilion. It was as if he didn't have any selfish motives. However, Qianzong, Lin Wei, Lin Xiaofu, and Lin Xiong could all see that Lin Jinglong and his brother weren't so selfless. Instead, they were filled with selfish motives. The ghost-slaying sword technique, or rather, the evil-vanquishing sword technique, wasn't a sword technique. It was a profound technique to apply sword qi. Qianzong had taken a risk to comprehend it in the Purgatory Ghost domain. It was a powerful killer move against the Ghost clan. Now, it was modified and used on the Void Devils. In short, Qianzong had spent a lot of effort and even took a risk to comprehend and create this technique. It should be a personal secret technique. Secret techniques were extremely important. Many forces had their own secret techniques and were unwilling to share them with outsiders. If one wanted to obtain them, he or she would have to pay a huge price. Now, Lin Jinglong's seemingly righteous words were asking Qianzong to hand over the secret technique. It was just empty talk. Would Qianzong be willing to do it? Of course not. In fact, Qianzong didn't really care about the secret technique. Although he had spent a lot of effort to create it, it was indeed a good technique to deal with the Void Devils. In terms of righteousness, it would be easier to deal with the Void Devils if it was spread out. Of course, he wasn't a fool who would hand it over for no reason. Righteousness and whatnot would only have meaning when he had enough power and the right to speak. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be a waste of effort. When he was young, Qianzong was ridiculed because he was born weak. Later on, he was reborn. Countless experiences made Qianzong understand the deep-rooted bad habits of others. Have you all recovered? Let's move on, Lin Wei said coldly. Lin Jinglong didn't succeed. He looked coldly at Qianzong and snorted. He didn't say anything else, but it was hard to say what he was thinking. However, Qianzong felt that he wouldn't give up just like that. As for Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong, they didn't say anything. They didn't side with Lin Weiyin or Lin Jinglong. They seemed to be observing. The situation in the Lin clan was like that. The family head's line and the great elder's line stood side by side, competing in secret. Both of them wanted to seize power. In addition, there was a third force, which was the neutral force. The so-called neutrality was actually temporary, and they were waiting to see what would happen. From these few people, Chen Zong could see the relationship between the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin clan. He was glad that he didn't join the Lin clan and take on the unnecessary competition. If Lin Weiyin hadn't been kind to him and treated him well, Chen Zong wouldn't have chosen to move with the Flying Snow Pavilion. However, since he had made his choice, he had to finish what he started. In the devil prison, a batch of void devils would be born every once in a while. They would grow rapidly and accumulate in numbers. When they had accumulated to a certain extent, they would attack the seal in an attempt to break it. Every time there were cultivators who entered to clean up, they would become the target of the void devils. 12th update, remaining 2 updates later, demons of the void were born and grew up in the devil prison. They were everywhere in the devil prison. The Flying Snow Pavilion's team had encountered hundreds of demons of the void. 7 of them were demigod-level demons, and all of them died under Chen Zong's sword. Later on, Chen Zong didn't kill all of the demigod-level demons of the void. He left some for the others to kill. Although he couldn't check the battle records of the demon-slaying token, the battle records obtained from killing demigod-level demons of the void were definitely better than demigod-level demons. Killing demigod-level demons of the void was like eating meat, while killing demigod-level demons of the void was like drinking soup. Since he had eaten the meat, he couldn't possibly let others drink the soup. Lin Weiyin was in a fierce battle with a demigod-level demon of the void. This time, the demigod-level demon of the void was extremely powerful and was almost evenly matched with Lin Weiyin. Chen Zong was watching over Lin Weiyin from the side. As he watched, Chen Zong's expression changed. His voice also sounded in Lin Weiyin's spirit ocean. Immediately after, Lin Weiyin's sword technique started to change slightly. Her sword chi seemed to have become more condensed without her noticing. Sword silk, that's right. Chen Zong was imparting the superb technique of sword silk to Lin Weiyin. No matter what, Lin Weiyin and her sister had done him a great favor. They could even be considered as saving his life. If Lin Weiyin didn't let him board the heavy edge, he didn't know how long he would have to wander in the void. After all, it was very difficult to reach the second city of world suppression with his speed. He also needed a lot of luck. If he was unlucky, not only would he deviate from the direction, but he would also encounter a void beast or a void disaster. Only death would await him. Therefore, boarding the heavy edge was equivalent to saving his life to a certain extent. After entering the Flying Snow Pavilion, although Lin Weiyin said it was a trade, at least he had a foothold in the second city of world suppression. He had a more direct understanding of the void and even received a lesser mystique sword technique. Even if it was incomplete, it improved the foundation of his sword technique and the Heart Sutra sword technique. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's recommendation, Chu Shanha's protection, and so on. That was a debt of gratitude. Kindness had to be repaid. This was the principle. Previously, he had taught Lin Weiyin the basics of swordsmanship as part of a deal. Now, he was imparting the superb technique of sword thread refinement to Lin Weiyin to repay her kindness. The principle behind sword silk was to compress sword chi, sword light, sword gleam, and so on to the extreme. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to execute. One had to have a solid foundation in swordsmanship and have absolute control over one's body. This required both talent and hard work. Initially, it was difficult for Lin Weiyin to master it. However, with Chen Zong's guidance, her foundation of swordsmanship had been greatly improved. Now that she had received Chen Zong's guidance, she was slowly mastering it in battle. Sword silk was a superb sword chi technique. It could cause more direct and intense damage to targets with strong bodies. When it was integrated into the sword technique, it could also make the sword technique's power more condensed, increasing its power and causing greater damage to the evil void. In the midst of the fierce battle, the others did not notice the subtle changes in Lin Weiyin swordsmanship. Lin Weiyin was secretly excited. She was even more grateful to Chenzong for passing on such a superb technique to her. In the end, Lin Weiyin was the first to kill the demigod-level evil void. Although she was not injured, her strength was almost depleted. She had no choice but to take out some elixirs to recover her strength. In Devil Prison, one should always maintain one's strength at its peak to prevent any accidents. Not long after, Lin Jinglong also killed the evil void and was not injured. Lin Jingming, Lin Xiong, and Lin Xiaofu were slightly injured after killing their opponents. However, their injuries were not serious. The troublesome thing was that they had to expel the evil void force that had invaded their bodies. Chu Shanha's expression was cold. His palm was like a mountain that pressed down on the earth. It directly blew up a demigod-level evil void and killed it. Palace Master, with our strength, we can definitely maintain the first place, a Shanha Palace expert said with a smile. There were 12 of them. 6 of them were on the demigod ranking. As for the other 6, although they were not on the demigod ranking, they were still very strong. If they worked together, as long as they did not seek death, they would be safe. Find the flying snow pavilion, Chu Shanha said coldly with a cruel smile on his face. I want them to take the initiative to eliminate me. Thinking about the flying snow pavilion and Chenzong, although his heart was filled with anger and killing intent, Chu Shanha was clear that with the demon slaughtering order, he could not kill them. Since he could not kill them, he would force them to take the initiative to use the power of the demon slaughtering order to leave this place. They would be eliminated from the trial and would not be able to obtain any ranking. At that time, he would not be able to get a share of the resource stars. It would be a great blow to a major force. Lin Weiyin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking me, Chu Shanha said to himself with a ferocious expression. Dozens of forces were scattered around the first-level devil prison. Compared to the 13 major forces, these small forces were more cautious. Because they had fewer people and were not that strong. However, there was always a way out. When faced with a predicament, there would always be a way to solve it. Unite, some of the smaller factions had formed a temporary alliance to fight against the void fiends and kill them. There was no day and night in the devil prison, and it was difficult to feel the flow of time. However, those who entered had prepared some gadgets that could tell how much time had passed. 3 days, it had been 3 days since they entered the devil prison. In these 3 days, the 6 members of the Flying Snow Pavilion had killed thousands of void demons. Most of them were demigods, and a few of them were demigods. Now, the members of the Flying Snow Pavilion were resting. Chenzong was unharmed, and his strength was at its peak. Lin Weiyin, who had mastered the sword thread technique, was also unharmed. However, Lin Jinglong was slightly injured and was recovering. However, Lin Jingming, Lin Xiong, and Lin Xiaofu's injuries were not light. One could see a pitch-black scar on their chests or backs, emanating a shocking black energy. It was extremely evil and extremely pure. It was precisely the evil void force. The void demon force was extremely evil. Once it entered the body, it would continuously destroy the vitality and destroy the body from the inside. It would eventually lead to death. They had to expel the void demon force as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would leave behind repercussions. Wisps of black aura spread out from the wound, rippling like water. The trio's faces were alternating between black and white, and their cheeks were twitching slightly. After a while, the trio took out evil expelling pills and consumed them. This was a type of pill that could help expel the void demon force. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to expel the demigod void demon force by themselves. After consuming the second evil expelling pill, the trio finally managed to expel the void demon force that had invaded their bodies. Once the void demon force was gone, the hideous wounds started to heal slowly. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the spacious hall of the city lord mansion of the second world suppressing city. Their faces were either dazed or disappointed. Their bodies were covered with a layer of faint black, almost transparent halo. After 3 breaths, the halo disappeared. That was the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order. They were almost killed by the void demon force in the devil prison. At the crucial moment, they activated the power of the Demon Slayer Order, which protected them and allowed them to leave the devil prison and return here. The power of the Demon Slayer Order had to be activated by themselves. If they were a little slower, they would die. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. 3 days later, some of them were injured. Some of them activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order and were eliminated. The Flying Snow Pavilion had also changed their attitude when they first entered the Devil Prison. They had all realized the dangers of the Devil Prison. Only by experiencing it personally would one understand the difficulties and dangers of the Devil Prison. Previously, their understanding of the Devil Prison was only limited to the information they received. They had also fought with the Void Demon force in the outside world. Those Void Demons weren't very strong to them. Therefore, when they entered the Devil Prison, they had the mentality that they could kill the Void Demons as they wished. However, after 3 days of fighting, they finally understood the dangers of the Devil Prison and how terrifying the Void Demons were. They were different from the Void Demons outside. They were purer and more evil. Therefore, they had to be more careful in their actions. The third layer of the Devil Prison. The sky here was incomparably dark. It was so dark that it seemed like it would never disappear. The earth was also incomparably dark. It was like an abyss that would make people sink into it forever. Even their souls couldn't escape from it. Streaks of pitch-black lightning constantly streaked across the sky, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. They emitted a terrifying aura of destruction that could destroy everything. A pitch-black fortress was suspended in midair, located under the pitch-black sky and earth. Endless pitch-black thunderbolts gathered from all directions, constantly striking down around the pitch-black fortress. The fortress was like a strange-looking giant evil demon that was floating and sleeping. It was incomparably evil, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. In the center of the pitch-black fortress, there was a huge figure sitting on a throne that was at least 100 meters in size. That figure was huge and extremely strong. It wore a pitch-black armor covered with ferocious barbs that covered every part of its body. Behind it, there was a huge round wheel that was surrounded by dozens of huge swords. The huge figure, the huge armor, and the huge wheel of swords were emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Even if it was just a trace, it was enough to kill a demigod rank expert. Are those damned vermin here again? It sounded like it was muttering to itself, but it also sounded like a thunderous roar. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. Its closed eyes opened in an instant. It was incomparably huge and emitted a scarlet radiance that seemed to be able to pierce through, shatter, and destroy everything. The terrifying aura increased by more than 10 times. The entire fortress was shaking. The pitch-black lightning in the surroundings became even more berserk. Pass down this king's order. All demigod rank experts in the second layer are to enter the first layer and kill those insects. The voice suddenly resounded, accompanied by waves of incomparably violent thunder that resounded through the heavens and earth. It was filled with rage and fury. In an instant, the voice penetrated the third layer of the Devil Prison and exploded in the sky above the second layer. It's the last hour now. The 8th ranked player is eyeing us covetously. He looks like he will surpass us at any time. We must hold on, and hold on. We must block the 8th ranked player's path and consolidate our results. Please, everyone. In the depths of the first layer of Devil Prison, an endless amount of evil energy gathered from all directions. It was like a turbulent storm. Gather, 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 a pitch-black mass gathered on the ground and instantly expanded like a whirlpool. It continued to expand until it reached 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, and finally 10,000 meters. This pitch-black whirlpool seemed to have penetrated the first layer of Devil Prison and connected to the second layer of Devil Prison. In the pitch-black sky of the second layer of Devil Prison, a pitch-black dot seemed to have penetrated from the deepest part of the sky. It was like a drop of ink falling into water. As it rippled, it rapidly spread out. When the pitch-black dot had spread to a radius of 10 meters, it slowly began to rotate. Whirlpool, a whirlpool appeared in the sky above the second layer of Devil Prison. It was 10,000 meters in diameter and continuously rotated. It penetrated the sky of the second layer of Devil Prison and connected to the ground of the first layer of Devil Prison. In the second layer of Devil Prison, many tall figures with powerful auras flew over from all directions at an astonishing speed. The aura that each of them gave off was terrifyingly powerful, causing people to tremble in fear. Among these figures, some looked like huge meatballs covered with sharp thorns. Some had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a ferocious spider with 8 claws. Some had 4 arms and the lower body of a ghost. Evil devils, void devils, all of them were demigod-rank void devils, powerful void devils. Void devils were a collective name, but their appearances were not necessarily the same. They were born from the accumulation of negative energy from the depths of the void. The void devil's evil energy was extremely powerful. Now, they had all received the order from their king to move to the first layer of devil prison. Although the suppression of the first layer of devil prison made them feel uncomfortable and even injured over a long period of time, they could endure it for a short period of time. As long as they killed all the ants that entered the first layer of devil prison, they would be able to endure it. Figures with different auras soared into the sky and entered the 10,000-meter-long dark vortex, heading for the first layer of devil prison. At the same time, the seal of the first layer of the demonic prison seemed to be enraged. Winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled, and thunder rumbled. They turned into extremely terrifying bolts of divine lightning that tore through the sky and struck the vortex. Instantly, a portion of the second-level void devils were struck and turned into ashes. However, there were still some demons that managed to pass through the whirlpool and enter the first level of the devil prison. Inside his spirit sea, the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit were constantly swaying. They were like lotus flowers on the surface of a lake blown by a gentle breeze, extremely beautiful. The flower of God was still 70% solid. The flower of essence was still at 50%. However, the flower of chi had already condensed to 20%. It took less than 10 days to go from the initial stage of condensing to 20%. This kind of condensing speed was simply incredible. It should be noted that Chenzong had spent a lot of time to condense 10% of his flower of qi without any external help. Now that the 3 flowers were resonating, using the flower of God and the flower of essence to vibrate the flower of qi, the speed of condensing the flower of qi had increased tremendously. Chenzong also discovered that during battle, the frequency of the resonance of the 3 flowers was higher, and the speed of condensing the flower of qi was faster. Originally, when Chenzong had just entered the demonic prison, the flower of qi had only condensed to 10%. With the speed of the resonance of the 3 flowers, it would have taken him at least 10 days to condense to 20%. However, the battle with the demigod-level void devils had increased the efficiency of the resonance of the 3 flowers. In just 3 days, the flower of qi had increased by another 10%. With the flower of qi condensed to 20%, Chenzong could feel that his strength had increased yet again. The only way to further improve one's cultivation at the demigod level was to condense the flower of extremity. As for the technique, it had already reached the limit and could not be improved further. The only way was to break through the demigod level and reach the immanent god realm. In other words, if Chenzong wanted to cultivate the Genesis sword technique to the 10th level, he would have to break through to the immanent god realm first. This time, the 6 from the Flying Snow Pavilion encountered 8 demigod-level void devils. Lin Weiyin and the other 4 were fighting one-on-one. Only Chenzong blocked 3 of the void devils with his sword and suppressed them. The longsword formed from the heart sword intent silently slashed out, like a gentle breeze brushing past a willow tree. The sword was unleashed from the heart, and the sword was unleashed by the heart. It was indescribably fast. In just a moment, the 3 demigod-level void devils were all hit by the sword. To Chenzong, a void fiend of this level wasn't much of a threat. Brother Chen's strength has increased. Lin Weiyin was also gradually mastering the sword thread technique. Her strength had increased, and she could even spare some attention to observe her surroundings during the battle. Seeing Chenzong single-handedly fending off the 3 void devils and even suppressing them, he couldn't help but feel shock in his heart. Chenzong's strength had already far surpassed his own. Based on her 6th sense, Lin Weiyin felt that Chenzong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. It was just that she did not know how it happened. Unbelievable, for example, Lin Weiyin and the others had already condensed their 3 flowers. However, because their 3 flowers were not of the same level, they could not resonate with each other. Therefore, they did not know the secret behind it. They also did not know that Chenzong's 3 flowers were all of the highest level. With a sincere heart, he slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword seemed to have disappeared and merged into the void. The bodies of the three void devils with different appearances trembled in an instant. They were immediately slashed by Qianzong's sword. The terrifying sword energy wreaked havoc in their bodies, spreading rapidly like roots throughout their bodies. Every ray of sword energy was a superb technique of the sword thread technique. It was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. The sword technique of heart refinement, this sword technique was extremely powerful. Originally, Qianzong needed to exhaust all of his essence, qi, spirit and strength to perform it. However, after coming to the second city of world suppression, he obtained the lesser sword technique and comprehended it. This allowed the sword technique under the Heart Sutra to be upgraded. Not only did the sword technique of heart refinement become more powerful, but its consumption was also reduced. Every time he performed it, it would consume about 70% of his essence, qi, spirit and strength. Moreover, he no longer needed to use the state of freedom as a guide. Although he could only perform one sword technique in a short period of time, there was a huge difference between 100% consumption and 70% consumption. At least, it could ensure that Qianzong would still have sufficient strength after performing the sword technique of heart refinement. Even under the state of freedom, the remaining 30% of his strength could still be used to perform the full power. However, after Qianzong condensed the flower of qi, his strength was fully circulated. When he performed the sword technique of heart refinement again, not only would it not consume as much of his strength, but it would also naturally recover at a faster speed. This sword technique consumed about 10% of his strength. Under full power, Qianzong could perform 10 sword techniques in a row. The power of each sword technique was much stronger than that of the three hearts sword technique. The three powerful demigod-level void devils trembled uncontrollably. They were all torn apart from the inside by the sword energy and died a violent death. Lin Jinglong and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw that Qianzong had killed three demigod-level void devils with a single sword technique. Too powerful. What kind of technique is that? Lin Jinglong thought to himself. He felt that it was impossible for Qianzong to be so powerful. He must have mastered some special technique to deal with the void devils. After using all his strength, Lin Jinglong finally killed his opponents. However, he also suffered some injuries. He hurriedly took out an evil expelling pill and consumed it. After dispelling the evil energy of the void and recovering from his injuries, Lin Jinglong stood up and stared at Qianzong. Qianzong, you must have mastered some kind of technique to deal with the void devils. Teach me and I'll give you 3,000 void coins. Lin Jinglong tried to use 3,000 void coins to obtain Qianzong's evil vanquishing sword technique. You won't be able to learn it. Qianzong smiled and said in a calm tone. This was the truth. From Lin Jinglong's swordsmanship, Qianzong could see that Lin Jinglong's swordsmanship foundation was not superior to Lin Wei's. In fact, Lin Jinglong's swordsmanship was slightly inferior. With such a foundation in sword technique, it was impossible for him to master the sword thread technique, let alone the evil vanquishing sword technique. Even if Qianzong wanted to teach him, he would not be able to learn it. Of course, Qianzong would not teach Lin Jinglong. Qianzong, you should know very well how important that technique is to us. If you're willing to teach it to me, I can make the decision to let my grandfather accept you as his disciple. Lin Jinglong forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. Then wouldn't you have to call me martial uncle or martial uncle? Qianzong smiled. If that was the case, Qianzong would become Lin Jinglong Sr. Obviously, Lin Jinglong did not think of this. After hearing Qianzong's words, his expression changed drastically. Don't go overboard. Lin Jingming roared. Lin Jinglong, if you brothers don't want to be with us, we'll part ways here. Lin Weiyin took a step forward and stood in front of Qianzong. Her eyes were cold and her voice was like a gust of cold wind. This time, the Lin brothers, Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong were shocked. Part ways? Lin Weiyin, you actually abandoned the interests of Flying Snow Pavilion and Lin family for an outsider. When we leave here, I'll explain everything to the family and strip you of your position as pavilion master. Lin Jinglong was furious and jealous. He was almost burned to ashes by the fire of jealousy. Lin Jingming also stared at Lin Weiyin in disbelief. I'll still kill the demons of the void and raise the ranking of Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Weiyin said coldly. Her eyes were still cold and there was no change in them. Lin Jinglong had deliberately targeted Chenzong time and time again, angering her. She was in an indescribable state of mind and emotions, and directly exploded. Good, good, good. Lin Jinglong was even more furious. He looked at Lin Weiyin and then at Chenzong. His eyes were dark as if he wanted to skin Chenzong alive. Then, Lin Jinglong looked at Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong and asked, "What about you two?" In other words, it was up to Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong. It was time for them to make a choice. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong looked at each other. They knew that this time would come sooner or later. Now, it was time for them to make a choice. Then, should they choose Pavilion Master Lin Weiyin's side, or should they choose Pavilion Supervisor Lin Jinglong's side? Once they made a choice, it meant that their side was obvious. After that, they couldn't change their sides anymore. Otherwise, they would be regarded as two-faced people and would be despised by others. Why don't we split into 3 teams? Maybe we can kill more demons of the void and get a better ranking, Lin Xiong said in a low voice. This way of saying it was just a nicer way of saying it. In fact, it was a choice. Lin Weiyin and Chenzong were a team, Lin Jinglong and Lin Jingming were a team, and Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu were a team. They were originally a small team. Now that there was a disagreement, it became 3 teams. Let's go. Lin Jinglong roared like a trapped beast. He glanced at everyone with anger in his eyes and turned to leave. Lin Jingming snorted at Chenzong and quickly followed. 14th update, stay steady, Brother Chen, I'm sorry you had to see this. Lin Weiyin was valiant, but she also revealed the shyness of a little girl. She smiled at Chenzong Wei with some embarrassment, like a snow lotus blooming in an instant. I'm the one who's embarrassed. Chenzong smiled too. If not for him, Lin Weiyin would not have been so angry and forced the Flying Snow Pavilion to go their separate ways. Splitting the army into 3 was just lip service. There were dangers everywhere in the Devil Prison. If they were to split up, the risk of encountering the demons of the void would increase greatly. If not for this, who would be willing to part ways? However, instead of being at odds with each other, it was better to split up as soon as possible. At least, they could have a clear conscience. Chenzong and Lin Weiyin were both smart people. They smiled at each other and did not continue this topic. After all, it was an unpleasant thing. Why should they think about it? Of course, not thinking about it did not mean that it did not exist. If the Flying Snow Pavilion could not maintain their original ranking, Lin Jinglong would definitely hit them when they were down. That would be very disadvantageous for Lin Weiyin. Therefore, to maintain their ranking, it was best if they could improve their ranking. Pavilion Master Lin, Chenzong said after a moment of silence. Call me Weiyin, Lin Weiyin interrupted Chenzong. This was the second time she asked Chenzong to call her by her name. Pavilion Master Lin was a formal way of addressing her. It was also a more polite way of addressing her. Weiyin. Chenzong paused for a moment, but still called out Lin Weiyin's name. You have basically mastered the sword thread technique. Next, I will teach you the evil vanquishing sword technique. Evil vanquishing sword technique. Hearing Chenzong directly call her by her name and omitting her surname, Lin Weiyin did not know why she felt a little happy. When she heard Chenzong's words, she was shocked. Evil vanquishing sword technique, she immediately thought of the method Chenzong used to deal with the demons of the void. Brother Chen, that's too precious. Lin Weiyin's thoughts were different from Lin Jinglong's. Such a sword technique was definitely very precious and would not be inferior to a lesser mystique. It might even be superior. After all, the Lin family had 6 minor mystiques, but they didn't have any better methods to deal with the void demons. We are friends, aren't we? Chenzong asked with a smile. The reason why he was willing to teach Lin Weiyin the sword thread technique and the evil vanquishing sword technique was because Lin Weiyin was indeed a good person. Furthermore, she had helped him and protected him many times. She was worth befriending. Weiyin thanks Brother Chen. Lin Weiyin smiled again. Indeed, she needed better methods to deal with the evil demons of the void. Since Qinzong was willing to teach her, she would compensate Qinzong in other ways. No matter what, he couldn't let Qinzong suffer. Qinzong began to teach her the techniques of the evil vanquishing sword technique. This was a unique and profound technique based on the sword thread technique. It wasn't a sword technique, but a secret technique. It was a secret technique that was more advanced in the application of sword qi. After Qinzong taught her, Lin Weiyin immediately understood the value of this secret technique. It wasn't just used to deal with the evil demons of the void. It also had unfathomable potential. As one's understanding and mastery of swordsmanship deepened, one could even innovate on the original foundation and become stronger. Lin Weiyin understood that this was a huge favor. Lin Weiyin's talent wasn't bad. Born in a family of swordsmanship, she was also very talented in swordsmanship. Therefore, after receiving Qinzong's detailed teachings, her mastery of the sword thread technique deepened. She also began to grasp the basics of the evil vanquishing sword technique. Next, she would have to continuously improve through battles. She would first find a demigod-level evil demon of the void to practice and control her own strength to hone the evil vanquishing sword technique. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Under Qinzong's teachings, Lin Weiyin's evil vanquishing sword technique improved by leaps and bounds. Reality also proved that if one's talent was good, they also needed a good teacher. Qinzong was undoubtedly a good teacher. He guided and adjusted Lin Weiyin according to her own characteristics. This allowed her to improve at least 10 times faster than her own hard work. Next, she would have to focus on dealing with the demigod-level evil demons of the void. As for the demigod-level evil demons, they were just incidental. She could kill them along the way and earn some battle achievements. A large number of powerful demigod-level evil demons of the void entered the first layer from the second layer of Devil Prison. Although they were somewhat suppressed by the first layer of Devil Prison, their strength was still terrifying. The demigod-level evil demons of the first layer of Devil Prison couldn't be compared to them. Demigod level was a general term that could be divided into 2 major levels. For cultivators, the first layer of demigod level was the formation of the 3 flowers. The cultivators who entered the Devil Prison this time were all first-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first layer of Devil Prison were also first-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first layer of Devil Prison. First-layer demigod-level evil demons of the first layer could break through to the imminent spirit realm. However, the chances of failure were very high. Of course, if they could break through to the imminent spirit realm after reaching the second layer of demigod-level evil demons of the void, their chances would be much higher and their foundation would be more stable. Once the demigod-level evil demons of the void reached the second layer of Devil Prison, they would be suppressed by the first layer of Devil Prison and would be forced to enter the second layer of Devil Prison. For example, the first layer of Devil Prison was shallow water, suitable for small fishes to swim in. The second layer of Devil Prison was a deep lake, suitable for large fishes to live in. Lin Jinglong and his brother's luck didn't seem to be very good. They encountered a second-layer demigod-level evil demon of the void that just came from the second layer of Devil Prison. "Kill!" Lin Jinglong, who was filled with rage and killing intent, roared. He wanted to vent his anger on the demigod-level evil demon and torture it to death. A trace of mockery flashed in the demigod-level evil demon's gloomy eyes. They possessed intelligence, and it wasn't low either. Lin Jingming also attacked. The 2 brothers joined forces to fight 2 against 1. Their strength was tyrannical. The second and third layers of the Black Frost Sword technique were displayed one after another. A black tide swept out violently, and black sword chi swept out like a waterfall. But in the next moment, Lin Jinglong and his brother were stunned. After their attacks hit the demigod-level evil demon, they couldn't break through the faint layer of light on the demigod-level evil demon's body. It was completely blocked. How was this possible? Die! The demigod-level evil demon let out an extremely evil voice. Its sharp claws tore through the air, leaving a few slender claw marks. Its power was incomparably condensed, and it carried an extreme killing intent as it charged towards Lin Jinglong and his brother. The extremely terrifying killing intent, which was like the descent of darkness, suddenly rushed towards Lin Jingming. Lin Jingming's body trembled, and his limbs became numb and stiff. Even his soul seemed to have been frozen, making it difficult for him to move and think. Lin Jinglong's expression changed greatly. He was stronger than Lin Jinglong, so he could barely react and immediately shouted, "Use the demon slaughtering token." At the same time, Lin Jinglong activated the demon slaughtering token without hesitation. Lin Jingming's reaction was a tad slower. The moment he activated the demon slaughtering token, he was swept by the claw marks. His chest was slashed open, and he was almost split into two. The extremely strong demigod-level evil force invaded Lin Jingming's body, wantonly destroying it. Under the protection of the demon slaughtering token, the two brothers' figures faded, and they completely disappeared under the demigod-level evil demon's sharp claws. Roar! The furious demigod-level evil demon let out a furious roar. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying power erupted from its body. Like a mountain torrent, it poured out in all directions, shattering layer after layer. In the spacious main hall of the city lord's mansion in the second world suppressing city, two figures appeared one after another. Jingming, quickly take the evil expelling pill. Lin Jinglong quickly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Jingming's mouth. However, the evil expelling pill's effect was obviously not effective against the demigod level 2 demigod level evil demon. Just as Lin Jinglong was at a loss for what to do, the old man from the city magistrate's mansion appeared out of thin air. His gaze swept over Lin Jingming, and more accurately, the wound on his chest. This evil void energy. The old man made a grabbing motion, and the evil void energy that the evil expelling pill couldn't do anything about left Lin Jingming's body and fell into the old man's hand. The old man's face sank. It's actually a second stage demigod rank evil void energy. Could it be that the void demon from the second devil prison has entered the first devil prison? The old man couldn't help but guess. His expression became more and more solemn. If that was true, it would be a disaster for the geniuses who entered the first layer devil prison. Perhaps this time's demon-slaying trial would end because of this. After all, being sent out of the devil prison under the protection of the devil slaughter order was equivalent to giving up the trial and being eliminated. This was something that couldn't be helped. It seemed like he would have to use his backup plan to summon all the prodigies back as soon as possible. However, it would take some time. He could only hope that the Skyprides would be able to hold on. After all, even a level 2 demigod rank void demon wouldn't be able to stay in the first layer of devil prison for too long. Lin Xiong and Lin Xiaofu formed a team and left quickly. They also killed some void demons, but unfortunately, they encountered a level 2 demigod rank void demon that came from the second layer of devil prison. Out of caution, they immediately used the power of the devil slaughter order to leave. Seeing Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong appear one after another, Lin Jinglong snorted coldly. Lin Weiyin, this time, you won't be able to keep your position as the pavilion master. Lin Jinglong sneered. Without the four of them, the Flying Snow Pavilion would lose 4 members. Moreover, they were considered to be eliminated. Their previous battle results wouldn't be counted. As such, the Flying Snow Pavilion wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. They might not even be able to maintain their previous ranking. If they couldn't maintain their ranking, the allocation of resource stars would be reduced. The family would definitely not let Lin Weiyin off. At the very least, they would strip her of her position as the pavilion master. When that time came, he would be the one to replace her. Because among the younger generation of the Lin family, he was the only one who was qualified to be compared to Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin, you asked for all of this. Lin Jinglong's eyes darkened. He had put in so much effort for her, but she had spoken ill of him many times because of an outsider, a country bumpkin. It was unforgivable. At that time, Lin Weiyin would lose her position as the pavilion master and lose some support. He would then take the opportunity to attack and maybe take her down. Lin Jinglong imagined the scene after he took Lin Weiyin down. He couldn't help but feel elated. His slightly excited and twisted face made others feel weird and couldn't help but back away. In the first layer of Devil Prison, the people from the Mountain River Palace also encountered a demigod rank void demon from the second layer of Devil Prison. It wasn't just one, but a total of 4. Be careful. Chu Shanhe wasn't an ordinary person. He could sense the difference at a glance. The 4 void demons gave him a feeling that they were very strong and dangerous. Hearing Chu Shanhe's words, the other 11 people were stunned. Their expressions became even more serious. Kill. Today, we are still children. May we be as carefree and happy as children. Today, the sixth Tao of Samsara is happy, and I believe that everyone is happy as well. Because, with the sixth Tao of Samsara burning again and again, and with everyone's support, our realm of ascension is like a green duckweed rising from nothing, turning something rotten into something miraculous. From an insignificant position, we are advancing triumphantly and courageously. Although there were many twists and turns in the process, in the end, we achieved our common goal and took 7th place on the monthly votes list. Our combined efforts blossomed with the light and heat that we deserved. Here, the 6 Paths of Samsara would like to make a 90-degree bow to thank everyone for their support. Looking back at May, it was a month of burning passion. It was a month of high morale and fighting spirit. Looking forward to June, it shouldn't be dull just like that. Last month, the dominator of the 6 realms told Lu Sa that it was too tiring for her to explode like this. She agreed that they should return to normal next month. But when he woke up this morning and saw that our spirit conduit was still in the top 10, 6 Paths' heart was stirred up again. Last month, we worked so hard, fought so hard, and burned so much just to rush into the top 10. Just now, we only managed to stay in the top 10. Are we going to give up with such a result? No, the 6 Paths does not want to give up and let our efforts go to waste. Therefore, the dominator of 6 realms has made a decision, and I hope that everyone will support it. If our book can remain in the top 10 of the monthly votes, the dominator of 6 realms will update 3 times a day instead of 2. Everyone, do you support this? Let the dominator of the 6 Paths be thick-skinned this time. There are thousands of genuine fans who come and go to watch Tong Shen. If everyone can fork out 10 renminbi to cast a monthly vote, we will only need 1,000 people to cast a monthly vote and we will be able to secure a spot in the top 10. If he took out $100 to cast monthly votes, he would only need 100 people to get more than 2,000 monthly votes, and he would still be in the top 10. If there was a nouveau riche and a supreme martial artist, it would be even worse. On the other hand, the pirated version had 10 times more fans than the original version. There was power in numbers. We strongly appeal to all the brothers and friends who read pirated versions. If you like Divine Connection, please come to the net to register an account and recharge. Subscribe to our Divine Connection and vote monthly. Let our Divine Connection shine brightly. Does it cost a lot to subscribe to a book? It wasn't much at all. Smoking a cigarette cost 1 RMB and one could read 30,000 words. Eating a boxed lunch cost 15 renminbi and one could read 500,000 words. Drinking wine cost 100 renminbi and one could read 2 to 3 million words. And for all of this, Samsara would have to spend months or even a year sitting in front of the computer, thinking and writing. Of course, the 6 Paths of Samsara didn't say that everyone should stop smoking, eating, or drinking. Instead, he urged everyone to become his fans. That would be the greatest support for the 6 Paths and also the greatest motivation for the 6 Paths. Even if there was no reward, having a genuine subscription was a great affirmation of the Samsara and ascension. The fire of fighting spirit is not willing to be extinguished just like that. Can you add more firewood to the 6 Tao and make the fire burn even more fiercely? 8,000 monthly votes were unbeatable, 100 monthly votes, 10 monthly votes wasn't strange at all, a monthly ticket was also love. First update, stabilizing the top 10, among the 12 from Xianxia Hall, Xianxia was the strongest. He had already condensed his 3 flowers to perfection and was at the peak of the first level. However, Xianxia was ambitious. He wanted to break through to the 2nd level before reaching the imminent God realm. Reaching the imminent God realm at the 2nd level had a higher potential and was stronger than those at the same level. Any talented and ambitious warrior would want to break through the spirit realm at the 2nd level, as it meant a broader future. Although he didn't know how the levels of the spirit realm were divided, it shouldn't be that simple. There were also different levels. Who didn't want to stand at the top of the strong and dominate everything? The pinnacle of the 1st level made Xianxia's strength astonishing. But in fact, Xianxia felt that it was a pity because he had only condensed the flower of Qi to the top level. The flower of spirit and the flower of God were only at the top level. The gap between the top level and the top level wasn't small. With a palm strike, a mountain-like palm strike landed heavily on one of the space demons. That space demon didn't dodge and allowed the attack to land. With a loud bang, a layer of black light suddenly appeared on the space demon's body. It instantly trembled and broke apart. However, the power of the palm strike also dissipated in an instant. Xianxia's expression changed. The second level. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the other three spatial demons. When they were attacked, a black halo appeared on their bodies and blocked the attack. This was the sign of a second-level demigod spatial demon. When it was attacked, its body would automatically form a black protective membrane to block the attack. Therefore, if he wanted to kill a second-level spatial demon, he had to break its protective black membrane first. Xianxia didn't doubt that there would be second-level spatial demons in the first level of the Devil Prison. However, it was extremely rare. Now that he had encountered 4 of them, it was very strange. Xianxia's thoughts turned quickly and he thought of many things in an instant. The battle was extremely intense. The second-level spatial demons were obviously much stronger than the first level. After blocking everyone's attack, the spatial demon's counterattack arrived. Xianxia immediately dodged. His footwork seemed simple, but it felt like it could contain mountains and rivers. It was extremely mysterious. It was the Chu family's brilliant lesser magic footwork, treading mountains and rivers. However, the others did not have such strength and could not dodge at all. They could only work together to resist. In a single exchange, other than Xianxia, everyone else was forced back. Their qi and blood were shaken, and their power was in chaos. Damn it. Xianxia's expression sank. He immediately took out a pill. The pill was completely transparent and contained a white water droplet. It gave off layers of white light and gave off a sacred aura. That aura seemed to be incompatible with the world, and it immediately caused the surrounding aura to fluctuate. Evil warding pill. This was a pill that the Chu clan had spent a lot of money to prepare for the demon-slaying trial. There was only one pill. In other words, Xianxia was the only one in the entire Second World Suppression City who had an evil warding pellet. Originally, Xianxia did not plan to use the evil breaking pill so early. After all, there was only one pill. But now, the situation was critical and he had no choice but to use it. He took out the evil warding pill and tossed it into his mouth. In an instant, a white halo spread out from Xianxia's body and dyed his long hair. His black eyebrows and hair were covered with a layer of white halo, and he looked extremely sacred. The evil space demon opposite Xianxia let out a furious scream. Obviously, it did not like Xianxia's aura at all. This was the evil warding power. Another name for it was the holy power. It was a positive power that targeted all negative powers. It had a great effect on the evil space demon. After taking the evil breaking pill, Xianxia pushed out his palm with all his strength. The palm print was like a mountain, and there was no way to dodge it. As soon as the black membrane appeared on the spatial fiend's body, it melted away like snow under the evil vanquishing force. This palm landed directly on the evil space demon's body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like oil being poured on fire, gray smoke rose from the evil void devil's body and soared into the sky, accompanied by the evil void devil's mournful and furious howls. It's effective. Xianxia was overjoyed. He pushed out with both hands. His right hand pushed out with the force of a mountain, while his left hand swept out with the force of a river. Controlling the mountains and rivers, the river flowed around the mountain, and the mountain guided the river. Mountains and rivers coexisted, and the momentum was majestic and shocking. This attack carried a strong evil warding power and instantly landed on the evil space demon's body. The terrifying power broke the black membrane again. The evil space demon's strength was continuously melted, and it turned into gray smoke. 10 attacks. In just 10 attacks, Xianxia had killed a second-level void fiend. If it was a first-level evil space demon, he would not need 10 attacks. 1 attack would be enough. Of course, this did not mean that the second-level evil space demon was 10 times stronger than the first-level evil space demon. Due to the difference in their levels, the second level of the void devils would have a protective black membrane around their bodies. Their void evil force would also be twice as strong, and at the same time, they would also be harder to kill. Xianxia knew that he could kill the second-level evil space demon because of the evil warding pill. If it was not for the evil warding pill, he would not have been able to fight it, let alone kill it. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, 4 second-level evil space demons were killed by Xianxia in a row. Xianxia's strength was also depleted, but he still had about half of his evil warding power left. As for the people from Xianxia Hall, 2 of them were facing a life-and-death crisis. They had no choice but to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token and leave the Devil Prison. The remaining evil warding power should be enough for me to kill another 4 second-level evil space demons. If I use it well, I might be able to kill 5. Xianxia thought to himself. He was more worried that the second-level evil space demons had entered the first level. This meant that the Xianxia Hall might encounter more second-level evil space demons. If this continued, they might be eliminated. There were people who used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave and were eliminated. However, there were also some unlucky ones. Their strength was average among this batch of divine-level experts. When they faced the second-level evil space demons, they did not even have time to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token and were killed. Compared to the previous time, the danger this time was greater. Similarly, Chenzong and Lin Weiyin also encountered a powerful evil space demon. Join hands, strike. Lin Weiyin performed the freezing sky flying snow sword to the extreme. The third level of the Sword of Avalanche slashed out. Layers of sword chi turned into rolling snow waves. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing in an instant. A series of roars shook the surroundings. The astonishing sword chi directly covered the front, as if it was going to destroy the evil space demon. This was the Sword of Avalanche that had reached the initial level. Every sword chi was more condensed. It was obvious that she had used the superb technique of sword silk. Chenzong swung his long sword. The sword light blended into the snow waves and attacked the evil space demon. A black light flashed and a protective black membrane appeared. It blocked the Sword of Avalanche and Chenzong's Sword of Single-Minded Mind. That's the protective black membrane. Lin Weiyin was slightly stunned. Her expression changed and she said in horror, "Brother Chen, leave quickly. This is the second-level evil space demon." The second level. Chenzong was slightly stunned. Although he had killed more evil space demons than Lin Weiyin and the others, Chenzong did not know as much about the evil space demons as they did. However, Chenzong was very clear about the meaning of the second level. It was a level higher than his current level. However, could he not contend with it? Not necessarily. At least, after he had successfully condensed the flower of qi, his strength had been improving every moment with the resonance of the 3 flowers. Now, the condensation of the flower of qi had reached 30%. His strength would improve with every 10% increase. Therefore, Chenzong was not sure how much strength he could achieve if he unleashed all of his strength. Anyway, the first-level evil space demons were no match for him. Although the 3 top-level flowers of Supreme Realm had not yet been fully condensed, the power they possessed was very shocking. The potential was even more terrifying. The Supreme Sword Will of the Heart Sword was much more advanced than the top-level flowers of Supreme Realm. Even if there was still a part of its potential that had not been unearthed, it was already very powerful. As he continued to fight and his opponents grew stronger, the single-hearted sword continued to be refined and optimized. The level of the Sword of Heart refinement was not inferior to the third-level Avalanche of the Sky Frost Flying Snow Sword. In terms of classification, the single-hearted sword was now at the level of the Lesser Divine Sword. The Sword of Heart and Single Mind was the first level, the Sword of 3 Hearts and 2 Minds was the second level, and the Sword of Heart refinement was the third level. Sword chi surged and condensed on the sword. Layers of sword waves vibrated and swept out in all directions. Condense, extremely condensed. The sword light pierced through the air silently, as if it had merged into the void and attacked in an instant. The evil space demon was attacking Lin Weiyin. At the moment when Lin Weiyin was unable to defend herself, the silent sword light arrived and intercepted it, saving Lin Weiyin. "Weiyin, stay on this side and support me." Chenzong's voice also reached Lin Weiyin's ears. Lin Weiyin quickly retreated and stood on the side. She held her sword with one hand and channeled her strength continuously. A shocking chill filled the air and she was ready to strike at any time. Chenzong's body was light as a feather, as if he had lost all his weight. Faintly discernible, he seemed to be penetrating through layers of the void. He seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, he was moving extremely quickly towards the evil space demon. This second-level evil space demon had 4 arms and 4 legs. Its body was extremely thick and was filled with shocking strength. With a stomp of its 4 legs, its huge body carried an extremely terrifying airflow. It was extremely violent and seemed to be able to destroy everything as it charged towards Xianxia. A violent roar was heard in the void. The air was like a tsunami that swept out crazily, rushing in all directions. The 4 arms of the evil space demon clenched into fists and attacked from 4 different directions. Every punch seemed to carry the might of a meteorite. It was extremely terrifying. Endless airflow fluctuated around the fists, turning into a frenzy that swept out. Second update for the new alliance leader, Uncle Qian Mo. There will be a 3rd update later. If he stays in the top 10, there will be a 4th update. Excitement, excitement, it turned into a shuddering feeling. It was as if a bolt of lightning was swimming in his body, connecting him from top to bottom, bringing him even more power. The 4 arms of the demon of the void attacked from 4 different angles, completely blocking Xianxia's escape. He could only take the attacks head-on. However, the power of the demon of the void was extremely overbearing. The destructive power of the evil void was extremely shocking. If he was hit, Xianxia would probably explode on the spot. Lin Wei's expression changed slightly. She tightened her grip on the sword, as if she was going to crush the hilt. However, she still did not make a move. She trusted Xianxia. Then, her eyes couldn't help but widen as if she had seen an unbelievable scene. Xianxia made the impossible possible. His body flashed in an instant, as if he was about to disappear. He avoided the first punch, but the second punch came at him in an instant. Xianxia's body shifted slightly. His long sword swept across the air, touching the side of the punch in an extremely ingenious way. The explosion of power and guidance caused Xianxia's speed to more than double. He shuttled through the blockade of the last 2 punches. It was as if he and the sword had become one. He was the sword, and the sword was the person. There was no distinction between them, and their souls were connected. The unity of man and sword was a state of swordsmanship. Xianxia had mastered it a long time ago. It did not seem to be a high state of swordsmanship, but it was actually very brilliant. The unity of man and sword was useful at all times. It was agile and sharp. The sword seemed to tear the void apart. Layers of fine ripples spread out. The sword seemed to go against the flow. The black membrane on the demon of the void flashed and blocked Xianxia's sword. However, the black membrane was directly penetrated in the next moment. This was the shocking power of the Taichu sword energy technique. Although the black membrane was strong, it could not withstand the sharpness of the Taichu sword energy technique. The sword tore through the black membrane and pierced straight into the body of the evil void demon. Sword chi instantly exploded inside the body of the evil void demon. It was like a seed sprouting at an extremely fast speed. However, Xianxia also noticed that the body of the second-level void demon was obviously stronger than that of the first-level void demon. The void demon's evil power was also stronger. The damage caused by his sword was obviously not as good as the damage caused by the first-level void demon. The sword chi quickly spread through the spatial evil devil's body, causing damage and angering it at the same time. He raised his 4 arms, and black light filled the air. In the next moment, the 4 arms turned into a storm and poured out, directly covering the front. It was like a raging wave that drowned Xianxia. Lin Wei was getting more and more nervous. But in the blink of an eye, she felt that Xianxia had changed. He still looked like Xianxia, but his aura had changed. His sense of existence seemed to have become extremely strong, as if he had suddenly become the center of this world. That feeling was very strange. The realm of freedom, this realm highlighted one's self and allowed one to exert all of one's strength to the fullest. Even if one was injured, it would not affect the exertion of one's strength. Only when one's strength was exhausted would one be unable to maintain the realm of freedom. Xianxia was like a white dragon wandering in the midst of the raging waves. His body was agile and flexible, but he did not lose his domineering aura. No matter how big the waves were, they could not overturn him. Instead, they set off his vigorous and wonderful heroic figure. The condensation and improvement of the divine flower allowed Shenzong to fully exert the potential of the realm of freedom. His control of his own body had also reached a new height. His perception and control of his surroundings had also increased to another level. At this point, Shenzong finally attacked with all his strength. Dodge. No matter how the second-level Void Fiend attacked, Shenzong was still constantly dodging. The body of this Void Demon was huge, more than 10 meters tall. In front of it, Shenzong seemed very small, but he was more agile. Dodge, counterattack, even if it was superior to Shenzong in terms of absolute strength, this Void Demon still could not attack Shenzong. It could not do anything to Shenzong just by relying on the impact of the aftershock. This was because Shenzong had a Heartseal treasure coat on him, which reduced the power by 70%. The remaining 30% could not affect Shenzong at all. Brother Chen's strength is actually so strong. Lin Weiyin was indescribably shocked. Could it be that Brother Chen had reached the second level? Previously, he was just hiding his strength and only revealed it when he encountered the second-level Void Demon. The more Lin Weiyin thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She immediately shook her head. It was unlikely because if he was at the second level, he would also be suppressed by the first level of Devil's Prison. Then, he should be at the peak of the first level. He could only be so strong because of his superb swordsmanship. In addition, the suppression of the first level of Devil's Prison on the second-level Void Demon. After all, it was inconceivable that he could increase his strength by so much in such a short time. The second-level Void Demon is really strong. Shenzong was secretly surprised as he fought fiercely. If it was a first-level Void Demon, even if it was at the peak of the first level, it would have died under his sword. This second-level Void Demon in front of him had already been hit by his sword more than 10 times, but it still had a terrifying combat strength. If 10 times were not enough, then he would use dozens. If dozens were not enough, then he would use hundreds. Under the resonance of the 3 flowers of Supreme State, not only did it continuously assist in the condensation of the flower of Qi, but it also formed a flawless cycle that seemed to be constantly circulating. It allowed Shenzong's strength to recover 10 times faster than before. A fast recovery speed meant that his combat strength would be able to last longer. Even if his absolute strength was not as good as his opponent, he could still wear his opponent to death with his majestic strength. Although Shenzong's evil vanquishing sword technique was not bad, it was still a far cry from the evil vanquishing pill. The evil vanquishing power contained in the evil vanquishing pill had a strong destructive power against the Void Demon and other negative forces. It was like a natural enemy of the Void Demon, and its origin was extremely shocking. Although the evil vanquishing sword technique was not bad, it was not profound enough when compared to the entire Void. However, the evil vanquishing sword technique was still very lethal against the Void Demon. This second-level Void Demon had been hit many times by the sword, and its strength had been rapidly depleted. Its aura had also begun to decline. Its figure was like a willow swaying in the wind, but also like the shadow of a bamboo. As it changed between illusion and reality, it felt unreal, as if it did not exist in this world. Raising the sword, with sincerity and righteousness, he raised the sword to the sky. His mind was condensed to the extreme, and the sword Qi returned to its original state. An extremely sharp aura permeated the air. The sharpness was as if all things had become one, as if all things had gathered. Mind, sword will, sword Qi, essence, Qi, and spirit. Everything had become one. Heart-refining sword technique. The sword technique had been improved by Shenzong, and had reached a new height. It was not inferior to the third level of those top lesser super sword techniques. Moreover, this sword technique had been created by Shenzong himself. It was extremely compatible with him, and he could unleash 100% of its power. For example, although Lin Weiyin had cultivated the third level of the wintry flying snow sword technique to the lower tier, there was still a difference in the power that she could unleash under the same level of power as the creator of this sword technique. When it was hit by this sword, this Void Demon had already been hit dozens of times. Its strength was constantly being depleted, and it did not have much left. Then, try the sword technique of mine. The silver light in Shenzong's eyes seemed to burn even more fiercely. The aura that he exuded also became more tyrannical and shocking. The sharpness spread in all directions, as if it could tear and penetrate everything. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Lin Weiyin could feel waves of extreme sharpness and coldness invading her. She felt as if she was being crushed. All creation. Chen Zong shouted in a low voice. His strength exploded again, and as the three flowers of essence, qi, and spirit swayed together, as if they were being blown by a strong wind, and even more power spread out. Chen Zong's figure stood in the void, as if it was embedded in the void, and became an extremely realistic picture scroll. In the next breath, an illusion appeared beside Chen Zong, as if it had overlapped with Chen Zong's real body. Heart-refining sword technique. The voice sounded from both the real body and the illusion at the same time, turning into overlapping voices that resounded in all directions. Slash of the sword, the real body and the illusion brandished their swords at the same time, and the two swords struck the body of the void demon. The sword qi once again exploded within the body of the void demon, and as they overlapped, the power that erupted was not as simple as 1 + 1, but more than 1. Rip, the void demon was constantly being ripped apart, and it let out a mournful roar. It kept stimulating its own strength, but it was unable to recover. Countless cracks appeared under its huge body. In the next breath, it was like a broken statue, falling down continuously. A black aura also entered Chen Zong's Demon Slayer token. Seeing the death of the second-level demigod void demon, Chen Zong hurriedly exited the freedom state, and found that his strength was almost depleted. Sure enough, the second-level void demon was extremely terrifying. Even with his current strength, he would have to use all his strength to defeat it. All creation? The heart-refining sword technique was the first step of Chen Zong's integration of the mysteries of the three hearts two minds sword technique into the heart-refining sword technique. The foundation of the single heart sword, which was comprehended from the One Heart Sutra, was actually the sword of single heart and mind. As for the three hearts two minds sword technique, it was actually a kind of strengthening of the sword of single heart and mind. As for the heart-refining sword technique, it was based on the sword of single heart and mind. The mysteries of the three hearts two minds sword technique lay in the use of the three hearts two minds sword technique. In the end, although the three hearts two minds sword technique was called a sword technique, it was actually a kind of superb application of technique. Previously, Chen Zong had applied it to the sword of single heart and mind. Now, he was applying it to the heart-refining sword technique. However, the difficulty of applying it to the sword of single heart and the heart-refining sword technique could not be mentioned in the same breath. The difference was more than 10 times. Of course, there was also a huge difference in power. With his current strength, he could only barely create an illusion, and attack together with his real body. He quickly took out an elixir and circulated his cultivation method. As the heaven and earth above his qi revolved, the elixir was immediately crushed, and the energy within the elixir was absorbed, allowing his cultivation to recover faster. In the devil prison, danger lurked everywhere. It was necessary to maintain one's strength at its peak to be able to deal with any danger calmly. Brother Chen. Lin Weiyin was secretly excited, and did not know what to say. Originally, a wind cloud warrior, Zhao Fengyun, had betrayed the flying snow pavilion and joined the mountain river palace. She did not expect the newly joined Chen Zong to be so powerful. 6th Dao, continue to work hard. There will be a 4th update tonight. Stabilize our monthly votes and strive for a higher peak. All creation? Sword of Heart Refinement, under Chen Zong's Heart Sword Intent, the second level fiend died under Chen Zong's sword. Chen Zong couldn't help but exhale a breath. All creation? The power of sword of heart refinement was indeed much stronger than sword of heart refinement. However, the energy consumption was also a few times higher. With his current strength, he could only use it twice in a row. Therefore, this sword would be his new trump card. Brother Chen, I'm worried that the void demon from the 2nd level has entered the 1st level. Lin Weiyin frowned slightly. Chen Zong's understanding of the 3rd level devil prison was still inferior to Lin Weiyin. However, he knew that the demigod void demon from the 2nd level was at least at the 2nd level and possessed astonishing strength. If the void demon from the 2nd level really entered the 1st level devil prison, the danger level would increase by more than 10 times. This also meant that the void demon had launched a counterattack. He reckoned that many people had already been eliminated. He didn't know if anyone had been killed or not. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong wasn't too worried. He would fight with all his might. If he couldn't win, he would use the power of the demon-slaying order to leave this place. Even if he was eliminated, there was nothing he could do. He would do his best, but he had to have a clear conscience. Unknowingly, Chenzong had a flash of understanding in his heart. His mind became clearer. A large group of void demons flew over from afar. It was a black mass, like a dark cloud pressing down. It was as if they wanted to destroy the city. They carried the shocking aura of the first layer of Devil Prison, and were extremely terrifying. However, almost all of them were demigod void demons. Void demons were born in the depths of the void cracks. They were the amalgamation of all negative energy. The Devil Prison created by the powerful cultivators to guard the depths of the void cracks was, in fact, one with the cracks. Therefore, the void demons were born in the Devil Prison. Once they were born, the void demons could rapidly absorb the dark and evil aura of the Devil Prison and rapidly improve. They would only leave the nest when they reached the demigod realm. In the first layer of the Devil Prison, only demigod-level void devils possessed a certain amount of battle power and were considered adults. Chenzong and Lin Weiyin's eyes turned sharp when they saw the hundreds of demigod-level fiends. He had to try his best to kill the void demons and weaken their overall strength. Otherwise, if the void demons were allowed to break through the seal of the triple demonic prison, they would break through sooner or later. At that time, if they broke through the seal of the second city of world suppression, it would bring another disaster to the void. Once a demigod realm void demon entered the void, it would destroy everything like a swarm of locusts. One could imagine how terrifying that scene would be. Sword of Avalanche, in the blink of an eye, Lin Weiyin attacked with all her might. She blasted out with her sword, and the sword light surged with layers of sword chi. It was as if a huge snowy mountain had collapsed, and an incomparably shocking power erupted. Chenzong struck with his sword, but it did not have Lin Weiyin's mighty momentum. Instead, it had a sharpness that pierced straight into one's heart. Sword of heart refinement, die, 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 like dumplings being dropped into a pot, many demigod-level fiends were exhausted in an instant. Their vitality was wiped out, and they fell one after another. Not long after, all of them were killed by Chenzong and Lin Weiyin, including the demigod-level fiends. Every time they attacked and every time they fought, the higher the frequency of the resonance of the three flowers, the faster the condensing speed of the flower of Qi would be. However, when the battle stopped, the condensing speed of the flower of Qi would also slow down. However, it did not stop there. Instead, it grew stronger with every passing moment. 30%, now, the condensing level of the flower of Qi had reached 30%, and it was constantly moving towards 40%. If it reached 40%, Chenzong's combat strength would increase by a little. Chenzong and Lin Weiyin worked together. Without the covetous eyes of Lin Jinglong and his brother, they felt a lot better. Their attacks also seemed to be smoother. Lin Weiyin felt very happy. Her state of mind was broadened, and when she attacked, she could comprehend more mysteries. Her initial success in Avalanche was constantly being consolidated. In the distance, a few figures flew over at an alarming speed. Chenzong and Lin Weiyin's pupils contracted. Weiyin, where are the others from the flying snow pavilion? When Xianxia saw Lin Weiyin and Chenzong, a ferocious chill shot out from his eyes. He immediately thought of the humiliation he suffered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. It was unforgettable, and his killing intent was boiling. If looks could kill, Chenzong would have been dismembered by now. Xianxia's eyes were abnormally terrifying, but Chenzong looked back at him fearlessly. Now, there were only 8 people left out of the 12 from the Xianxia hall. They quickly spread out and immediately surrounded Chenzong and Lin Weiyin. It's none of your business. Seeing Xianxia, Lin Weiyin's smiling face suddenly turned cold and disgusted. In the past, although Xianxia had pestered her many times, Lin Weiyin only disliked him. She did not feel disgusted. After all, Xianxia at least acted like a gentleman. Now, he seemed to have exposed his true nature. Indeed, in the Second World Suppression City, there was no one of his peers who could threaten him. But now, Chenzong suddenly appeared. Not to mention his strength, he was so close to Lin Weiyin. This made Xianxia very unhappy. That was not all. But Lin Weiyin, who was harsh to her peers, favored this country bumpkin. This directly triggered the anger and dissatisfaction in the depths of Chu Shanha's heart. Some people, when their interests were not infringed, would be humble and courteous, like a gentleman. But once their interests were infringed, they would immediately turn into a demon. Chu Shanha was such a person. In his heart, he had long regarded Lin Weiyin as his personal possession. However, Lin Weiyin did not care about him at all. She even insulted him because of a country bumpkin. Killing intent, this was not only anger towards Lin Weiyin, but also killing intent towards Chen Zong. Now, he had met him. Although the other party also had the Demon Slayer token and could activate its protective power at any time, making it difficult to kill, he still had to eliminate him to relieve some of the hatred in his heart. Seems like you've been eliminated. Chu Shanha smiled slightly. That smile was not as gentle as before, only a little fierce and ferocious. Now, I'll kindly send you back. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you turn around and leave immediately, I won't pursue the matter. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. This was a kind advice. It was really a kind advice, but it attracted a lot of ridicule. I'll also give you a kind advice. Activate the power of the Demon Slayer token yourself. Otherwise, it will be very ugly. The Fengyun warrior, Zhao Fengyun, said to Chen Zong with a grass root in his mouth. Then, you'll be the first. Chen Zong's sharp eyes fell on Zhao Fengyun's face. The extreme sharpness and coldness in the depths of his heart made Zhao Fengyun tremble. He felt as if his heart had been pierced. A chill swept out from the depths of his body, and a chill ran down his spine to his brain. His unconscious reaction made Zhao Fengyun furious. He could not accept that he had lost his composure because of a look from the other party. Anger, Zhao Fengyun's figure moved. It was as if a gust of wind swept over and surrounded his body. His legs were like rolling clouds and mist. His speed was raised to the extreme. In an instant, like the surging of the wind and clouds, he carried the power of the wind and swept across the sky in an instant and blasted towards Chen Zong. Minor supernatural power, cloud-shaking wind kick, 3rd level, vast wind and clouds, Zhao Fengyun attacked with all his strength. Under the vast wind and clouds, his legs rolled up an extremely fierce storm that swept over in an instant. The clouds and mist rolled and spread in all directions, shrouding the surroundings. It felt as if Zhao Fengyun's legs could sweep and destroy everything. Even a huge mountain would be destroyed by his legs. Zhao Fengyun was known as the Wind and Cloud Warrior. His speed was amazing. Once he launched an attack, his legs were like the surging of the wind and clouds. Not only was his speed amazing, but his power was also terrifying. He was extremely good at consecutive attacks. If one fell into his attack, unless one's strength was much stronger than his, one could only passively defend and then be defeated. Chen Zong saw through the mystery of Zhao Fengyun's minor supernatural leg technique at a glance. His figure changed several times as if he was about to be hit, but he dodged at the critical moment. But Zhao Fengyun was not worried, because his attack would become stronger and stronger until his strength was exhausted. In a situation where the difference in strength was not big, if one could not interrupt his attack at the beginning, in the end, the power would surge and there would be no way to resist. Since Zhao Fengyun attacked, the others did not attack Chen Zong. They did not know how strong Chen Zong really was. Although his ranking on the divine list was higher than Zhao Fengyun's and heavy sword maniacs, it was just a battle after all. Even if Zhao Fengyun could not defeat him, he could still hold on for a while. After dodging a few times, Chen Zong saw more of the mystery of Zhao Fengyun's leg technique. Then, he unsheathed his long sword. The sword light seemed to have never appeared, and was even more silent. The astonishing storm of clouds and mist brought about by Zhao Fengyun's legs paused for a moment, and then collapsed towards the center, as if an invisible black hole had swallowed it all. Zhao Fengyun flew backward in an instant. His trousers seemed to have been cut by an invisible sharp blade, and they were instantly shredded into pieces. The metal leg guard on his calf flashed rapidly, blocking the attack of the sword chi. If it were not for the leg guard, Zhao Fengyun's legs would have been crippled. Attack! Heavy sword maniac's expression changed. He felt that Chen Zong's strength seemed to be stronger than when he fought with him. The 7 people from the Shanha Hall attacked one after another, and they immediately unleashed their killing moves toward Chenzong. Lin Wei's expression changed, and she immediately attacked with her sword. Avalanche of the sword light was vast and mighty, and it was as if a huge snowy mountain had collapsed. In an instant, it exploded with an incomparably shocking power, and it surged forward with endless and unparalleled power. Wei, your opponent is me. Chu Shanha's expression changed slightly, and he felt that Lin Wei's strength seemed to have become stronger. He immediately spoke, and at the same time, he attacked with a palm that seemed to have condensed the strength of a mountain. Useless chicken and pottery dog. Chenzong smiled slightly. Even though he was facing the joint attack of 7 experts, he was not afraid. His figure flashed, and it was as if he was shuttling between existence and nothingness, avoiding the attacks of the 7 experts. The ground in that area was bombarded by the tyrannical attacks, and it was shattered. It was like a plow sweeping through a hole, and it turned into ruins. However, Chenzong dodged all of them, and his figure appeared in front of Zhao Fengyun. Today's 4th update. The 3rd update is to maintain the top 10. The first update is for the new League Master Uncle Qian Mo. Let's continue to be in the top 10 tomorrow and continue to strive for better results. Also, in the group chat, Little 5 who never grows up said that if he showed his face here, he would be as happy as a 300-pound child. After a second of consideration, the Samsara decided to fulfill his wish. The dark airflow twisted and changed, filling the sky. The pitch-black land was vast and boundless. A few figures flew in all directions, bombarding the area with energy as if they were going to destroy everything. Chenzong seemed to be floating in the air, avoiding the powerful attacks. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhao Fengyun. I told you, you're the first. Chenzong smiled at Zhao Fengyun. His smile was so sharp that it made Zhao Fengyun feel like he was being torn apart. A chill suddenly emerged from the deepest part of his body and engulfed everything. As Chenzong's voice sounded, his sword slashed out. A flash of light appeared on Zhao Fengyun's body. The light blocked Chenzong's sword, preventing him from being cut in half by Chenzong's sword. Although Chenzong did not use his full strength, he did not intend to show mercy. A two-faced person like him deserved to die. However, as a master on the demigod ranking, Zhao Fengyun should have some trump cards to protect himself. It was normal. Chenzong did not expect to kill him directly. In the next moment, Zhao Fengyun activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer Order. If he did not do so, Chenzong would kill him with another strike. Disappear. Under the protection of the Demon Slayer Order, Zhao Fengyun disappeared from Chenzong's sight. It would be good if he could kill Zhao Fengyun. Even if he could not, he had to eliminate him. Now that Zhao Fengyun was eliminated, the strength of the Hall of Mountain and River was weakened. It also reduced the final score of the Hall of Mountain and River. However, this was only the beginning. Eliminate. Chenzong wanted to eliminate everyone, including Chu Shanha. Sword of one heart and one mind. In an instant, the heavy sword mad demon waved his sword again and again, but he was still repelled. He only felt that Chenzong's sword chi was sharper and more terrible than before, and his swordsmanship seemed to be more profound. It was simply impossible to resist. With the 7 of them joining forces, Zhao Fengyun was eliminated, and the remaining 6 were unable to gain the upper hand. After all, most of them were ranked on the demigod list. Even though they had joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Chenzong. It was truly terrifying. On the other side, the situation was the opposite. Lin Wei gave it her all, but she was no match for Chu Shanha and was suppressed by him. Wei, I'm giving you one last chance. After Chu Shanha dispersed Lin Wei's sword light with his palm, he said in a serious tone, as long as you are willing to give yourself to me, I will let bygones be bygones. Chu Shanha, someone like you is not worthy of me. Lin Wei's voice was cold. I am not worthy of you. I, Chu Shanha, am the Mountain River Hall Lord, and the young master of the Chu clan. The Chu clan is the strongest force in the Second World Suppression City. In the future, I will be the clan master of the Chu clan. If I am not worthy of you, who else is? Hearing this, Chu Shanha was so angry that he laughed. His eyes turned red again. Could it be that country bumpkin from some remote star? Seems like I am blind. I didn't expect Lin Wei to be such a shallow person. Xianxia seemed to have vented his anger as he scolded her again. Other than your family background, what else do you have that can be compared to Brother Chen? Lin Weiyin retorted coldly, which almost made Xianxia vomit blood. Originally, he was only suppressing Lin Weiyin, showing mercy. But now, he finally gave up. Who was Xianxia? He was the Mountain River Hall Lord, the young master of the Chu clan, and the future leader of the Chu clan. His talent was extraordinary, and he was now ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. He had a high chance of entering the top 100 in the future. Regardless of identity or status, he was second to none among the younger generation in the Second World Suppression City. He was so outstanding, but Lin Weiyin did not care about him at all. She even humiliated him many times because of a country bumpkin. It was unforgivable. Previously, he still had a glimmer of hope for Lin Weiyin. Or rather, he coveted her. But now, his hope was shattered. After his hope was shattered, it turned into despair. Despair gave birth to anger and killing intent. The palm print was as majestic and powerful as a mountain. It carried Xianxia's full power as it blasted out, suppressing the surroundings and oppressing the void. It pressed down from all directions, causing Lin Weiyin's body to feel heavy. In terms of cultivation, Lin Weiyin was still inferior to Xianxia. In terms of martial arts, she was also slightly inferior. If it wasn't for Chen Zong improving her swordsmanship foundation and teaching her the superb technique of sword silk, she would have been defeated long ago. How could she have held on until now? Now, Brother Chen was surrounded by the others from the Mountain River Hall. He didn't seem to be suppressed at all. Instead, he seemed to have the upper hand. So, she couldn't fall too far behind. No matter what, she had to resist Xianxia. She even had to entangle him so that he couldn't deal with Brother Chen. She gritted her teeth and resisted the pressure of Xianxia's palm print. She slashed out with her sword. The sword light was violent and turned into waves of snow. It was vast and mighty. It kept rushing out, but it was constantly defeated. Defeated, condense, attack, under extreme faith, Lin Weiyin's potential in swordsmanship was stimulated bit by bit. The power of the avalanche sword increased bit by bit. Xianxia could clearly feel that Lin Weiyin was getting stronger bit by bit. Lin Weiyin, you asked for it. Xianxia's expression was ruthless as he struck out with both hands. One palm was like a mountain, the other like a river. The mountain was majestic, the river was majestic. Master of mountains and rivers, the mountain and river revolved around each other as they blasted out with a suppressive force. In an instant, they were surrounded by mountains and river. Endless pressure poured out from all directions and rushed towards Lin Weiyin. This was Xianxia's ultimate move. This move meant that Xianxia didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill Lin Weiyin. Unless Lin Weiyin activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token, she would be eliminated. Lin Weiyin's expression changed greatly. She didn't have any intention of activating the Demon Slayer token. Instead, she kept stirring up her own strength. A chill descended from the sky and filled the surroundings. In an instant, Lin Weiyin's long black hair danced wildly in the wind. A snow-white spot bloomed in Lin Weiyin's eyes. In an instant, it spread out from the bottom of her eyes. It quickly turned her black hair into a frosty white color and filled the air with a shocking chill. Frost spread out from her body and feet, turning the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. Minor super secret skill, Realm of Ice and Snow. As the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion of the Lin clan, Lin Weiyin naturally had to pass on this minor divine secret skill. However, as secret skills were more profound than martial arts, Lin Weiyin had only cultivated to the first level and had yet to reach the second level. Even though it was only the first level, it could increase Lin Weiyin's strength by 30% once it was activated. Of course, such a secret skill couldn't be used easily. After all, she wasn't in the imminent god realm and there would be side effects. However, she had no choice but to use it now. On the flying snow sword, frost spread out and froze the surroundings. White frost filled the air as if frost and snow were descending. Avalanche, as the sword struck out, a rumble rumbled and shook the heavens and the earth. The frost and snow turned into a huge wave. The sword light was endless like a wave or a landslide. This kind of power was several times more tyrannical than before. However, with that amount of power, it was still insufficient. It was unable to withstand Xianxia's mountain river domination. The might of that attack was as tyrannical as a mountain. It was capable of crushing everything in its path. Furthermore, it was surrounded by flowing water that was unceasingly weakening its opponent's strength. Weakening the opponent and then attacking forcefully. Under the combination of the two, it was even more terrifying. The sword light was shattered and the ice and snow collapsed. Lin Weiyin was about to be suppressed. In the face of danger, Lin Weiyin burned her essence, qi, and spirit, forcefully activating the second level of the frost realm. A layer of frost spread out from her body, quickly spreading out as if everything was frozen. The power was increased by 60%. Lin Weiyin's face was glowing white. Avalanche, she struck out again. This time, the power was increased again. This time, it blocked Xianxia's master of mountains and rivers. However, Lin Weiyin's body shook as if the power was rebounded. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, matching with the white frost. It was a shocking sight. Lin Weiyin, you forcefully activated the second level of the frost realm. You must be feeling terrible. Xianxia smiled coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Since she couldn't become one of his people, then she would become one of his ghosts. Master of mountains and rivers, Xianxia struck again. He didn't need to use the secret technique because he was clear that forcefully activating the second level of the frost realm before reaching the spirit realm would take a huge toll on him. He wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Lin Weiyin didn't say anything. Her expression was getting colder. She forcefully activated her power again, activating the Sword of Avalanche to resist Xianxia's master of mountains and rivers. Blood spurted out again, splattering on the frosty white ground. It was a shocking sight. Take another blow from me. Xianxia's expression was getting colder as he activated the master of mountains and rivers again. Lin Weiyin forcefully activated her power again. However, she couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood as soon as the sword was released. Her aura collapsed, and the sword she wielded also dissipated like a tiger's head but a snake's tail. Lin Weiyin didn't activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer token even though the surrounding mountains and rivers were coming at her from all directions. In the face of danger, a sword light pierced through the air silently. The surrounding mountains and rivers were as sturdy as an iron bucket, but they couldn't stop the sword. Chen Zong's figure flashed and rushed out of the encirclement of the remaining three people. He appeared beside Lin Weiyin and swung his sword again, attacking Xianxia. Weiyin, you go back first. Chen Zong's voice also came into Lin Weiyin's ears. Lin Weiyin opened her mouth to refuse. She wanted to stay and fight hand in hand with Chen Zong, advancing and retreating together. These people are no match for me. Chen Zong's voice came into Lin Weiyin's ears again. His tone was indifferent, but it revealed an invincible sharpness and conviction. It was as if the people under his sword were a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. In addition, I will do my best to help the Flying Snow Pavilion maintain its ranking. Thank you, Brother Chen. As for the Flying Snow Pavilion's ranking, it doesn't matter. Brother Chen, you must be careful. Lin Weiyin thought about it and understood. Now that she was suffering from the backlash of the secret technique, she couldn't even unleash half of her strength. If she continued to stay, she would only be a burden to Chen Zong, preventing him from fully displaying his strength. Chen Zong, on the other hand, had personally slain a second-level evil demon of the void. He was definitely very strong. If nothing unexpected happens today, it should be the third update as well. If there is a new Alliance Master, I will add another update for the new Alliance Master. Then, the first update will be presented to you. Everyone, do you still have any monthly votes? Our channeling god is still a 600-pound child waiting to be fed. He needs more monthly votes for food. Lin Weiyin activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token. A trace of concern that Chen Zong did not notice appeared in her eyes. It quickly faded and disappeared. Although Lin Weiyin had used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave, which meant that she was eliminated, Xianxia was not happy. Instead, he was angry. Lin Weiyin was not forced to leave by him. She left because she listened to that little country bumpkin. He was unhappy. When he was unhappy, he was angry. His anger was soaring. Master of mountains and rivers, he was merciless. His anger and murderous intent poured out. The remaining 3 people also rushed over. In a short period of time, the 7 of them joined forces to attack, but 4 of them were eliminated by Xianxia. This made them extremely frightened. But now that they had joined forces with Xianxia, there was no doubt about his strength. Xianxia was indeed very strong. Xianxia had to admit that. But he was stronger. He had to get rid of these 3 people first before dealing with Xianxia. The sword light flashed and the golden light flashed. 16 rays of golden sword light flashed with extremely dazzling brilliance, illuminating all directions. They carried an extremely shocking sharpness and pierced through everything. The second move of the brilliant gold star penetrating sword, dazzling, although this lesser divine sword was not as smooth as the single-hearted sword to a certain extent, it was still very powerful. 16 rays of sword light shot in all directions toward the 3 people. Xianxia immediately drew his sword and attacked Xianxia. The battle was intense. Xianxia's strength had reached the peak of the first level. With the support of the lesser divine weapon, the hand of mountains and rivers, as well as various other techniques, he was very strong. Xianxia could not defeat him in a short period of time. The sword light covered the sky and sputtered in all directions like a true sun explosion. Xianxia's figure was constantly changing. He appeared in front of one of the people. The moment he flew past, he swung his sword. The sword energy condensed within the sword body, reaching its peak. That person was extremely shocked. His life-saving trump card automatically activated and turned into a light screen, blocking Xianxia's sword. However, the light screen was torn apart in an instant. The power of the Demon Slayer token was activated. At the same time, the sword light flashed and cut off an arm. He didn't die, but he managed to escape with a severed arm. There were even more treasures in the void. It was possible for a severed arm to regrow. However, it was still not a pleasant feeling to have a severed arm. Xianxia's goal was to force him back and eliminate him. Next. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. Without stopping, he swung his sword a second time. With his full strength, the speed of his sword became even more astonishing. Not long after, the remaining 2 people from the Mountain River Hall were forced to retreat by Xianxia. They had no choice but to use the power of the Demon Slaughter token to leave, or else they would die. Thus, of the 12 people from the Mountain River Hall, only Xianxia was left. Although Xianxia was the one who killed the most void demons this time, the other 11 people's battle records were also quite good. Now, they were all eliminated. With his battle record alone, he probably didn't have much confidence in getting first place again. If he couldn't get first place, then there would be an accident in the allocation of resource stars. It was all because of this person, this country bumpkin. Xianxia's eyes were completely red. Lesser divine ability secret technique, Mountain River Seal, in the roar, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Xianxia's body. It rushed in all directions, and the illusory image of the mountains and rivers became more and more solid. Towering mountains and surging rivers appeared around Xianxia, as if they were about to condense into something tangible. An astonishing pressure also spread out, suppressing everything in the surroundings. The void was calm. This calmness immediately made Xianxia feel the pressure. After all, Xianxia had condensed all 3 flowers to the level of perfection. The will of mountains and rivers that he had mastered had also reached the top level of 90%. Combined with the Chu family's martial arts of mountains and rivers, the power that erupted was beyond the limit and was even more shocking. Xianxia's strength was all-around strength, while Xianxia's strength was in attack. After all, in terms of cultivation level, Xianxia had condensed all 3 flowers, but he hadn't condensed them to the level of perfection. There was still a big gap between them. However, because Xianxia's 3 flowers were all at the top level, their power was astonishing. Under the resonance, the power that could be exerted was also beyond the limit. Moreover, the will of the way was the supreme sword will, its power was extremely terrifying. All of this resulted in Xianxia's unparalleled offensive power, which could be said to be unparalleled. Master of mountains and rivers, Xianxia used his secret technique and stretched out both hands. One hand was like a mountain, and the other was like a torrent. The mountain was majestic, and the torrent was mighty. The mountains and rivers between his fingers and palms crashed down from the sky. The torrent was heavy and could continuously weaken Chenzong's power and affect his balance. The mountain was majestic and heavy. It could impact and suppress Chenzong, limiting his power. Moreover, it carried an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. The mountain and torrent overlapped and merged. Layers of mysteries were contained in it, creating a terrifying and peerless power. If Xianxia had used this attack before, even if Lin Weiyin forcibly activated the second level of the Frost Realm, she wouldn't be able to resist it at all. She would be instantly defeated and severely injured. The difference was too great. Chenzong also felt an astonishing pressure from all directions. It was as if the surrounding void had been completely sealed, making it difficult for him to move. He could only take this attack head-on. Even if Chenzong wanted to use a movement technique, he couldn't do it. This move was almost perfect, and its power was extremely strong. It was much stronger than the heavenly god Gong's. Of course, his current strength was also much stronger than when he fought the heavenly god Gong. Of course, Xianxia's martial arts were powerful and wondrous. If he couldn't avoid it, then he wouldn't. Attacking was his strongest move. Raising the sword to the eyebrows, the heart is sincere, heart refinement, sword slash, this sword carried an extremely strong power. It was condensed in an extremely ingenious way. It erupted with power that exceeded the limit and slashed out. The moment the sword slashed out, a crack was immediately torn in the almost solid mountain and river illusion. The sword light was almost undetectable, and it directly hit Xianxia. Chenzong's figure moved, and he also rushed out of the crack. After the heart refinement as one sword, he attacked with his sword. Close combat was his strongest move. Xianxia resisted Chenzong's heart refinement, but he couldn't avoid Chenzong's close combat. As soon as he got close, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He only felt that there were endless sword lights in front of him. They were like mountains and torrents, endless and endless. The sword lights changed as Xianxia wished. They were both real and fake. If you thought they were fake, they would become real and injure you. If you thought they were real and tried your best to dodge or defend, they would become fake again, making your efforts useless. Real and fake and real, they were constantly changing. They existed in one's heart. They existed in Chenzong's heart, not Xianxia's heart. Therefore, Xianxia felt like he was running for his life. Xianxia concentrated all of his spirit and mind, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. His purpose was to sense Chenzong's sword light and then defend or dodge it. As for counterattacking, Xianxia had already given up. He couldn't find a chance to counterattack. He didn't expect this country bumpkin's close combat sword skills to be so unfathomable and terrifying. Carefree, when Chenzong fought with Lin Weiyin, he actually held back. Especially when he comprehended a bit of the sword principal realm above the palm sword essence, his swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Chenzong didn't know what kind of realm it was, so he called it the 6th level of the sword principal realm because the palm sword essence was the 5th level. Just a bit of the 6th level of the sword principal realm made him feel like he was in control of everything. It was beyond the past. Even the self-freedom realm couldn't compare. Under such a high realm, the potential of the heart sword essence was constantly stimulated and exerted more thoroughly. Under the sword, everything was under his control. This was the high realm and also the suppression of the realm. Unless Xianxia also comprehended a bit of the 6th level of the sword principal realm or mastered a power many times stronger than Chenzong's, he couldn't compete with Chenzong in close combat. He was able to fight Chenzong because they weren't in close combat. The 6th level of the sword principal realm didn't increase Chenzong's strength. Of course, this was also because Chenzong hadn't really mastered the 6th level of the sword principal realm. Swoosh! 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 Xianxia's body was hit by the sword from time to time, but there was a flash of light every time. This was the life-saving secret treasure given by the Chu family, which could resist external attacks. Chenzong had the heart seal treasure coat, so it was normal for Xianxia, the young master of the Chu family, to have a powerful secret treasure to protect himself. However, although the secret treasure was very strong, it could only block for a moment. Not long after, Xianxia's body was cut by the sword qi, and he was bleeding profusely. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Xianxia was shocked and angry, but also terrified. If he didn't fight Chenzong in close combat, he could still fight for a while. However, once he got close, he was really suppressed. Xianxia didn't know this because he didn't have time to think about it. Shocked and angry, he was so shocked and angry that he could only continue to urge his strength to erupt and transform the illusory mountains and rivers to suppress Chenzong. However, he couldn't do anything to him. Even if it was just a bit of the 6th level of the sword principal realm, he could control everything with his sword. The suppressing power of the illusory mountains and rivers had no effect on Chenzong at all. On the contrary, Xianxia felt that he was suppressed everywhere, and his hands and feet were tied. He was injured, he kept getting injured. If it weren't for the secret treasure on him that automatically defended him, he would have been killed. He attacked with his sword and offset the protective power of the secret method. The aftershock of the sword chi tore Xianxia's body apart again. It was only a minor injury, but it made Xianxia feel very uncomfortable. Although the secret treasure was good, it could defend against tyrannical attacks. Even if it was a second-layer demigod rank attack, it could only be activated for a short moment. Chenzong's sword was too terrifying. Such superb skills were not something a second-layer demigod rank attack could compare to. Country bumpkin, Xianxia, will remember you. Xianxia activated the power of another secret treasure. Chenzong's sword slashed through, but it only cut through the illusory figure. As for Xianxia's real body, he was nowhere to be found. What a clever move. Chenzong's sharp eyes swept across, but he didn't find any trace of Xianxia. He couldn't help but think to himself. I'm so hungry. I need a lot of monthly tickets. Above the first layer of the demonic prison, a figure instantly materialized. His robe was tattered and stained with blood. His hair was messy and his face was pale. He looked very miserable. Damned country bumpkin, Xianxia, will never let you go. Xianxia's eyes were red, and his face was filled with rage and killing intent. He gritted his teeth. When he thought of Chenzong, he could not wait to tear him apart. Chenzong actually made him so miserable that he had to use an extremely valuable one-time use secret treasure, 1,000 miles instant. Fortunately, he had the 1,000 li instant. That was why he was able to escape from Chenzong's sword in an instant and appear 1,000 li away without being pursued. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to activate the protective power of the Demon Slayer order. Then, he would leave and be eliminated. At that time, the Mountain River Hall would not be able to get any ranking. Not only would it be difficult for them to be allocated any good resource stars, they would also become a laughingstock. Even the family would question his ability. He took out an elixir and consumed it. He circulated his cultivation method and quickly recovered his energy to make up for the burden caused by using the secret technique. As for Chenzong, he would slowly think of a way to deal with him after leaving this place. He could not let him go. He had to kill him to vent his hatred. No, before killing him, he had to torture him severely. After he recovered his energy, Xianxia's expression returned to normal. He moved and left again. He had to kill more demonic space beasts to have a chance of keeping the Mountain River Hall's ranking. After all, Chenzong was so strong that he could definitely kill many demonic space beasts. Moreover, he was in cahoots with the Flying Snow Pavilion. There were 2 ways to get a high ranking. The first way was to kill more demonic space beasts. However, it was hard to say how many demonic space beasts he had to kill to get a high ranking because there was no comparison. Perhaps he could kill a lot of demonic space beasts, but so could others. In the end, he would have to make a comparison and come to a conclusion. This method was full of uncertainty. The second method was to eliminate the other teams that wanted to participate in the ranking. Naturally, no matter how little one's team achieved, they would still be able to obtain a high ranking. However, the second method was not easy to use. At least, Chenzong would not do it if no one provoked him. It was not in line with his sword principle. In that case, it was time to kill even more of them. Now that a suspected second-level Void Devil had entered the first-level Devil Prison, the danger level of the first-level Devil Prison had increased by a lot. Although he had killed second-level Void Devils before, he was still able to kill them. However, there was still a difference between the strong and the weak in the second level. Furthermore, he had only managed to kill it after exhausting almost all of his strength in a one-on-one battle. If it was 1 against 2, he wouldn't be a match at all. This was also because his cultivation wasn't high enough. Encounter, battle, kill, Chen Zong continued to slay the void fiends. In the distance, 2 figures flew over. Chen Zong recognized them. One was the leader of the Star Blue Association, Lan Yuanmeng. The other was the young man in black who had been introduced to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Lan Yuanmeng. However, these 2 people were being chased by a void fiend. The void fiend's aura was tyrannical and had reached the second level. Run, the 2 people kept running, but the void fiend chased after them. It was impossible for them to escape. Yuanmeng, you go first. I'll stop him. The young man in black made a prompt decision. He stopped and shouted coldly at Lan Yuanmeng while brandishing his saber. The long black saber was suffused with an extremely cold sharpness. When the saber struck out, the black saber light seemed to tear the void apart. It carried an extremely terrifying and violent power as it attacked the second-level void fiend. This tyrannical saber strike made Chen Zong secretly praise it as he watched from afar. It was a very pure saber technique. It was a saber technique with an astonishing killing power. Its power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. From that saber strike, Chen Zong could see that the young man in black was definitely stronger than the heavy sword demon from the Xianxia palace. However, such strength was not a match for the second-level void fiend at all. Lan Yuanmeng gritted his teeth and did not stop. Instead, he seized the time that Li Jin had bought for him and flew away. The second-level void fiend was too strong. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would not be able to do anything to it. They would be defeated and would have to use the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave. However, only the 2 of them were left in the Star Blue Association. If they used the power of the Demon Slayer token to leave, they would be eliminated and would not be ranked. They could not be eliminated. At least one of them had to stay. Since Li Jin had chosen to sacrifice himself, he had to seize the opportunity and escape as much as possible. Li Jin's battle strength completely erupted. The long black saber instantly expanded several times and turned into a huge black saber. The huge saber was surrounded by countless chi, like a thunderbolt, and emitted an extremely shocking power. Slash, 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 the huge black saber erupted with an incomparably pure power and slashed out crazily. The black saber light gathered and turned into a saber wave, carrying an extremely shocking and violent power. It mercilessly blasted towards the void fiend. Chen Zong could see the profoundness of this saber attack. It was not to kill the enemy, but to stop the void fiend's footsteps. Obviously, the young man in black knew that he could not fight against the void fiend with his battle strength. Even if the void fiend stood still and let him attack, it would be difficult to break through the void fiend's protective black membrane. Moreover, he wanted to buy time for Lan Yuanmeng to escape. The best way was to block the void fiend's footsteps and delay its speed. Li Jin's idea was undoubtedly correct. He kept unleashing his power and brandishing his saber. The saber light was endless, as if it had turned into a wave of saber light that constantly rushed forward. He did not seek to kill the enemy, but only to delay and block. It was indeed effective. However, the second-level void fiend was still too strong. Even if it was blocked, it was only a little. In the end, the void fiend still closed in. It suddenly waved its saber-like arm and instantly tore apart the saber light that Li Jin had unleashed. It carried an incomparably violent killing intent as it charged towards Li Jin. It seemed that Li Jin was about to be chopped into 2 by that extremely terrifying saber light. Yuanmeng, I can only help you up to this point. Li Jin roared and immediately activated the protective power of the Demon Slayer token. He could do anything for Lan Yuanmeng, but under such circumstances, he did not need to risk his life. With the protection of the Demon Slayer token, the Void Fiend's attack failed and Li Jin disappeared. With the short time that Li Jin had bought, Lan Yuanmeng had already flown past at full speed. She was tens of thousands of meters away from the second-level Void Fiend when she saw Chen Zong. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lan Yuanmeng immediately said anxiously. She did not care about Chen Zong anymore. She had already warned him because of her old rival, Lin Weiyin. After all, she was also in a state of fleeing. But the next moment, Lan Yuanming was stunned. Because not only did the other party not escape, but he turned into a sword light that swept across the sky and charged towards the second-level void fiend. Seeking death? Or was he arrogant? Or was he confident? Lan Yuanming did not know. She felt that the other party was not an idiot who was seeking death. Subconsciously, Lan Yuanming's figure paused slightly. She slowed down and looked back. She saw that the sword light was incomparably condensed, as if it had turned into a silk thread that tore through the air. It was ethereal like a cloud, with an indescribable leisurely satisfaction, but also a hidden sharpness. In an instant, the protective black membrane flashed, but it was torn apart in an instant. Lan Yuanming was very shocked. Previously, the four of them were unable to break the protective black membrane even when they joined forces. Two of them were eliminated, and she and Li Jin had to escape. But now, what did she see? The person she looked down on and thought was a useless person hiding behind a woman, not only had the courage to charge towards the second-level void fiend, his sword could even break the protective black membrane. The next scene made Lan Yuanming feel as if her worldview had been turned upside down. Fierce battle. Chen Zong was actually engaged in a fierce battle with the second-level void fiend, and it could be seen that Chen Zong seemed to have the upper hand. It was undeniable that the second-level void fiend was indeed very powerful. Chen Zong could not kill it in an instant, and could only slowly wear down its strength before finally killing it. Now, Chen Zong was constantly wearing down the power of the void fiend. Lan Yuanming completely stopped, and even went a little closer to observe at a closer distance. The more she looked, the more shocked she was. It was true. The second-level void fiend was not only unable to do anything to Chen Zong, but was also suppressed. It was constantly being struck by the sword, and was constantly being injured. Its strength was also constantly being consumed. Terrifying, it turned out that this person was actually an expert who could rival the second-level void fiend. How amazing was this? Even if the void fiend was suppressed by the first level of the devil prison, and its strength was weakened, it was still very powerful. The reason why he did not respond to Chu Shanhe's coercion before was probably because he did not want to. Lan Yuanming could not help but imagine. Sword of Heart. Refinement. When the void fiend's strength was almost exhausted, Chen Zong performed a powerful sword move and severely injured the void fiend, consuming even more of its strength. All creation? Sword of Heart refinement. It was still an illusion, and this was the best Chen Zong could do now. This kind of power made Lan Yuanming, who was far away, feel a chill all over her body, and her alluring body could not help but tremble. The void fiend was immediately hit by the sword, and endless sword qi exploded in its body, tearing it apart. In the end, its strength was exhausted, and it was successfully killed. However, Chen Zong had also consumed 80% of his strength. He immediately took out an elixir and took it. You actually killed a second-level void fiend. Lan Yuanming quickly approached Chen Zong, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if she wanted to see through Chen Zong. Surprise was written all over her face, and her breathing was rapid. Her chest was heaving up and down, which made her look even more seductive. Is it strange? Chen Zong replied unhurriedly while refining the elixir. This understatement made Lan Yuanming slightly startled. Immediately, a blazing light burst out from her eyes, as if it could melt everything. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Come to my Star Blue Society. I will recommend you to join the Star Blue Society. With your talent and strength, you will definitely be valued. Lan Yuanming's thoughts jumped a little. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Zong refused. End of chapter 1910. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.